Welcome back to the EEWC for 2021. We're not far away now from the start of the Sebring 12 hours. Very much looking forward to the race. Of course, we've had the pre-race show with Alex Goldsmith and myself, you and Olivia, but now we're getting towards the race now. And not long from starting, actually, just under a minute from the start of this race. Seeing a couple of cars who didn't actually participate in qualifying but are here now. I don't believe E-Team Brit were actually here for any, or Team E Brit were here for any of qualifying actually, but they're here now in practice or warm up, sorry, for the race. So good to see them in here at the moment. Matt Webb is driving that car. Got a hypercar in here as well with James Zuber. That's Drillers Esports, but unfortunately their LMP2 isn't here for the moment. But I believe all the major LMP2s are here. Guys like Varga, Mugen, Deuces Motorsport Club, DSG. I believe there's one or two more who were up there yesterday, like Diak Hackers, but I've seen them already today. So they're here as well. Norbert Jakob looks like he's going to be starting that car, but it's 11 AM now in the UK. We just hit midday in Europe, so hopefully that means we'll be starting the race very, very shortly. We've got the grid order set, and so we'll have like 3 formation laps, which is what we had last time out. Just to sort the grid, we only have the one, I believe anyway. I believe that's the plan. So we'll get the race underway in a few moments' time. 12 hours of racing, and hopefully it should be a good one. I'm looking forward to it. We all are, of course, but wait to see what's going to be thrown at us here today. Really, hopefully minimal problems in terms of stuff like that, but hopefully good racing at the same time, which would be nice to see. Just to update you on the qualifying order, by the way, I don't think we've fully run through this as much as maybe we should have, to tell you who's where in the field. Just told you who's on pole, but give you a bit of an update as to who else is where in terms of the field. So Varga Sim Racing took pole position last night in LMP2 ahead of Mugen Sim Racing. They'll be second ahead of Diak Hackers in third. Then DSG Motorsport in fourth ahead of Deuces Motorsport Club in the 15. Then Pro Sim and the 2 DSR cars are on the next row ahead of B32 Racing. That's the last LMP2 car in the qualifying order. In GTE, we have Deuces Motorsport Club ahead of World of Sim Racing, then Musto, the 53 followed by the 54, then the 66 car, which is Volante Racing ahead of DAS SR Lab.
Single file once the green flag drops.
And Nick Newcomb's just updating us on what we should all do in terms of lining up. And so on. There we go. There's the grid, and getting set now. The order looks to be in the right place. It looks to be all being. It looks to be all set nicely.
Pit limiter for the first lap. Pit limiter single file for the first lap. Listen to instructions on the back straight following that.
The guys are going to be updated on the back straight apparently about what they should be doing, where they should be. And so we'll hear all that, I suspect, getting ready for the race. I don't know if Yusuf's able to join us now at the moment, because he's muted his mic for now, but I don't know if he's here to join me for the start of the race, because Alex has had to reset a route. Yeah, he is. Here we go. Yusuf,
hello,
if you can... Oh, hello. Welcome. It looks like we're going to take the start at the very least, because Alex is having some internet problems, I think it's fair to say. But we're on the formation lap now, and tension will be rising, nerves will be, heart rates will be rising most of all. But what are you expecting from the opening moments of this race? What can we expect?
I would say carnage, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that much. We don't have any hypercars starting at the back of the field, so I think it should be a fairly clean start. We've got Matt Webb and Alexander Palmgart starting towards the back of the field in the LMP2 car, so expect them to be making quick way up the field. I think I think it's really going to be getting a bit spicy once we get into turns 2 to 6. That's where things get tight, and that's where you could see those two LMP2 cars really getting boxed in and starting to struggle. The other thing to consider is when we usually have these race starts, the classes like to leave a bit of a gap between each other, so the hypercars will go, then there'll be a 5-10 second gap to the LMP2s and so on. And this isn't good news for the likes of Matt Webb and Alexander Palmgart, so we'll see how they perform. That is the 57 and 68 of Ramada Motorsport and Team Ebret.
Yeah, it's not the best way to start a race, especially if you're a prototype car starting at the back of the field. By the way, One Move Esports GTE is starting from the back as well, but as you mentioned, it's a GTE, so it won't be as too much of a factor as it would otherwise be. But still, they're going to have to make their way through the order. A couple of GTEs are actually embedded within the GT3 category, but as we mentioned a little bit, yes, last night in qualifying, the gap between GT and GT3 isn't that big, so there won't be much lappery between the two, and the pace difference between the two won't be that big either, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, we were very, I think, pleasantly surprised by how close the GT3 and the GTE fields were. Tibau Malbrun and Adam Surej will be starting at the wheels of the 26. And that is the 26 One Move Esports and the 41 Mugen Sim Racing cars, respectively. I can't remember, what did you say the weather was? I do remember there was a weather update, but what the weather update was has kind of just gone over my head right now.
Well, we said that the rain, about 2 hours ago, roughly, or 1 hour ago, there was a bit of a rain out there on the circuit, but it was very brief and very light as well. That's all been cleared away now, and we're not expecting too much, at least for the opening part of this race. Most of the weather actually looks like it's going to the north of the circuit and just missing us completely. So I think that weather forecast we saw earlier predicted it was going to hit the circuit, but that doesn't look to be the case on the corrected weather order when we've seen this now.
Form double file start.
We're just hearing now from race control informing all of the cars to get into double file for the race start. I've got my eyes on Vargas Sim Racing as they've got the Pinsim Drillers LMP2 car behind them, and they've got the Pinsim Drillers hypercar car right in front of them as well. And James Zuber starting the race for the hypercar.
Yeah, indeed, coming through Sunset Bend at the moment, and we believe we're going to get a start here after one formation lap here for the 12 hours of Sebring. I think the pace car is going to pull right into the pit lane, and we will be able to begin the race. James Zuber in control of the field, and he will go whenever he wants.
Green flag.
Green flag now in the air. Good start on the outside line there from one of the ProSim cars, I think it was. But going down towards turn number 1, it's Varga and Mugen on the outside line. And Varga take the lead around turn 1. A great start from Diak Hackers actually getting into second place, and Norbert Jakob starting that car. And he's straight ahead of Zoltan Boda as all things filter down into turns 3 and 4. A little bit of a half spin, I think, for somebody, but it looks like it's been a fairly clean start in LMP2. As Juice's Motorsport Club also getting up the order further back. It looks like a good start in GTE as well. They're a little bit further back. However, it's been a good start as well. Unison Racing already have gone for a spin, I've seen, and Volante Racing getting into the back of one of the Aston Martins. Another spin for another of the Ferraris. A little bit more messy in GT, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Mantis Wreckers had a go at Mugen Sim Racing as well, but the GTEs, or I should say GT3s, are looking feisty as Mantis Wreckers going down the inside once again of Zoltan Boda, but still unable to make the move stick as they make their way down now through Bishop Corner.
Yeah, indeed, it's very tricky for those particular cars to get through there, but it looks like Vargas Sim Racing, Marcel Chinzik has had a good start. Norbert Jakob in second, Zoltan Boda ahead of Mantis Records, as you say, in the Juices Motorsport Club. They've made up a place. Chris Gonzalez is down to 5th in LMP2, and it looks like it has been a clean start in that particular class. Unison Racing having a spin at turn 1. They've got damage now, I'm afraid, so it's not been the greatest start for them. It was going to be a difficult afternoon for them anyway, but it's just been made even more difficult. Championship leaders already in trouble at Sebring.
Yeah, Unison Racing having won both round one at Indianapolis and round two at Silverstone. They're going to be having to make an early pit stop because that car looks completely out of sorts. And I'm still keeping an eye up in the LMP2 class to see when Mantis Wreckers will be able to pull the trigger, because he looks a lot quicker than Zoltan Boda with the high fuel load.
Vincent Drillers look like they've gone hypercar, the leader, as they have indeed. Just getting back on the road there, James Zuber. Don't know if there's going to be damage for that car, but it seems that they've not had the best start to the race. They got a clean getaway, but I'm afraid going straight on at turn 3, and they have had an accident, waiting to see if there's going to be much damage for that car. Doesn't look like it. They might have got away with that.
Yeah, they ran wide into turn 3. I think they must have just misjudged the braking point or turned in with too much speed, and the back end snapped out on them. The good thing for the hypercar class, though, is the fact that they are the only runners in the hypercar, so it doesn't really matter what happens. As long as they finish the race, they will be able to bag the 25 points as well as the bonus point for completing the race. So that's the only objective that needs to be completed by James Zuber and the rest of the Pinson Drillers esports team.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all they really need to do at this point, and they will be able to take the 25 points. Remains to be seen whether they can actually do that, if they can keep it on the road and manage it. But good three-car battle at the moment going on for third in LMP2. Juices Motorsport Club, Mugen Sim Racing and DSG Motorsport all in one train, and just behind that Pro Sim are not too far away. So this is a good fight at the moment. Zoltan Boda, Mantis Wreckers, Chris Gonzalez, 3 very experienced LMP2 drivers, going to put on a good show for us. I think a little bit wide around Sunset Bend, and now Deuces Motorsport Club with a bit of a run. Boda might be in a little bit of trouble, but turn 1 is not the best overtaking opportunity, especially with nearly 12 hours to go in this race, and Mantis Wreckers decides better of it, and that's probably the smarter decision.
I tell you what, Ewan, you keep an eye on LMP2. I'm going to keep an eye on the GT class. And right as I say that, Tibor Malbrun having a look down the inside of George Russell. This is for P2 in the GT3 class, but he's unable to find a way past and claim that P2 spot. Still Glam Racing holding on to P2 after a fantastic start from Lee Russell. I believe they started all the way down in P4 in the GT3 class, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I saw that one of the Ferraris went for a spin at turn number 1. It was the One Move Esports GT3 leading car. I didn't quite realise at the time, but yeah, that's the car that went around, and now they're on the back of Glam Racing. So Unison Racing and One Move Esports having big problems on this opening lap. Unison Racing are back out of the pit lane, by the way. However, they're nearly a lap down already. I think they are pretty much a lap down. James Zuber has also been into the pit lane, by the way, for Hypercar. Didn't quite realise that either, but everybody's moved up a place from that, because he is now down into second to last. Some of the big cars in this one have had problems early on, which is a real shame to see for those guys. However, you need to keep it on the road and keep it clean for 12 hours here if you want to win the race, and unfortunately for those 2 cars, they already haven't managed to do that.
Yeah, and that's I hate to say it, but that's embarrassing for James Zuber to be a driver in an endurance race and you get pulled from the car after just a couple of laps. He's going to be having his head in his hands, and maybe the issues were out of his control. We don't know what is entirely going on, but what we do know is that Pinson Drillers have pulled James Zuber from the hypercar, and they put Henry Sinek in at the wheel. We're going to be seeing the hypercar now flying up the order. That being said, we've not seen anyone other than James Zuber at the wheel of the hypercar over the course of the official practice and qualifying sessions.
Mantis Wreckers has just gone round the outside at turn 1 to take third place away from Zoltan Boda. That was a fantastic manoeuvre from the Juices Motorsport Club driver. He's been brought over from Team Rookie Monsters for this race, and maybe even for the rest of the season, and on the performance he's showing right now, they might as well keep him, because that was absolutely fantastic. Boda didn't qualify this Mugen Sim Racing car, let's not forget. He started second, but I don't think he's quite got the pace to stay there. The race is going to come to them a little bit later on, but that was a fantastic mover
from... I'm going to cut across you here, Ewan, because DIS have just pulled off the exact same move as Mantis Wreckers round the outside of turn 1. They make a slight amount of contact with the Volante Racing Aston Martin, but DIS have moved up into P5 in the GTE class.
Good performance from them early on, and they're staying with the GTE other runners as well, which is very good news for them. So they're involved. By the way, Manchester Records is a season-long signing for those guys, and they're going to be very, very pleased with his performance. We're jumping around, I know, between LMP2 and GTE, but it really is just all going on at the moment. We've got the lead battle for GT3 honours going on as well between Mugen Sim Racing and Danish Racing League. Opening moments of this race, and it is very much on throughout the field. Vargas Sim Racing are now leading. I'm going to try and get a gap on that one for you as they go across the line here in a moment, but I'm not entirely sure what the gap actually is. It seems for the moment it's not telling me, so we'll wait and see on that one, but they've got a comfortable-ish lead. Marcel Cinchik ahead of Norbert Jakob further behind though. This battle now for fourth. Manchester Records has got through and he's running away. Chris Gonzalez down the inside into turn one on Zoltan Boda, and the Hungarian driver can't do anything. Gonzalez goes into fourth place. Boda seemingly struggling early on.
Yeah, and further down the order, Luca Furlich and Thomas Breinegor have been switching positions, as Luca Furlich in the 67 Volanta racing car and Thomas Breinegor in the 166 ID Simsport car. And while they were battling, Henry Sinek overtook the pair of them round the outside. I think it was down into Tower, and Henry Sinek are flying up the order now, finding a way past Sebastian Hove in the Danish Racing League Ferrari.
Yeah, he's not going to be too long before he passes, and he has just done that as well. Adam Surej getting through at the moment. Juicy's Motorsport Club also leading in GTE at the moment, ahead of World of Sim Racing, then the two Musto cars, ahead of DIS SR Lab, who are having a fantastic performance at the moment as Thrillers Esports go and pass those guys. But the battle in GT3, very, very interesting. Adam Surej versus Sebastian Hove, two fantastic drivers, two of the fastest in the GT3 category, and look at that, they're not too far away from the GTE runners. That's how quickly they're going at the moment.
I'm keeping an eye on the GT3 class battle as well. Currently 2/10 between Adam Surej and Sebastian Hove. We spoke to Danish Racing League in an interview during qualifying, and they said they want to go all the way. They want the pole, they want the win. They weren't able to secure the pole, but let's see whether they can claim the lead here at Sebring. We're what, 15 minutes into the race, and not even, and this has been a thrilling race already.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff happening early on here with a lot of these particular issues. It looks like, I'm hearing in the YouTube chat, by the way, Roland Zux is telling us that the Mugen Sim Racing car has had to go with the default setup, and that is a real shame, because it's going to cost them a lot, and that's why Zoltan Boda is dropping down the order. It's not because he is not quick enough, but default setup. You'd be surprised if you don't drive one of these cars regularly how much a setup can change things for you, and if you haven't got the setup that you're comfortable with on the car, then it can make it for a very difficult afternoon.
That's a huge blow for Mugen Sim Racing. P4 in Indianapolis, P5 in Silverstone, currently sitting 5th in the championship, and they were looking to take some bigger points home today, and there's going to be nothing they can do about that setup over the course of the race. They can't change it. I mean, they can't come into the pits. Maybe they can make some minor adjustments to the setup, but it can't be anything major, and for them it's just about bringing the car home at damage limitation and getting as many points as they can.
Yeah, damage limitation is how you win championships, really, so they're going to have to just do that the best they can. You never know what kind of issues guys in front can have as DIF go nearly down the inside into turn one. Musto DD Sports holding on for now. That's the 54 cars for Lante go off the road just behind, keeping it on the straight and narrow though, as Sebastian Hove is not far behind. Is he going to go down the inside of Adam Surej? Not quite. He stays behind for now.
Sebastian Hove is right on the tail, and he's actually going to throw it down the inside, down into turn 3. Great stuff coming through from the Ferrari driver. Sebastian Hove makes his way up into the lead of the GT3 class. Fantastic move. Not turn 2, he was down into turn 5.
Yeah, it's very sneaky to go through there, but it is an opening that you can use. He's gone wide though at the hairpin, and now Adam Surej is going to get the run off the corner. The McLaren great line as well, and maybe down into Cunningham, the right-hander. He can have a go here. He's on the inside at Fangio, but it gives him the outside for the next corner. Is he going to be able to hang it round there and get the inside for the next left-hander? Side by side between these two. Very close racing between the McLaren and the Ferrari, and they're still side by side. Surej has got the outside line for Tower corner as well. He's going to do well to hang it round the outside here. Sebastian Hove shuts the door, slams it in his face, says you're not coming through for the moment, and he stays in front in the lead of GTE. GT3, sorry.
What a battle we're having in the GT3 class, and fantastic defending from Sebastian Hove to hold on to the lead of the GT3 class, and this one is going to be one that goes right to the end of the race. You can kind of just get that feeling right from the get-go. These two have been so close in pace in both qualifying sessions and now in the race as well, and there is absolutely no way that Adam Cereja is going to allow Sebastian Hove to run away with the lead. And he's got to go. Oh, he had a look. He had a think down the inside into Sunset Corner, but he just could not quite get his McLaren up alongside the Ferrari.
Meanwhile, DASSR Lab have just made up a place on Musto GD Esports, the number 54 car. We know how good those guys are in race pace, and they're showing it to us right now. 4th place from starting 6th on the grid. It's been a good start for those guys, but yeah, fantastic racing going on in GT3 at the moment. Danish Racing League versus Mugen Sim Racing. They're ahead of Volante, ID Simsport and One Move Esports, and they're in GTE cars. Satellite Racing can be added to that list as well. A remarkable performance from both of these guys, but they're also battling really hard in this lead battle. Is Cereja going to go down the inside at the hairpin? He's going to have to brake late, but he's got the braking performance in that car. Has he gone too deep? Sebastian Hove able to get the run off the corner, but not able to get up the inside again. So Adam Cereja gets to the lead of this race for the second time, and Sebastian Hove was able to lead one singular lap there, but he's not going to lead anymore because Adam Cereja is now back to the front.
This battle is absolutely fantastic. I believe it was you and Alex who were saying early in the broadcast, try telling these guys that it's a 12-hour endurance race. They're racing as if it's a 30-minute sprint at the moment, and it is absolutely breathtaking.
At the moment, we're going through traffic as well. We're reaching the back end of traffic for these guys in LMP2, and so Juicy's Motorsport Club are now in a battle with DSG. That has recently changed around, by the way, because Chris Gonzalez was behind Mantis Wreckers, but he's now in front as these guys make their way through traffic. This is where the real race starts. You need to make your way through traffic nicely if you want to win a multi-class endurance race. That's what these guys have got to contend with now, and that's what they've got to contend with for the rest of this race.
Forget traffic. I think Sebastian Hove's going to have another go in Sunset. No, he's going to let the car out wide at the start so he can get a nice late apex. Look how much earlier on the power Sebastian Hove can go, but he's too far behind the McLaren, and Adam Cereja will hold on to the lead of the GT3 class. And we'll see whether over the coming laps, the coming hours, there'll be a way back in for the Danish racing car. Sebastian Hove currently sitting second in GT3.
Yeah, he is, and he tried very long and hard actually to get this move done here at turn 5 on Adam Cereja. You can see he's very strong through this little slow section. That Ferrari clearly able to change direction a little bit more better. He's a little bit more agile, so he's able to just get down the inside at turn 5, and not many cars have been able to do that, but the McLaren seems to be a little bit stronger in a straight line, stronger on the brakes as well, but he's battling with an LMP2 car going into the hairpin, and so Sebastian Hove's going to have a fantastic run out of this corner. Is he going to be able to go for it at Cunningham? It looks like he might be a little bit too far back, and for now he's just going to stick behind, I think.
Has to stick behind for now. Currently Adam Cereja and Sebastian Hove find themselves 3.9 seconds, so 4 seconds clear of Thibaut Malbrun, who's running third in the GT3 class at the moment, and maybe they'll work together just to try to stretch that gap as well. That's getting right up to the limits, isn't it, Ewan?
Well, it was nearly over the limit there for Sebastian Hove. Great save, though, to be able to catch the car like that. You think with traction control and ABS, these GT3 cars would be easy to drive, but when you're really pushing one like this, it can be very difficult. Down the inside there, one of the LMP2 cars, I believe that's second place in the overall race, actually. The Diak Hackers Norbert Jakob car, as the battle for third is also approaching these guys in LMP2. The battle for third is, should I say. Yeah, traffic now is going to play a big role there. You saw down the inside it was Norbert Jakob at Le Mans corner. It ruined Sebastian Hove's run all the way down the Ullmann Straight, but the same thing will happen to the other car, Adam Cereja, in the rest of this race. So it's just going to ebb and flow throughout the day, and it's hard to know when it's going to be your opportunity, but you've got to wait and be patient and wait for that chance.
Mantis Records has just been passed by the number 334 DSG car, so Chris Gonzalez up to P3 in the LMP2 standings. And let's see if Mantis Records has anything that he can fight back with.
Yeah, he's still on the back of that Dutch car, actually. So they're going to go around Big Bend at the moment, around the outside of Sebastian Hove. There can be a bit of miscommunication, actually, at this particular corner, but Hove keeps it to the right-hand side, as you should do. And so the LMP2 car can go through. As there's a bit of a meat in the sandwich at the moment with that Juicy's kart, which has just extended the gap between the GT3s. But there's going to be prototype traffic pretty much all day, so you've just got to, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, you've just got to wait for your opportunity, and this battle has just stretched out ever so slightly in the last few moments.
I tell you what, you and Team Ibra are making good work up the order. Remember, they started at the back of the field. Matt Webb at the wheel. Alongside him was Alexander Palmgart in the 57 Ramada Motorsport car. And now Matt Webb finds himself up to P8 and right on the tail of Kim Pedersen in the 766 DSR Dream Team car. And he has been closing in at a rapid amount and should be able to find a way through shortly.
Yeah, should do. They've been making good progress, as you say, so if they carry on the way they are going, then it should be a pretty easy one. But they didn't qualify, so they were making their way from the back of the order, which is why this is happening now, by the way. Just to update, you've got 11 LMP2 cars out there at the moment. B32 is the last of them, but pretty much all of the cars are going to be involved in battles of some sort throughout this race. GT traffic coming up for them, though. It's going to be down the inside for the car in front at the moment, but can Matt Webb follow them through? Yes, he can, and he's actually going to swing a little bit wider through Sunset Bend to try and get a bit of a run off the corner and down onto the front straight, but nothing really doing into turn one. He's far too far back at a corner that you don't really brake for, and traffic getting through here can be very, very difficult indeed. The prototypes can carry so much speed because of the downforce they have. GT's not quite so much speed, and it can make for a massive speed difference.
E-Team Brit doing well. They're right on the back, and look at the rear end of the DSR car completely swinging out on the entry into turn 5. And when will Matt Webb pull the pin? When can he get close enough? And trying to find a move is always difficult when you have traffic around. If there's no traffic, you can slowly start to understand what the car ahead is doing, where he's weakened. Oh, again, the rear end for DSR swinging out like crazy on the exit of the hairpin. And here we go through the Fangio chicane. DSR don't go defensive, and the inside's open, and down goes Matt Webb up the inside and up into P7.
He nearly broke so late, though, that he ended up in the side of one of the Ferrari GT cars there, and he's weaving between traffic. Just look at that. He's trying to go any which way around the Volante 67 for the moment. It's One Move Esports in their GTE, by the way, who they nearly went into the side of, in their GT3, excuse me, who they nearly went into the side of there, but just about calculated very well from Matt Webb there, and he is able to get up another place. That is 7th place now for E-Team Brit, so a good performance from them. I'm trying to remember where they finished at Silverstone last time, and it was 8th place. They had a few issues along the way, so I think that can be a little bit expected, but yeah, they're having a good performance right now, a good early run.
And now Matt Webb has closed on into our GT3 battle for the lead. Adam Suresh and Sebastian Hove still separated by a few tenths, and that's the DSR car trying to come back at Matt Webb, potentially now down the inside into turn 1. Has a look, but the door is slammed shut by Matt Webb.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it now. Matt Webb is going to be away from this point because it was looking like he was going to, and then there was that bit of traffic, and we saw a lot of weaving down the straight, all illegal, by the way, but just very, very close and hard racing. So an interesting fight going on there, but Matt Webb looks like he's prevailed ahead of Kim Pedersen in that one. And now I'm going to focus back on GT3 because that little piece of LMP2 traffic has now closed up this fight. Sebastian Hove looking down the inside, but no way through at the hairpin this time.
He will be able to get a better exit, gets the wider line, but you can see that McLaren just seems to have slightly better pickup coming out of the low speed corners, and it is making it difficult for Sebastian Hove to find a way through. again, these two, they don't need to battle too hard. Sebastian Hove just needs to make sure that he is right with Adam Serrej come at the end of the first end, come the point where they do dive on into the pits.
Yeah, that'll be after about an hour's time. We'll have to make a note of who's able to go a little bit longer than the other, because fuel consumption, fuel loads in these two cars will be a little bit different. So let's just make a mental note of it when that does happen. But I think it's possibly a better idea for these two right now to actually not fight, because they want to put as much distance into the other GT3 cars as possible. If they fight too much, then they're going to bring everybody from behind back into the fray, and that's exactly not what they want. They're having enough trouble with each other right now. They don't need another car like the One Move Esports Ferrari to get involved, and we know how quick those guys are.
One Move are quick and could be joining in, as again we see a much wider entry line from Adam Serrej down into Sunset Corner, and every time he does that I just think Sebastian Hove really wants to throw his nose down the inside of the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. But again, sensible stuff coming through from Sebastian Hove, and he will hold on to his position. And every time I just think next corner, maybe that's where we will be seeing a new move coming through and another change for the lead in the GT3 class. But with that said, we are at the half-hour point, and we will be heading into a short commercial break. And when we're back, I'm sure these two will be still thick at it and still battling for the lead in the GT3 class.
World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Clicks, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at Sebring. We've had half an hour completed, and we are jumping on into the second half hour of 24 half hours. One might call it a 12-hour race. For those fans wanting to get involved, you can jump on in the Fan Zone conference call. The link to it is on the website at gtr24h.org. And if any of you want to kind of get involved in a different way on stream, you can use a hashtag GTR24H on Twitter, or drop a comment on the YouTube channel. But if you're not watching through YouTube, you may be watching it through the likes of Roku, or even listening in via the GTR24H radio station, then maybe Twitter is the way to go for you. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, still joined by Ewan O'Leary.
Yeah, it's a couple of developments in the last 5 minutes, by the way, while we've been on a commercial break. The 766 has just hit the wall at turn 3. I didn't see the start of that accident. I only saw them hit the wall, really, so I don't know quite how that happened, but they've got quite a lot of damage. They look to be crabbing and weaving, and the car looks to be acting quite strangely at the moment, and I think it's quite damaged. So that's a real shame for Kim Pedersen, who was having a great fight with Matt Webb a moment ago, and having a great run early on, actually, the 766, but they look to have quite big damage now, and they're going to be in big trouble. Zoltan Boda has also dropped down to 12th place overall. Now, I'm not sure if that was a scheduled pit stop, or some kind of damage that they've had. I don't know if anybody actually knows. I guess the team will, but we'll have to ask them about that, because that's a real shame to see for those guys. They did so well in qualifying. They've apparently got a default setup on. They didn't get their setup on for the race, which is a big mistake, and going to cost them quite a lot. They're down to 11th place in the LMP2 category, and in the very last few moments, Mantis Records has just repassed Chris Gonzalez, so he's now back into 3rd place. Great fight between Deuces and DSG going on right now, but the Lithuanian has prevailed for the moment.
Yeah, speaking of fans, we have one of the greatest fans around, the newcomer. Now that he's not racing, he can channel all of his energy into his fan-like passion, and he's regularly updating us with everything that is Deuces Motorsport related, which have been a lot of updates so far, because Deuces have been in the thick of many battles, not just in the LMP2 class, but down in the GT field as well.
Yeah, they have indeed. Just receiving word from Nick Newcomb, by the way, about the Mugen Sim Racing team. They were allowed to go into the pit lane to change their setup from default to their race setup. However, it has cost them time. However, in the long run, it will gain them. So they are, well, they're actually up into 10th place now with the demise of the DSR Dream Team car. However, they've been allowed to get their setup on, and that's going to be a much more pleasant 12 hours for those guys now that they've got the right setup on. They're going to be able to get going in the right way, and hopefully they can improve from now on. But a lot of work to do for Zoltan Boda now.
Yeah, the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car in LMP2. Not a great start to the race. In contrast, their sister team, the Mugen Sim Racing 41 car, currently leading the GT3 field. Adam Suresh at the wheel of the Mugen Sim Racing car, and Sebastian Hove is still within a second. He is unrelenting, and he is not letting Adam Suresh run away with this one. Could we just stop any driver changes and have these two go all the way to the end?
They are great to watch, Adam Sareja and Sebastian Hove. I would argue that they are the star drivers in their car. I don't know if you would agree with that one, but we were saying this last night. Adam Sareja is the fastest in his particular car, and I would argue that Sebastian Hove is as well. Remember, he was the one who had that hardware issue at the Silverstone 12 hours 1 month ago, and it cost them a very good placing, but Unison Racing were able to come out on top on that one. It doesn't look like the Unison Racing car is going to come out on top in this one, though, because they're down in 7th place at the moment, a lap down already on the GT3 cars, because they had a spin at turn 1, they had damage, and it's a long afternoon from here on in. So yeah, a fantastic drive so far from Sebastian Hove and also Adam Surej. They've been providing great entertainment. The sight of them going side by side through Cunningham and Tower Corner, absolutely fantastic, but a manic first half hour of this race. It's finally starting to settle down a little bit, and the gap between Surej and Hove has extended slightly. It's not even a second yet, but it's the biggest it's been all race.
Pretty much the biggest, yeah. 7/10 has been fluctuating between a couple of tenths when they've been battling and switching positions to. I don't think I've ever seen them over a second apart. They're like best buddies out on circuit, are Adam Suresh and Sebastian Hove. Also seeing the B32 racing car closing in on Steven Salzgård in the 777 DSR Nightmare car. This is the battle for P8 in the LMP2 field.
Yeah, it's a good fight going on as well. Oh, very wide for... Oh, that was very close, actually, to hitting the wall for B32. Steven Salzgård just went a little bit too wide at Sunset Bend, but 32 were following him and actually went even deeper into the corner, nearly hit the wall there, did the Ligier, so that was quite close. But he's now indeed trying to carry it. Well, he's not got any damage, is what I'm trying to say, but that's the DSR teammate, the other car, by the way, getting out from damage, from the repairing its damage, should I say. Tim Pedersen down in 28th overall after that particular issue, and just ahead of their teammates on the road. So a bit of a free car train of LMP2s with a couple of them fighting over 8th place in the class.
I've also got some news if you're a Mugen Sim Racing fan. Hang on, we'll hold on to that because B32 just got a really good run coming out of the hairpin through the Fangio chicane, and B32 will tuck right on in behind Steven Salzgård. Can they have a look for the inside? No, they'll back out of it, switch it to the outside. Steven Salzgård runs defensive down into Cunningham.
Yeah, it was a good defence there from Salzgård. In the end, he didn't need to do too much, but he was able to hold on, certainly. Looking up and down in GTE at the moment, it's still Juice's Motorsport Club leading by a fair, comfortable margin, actually, from World of Sim Racing. Musto just behind that, and then DISSR Lab, sorry. Again, in the team names are completely muddled up and mixed up now. They're in 4th place in the 45 car, ahead of the other Musto car, then Volante. But further behind that, we've got the GT3 battle that's going on. Sebastian Ho versus Adam Surej still happening right now, and it's another round of traffic for these guys. I think that was the Vargas Sim Racing car that just went through on those two battling cars, and it's the Diak Hackers just behind them. But either way, it doesn't really matter to them because it's still LMP2 traffic that's slightly extended this battle. I don't think it's all on pace that Sebastian Ho has dropped back. I think some of it has actually been formed by traffic, which is, I guess, a little bit unfair reflection on Sebastian Ho's pace, but it's not going to matter too much. Being, 1 second down after 40 minutes is not that much of an issue, really.
No, it really is not. Just to give some updates around the field, of course, we've got this battle between B32 Racing and Steven Salzgård that we're currently on board with for P8 in the LMP2 class. Chris Gonzalez dropping back from Mantis Records, now 2.3 seconds behind the Deuces Motorsport car. Also seeing Alexander Baumgartner closing in, as was that a move that I just saw from B32 on Steven Salzgård? I think it was B32 now up into P8.
Yeah, you're right, B32 have made that move stick now, and so they're actually only one position behind the hypercar, by the way. Henry Cynic is just recovering at the moment in these overall positions, but the gap between the hypercar and the LMP2 is not that big, really, in terms of the actual overall pace. In qualifying, it was, 1.4 seconds on the average or something, maybe even less than that, so there really isn't that much gap between them, and when you've got Marcel Cincic at the front of the field in LMP2, he's going to be hard to catch, even if you're in a hypercar. So that's why they're still embedded within the LMP2 field. Yeah, you're right. B32 and Steven Salzgård having a nice fight at the moment, actually, but B32 prevailing for the moment.
I tell you what, Luka Furlich in the 67 Volante Racing car is not having a good start to the race. Every time I look over, the 67 seems to be in the clutches of a new car and on the verge of dropping further down the order. This time is Matteo De Croo in the 31. That is the One Move Esports car that is hot on his heels. And remember, the 31 of Matteo De Croo started from the back of the field after missing out in one of the qualifying sessions.
Yeah, 28th they started on the grid, which is quite a long way down, but as we mentioned earlier on, how starting at the back in a GTE car is not as bad as it would have been or was for the Team Brit cars and the Ramada Motorsport car as well. They've got into 6th and 7th respectively, and they're very close on pace, so expect a good fight between those two teams throughout the day. But yeah, you're right, Luka Furlic has not had a great day so far. It could be recovered, but the 67 car is showing itself to be, I guess, the number 2 car compared to the 66 Volante Racing car, which is right up there at the moment. Botsian driving, and he's not too far away from the leaders. We've kind of got a top 6 running away from the rest of them, and Botsian in the 66 is with those guys. The 67 hasn't quite got the pace to be with them though.
Also seeing Adam Seraj starting to put in some quicker times, a 2:01 dead last time around. He's pulled 3 tenths to Sebastian Hove, and the gap has increased to 1.1 seconds, and he's looking to improve his lap by even more. We're approaching the 45-minute mark now, Ewan, which should mean that we're going to be seeing some of our first LMP2 pit stops, and I think I'm seeing a couple of LMP2s already in the pits.
Yeah, you're right. Diak Hackers and E-Team Brit have both been into the pit lane, so first pit stops now being made by some of these guys after 20 laps. Only 20 laps around here, and 21 laps, but still, it's not very long, really. So, and DSG actually have been into the pit lane as well. Chris Gonzalez, it wasn't E-Team Brit, sorry, it was DSG. So, a couple of cars coming in early, but that's not great.
You in here because Matthew De Croo is looking for a move on Luka Furlic. He's going around the outside, down into the hairpin of turn 7. Does he have the momentum? No, he doesn't, and he's got to tuck right on in behind Luka Furlic. He's going to push the Aston Martin forward on the exit as they make their way through the Fangio chicane. Can he have a look down the inside into Cunningham? The inside will be covered by Luka Furlic. Around the outside once again comes Matteo De Croo, but again Matteo De Croo cannot find a way through on the 67 Volante Racing car.
Very, very close, with an LMP2 also making its way through. They believe that was the E-Team Brit car, as they all missed the apex at Tower Corner. I think somebody missed at the front and then everybody followed, so a little bit of a mistake there from everybody, but they're all still going, and this is a legitimate battle for class position, by the way. Mathieu De Croo and Luka Furlic are nose to tail in terms of the GTE category, as well as being nose to tail in terms of the overall position. Lots of sliding going on out of Le Mans corner there, but the Porsche really able to hide behind that Aston Martin now and get a good slipstream down towards Sunset, but the grunt of the Aston is carrying it down the straight. Luka Furlic is not going to be able to do too much about Mathieu De Croo though. Down the inside goes the Frenchman. There's contact, and Furlic has got a good save by Furlic, but he's just about managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. However, he has lost the position, flashes the lights to say how displeased he is with Mathieu De Croo. Either way, the one movie sports car is through. Very, very close moment, and a good save from Furlic though.
Yeah, Luka Furlic has to be careful, because I remember back from Le Mans actually there was an incident where someone flashed another car and they ended up getting a 3-lap penalty, because if I'm not mistaken the rules did say you are only allowed to flash another car if they're not in your class, and you are alerting them to the fact that you're coming to overtake, is not to, for example, put someone off. So that one might get investigated by the stewards if Luka Furlic is not careful.
E-Team Brit look like they've been off the road somewhere, and they are going slowly. E-Team Brit, I hope they haven't run out of fuel, but they're going very, very slowly at the moment. Ramada Motorsport have also been into the pit lane, as well as Juicy's Motorsport Club. B32 have also been in, but this is a big moment now for E-Team Brit. I believe they may well have run out of fuel right now, and they are stopped on the exit of turn number 5, actually rolling backwards now towards Big Ben. They need to put the brakes on before they get disqualified. That is a big moment. I hope they haven't run out of fuel, but I think they may well have.
Yeah, I'm just going to rewind and see if I can find out exactly what happened to the E-Team Brit car, because we saw something similar back at Indianapolis, but that was in the GT class where somebody did a double downshift and blew up the gearbox, and I'm not sure if it was the same for Matt Webb or if it was a case of just running out of fuel.
Well, we're trying to figure that one out for you, but it looks pretty bad for E-Team. But I'm not sure if they do run out of fuel, can they go out to the pit lane and still rejoin the race? I'm not entirely sure on that one, whether they're actually allowed to.
Ran out of fuel on the exit of turn 1, the worst possible place that it could have happened.
Yeah, it is. And, it just shows that was the absolute limit for them. They did it perfectly up until that point. They managed to go the exact amount. I wonder if somebody forgot or just nobody told Matt Webb.
It's weird, Ewan, because on the onboard you can see on the wheel under fuel it says 3.8, which would suggest that there is some fuel there.
It must be litres, maybe not laps, because that would be quite outrageous. But litres of fuel, yeah, maybe. But I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you at this point. But either way, ProSim have come into the pit lane, by the way, and it looks like they're the only ones to come in on that lap. Very strange, though, to see that cars like, DSG and Diak Hackers had to come in so early, whereas others have managed to stay out for so long. This is a massive pit window we're seeing right now, and it's a little bit odd, really. It's showing that Varga have also been in, so maybe we've missed a couple of these pit stops, but E-Team Brit now have gone back to the garage, and that's a real shame for them.
Huge blow for E-Team Brit. They were making such fantastic roads up the order, and for it to happen within the first hour has to be gutting for them. I'm just looking further around, so Zoltan Bode currently up now to P8 overall, that's P7 in the hypercar class, in the prototype class, and he's 4 seconds behind Alexander Baumgartner, but I believe Zoltan Bode still has to pit in the Mugen Sim Racing cars. When they pitted, I think they were only allowed to change their setup. I'm not sure if they were allowed to take on any extra fuel.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I don't know if they were allowed to put in any fuel or not either, but they're down in 8 for the moment, and even so, they're off strategy at the moment, so they're going to have to figure out how to get back onto strategy, or at least figure out what they're going to do with the strategy a little bit later on. Varga Sim Racing still leading then after the first round of pit stops, and we believe everybody has pitted now, apart from the hypercar, which is in second place and not that far away, actually. Henry Sinnick might be able to pass very shortly. I think you're right. I don't think Zoltan Bode was able to take any fuel on that last particular stop, so they may well have to stop again in a few moments' time. But B32 Racing now put 1 lap down. They're 9th at the moment in LMP2, and they've just been put 1 lap down by Marcel Chinsick, who is still leading this race.
Sebastian Hove has just pitted as well from second in the GT3 class. Before he pitted, Thibaut Malbrun was running quicker than him, and at the moment Thibaut Malbrun is the fastest man on a circuit in the GT3 class. He's driving at a very quick pace, a 2:01.0 last time around. He took 2/10 out of Adam Sereja, and he is 5.5 seconds behind. So that two-way battle for the lead in the GT3 class could very quickly become a 3-way battle.
Yeah, let's not forget that Thibaut Malbrun was the one who was able to topple Adam Serej in qualifying and able to put enough time into the Mugen Sim Racing car so that the One Move Esports car could take pole. However, at turn 1, they went for a spin, or Thibaut Malbrun went for a spin, and so he dropped down the order. Now, though, he is starting to make inroads into the leaders and really starting to close in. It's surprising to see Sebastian Hove in so early, though. He's dropped down now to 4th place in GT3. Has been a couple more pit stops behind, but a little bit surprising to see Sebastian Hove make a scheduled pit stop with only 50 minutes gone. I wonder if that was maybe a short fill or some kind of strategic play from them.
I just want to praise again in the LMP2 class the Deke Hackers because at the moment this is a fantastic driver from Norbert Jakob, and Deke Hackers have been so impressive all weekend long. We're talking about a team that finished 7th back at round 1 in Indianapolis, only able to get P10 last time out at Silverstone, and now to be running all the way up in second is an absolutely fantastic drive so far.
Yeah, I totally agree. A very, very good performance from those guys. Not a team I've particularly heard of coming into this season. New team to GTR 24H, and none of them I've seen in this series before either, the EEWC. I've not seen any of these guys actually driving at these events so far, but really finding their feet now, driving very well.
I just got news, Ewan. The reason why it wasn't a long stop for Sebastian Hove is because it was a 10-second stop-go penalty. They overtook the 166 of Thomas Breinagor before the finish line.
Oh, yeah, that's that'll do it. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now, actually, doesn't it? Because that would have been a very, very early pit stop, but that makes a lot more sense. And you're right, it wasn't a very long stop, was it? So he's dropped down to 4th place now. A lot of work to do now for Sebastian Ho, but he's the man for the job, really, in that car. The only man who can really pull that car upwards, I think, from this point. So being deprived of a GT3 lead battle for the moment, but Thibaut Malbon might be able to provide one for us very shortly.
Let's see what Thibaut Malbon can pull out. Still 5.5 seconds behind Adam Serege. Last time around, he actually lost 7/10 to the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. And let's see if he can close that gap down over the remainder of the race. Sebastian Hove is currently 15 seconds behind Thomas Breinagor, and Thomas Breinagor is in the GTE class. And Lee Russell currently running P3 in the GT3 class now.
Yeah, indeed. At the moment, there's been a bit of an update in GTE, by the way. DASSR Lab had such a great start getting up inside the top 5, and they're still inside the top 5. However, they've dropped back behind the 54 Musto GT sports car. I think there's been some kind of spin or problem for the 45, because they have dropped now down behind Giordano Valeriano in the BMW. So we'll wait and see what happened on that. We'll probably get an update on it, but yeah, real shame for BIS. They'll be able to recover though, still a long way to go, so they'll hopefully get back on the straight and narrow now and really try and get back up the order. But yeah, things starting to calm down ever so slightly, I would say. Zoltan Boda, I think, has just got ahead of Alexander Palmgren actually in LMP2, so that was a battle going on, but Mugen Sim Racing look like they've prevailed in that one, and they're up to 6th place in that LMP2 class.
I was about to say Alexander Palmgren has closed into Zoltan Boda, but no, I think
either way, yeah.
Certainly right. Zoltan Boda has found a way through up to B6 in the LMP2 class. Now I'm just wondering, where is Marcel Chinchek? Okay, so Marcel Chinchek is currently about 2 seconds up the road, maybe 1 second up the road from Henry Sinnick. So this is a battle for the overall lead. Both of, I would say both of them Pinson Driller's car, but they aren't both Pinson Driller's car, because Henry Sinnick is Pinson Driller's and Marcel Chinchek is in Varga Sim Racing.
That was a big slide on entry to turn one, very, very scary. Henry Sinnick having a lot of oversteer on the entry to that corner, but he caught it fairly well. It looks like we're going to have a battle for the overall lead. These two cars completely different in every way, as you can see, because one of them is faster than the other, most of all. The hypercar is a class above the LMP2, but will be lighter on fuel as well, because its pit stop is still a fair way away. They can go over an hour, these hypercars, and so Chinchek is just going to pull wide and let Henry Sinnick through. So they've recovered. James Zubat had a bit of an issue down into turn 3 on the opening few laps, but he's been changed out for Henry Sinnick now, and Sinnick is through on Chinchek and into the lead of the race.
Just a reminder that currently the Pinson Drillers number 10 car are your only hypercar entry. So for them, it's just about making it to the end of the race. They don't need to do anything silly. They don't need to over push the car. They just need to take everything with some liberties and ensure that they pick up the full 27 points from the weekend.
Yeah, that's the aim anyway. That's what they're going to aim to do, of course. And then they'll have a pretty massive championship lead if they're able to complete the race and get the 25 points for winning the category. They'll have a good 80 points to their name after just 3 races, which is going to put them a mile ahead of Omicron and Satellite, the other 2 cars who have driven in that particular hypercar category. So yeah, they're going to be doing very well. Big slide for the 67 Volante. Aston Martin there. Sorry, the 66, that was Bots the Bodzian actually. They're behind DISSR Lab, who are chasing down the 54 of Giordano Valeriano. Bo Christensen, by the way, has got into the 766 after their little problem and damage earlier on for Kim Pedersen. They've swapped him out now, and Bo Christensen is into the car, getting himself through the GTEs once again. This is the kind of thing that can happen early on. If you have issues early on, then you end up finding your way through GT traffic for overall positions, not just track positions as well.
I'm just keeping an eye out for any battles. DIS currently 1.2 seconds behind Giordano Valeriano. They are closing in slowly but surely, but then on this last lap, not being the quickest of laps for DIS, and they've proceeded to lose a few tenths back in favour of Musto. Barcelona a further 2.5 seconds behind. We're also seeing Zoltan Bode closing into the Pro Sim car. He gained 1.5 seconds on the previous lap and is currently 4 seconds behind the 007 Pro Sim LMP2 car.
Let's not forget Zoltan Bode is not too far from a pit stop, but yeah, you're right. There's a battle brewing there. That's for P5 actually in that particular class. And so, yeah, it should be a good one. Alexander Palmgart's not too far back, as you say, a little bit early on. But he did a 51.0, which is another, even slower than Pro Sim, actually, on that one. So not the best lap time for Palmgart. And I'm sure he can go quicker, though. Might have been a bit of a mistake on the last particular lap, as traffic may have played a role in that one as well. But either way, the closest battle I can see on the circuit looks to be between Giordano Valeriano and the DIS SR Lab car. Presuming Andy Curtin's in that car at the moment, but not entirely sure. We don't know for sure because they share a sim rig, and we sometimes can get a view of their pit bunker and what's going on down there. A lot of nerves jangling in these times in the race, and the pit wall is often the most nervy place to be. You'd rather be in the car. Sometimes it's more settling because you feel more in control of what your car's doing.
That is definitely the case from time to time. You know, you can just be in the car, not having to worry about everything, and just let the people on pit wall do everything for you, and it is a nice feeling. Teams have also received a link, and they can join the conference call if they want to show off their setup. I know B32 have a very nice setup. I have seen their Facebook streams from time to time, and it looks very, very nice to say the least. Now, DIS have closed back in onto Giordano Valeriano, and we will be having a battle between the pair of them. So I think now might be the perfect time to jump on into an ad break, and hopefully when we return,
It is, yeah. The battle is on, so we're going to stay with it until it finishes, because otherwise we're going to miss it. It's always our luck, isn't it, really? That whenever we go for an ad break, everybody decides that now is a good time to have an overtake. So we'll hold off for the moment, because DIS look like they might be able to make a move in the next few moments. Valeriano did well, though, into turn 3. Just to make sure he broke on his line, riding or driving his pace, making sure that he just goes into the corner on his own and not worrying about his mirrors too much. He's defending quite well and keeping his pace up at the same time, which can be difficult. You can start to mirror drive a little bit, which means you go slower, and if you start defending, then you're going even slower again. So he's doing well at the moment, Valeriano, to just keep his pace up and keep DIS behind.
And it's a case as well of when you start looking in your mirrors and you start then driving defensive, that just makes the driver behind realize, okay, you're now worried about what I'm doing, and you just gain that little bit of extra confidence, and somehow it gives you that extra tenth a lap that you might need as one of the LMP2 cars, sandwiching itself firmly between the Musto and the DIS car, and it will sweep past the Musto car on the straight, which is exactly what DIS didn't need, because it's meant that they've lost time to the LMP2 car in the middle of the S's, in the middle of the corners, whereas the Musto car has just been passed very easily on the straight.
Yeah, indeed, the gap has just been extended ever so slightly, so I think we're going to sneak an ad break in now, so that when we return, the battle will be on, and GT pit stops will be happening after the break. They've actually just started, so when we return, we'll update you on everything that's happening. Watching the 12 hours of Sebring from Florida at the moment. We'll be back with the remaining 11 hours after this.
Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here from Sebring. We've completed 1 hour of the race, and as we jump on into the second hour, let's just have a recap as to how our standings look. Dum dum dum. Henry Sinnick leads the way in the hypercar class, our only hypercar entry, and Marcel Chinchik is leading the LMP2 class in the 117 Varga Sim Racing car, ahead of Norbert Jakob in the 95 DEAC Hackers. Mantis Wreckers currently third for Deuces Motorsport Club, ahead of Chris Gonzalez in the DSG car, and Zoltan Bodder making a fantastic recovery drive in P5 after the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car unfortunately started with the default setup, so they've been allowed by race control to change their setup over, and Alex Goldschmidt is alongside me. They've made fantastic inroads up the field so far.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the battling that we've had in LMP2, we've seen some fantastic drives. I think, you know, we had some dramas as well. Let's not forget, James Juba went off within the first 10 minutes in the hypercar for Drillers Esports, and then they pulled him out and put Henry Sinnick in the car. We've had the great battles between the 95, the 22, the 15, and the 334, all battling for a piece of P2. I think one of the battles between the likes of Zoltan Boda and Mantis Wreckers have been absolutely fantastic. We even saw E-Team Brit with Matt Webb behind the wheel getting as high as P6 before running out of fuel within I think just after the 45-minute mark. Kim Pedersen behind the wheel of the DSR Dream Team 766 has also found the barriers as well. Unison Racing struggling, but then also we had that fantastic battle between Giordano Valeriano from the 54 Musto BMW and GTE battling away with the number 45 DIS SR Lab before the latter decided to pit just after the hour mark. But still, 10 hours and 55 minutes of this race to go here at Sebring.
Precisely so, and in the GTE class, I was just going to say, Wojtek Polesny leads, but it is by a small amount as Wojtek Polesny dives on into the pits. David Greco was running in third behind Jorge San Andres, who has also pitted. Giordano Valeriano was P4. And in the GT3 class, we saw a phenomenal battle between Adam Sereja and Sebastian Hove, but Sebastian Hove had to serve a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for overtaking at the race start before the start-finish line. But now Thibaut Malbron has really closed on in to Adam Sereja. There's less than a second separating the pair of them, as right as I say that, Adam Sereja dives on into the pits.
Yeah, been quite a few pit stops happening. The number 66 Volante's been in the pits, WOSR in the pits, and apparently Musto in both BMWs are able to go a lap longer than the rest of the GTE field, so that could really be a play on a strength of the car from Munich. But yeah, going back to what you were saying about the 10-second stop-go penalty for the start infringement from Danish Racing League. I mean, that might be early on in the race, but you and I both know, Yusuf, that we wait until the last 60 minutes come into play and then all hell breaks loose. That's been a characteristic of what's happened in the EEWC this season so far.
The final hour gets very spicy, to say the least, and it gets even more hectic come the final half an hour, as it just seems to be the way with endurance racing. I mean, I was saying jokingly with you in that, once you head to an ad break, that's when the teams decide, okay, we can fight now, nobody's looking. And it's almost the case that they know everyone's looking at them come the final hour, and that's when they really start to take the gloves off, or put the gloves on, so as to speak.
Well, if it was a bare knuckle boxing match, it would definitely be gloves off on that one. That's for sure.
Now, I'm just trying to take a look as to where some more battles might be forming. Mantis Wreckers currently 6.5 seconds behind Norbert Jakob, and 6.5 seconds ahead of Chris Gonzalez in the 334 DSG car. And I think Mantis is slowly dropping back from Norbert Jakob, having gone 6/10 slower on the previous lap.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's happening in GT3, because the number 26 with Thibaut Malbrun now comes into pit lane. And the next car up is actually Lee Russell in the 404 Glam Racing Aston Martin. He's now making his way down the far part of the circuit. Actually, that is coming through Sunset Bend, so Lee Russell could now take the de facto lead. Let's just have a look. Yep, Malbrun is still in the pits, and just behind is the number 54 BMW Musto car of Valeriano. And Lee Russell now jumps into the pits. So we're getting to that phase now, just over an hour and 8 minutes in, Yusuf, that a lot of these cars now, they're starting to find a bit of confidence with the vehicles. I mean, I spoke with Callum Wilson, and he said, this is a track I've never driven before, but I've been doing so much practice. And I think when it's a new circuit for newer drivers that have joined teams for 2021, the amount of effort that they put in behind the wheel of their sim rigs just shows how much commitment there is here to compete at the highest level.
Without a shadow of a doubt, as I just went over to look at Adam Suresh, because he is making his way through Sunset Bend, and we'll see where he comes out relative to Thibaut Malbrun, because remember, Thibaut Malbrun was just a second behind before his pit stop, and I think I see one of the GT cars making their way through. I also saw contact between an LMP2, and there's Thibaut Malbrun making his way out of the pits, and he's going to feed out about 4 or a couple of seconds behind your race leader.
Yeah, Lee Russell, who I thought, hang on, was there a Formula One driver in this grid? Because you accidentally said George Russell in the first hour, then you changed it to Lee. Yeah. I thought I might as well tell you, but these things do happen. I've made that same mistake before. I've done it where I've called someone one name and then called them something else, and then I get a message saying, no, just this is the name. But these things happen. I mean, it's been a crazy first hour. So in my books, Yusuf, you're completely excused, mate.
George Russell. Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to take a look back in the recording, see where I said that one. Okay.
So just trying to keep an eye on things out on the track at the moment. And yeah, obviously E-Team Brit not having the greatest run in the first hour. You mentioned about them running out of fuel, and looking at the the litre consumption. I mean, what was it? Around about sort of 3.7, 3.8 litres per lap, and that's quite a lot when you think about it. But with the kind of strategy they've got to have, these drivers are going to really have to watch it. And also, if they get the slipstream here, that's going to help a little bit in terms of that fuel consumption. But going into certain corners like Sunset Bend, you don't want to completely smack the anchors on fully. What you want to do is just lift off the throttle and try and rotate the car in, let the car do the work, rather than sort of having to depend on both braking and engine power to make that happen.
Yeah, and you do get that off-throttle rotation coming in, and that's all something that you can set up within your setups, and I don't know, it's all beyond me, but I know you can make it, and I know you can lift off the throttle, the back end will rotate, it gets you to turn in. I know on the F1 games they call that the off-throttle differential, and you want to adjust that accordingly. Keeping an eye right now on Giordano Valeriano, who is a second behind Bart Slobodsian in the battle for P5 in the GTE class. This is Volante versus Musto. They are separated by less than a second. Also, David Greco, after his stop, is within a second of Jordi San Andres. And let's see if he can close that gap even further.
Development now. Car number 95. Flashing lights at E-Team Brit. Oh, the 95 gets a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds from race control. That is going to change everything for the number 95 crew, who are currently P2 in LMP2 at the moment. That's now going to change their strategy. Also, E-Team Brit, 3-lap penalty for rejoining, having run out of fuel, obviously, as we discussed a little bit earlier on. So that spells a bit of disaster for Deke Hackers.
That's an interesting one, because I remember saying to Ewan that there was an incident where one of the LMP2 cars flashed another LMP2 car, but I always thought that was a rule if you were battling for position, and the Deke Hackers would have been lapping E-Team Brett. So
I think it's always dependent on driving etiquette, because
yes,
it's
of course.
The thing is that flashing the headlights is in some respects a way of saying, look, just get out of the way. It's sort of like the unwritten rule that if you know that a car's going to be, you know that the car ahead, you're not allowed to use them unprofessionally or in anger is the terminology. So I think probably Deke Hackers may have gotten a bit of frustration out of this system, and what they did was flashing the headlights, and now they're coming into the pit lane.
Well, that is a big misfortune then for Deke Hackers, and well, they're going to have a lot of work to do. They were only 8.5 seconds up the road from Mantis Wreckers, so this will probably drop them all the way down to about P5, maybe P6 in the LMP2 class. And let's see if they can climb back up the order, because they were having a fantastic drive up until that point.
Yeah, just going to see where Mantis Wreckers is at the moment. Well, he's not that far away, but then look at it from this perspective. You've got Chris Gonzalez from DSG, you've got the 007 Pro Sim, the number 57 of Ramada Motorsport. There is every possibility. Okay, Jakob's dropped down into now what is P5, still in the pit lane, now exits. Pro Sim have jumped him. And here comes, that is Palmgarter now coming across into turn 1. Yeah, they're going to drop all the way down to 7th overall, 6th in LMP2 as a result of that. So, yeah, well, Norbert Jakob, I think, is going to have to sort of breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here, Yusuf, because now the gap, I mean, that cost them well over a minute, close to 90 seconds in the pit lane, because it's quite slow, obviously a slow pit limit on the speedometer, and then the weight is absolutely agonizing. So they've got to now do their level best to try and just keep pushing forward, and we know the capability of Deke Hackers. They can push forward, and they will push forward.
I just heard the bells ring, Alex. Apparently, it's Italian time, because the Musto cars are getting a move on. Giordano Valeriano 3/10 behind Bart Slobodzian in the GTE battle, and David Greco only a second behind Jordi San Andres, having gained a 10th on him on the previous lap. And Giordano has really closed in to the back of Slobodzian through the final corner, through Sunset. Bart Slobodzian had a really bad run, and now the Italian is hot on his heels.
Yeah, very much the case. So Slobodzian last lap around did a 2:01. Valeriano 1:59.8. So this is getting rather tasty. And I, to be honest with you, it's only not a case of if, it's a case of when Valeriano decides to put the car neatly up the inside or round the outside, like we've seen already through LMP2 and GT competition to date already at Sebring. But it is just a case that Valeriano's just got to position the car at the right place at the right time and not give Slobodzian an opportunity to respond retrospectively.
We've seen battles coming through, and in the LMP2 class, I think Zoltan Boda is closing in on to B32 Racing. You should be able to make quick work of the B32 Racing driver. Did go over 2 seconds quicker on the previous lap, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see switch around for P7 in the LMP2 class shortly.
Yep, so, bit of a run wide from both the number 66 and the 54. Now they're going down the straightaway. This is rather close. Valeriano looks towards the inside, going in, and then switches to the outside now. So this is going to get rather close. Oh, the bumps are unsettling both the back end of the Aston and the BMW through Sunset Bend. But now Valeriano gets a really good run on the Aston Martin. Slobodsian now trying to defend as they head towards turn number 1. Valeriano's weaving all over the place, trying to unsettle Slobodsian through into T1. Not on that particular occasion. They both take a nice clean exit out of T1 into turn 2. And then it's this sort of triple apex before you go into the sweeping right. And they've got back marker traffic just behind them. There's a couple of LMP2 cars that are battling away. Not too sure if that is for position. One of them looks to be the Ligier, and then the other one is the Eureka, as they literally go around the outside of both the Volante and the Musto car. That was very close, and that was going through, I think, through Gurney Bend. They've just come through into Hairpin before the run-up Fangio.
That's Boda and B32. Actually, that was a battle for position in the LMP2 class, if I'm not mistaken here, Alex.
Yeah, very much the case. And there's more LMP2s as Juice's Motorsport trying to thread the eye of the needle. DSR Dream Team getting through. Lock up from Slobodsian. Oh, he gets sideways. Very, very sideways does the Aston Martin. And there is DSG not too far behind either, and has now circumvented its way through past the 2 GTE cars. But that was one hell of a catch from Adam Slobodsian from Volante Racing in the number 66. If he'd have gone any further sideways, I think Valeriano would have absolutely been like a rat up a drain pipe going up the inside.
Well, it was that sideways moment from Slobodsian, but then Giordano Valeriano had a moment getting on the power on the exit of Collier Curve, so they both made mistakes, and, well, it's the reason why Valeriano wasn't able to completely capitalize on the mistake from the Volante Racing car. Zoltan Boda is well and truly on the heels of the B32 Racing car. I'm just going to keep an eye on that. So if you keep an eye on the GT3 battle, we can have eyes all across the circuit. So here comes Zoltan Boda. Is he close enough to have a look down the inside? Well, actually, I think he's already found a way through. He's done it on the exit of the final corner.
Well, Slobodsian was very close coming out of Sunset Bend, nearly clashed with the wall, goes wide coming out of T1, as does Valeriano. So these drivers are really, really pushing like crazy, and it's about this, you know, what are we now? I cannot believe I'm saying this now. We're nearly an hour and 20 minutes into this 12-hour race. They are still going full guns blazing. No one is giving an inch. No one is effectively taking too much of a country mile. But this battle between Slobodsian and Valeriano is rather enticing.
And right as we were talking about that, Norbert Jakob really closed in to Alexander Paumgarten, but instead of going for a move, he's decided to dive on into the pits. And he should be able to get this undercut to work off well and get the jump on the Ramada Motorsport car.
Yeah, so this is where things get rather interesting still. The battle resumes between Bart Slobodsian in the number 66 from Volante, ahead of Giordano Valeriano from the Musto GD Esports crew in the number 54. And still, Slobodsian is keeping that Aston Martin ahead, but again, the pair will have LMP2 traffic closing on their back very shortly. Oh, little bit of sideways momentum. That was a slide coming through from Slobodsian, and that's going down towards the far part of the circuit. A couple of cars behind. One of them is the E-Team Brick car, running the Eureka chassis, and then they've also got one of the other cars just up ahead that looks to be the 777, I think, of Steven Salsgaard on that particular occasion. Now through into Sunset Bend once again, this time a little bit neater from Slobodsian going through into the apex, but Valeriano allows the BMW from Musto to go just to sort of sweep around. It lets the car carry the momentum through the corner and is doing the level best. Lap times between them, a 2:05 from Slobodsian, a 2:02. Now the Italians right on the heels of the number 54. They've gone through turns 1 and 2, now into what is going to be into Gurney Bend. Slobodsian feeling the heat right now.
Slobodian coming under a lot of pressure. Apparently there was a change as I believe Mantis Rex made a mistake. Chris Gonzalez was able to jump ahead before promptly diving on into the pits, which will put Mantis Rex back up into P2 of the LMP2 class, at P3 overall, as Henry Siddick still leads the field in the hypercar class. Keeping an eye as well on David Greco. He's currently 8 tenths behind Jordi San Andres, and actually that's just a drop down to 7 tenths. So we might be seeing some switches for positions in both parts of the GTE field.
Yeah, still the case. And between Slobodian and Valeriano, still there is a gap of around about 4 tenths. It's fluctuating, but Slobodian at the moment seems to have the number of Valeriano. And Valeriano was about 3 tenths of a second quicker last time. But in the twisty stuff, it seems like the BMW has that slight bit of an advantage over the Aston Martin. But coming out onto what I think they've just making their way down in the Ullman Straight, down towards Sunset Bend. Slobodian is really stretching the legs on that Mercedes. And Valeriano's trying to do the same thing. I'm keeping an eye on the different lines, and Valeriano's got that BMW hooked up a bit better going through Sunset Bend, but goes wide going into the corner and goes out wide coming out of the corner. Now has the real run, has got the headlights switched on into T1. Valeriano a lot closer than the previous 3 or 4 laps into T1. Slobodian knows that the move is going to come, but the big question is he going to anticipate when that happens?
The outside of turn 1 seems to be a driver's favourite. I think we've seen about 3, maybe 4 moves occurring into turn 1 at some point. David Greco and Jordi San Andres, this is the battle for P2 in the GTE class. They've got even closer as LMP2s have made their way through, and it has just compromised Jordi San Andres slightly more than it has the Musto driver.
Yeah, and these 2 GTE drivers are closing up on the Unison Racing 717 GT3 car. That's absolutely having a torrid time at the moment. They're literally in penultimate place in there, and they've got Max Bunovic behind the wheel. So I think now, with the way that Adam Surej is leading in GT3 at the moment by about 2 seconds from Thibaut Malbrun in the number 26 One Move Esports Ferrari, the championship fight in GT3 has now been blown wide open, well and truly.
I think Sebastian Hove just made a mistake as well. I'm not quite sure what happened, because he was about under a second behind Lee Russell. Now he's 5 seconds behind. I just switched on board to see if I could catch what had occurred to...
sorry to cut across you. Valeriano's got a good run. Oh, that was so close. Coming out of the corner, I think that was through Le Mans. Slobodian made a mistake, ran wide, and then Valeriano had the run coming through the inside of the corner. He's up the inside on the 66 Volante. They're nigh on bumping door panels. Valeriano gets up the inside of Slobodian through Sunset Bend and takes the position. Wow, it was a case of not if, it was going to be a case of when, but Slobodian now on the counter-offensive, but Valeriano timed that to absolute perfection.
I think I saw the doors almost rubbing through Sunset. What a battle between these two, and Valeriano has finally found a way through. We'll see whether the Musto sister car can do somewhat similar on the WOSR Porsche, but at the moment it does seem that Jordi San Andres has slightly pulled the gap right now to the Musto of David Greco.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move by Valeriano. But the thing is that backmarker traffic could play another, not just backmarker traffic, but faster traffic, because I think they've spotted the B32 car just going through, and is just about to has just passed the 717 Unison car. So, yeah, I think that GTE battle, wow, that was great.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. We've got Sebastian Hove closing back in onto Lee Russell as well. Thibaut Malbrun 1.7 seconds behind Adam Surridge, having closed in 2:10. So more battles certainly to come here in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Round 3 at Sebring, but we are approaching the half-hour point and we're going to be heading on into a short break. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. We are 1.5 hours into the race. I'm Yusuf Bin Sahel, still joined by Alex Goldschmidt. And Alex, I believe we've been informed that we should be taking a look at the weather radar for potentially some interesting developments.
Yeah, sounds like there's a bit of incoming cloud set to hit the circuit here at Sebring International Raceway. That could prove to be rather interesting in terms of the weather dynamics. And the drivers are now going to they're going to have their eyeballs on stalks. These drivers are now going to sort of like have to think, right, this could throw another spanner in the works, reference our strategy. And that's the same thing. We can only go by what actually happens out on the circuit as a direct domino effect from the weather itself, Yusuf.
Yeah, and looking at that weather forecast, there's a lot of rain north of the circuit, but then, well, within 1.5 hours, it looks like there are rain clouds approaching the Sebring circuit. So who knows? I mean, looking at the track, I'm looking out of the cockpit from David Greco's Musto, is not exactly a lovely Florida sunny day. It's fairly gloomy. There's a lot of cloud cover, and you wouldn't bet against rain falling at some point over the course of the day.
No, not at all, not at all. But there is a little bit of a curveball being thrown to car number 117, Vargas Sim Racing. No respect given whilst overtaking Unison Racing. And as a direct result, Vargas Sim Racing have a 10-second stop-go penalty issued by race control. The dramas coming thick and fast in LMP2.
I'm going to say something somewhat controversial. Cool. It means that Yuri Toman is going to be very close to Chris Gonzalez out on circuit. There's only 50 seconds between the pair of them. And I wonder if Yuri Toman will actually come out behind Chris Gonzalez, and we might have a battle on our hands for the race lead in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, we've also had another penalty being issued. Oh, right. Zoltan, well, the number 22 LMP car.
No.
That's Mugen Sim Racing. In not rejoining race correctly, 3-lap penalty. It's getting, you know when we did the preview earlier on this week, Yusuf, and you said what didn't happen. We're going to say, well, what on earth did not happen here at Sebring? We've literally had everything. We've had standout, fantastic battles. We've had moments where drivers have gone off track. We're now having penalties being issued. This is not the time in the championship to make mistakes. We're at the halfway point, and people want to have good momentum and confidence going into the 4th round of the championship back in late June.
Honestly, my heart goes out to Mugen Sim Racing because they started the race on the default setup. They were, very kindly, let's be honest, allowed by race control to come into the pits and get a change to their setup to put their actual setup on the car. And they've climbed all the way back up to 4th place. They're only 16-second off Zabakis in the 15 Deuces Motorsport car. And then, well, clearly a procedure was performed incorrectly. Maybe I believe the drivers or teams are supposed to alert race control before they rejoin a service, so potentially that didn't happen. And a 3-lap penalty is just going from bad to worse for Mugen Sim Racing. So hopefully they can get that all sorted out, serve their penalty, and come back strong without any issues until the end of the race.
Yeah, so I think it's like if you have a crash or something like that and you rejoin, then it's an automatic 3-lap penalty. But one of the biggest talking... It's the penalty for getting a brand new car. So if you total the vehicle through an incident, then you have to rejoin. So your automatic penalty is a 3-lap penalty. There's no way of getting around it, to be completely honest with you. But then
I was just going to say, I guess because they've had to get that new car in, it's not necessarily that they did crash, it's just that they've had to get a new car to enable having a new setup. They've had to serve that 3-lap penalty as a process. So it's probably a penalty that Mugen Sim Racing were informed about before taking that new car. They would have been told, if you take this new car with a setup, you will have these penalties applied, and Mugen Sim Racing have taken those penalties on board.
Yeah, definitely the case. Remember what happened. Now, I'm going to bring up something that is a sore topic with the number 54 car of Musto GD Esports. Obviously, Silverstone. They had a rejoin. They had a 3-lap penalty with the new car. Car was unfortunately because it was. We thought that lightning sometimes can strike twice in the same place. Well, for Musto in the 54, it struck 3 times because they had a 3-lap penalty. The car was then put onto slicks. Then they came out of the pit lane, and what happened? The rear tyre spooled up in the pit lane on that slick tarmac, put the car into another car in the pit lane, and then got a further penalty from race control. And the thing is that can be those moments where it can decide championships, but the good thing is that touch wood, both cars are currently running very, very well at the moment. I've been keeping my eye on the number 51 WOSR iZone Performance Porsche. It's piloted at the minute by Jordi San Andres, and then also David Greco in the 53. And I understand that there's some action going on in GT3 at the minute.
Sebastian Hove is right on the back of the Glam Racing car. They're making their way through Sunset Corner now, and Sebastian Hove has got a fantastic run on the purple Glam Racing Aston Martin. He wants to go for the inside. Lee Russell has it covered, so to the outside goes Sebastian Hove. This is a driver's favorite spot around the outside into turn one, but Sebastian Hove just does not have the confidence to pull it off, and he'll have to slot in behind for now. He's got Marcus Ster just behind him in the 166. That's the GTE car, so it's a different class, but they are all in a battle for position on circuit. Down the inside into turn 5, and the Glam Racing car just turns across. Did not see Sebastian Hove coming, and that is going to be one for the stewards to look into.
Yeah, definitely the case. That incident, I would imagine 100% is going to be under review, but now it's about how Sebastian Hove comes back from this slight blip on the radar, so to speak. So that's one thing that, you know, Hove went for it, and on the replay, you know, you see that the amount of commitment from Sebastian Hove before he turns in, like he's literally gone Knight Rider style over both previous curves after turn 2, and just absolutely sent it. But yeah, like you say, Lee Russell may have been a bit not wise to see that coming, or had not seen that coming for that incident to transpire. And now the fact is that Lee Russell has got a little bit of a gap. It's about 1.5 seconds or so between him and Sebastian Hove. And all Hove needs to do is gather himself back up, pick himself up, dust himself off, and get going back into battle.
I'm sure he will be ready to do that within a moment's notice, to be perfectly honest. And I think he is already, yeah, you can see he's already pretty much on the back of Marcus Ster, who is in turn on the back of Lee Russell in the 404 Glam Racing car. And I think in that incident, Sebastian Hove realized error 404, no space on the inside was found.
Yeah, that was a gap that was pretty much being closed, but then Marcus Ster, Lee Russell so close to the wall coming out of Sunset Bend. That could have caused problems for Marcus Ster as well, and Sebastian Hove. So Ster trying to put it up the inside on Lee Russell to get past, but Sebastian Hove gets a really good run on the GTE Porsche going through turn 1. Now, this is not a battle for position, but the biggest crux here, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that Sebastian Hove needs to get ahead of Marcus Ster, or Marcus Ster needs to get past Lee Russell in order for this battle to really, really, truly implode.
And don't forget, Sebastian Hove is arguably the quickest driver on circuit. We saw his battle with Adam Sarej at the start of the race. It was just him and the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car in a world of their own as they were pushing before Sebastian Hove had to serve that penalty for his start infringement. And now he's on the back of not just Lee Russell, but he's on the back of a GTE car. The GTEs are faster than the GT3, which is what is going to make this even more impressive for Sebastian Hove. I think anyone who has done online iRacing events in multi-class competitions knows the pain of being behind a faster car, but a slower driver, which makes it so tough to find a way through. And well, Sebastian Hove is going to have to do this the hard way.
Oh, DSG trying to thread their way through in the meantime. He's just got past Sebastian Hove. Then we'll look to get past Marcus Ster. I'm now going to go on board with Sebastian Hove in the number 13. Now, they're going down the Ullman Straight, having come out of the Le Mans corner. And literally, DSG have just blasted past both Ster and also Lee Russell in the meantime on the run down to Sunset Bend. It's now Marcus Ster trying to go towards the inside to get past Lee Russell. Ster clips it. Ster clips it with the right rear of the Porsche. Oh, that could have been such disaster for that car.
I think they both clipped it, Alex.
Yeah, I saw the clip from Ster. But that was crazy. They both were pushing so hard, and Lee Russell, I'm sure that the team will be on the radio to him saying, "Look, that's a GTE. Let it pass. Let it pass." Now Marcus Ster going up. Oh, they come together. Glam Racing spins out, and that means Sebastian Hove takes P3.
Oh, dearie me, not what Lee Russell needed at all. For a second, I think you're bang on, Alex. I think the team have told him to let Marcus Dare through, but Marcus Dare loses the back end under braking, and I think he just ends up sliding right on into Lee Russell. Nothing the Glam Racing car could do about that, and well, that is very unfortunate for Glam Racing.
Yeah, Lee Russell back out on the circuit, but I'm sure that he'll be well, I think the term disappointed will be a complete understatement after that. I think...
Ooh, that's a big moment for Marcus Dare. He puts a wheel on the grass on the entry down into Cunningham, and that has cost him the position to the GT3 car of Sebastian Hove.
Two good wrongs don't make a right, and in that case, for Marcus Dare, that was 3 in a row, you know, clipping the wall at Sunset Bend, going up the inside of Lee Russell, and then that moment happening. That's 3 strikes, unfortunately, considering where we are in the world, virtually speaking, in Sebring in Florida. Wow, that has really... We're going to have so many talking points in the preview for the Nürburgring, saying what exactly did happen that we could not believe our eyes, rather than what didn't happen. We've had everything so far in this race, haven't we?
We really have, and I'll be honest, Alex, I'm not going to remember even a quarter of this stuff when we do our race preview. You'll be bringing up points. So, remember that incident between Lee Russell and Marcus Dare? I'd just be, yeah, maybe. What happened again? And we're not even 2 hours into the race yet either at this point, and we're bound to have a lot more action to come through. But the news is that Sebastian Hove is now clear. He is up to P3 in the GT3 class. He is 48 seconds behind Thibaut Malbrun, who is 1.5 seconds behind Adam Soreja. So Sebastian Hove can now try to start closing that gap down.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the lap times, but also one of the interesting things following the clash between Marcus Dare and Lee Russell, I'm just going to give a bit of a news flash. Lee Russell is actually slightly quicker by just under a tenth than Marcus Dare, and I've seen that Marcus Dare is being there's one of the GT3 cars, I believe, that's behind him, but there's also been some LMP2 traffic trying to get past. So, in some respects, you can consider that Marcus Dare might have some form of possible compromisation in terms of where to position the car out on track. Because we've seen it before here on GTR 24H. You sometimes see it that a GT car is piggy in the middle, and you've got an LMP2 one side and LMP2 the other side. And now, the car up ahead. Well, the thing is that when Lee Russell gets onto a particular part of the track, which will be the Almond Straight, he will see Marcus Dare up ahead.
And I just want to give a reminder to everyone, if you're watching on the likes of YouTube and Twitch, you can get involved through your respective chats. But if you're watching through the likes of Roku or Amazon Fire, or even on the GTR 24H radio station, then you can get involved with us over on Twitter using the hashtag GTR24H, or you can even message myself or Alex directly on Twitter. Give us a cheeky old at. You can find me at Milky073 and Alex at A Goldschmidt 77. Let us know your thoughts on the race, or if you are teams or drivers, you can jump on into the green room on a TeamSpeak. We'd love to have you on in for an interview. Maybe you were involved in one of the incidents. We'd love to get your thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, that could bring a bit of fire and brimstone to the broadcast. Also, we can't forget about our viewers on esports television as well.
Of course.
So so good to have them on board too. But yeah, I think we've now got that little bit of a calm before a further storm that might be making its way here to Sebring, Yusuf. And we're nearly 45 minutes into the second hour of this race. A lot of people might say, well, what else can we expect? Well, we can expect one thing. Everything else that hasn't happened yet will happen, guaranteed. Yeah. Unpredictability rules here in EEWC.
I'm sure there's still more incidents to occur between drivers that we have not seen the culmination of all the incidents that will occur at Sebring. There are more spins that will definitely come. Maybe more people to run out of fuel, possibly as well. Chances of rain later on in the race, and more changes for the lead are possible. Yuri Toman, I'm just taking a look. He has served his penalty, and he is 18 seconds ahead of Chris Gonzalez. So there has been no change in the LMP2 class as of yet.
No, leading GTE, hotting up a little bit here. Thibaut Malbrun in the number 26 One Move Esports Ferrari 488 GT3 is closing on Adam Serge in the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing McLaren 650S GT3. Malbrun in Ferrari is around about close to 0.3 of a second faster a lap concurrently at this particular moment in time, but Malbrun on that particular occasion, because there was one of the the LMP2 cars getting past, I think that was B32 and now DSG, is closing in them as well, the 334 formerly known as Fair Racing. So Malbrun just keeping things nice and steady, nice and composed, letting the faster car go around the outside. So good bit of work there from the driver himself, but he can still see Adam Serge just up ahead. And looking at the first and second sectors, Malbrun was down by nearly 0.3 over the first two sectors here.
Thibaut Malbrun has lost a bit of time. He is now 1.5 seconds behind Adam Serge. I'm keeping my eyes glued as well to our stewards room conversation that we have vision of, and just waiting to see if there will be any news on those two incidents involving the 404 Lee Russell, the Glam Racing car, because we saw that contact between him and Sebastian Hove, which, well, in our very split second view of it, I'd probably say Sebastian Hove might have been the one at fault. And then the second one involving Lee Russell and Marcus Ster, that one was probably Marcus Ster's fault. So we'll have to see what the stewards' view on that is.
Yeah, we're just the commentators. We can bring our own opinion to the party, but we have to stay as impartial as possible. But you know, I'm going to keep an eye on this GT3 battle between Serge and Malbrun, because the Ferrari on that particular occasion was slower by just under 1/10. So, and they've got the that's the number Sabakis in the number 15 Juices Motorsport car that's just gone around the outside, like literally the closing speed differentials really being showcased here at Sebring. And Saba just went around the outside of Malbrun like it was absolutely nothing. Completely different composition when you look at an LMP2 to a GT car, and that was personified rather nicely.
I just realised I've been riding on board with Thibaut Malbrun for a bit, and I realised, you know, someone who I haven't ridden on board with at all this race and haven't really given any thought to, Henry Sinek and Yuri Toman. So I'm going to jump on board with Yuri Toman, and all of a sudden the engine revs rise completely as I switch from a GT car to a prototype car. Yuri Toman currently leading in the LMP2 field.
Yeah, even with that 10-second stop-go penalty that was issued by race control, you know, so it just goes to show that Varga might be top of the pile at the moment in LMP2, but they can still make mistakes like anybody else, as I've now seen. Well, this is interesting. Just going to go on board with, going to go trackside with Adam Serge. He's closing on Unison Racing. So Unison Racing's race is not going that well at all. There's a big wallop over the curbs for the McLaren. They've got past through Sunset Bend. I think Unison Racing have resigned themselves to the position of, well, let's just get to the end of the race. If we score points, that's going to be a bonus. But the number 41 really, really starting to make hay whilst the sun shines, but Malbrun is closing in, and this is where things get rather interesting.
And we thought that Unison Racing had a very comfortable lead over Mugen Sim Racing, currently 17 points, but with how Max Bunovic and Unison Racing in general's race has been going, they might not find themselves in the lead of the championship come the end of the race.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. And in terms of GT3, it was actually the number 26 of One Move Esports that got the point for pole position. And they also currently hold the fastest lap. They're the only GT3 car that has actually gone sub 2 minutes. and then you look at obviously the points that you get for the respective positions. What is it? I think it's 6 points for 7th place, if memory serves me correctly. 25 for a win. That could put Mugen Sim Racing, if they get the victory here, they could be right up close and personal to Unison Racing come the end of the 12 hours here at Sebring.
And they won't get the point for pole because that went the way of a Danish Sim Racing, I want to say. No, it went to Thibaut Malbrun, didn't it?
Yeah, so One Move Esports get it, but then they'll also get the additional point for finishing the race completion bonus that is something instigated. So you look at it from this perspective, Unison Racing have to use this as a damage limitation exercise. That's all they can do.
Yes.
However, if things change up front, who knows? And now that Thibaut Malbrun has the 717 up close and personal going through T1, it's a case of when they get through, they'll be in clear air, and then the race is really on for the lead of this race for GT3.
Keeping an eye still on Thibaut Malbrun, and he is 1.2 seconds behind Adam Suresh. He gained 6/10 on the last lap. Whether that was influenced by the LMP2s lapping them is another question entirely, but the gap is starting to close down. David Greco in the Musto is 2.5 seconds behind Horti San Andres, so he has been dropping back slowly but surely, and those are the only real two battles that are occurring out on circuit at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a difficult race for some teams. A little bit of a mistake there from two mistakes I've just seen rather rapidly. One from Unison Racing, and I think another one from Deke Hackers, possibly kicking up a bit of dust off the grass here at Sebring. And the funny thing is that when you got these faster cars coming through, and then you got this is like the real first time that we've had a combination where we've had a back marker and a faster car in the same sort of quartet. So you've got a slower a GT3 that's down, and then you've got an LMP2 that's like literally trying to go through, and that was Norbert Jakob in the 95 Deke Hackers car. So the good thing is for Thibaut Malbrun, he'll get the opportunity of a slingshot towards Sunset Bend if he was close enough, but he's about 3 to 4 car lengths behind Unison Racing. Deep into the brakes they go, into Sunset Bend. Now the bumps and the undulation tries to unsettle these cars with the rapid rebound of the shock absorbers. But Malbrun's got a good run coming out of Sunset Bend and heading into T1, but I don't think it's close enough to force a move up the inside. It's just about being patient and biding your time. Looks to the inside, knows not to go for it. And then they've got the 777 with Matthias Pedersen behind the wheel of the LMP2 car, just literally scything his way through the pair of them. As oh my goodness me, that was very, very close for the 717 of Max Bunovic from Unison Racing. That could have been so much nastier on that particular occasion between the LMP2 and the GT3 car.
Good to see that there are no incidents between the two of them, and all's well that ends well at the end of the day. So, still going to be Adam Suresh leading, now 1.8 seconds clear of Thibaut Malbrun, who is finally finding a way through on the Aston Martin. And then has Adam Suresh firmly in his line of sight.
Yeah, as it would stand, if Mugen were to win the race and get the additional completion bonus, thank you to our good friend on commentary today, Ewan O'Leary, Mugen would lead the GT3 standings into the halfway point of the season by just 2.
It's going to be very, very tight, to say the least.
That's an understatement of the season, Yusuf, right there.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight. No, it's been tighter. Unless we're talking about the hypercar and the top of the LMP2 field. GT has been so close. Max Bunovic currently 30 seconds behind Gert Nielsen. Last time round, though, he was able to go nearly 4 seconds quicker than Gert Nielsen. So still hope out there for Unison Racing and any Unison Racing fans out watching the race today. And again, any fans can get involved as well with the Fan Zone conference call. The link to that is in the YouTube chat. And you can go and show your support visually. I don't know, maybe you've got some cool flags or something that you can wave. Show us.
Yeah, that would be rather interesting, I think, for not just us to see, but also for those watching at home. You know, the thing is we want to hear from you all out there. We would still like to hear from some of the drivers from the teams, maybe even the odd occasional team manager here or there. So for those teams out there, we know that it has been rather fast and frantic for what has been nearly 2 hours of the third round of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at Sebring International Raceway, based in the wonderful Florida, in the wonderful county of Florida here in the United States. But one of the other things at the moment, I think really, with that being said, let's go to a brief commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time here on GTR 24H.
Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green. Hello everyone and welcome back to the continuing coverage
of the third round of the Endurance Racing World Championship here on GTR 24H with Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back with you. Been a rather interesting race so far, Ewan. I think we were talking about GT3 in terms of the championship standings. Things are rather heating up, and that I said to you a bit earlier on that effectively that championship is now blown wide open.
Yeah, it really has been completely changed, turned on its head, you could say, in opening corner of this race with Unison Racing going for a spin, getting damage, having to come into the pit lane. They lost about a lap and a half with the damage repairing all the time that they lost on the circuit. Pretty much the other half lap they've just lost is on pure pace. They just haven't got the pace today, it seems, and so they're 2 laps down already after only 2 hours. Obviously, they're not going to quite lose laps at that rate throughout the whole of the race, I wouldn't expect, but still, it's not good for them at this point. As we mentioned, Mugen Sim Racing, as it stands, would be 2 points ahead of Unison Racing. However, the Russian driver at the moment, Mats Bunovic, I believe he's the Russian driver anyway, Mats Bunovic, closing in on the Terraforming GT3 car. If he's able to get ahead of Gert Nielsen, then he will be able to get another 2 points, and so and bring himself exactly level with Mugen Sim Racing at the moment. He is also catching the 4060A SSR lab car. I think Unison Racing, as they stand with their pace right now, I think they will be able to get 5th at the very least, maybe 4th. If they do manage to get 5th, then they will be leading, but only by 2 points once again.
Yeah, okay, another penalty issued by Race Control. Car 334, DSG, not respecting the number 13 of Danish Racing League whilst overtaking. DSG get a 30-second stop-go penalty. Another one for a team within LMP2. This has really turned it on its head because, you know, we've had a 10-second stop-go penalty for Varga Sim Racing. You know, Deke Hacker's had a penalty. The 1-1s, you know, it's all starting to really. I think the crows are circling around the LMP2 class at the moment, Ewan. So it just goes to show, I mentioned it earlier, that even Varga Sim Racing are not prone to making the odd occasional slip-up.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's gone very badly, actually, for the 334. Not only have they got that penalty, I believe they've disconnected from the actual session. I can't see them on the timing at all. I'll just... oh, no, I can, sorry. They're just way down in 15th place overall. Chris Gonzalez has dropped way down. He's embedded within the GTE cars. I don't know what's happened to it there, but apparently there has been a stop-go penalty and some kind of crash disconnection or something. I'll try and find out what's actually happened to them, but at the moment I can't seem to get to the bottom of that one, and that's a real strange one, a real shame for them as well. Max Scholten is currently in that car, sat in the pit lane right now, serving that penalty, but he's dropped down below a lot of the GTE field.
Yeah, that can just quickly show how a race can turn on its head. And that actually, puts him behind the number 66 Volante racing car of Slobodsian that we saw embroiled in that fantastic battle earlier on during the last hour with Giordano Valeriano with the number 54 going up the inside of Sunset Bend after Slobodsian made that bit of a howler of a mistake coming out of Sunset Bend, but it just gave the opportunity for the Italian to fire it up the inside. Slobodsian is in the pits now as well, as is the sister car of the 67 Volante Aston Martin Vantage V8 GTE with Luca Furlich behind the wheel. So the Volante cars running in the top 7 at the minute, but we have seen it before. Obviously the 66 that was battling away at the tail end of the Silverstone 12 at the Film Vault Silverstone 12 hours a month ago, where we had Pauli Ahonen and Andy Kirsten in the 45 DIS SR lab. Porsche going toe-to-toe through certain parts of the circuit before Andy Kirsten's unfortunate mishap through no fault of his own through the LMP2 car that was, I think, just in the way ever so slightly, or had made the mistake of its own. But then Pauli Ahonen nearly came under fire again from Andy Kirsten because of the last few moments penalty that the number 66 had gotten, and I think that was for track limits infringement, if memory serves me correctly. But nevertheless, we know that myself and Yusuf talked about this before, and I think we discussed this as well, that if Volante can keep their noses clean, they can do pretty well. And Pauli Ahonen and the team in the 66 showed that last time out at Silverstone.
Yeah, they're certainly a very strong team. Currently third in the championship and managed a second place, a podium, as you mentioned, from the Silverstone race last time out. They're only 11 points off Musto in the championship as well, so right up there, but don't think they quite have the pace of maybe previous rounds quite at this one. I don't really know why. I can't really get to the bottom of why, but they just don't seem to quite be on it, or maybe the car's not quite as on it as maybe previous. And also, they seem to be consuming fuel at a bit of a higher rate than everybody else. Those two Volante cars are pretty much on the same strategy. They've been in together, and with the exception of the DIS SR Lab car, which I think is taking a bit of an alternate strategy, I have to be honest, it's really lagging behind in terms of the fuel load. Wojtek Polesny has just come into the pit lane now to serve his second pit stop of the race. I would expect World Sim Racing to do the same, but these BMWs of Musto GD Esports, very, very good on fuel. I have to say they've went 1 and 2 laps respectively longer than their competitors in the Porsche. So David Greco was able to stretch the car out 2 laps longer. Giordano Valeriano was able to do 1 more. So expect to see those guys doing very well and later on. The 2 Porsches have just been in, by the way, so Greco might be able to do another 4 laps if this continues.
Yeah, so with that being said, let's have a current look at the standings in terms of what is happening out on the circuit. So the only hypercar at the moment out on track is the number 10 of Pinsim Drillers Esports, Henri Cynic. And then we look at LMP2. Then it is Gilly Toman in the Varga Sim Racing 117. Saba Kiss and number 15 from Juices Motorsport, they're P2 and they're about 68 or so seconds behind. Norbert Jakob in the Deke Hackers 95. We do really need to ask him what the DEAC stands for. We've been thinking about that for the last couple of days or so. Felipe Barreto in the number 57 Ramada Motorsport car rounds out the top 4 ahead of ProSim. B32 Racing, then it is the 777 car I think that is the DSR Dream Team vehicle, if memory serves me correctly. I'm still trying to get my name, that's the DSR Nightmare car, followed by the DSR Dream Team with Kim Pedersen behind the wheel. Zoltan Boda, it's been a difficult one for Mugen Sim Racing in LMP2, ahead of DSG's Max Scholten, with now Sandro Ballesteros behind the wheel of the E-Team Brit number 67 Arica. Then we go into GTE, and it is currently a Musto GD Esports 1-2, the number 53 BMW that currently leads the standings by just 7 points coming into this round here at Sebring, ahead of the sister car, the number 54 Musto car that is down in what is 6th position, but is 2nd on the road. And then the latest signing for Juices Motorsport, where the newcomer actually told us about how to pronounce this name, the number 74 Porsche with Juha Makiupi behind the wheel, rounds out the top 3. Jose Berengoya in the WOSR iZone Performance car. And then the DIS SR Lab 45 Porsche rounds out the top 5 ahead of Danat Prodan in the 66. Volante car with Luka Felic in the sister 67. Ludovic Perui in the number 31 One Move Esport car in 8th position, with Thomas Brenjegard in the 166 car, that's ID Simsport, and then Liam Rance in the Satellite Racing GTE car as well. What's happening in GT3 at the moment, Ewan?
Well, it's I was about to do a rundown, but Adam Serreta, the leader, has just come into the pit lane for the moment for Mugen Sim Racing. So McLaren, we're seeing this once again, not able to quite go as long as the Ferrari in that particular class. It's not able to go as long as the Aston Martin either. So an early-ish stop for Adam Serreta, but it is on schedule for those guys. That's what we're used to seeing from them. Thibaut Malbron is going to go at least one more lap. So Sebastian Hove in the other Ferrari for GT3. But yeah, it's now Thibaut Malbran leading from Adam Surej, and then we have Sebastian Howe in third. Lee Russell's pretty solidly in fourth at the moment, ahead of Terraforming car and Unison Racing, because DISSR Lab have recently been in their McLaren, and so they've dropped down to seventh for the moment. But Terraforming and Unison Racing both have to pit in the next few moments. We're about an hour and 10 into this race, and it seems that the GT cars can do 1 hour and 5 minutes, which is going to make it very, very close to whether they have to make 10 stops or 11 in this race.
Yeah, Sebastian Hove coming out a bit wide, coming out of Sunset Bend, nearly clipped the barrier, but you can just see the amount of commitment. And one of the phrases that I've heard over in the US, it's called intestinal fortitude. It basically means they've got some guts to put it that close to the wall. Yeah, very much the case that these drivers are pushing like crazy. The battles have sort of dwindled a little bit, but you were talking about Adam Surej earlier on. He's now rejoined behind Lee Russell. So the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car, about 5 seconds off of Lee Russell, who has remained behind the wheel of the 404 Glam Racing car. They've had 2 fourth positions this season in GT3. They were possibly on course for a podium at some point, I think, by both at Indianapolis or Silverstone. I mean, Indianapolis, I think, Ewan, was the biggest opportunity for Glam Racing to have that chance to get on the podium for the first time. Who knows, it might happen here at Sebring going into the halfway point of the season.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that one. They were looking to break onto the podium. When we talked to Callum Wilson at the end of practice on Thursday, he was saying that this would be the race that they would like to get onto the podium. Obviously, they've been aiming to all season long, but they think that they've got a good opportunity here today to manage that. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case unless there are issues for those in front, especially because they were involved in that little incident with ID SimSport a little bit earlier on. Get down at turn 3, so that set them back a fair deal. Yeah, not the best race, but it still could be another 4th place for them. I think what's quite remarkable actually about One Movie Sport is that, about Glam Racing, is that they've come 4th twice. You'd expect them to be 4th in the championship, but they're actually 5th because we've had 4 different teams on the podium so far this season, and you could say that Glam Racing are very deserving of a podium, but they haven't been able to do it so far. And they are down in 5th in this championship. They might well gain some points, and they are going to get a lot closer to this championship lead when we are all done here today. I think they're going to...
Hang on a second. You had just seen Adam Surej now has just come into the pits.
Again. Drive through.
Oh.
He's not stopped in those boxes, has he? So that could well be track limits. Let's just check it. Oh no, his last lap time was available, so I wonder if that's a penalty we've not been told about just yet, or what's going on there. But he's been in again, and that's going to set him back a lot. Thibaut Malbran yet to pit, but he's going to come out in the lead, certainly.
I think the biggest thing here, that could be either track limits or maybe speeding in the pit lane.
Yes.
So speeding in the pit lane would be the more apropos situation to describe right about now, because as soon as if you don't hit that pit speed limiter, you are literally at the mercy of race control. You go literally a fraction over that speed limit, that's it. Yeah, instant drive through, and that's standard procedure in other championships as well. You either get a stop go 30 or you get a drive through penalty depending on what platform you're actually on. And I know for a fact that on ACC, where we've run the sprint series here for GTR 24H, that on Assetto Corsa Competizione it is an automatic stop go 30, but obviously different platforms have different penalties assigned. So that means that that changes things again in terms of the GT3 title ramifications. And now the 41 has to put the work in.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, Timo Marvin is into the pit lane now. So is Giordano Valeriano, who's just leaving now. But Sebastian Hove is able to go a little bit longer, it seems, on this particular stop, because he has retaken well, not retaken, but he has taken the lead of this race. DASSR Lab, having made an early stop there, have actually jumped over Giordano Valeriano. So they're in third place, net third place. It just depends where David Greco comes out, whether he reclaims third or whether he goes down to fourth or not. Yeah, we've still got to wait another lap and a half, I think, for him to come in the pit lane, maybe another half a lap. But either way, we're deep into GT pit stops at the moment. Very hard to work out who is winning on corrected order at the moment, but we will know in about 5 minutes' time. I think it's definitely going to be Juice's Motorsport Club. I'm waiting to see now, because it's going to be Juha Mäki-Upi versus Jose Berenguer. Now, Wojtek Bolesny is the fastest driver of the Juice's Motorsport Club. Are the rest of the drivers able to keep up with him, and are they able to hold on to the lead that he has made? That's what remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's very much the case. I mean, we saw how Wojtek Bolesny came flying out of the box at Indianapolis until the pit stop dramas, and then the issues for Nick Newcomb, who's just sent me a message and saying that, yes, reference the WWE, that Vince McMahon has got a loss of intestinal fortitude. That was actually some of the things that when Vince was a commentator on the WWE, when it was WWF back in the day, I'm showing my age right about now, that was one of the two words that he used to say quite regularly, if they've got guts. But I wonder if he's trademarked that. Is the biggest thing. But yeah, Lee Russell has just gone into the pits, or has just come out of the pits, I think, for Glam Racing. So that drops them into fourth position. Gert Nielsen is also in the pits too, I believe. But yeah, there's a lot going on. Sebastian Hove now in the pits, as you said. So a lot of changes happening, but I think we're getting into this sort of steady rhythm now, with just over 9 hours and 44 minutes still to go. And there has been a decision. Right, okay. Car 116.
I think that means 166. I don't think there is a 116.
Okay.
I think that's 166, yeah.
Yeah, 166.
Yeah, correct.
The ID car gets a 30-second stop-go penalty. That's been deemed by race control. Reference the Glam Racing incident earlier on going through turn 3.
Well, speaking of Glam Racing, they've just gone way off at Le Mans. Luckily for them, there's no wall to collect them, but I think that's Lee Russell on his outlap there, just gone wildly off the circuit, or at least one of the Aston Martins in the background of shot that I was watching World of Sim Racing, but massively off the road for one of them. Either way, yeah, I think we came to the conclusion, and most people have come to the same conclusion, that was a deserved penalty for them, really, without being too harsh. I think it was probably justified, and 30 seconds stop go has been given to ID Synsport. They're going to drop down probably, well, they already are below Volante. They've just been passed, but maybe even in the clutches of Satellite before long. As meanwhile, David Greco's been into the pit lane. Out comes that Musto car now, and they're pretty much side by side with World of Sim Racing. Not quite. They've closed in a little bit, but they're still behind there. So number 53, Musto GD Sports, have managed to get out back into third position. That's Giuseppe Di Fuoco now driving ahead of DISSR Lab, and then Fabio Luzzi just behind that. So it stayed the same in terms of the order in GTE, but the gaps, I think, have got a little bit closer.
Yeah, we're going to see these pit stop phases now for the GTE cars, so it's going to be rather interesting how the other teams respond in terms of an overcut or an undercut. And your guess, Ewan, is as good as mine. We can only predict so much of what happens, but then there's always, as I said, there's always that spanner in the works that could be thrown, and then before you know it, someone might say, well, yeah, I'm going to try and do this, or try and do that, and then you just go, well, that didn't quite work, did it?
Yeah, well, that's what some of these guys have been thinking. Yeah, it's some things have not quite worked out how they'd expect or want, and for some, it really has worked out quite well. I'm seeing at the moment, by the way, I was seeing a bit of discussion earlier on in the chat about the 334 DSG car, how they were given two penalties. They got a penalty which was adjudicated by. by race control, which I think is fair enough, but I think they were assigned it twice or something, and something has gone wrong with their laps because now they're 3 laps behind. I don't think they got, or maybe they rejoined with a new car, and that's why they're so far behind, but yeah, it's a real issue for those guys. They're not out of the race, fortunately, but they are a long way down, unfortunately. Max Scholten driving in 10th place in the LMP2 category, a long way behind anybody else.
Well, I've had another message from Nick Newcomb saying that the boys are equal on race pace. So that sounds rather promising for the number 74, Juice's Motorsport car.
Wow.
The ET Brit car has just gone round the outside, and that has got Juha Mäki-Juppi still behind the wheel. It's currently doing 2-minute .01s at the minute. So the best lap, well... The funny thing is that Juice's Motorsport, this is an incredible lap time. The only team that has done they've literally gone a 1 minute 58.5. That's the fastest lap of GTE in this race. And the teams that have got closest are the number 51 from Jose Berengoya, which is the other Porsche. And that's done a 158.9, and then it's the 53 car of Musto GD Esports, which currently has Giuseppe De Fourcault behind the wheel, a 1 minute 58.979. So that's a very promising sign if with who we've got in the Juice's Motorsport crew in the 74, that is going to be a rather interesting side of things, because obviously I spoke to João Barbosa. We know he can be quick in this car as well, and Volta Pellegrini, he needs no introduction, let's say. So from our perspective, that could be a really interesting dynamic for Juice's Motorsport, but also for the GTE Championship as a whole, because let's not forget that at Silverstone, Juice only ran the LMP2 car because there were not enough people available to help run the GTE car.
Yeah, they're in for the rest of the season, fortunately, but they did struggle a little bit for numbers in terms of team personnel for that particular race. But the GT car is back, and it's back with a vengeance, you have to say. A 2 minute .3 on the last lap, and it was a 2 minute .3 from Jose Berenguer as well. So Nick's right, they are pretty much dead equal in terms of the race pace, and very impressive race pace it is as well. Close battles going on somewhat in the LMP2 as well at the moment. Matthias Pedersen was being caught by the ProSim car, but he's recently just turned the pace on a little bit. They're in 5th place at the moment, 777 DSR Nightmare, and they are having a fantastic race, staying out of trouble, pacey as well. They've not managed to finish a single race this season, and the Dream Team car has managed to finish them, but hasn't scored a point for being inside of the top 10 just for the moment. So 2 cars that have really struggled so far this season, but DSR Nightmare, I don't want to put the mockers on them or anything, but goodness me, I think that's a great drive from those guys so far.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Fabio Liuzzi in the 54 Musto GD Esports car. Last lap around, they put in their personal best, a 1 minute 59.471, and they are closing on the number 45 DIS SR Sim Lab Porsche just up the road, and that is fourth in GTE. So the car now really starting to come alive. And as you said, the BMW can go a couple of laps longer than some of the rest of the competition, and that will give the M8 a bit of an advantage here today.
Yeah, just hearing from Paul Holt, by the way, just sorry for jumping around so much, but there's so much going on that it's kind of hard to stay in one place for more than 5 minutes because something else is happening somewhere else. Paul Holt just informed me that there wasn't a rejoin for the DSG car, so I'm not entirely sure why they're so far back now. I'm not sure they know either, but we'll get it resolved and get it clarified on why that is the case, and if anything's wrong then we'll fix it, obviously. But for the moment they are in 10th in LMP2. So, yeah, just looking at GT at the moment, as you were referring to a moment ago, Fabio Liuzzi putting in some fantastic lap times. Actually, on the last lap, he was the fastest of any GTE car, because those guys at front are matching each other so well. The BMW is looking pretty fast right now. Giuseppe De Fuoco and Fabio Liuzzi are about a half second quicker than everybody else on the last couple of laps. So De Fuoco is catching Berenguer and Liuzzi is catching the number 45. So we could have two very juicy GTE battles coming up soon.
Yes, indeed, and that is what we look forward to. And it's not just the GT classes; it's also the LMP2s. We've had fantastic racing action on Nyon. Best part of nearly 2.5 hours here for this race, and I think the way things are going, because of just keeping an eye once again. I mean, again, Liuzzi's pounded in another fastest, personal best. For the 54, gap now down to DIS SR Lab in the 45 is less than 3 seconds. So the Italian crew really getting a motor on. Now, that looks a little bit closer to me than 2.8 seconds, but the way that Porsche gets out of the corners gives it a little bit of an advantage over the BMW. But we did see, obviously, the earlier battle between Valeriano and also Slobodsian in the respective cars earlier on in the race. I think it was in the 54 and the 66, where it was just about a case that the Aston had the legs on the BMW, but the BMW was able to catch it. And now that gap is closing ever so slightly. DIS, they did a 2-minute 1.4 last time around. So I think they lost quite a bit of time in sectors 1 and 3. So that Porsche is starting to struggle a little bit.
It looks like, or at least it might not be struggling, but Lewis is just going very quickly. I'm not entirely sure which one it is, really. It could be a bit of both as well, of course. Lewis certainly is driving very well right now, but I don't think that's quite the peak pace that the 45 car possesses right now, I have to say. Meanwhile, further up, the other Musto car is catching the World of Sim Racing car, and also there's been a bit of an issue for the 66 for Lantic. They made an unscheduled pit stop in the last few moments. Don't know if that was for damage or why that has taken place, but Danet Prodan has been in very recently. He's just come out the pit lane actually, and he's now down to 7th place. Move Esport have moved up to 6th, and Danet Prodan was saying just before he jumped into the car that he hadn't done very many laps of practice. He hadn't really had the time to go and practice as much as is ideal, and I think that might have shown just a little bit. He's struggled a little bit in the opening part of this stint, and unfortunately come unstuck somewhere, I believe.
Yeah, very much the case. But now, Liuzzi's rather racy, and he's going for it up the inside. Oh, that's a late break and a manoeuvre and a half, and the 54 has got past the 45. Epically done by Fabio Liuzzi. He's got past the number 45, DIS SR Lab. That was a fantastic move. Just timed it once again to perfection. Liuzzi is on a mission right now.
The braking performance of that car down into the hairpin was absolutely fantastic. He really threw it in there. He could brake so much later than the DAS car, and you're thinking he must be going deep here. The undercut must be on for, or the crisscross must be on for the 45, but Liuzzi managed to pull it up despite braking so late. So fantastic braking performance from the BMW, and able to get that place. He just looks so much faster than that Porsche at the moment, and he's really showing it right now. He's taking about a second and a half out a lap, and that really is quite incredible pace. So really well done to Fabio Liuzzi for that one. A great move in the end, but now that move has been made. We've crossed over another half an hour, so we're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, we'll have more racing from Sebring. Back in a moment.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Clicks, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to GTR 24H with continuing coverage of the third round of the 2021 season here on the Endurance Racing World Championship. Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back with you once again, and we've just seen some great battling, but obviously there's been a few interesting developments. I've just been keeping my eye on Giuseppe De Franco, who's closing up in the 53 car on the 51 of Jose Berengoya, and that's Musto versus WOSR. That's going to be a rather interesting proposition, but it seems like things might be kicking off a bit further down the field, Ewan.
Things are kicking off really up and down at the moment. Mugen Sim Racing and One Move Esport, that's a GT3 battling with a GTE. I've just noticed changing positions almost every second, so I wonder if they're going side by side or having some kind of battle somewhere. Looks like Mugen Sim Racing have actually managed to stay in front. That's a Porsche that the One Move GTE team are driving for the moment, and their GT3 teammates are actually leading their category at the moment.
Teams, if you receive a penalty from race control and you are due to make a driver swap, please inform
a case of just seeing how
race control, and they will wait until the driver swap is completed. Failure to do this will result in additional penalties to be given. You are not allowed to make a driver swap and serve the penalty at the same time. They are not concurrent. You must make a driver swap if you are due, and then race control will wait until the driver swap has been made and then assign the penalty to that team to the new driver in the car. Thank you.
By race control right now, so that's quite an interesting point to bring up here, because just like in real life motorsport, you can't like say in the World Endurance Championship, you can't fully service a car when you've got a penalty to serve.
No, you can't be doing a lot of stuff, because you can't. Sometimes you can serve a penalty, but it might not inconvenience you that much. If you have to come in to make a separate effort and separate pit stop to make it, it's more of a kind of inconvenience and more of a penalty to you. So that's why it's not allowed, really. Very busy part of the racetrack going through turn 5. Toa Foringen, just about keeping out of the wall and going through the grass. And Henry Sinnick's trying to make his way through on everybody at the same time as well. It's quite a remarkable part of the circuit to be on right now. And Adam Surridge probably doesn't want to be here, but that's where he's found himself, embroiled in a lot of traffic. This is the kind of thing that can happen around Sebring. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult for you to pass cars and let cars through, so you do tend to struggle with that from time to time, and you get little clumps of traffic, and then when you get onto a straight, it just all explodes into the next few corners, and then everybody's in trouble, really. That's what we saw there, basically. Lots of cars in not very much road at all.
Yeah, as Giuseppe De Franco now comes out of pit lane, third in GTE at this particular moment in time. But the other question that I've got, will Fabio Liuzzi be ahead? Well, Liuzzi's got the E-Team Brit 68 Erika just up ahead, the LMP2 car. I think that's the 46 DIS SR Lab car that they've just passed, the number 68. So, very interesting. And from my perspective here, you're going to see a lot of these different dynamics from these different races, and yeah, you just can't really sort of. We can understand the strategy and how things change. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on the weather, seeing what that's doing at the moment. The rain isn't getting that much closer to us at the moment, but there is every possibility that can change in the next few hours or so, Ewan, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, as we mentioned lots of times previously, it can appear and disappear quite quickly here, so we'll wait and see on that one. Apologies if you've already mentioned this, by the way, but why did the number 53 Musto GD Esports car come in the pit lane? Now, Tiziano Brioni's now into that car. Giuseppe De Fuoco was driving it a moment ago, but he wasn't in there for very long, was he? He's just swapped in for David Greco about half an hour ago, 15 minutes ago, so why has Brioni decided to get in that car now? Was there some kind of problem with De Fuoco? De Fuoco maybe is, I don't know what kind of problem there would have been, but I'm very confused as to why they've made that stop there.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I mean, if there is an issue with the hardware or the software for him, then Brioni would have said, well, look, let's just try and catch up with those in front, and let's just see what we can do. So Tiziano Brioni, you know, we've seen how quick Brioni is in that BMW, and to be honest with you, they could swap around the strategy. And one of the other things you've got to look at it from this perspective, Ewan, they want to keep their opponents guessing.
Yeah, they will want to do that and keep themselves, I guess, or get themselves off strategy. Maybe that can benefit them at some point down the line. But yeah, I just can't seem to figure out why, because they were doing very well on the fuel strategy. Actually, they were going good 2 laps longer than both of the Porsche of World of Sim Racing and Jesus Motorsport Club. I think they were going to save a pit stop. I think they were going to manage to get this one done on 10 pit stops instead of the normal 11, and make only 11 stints instead of 12. So I thought they were in a great place to actually win this one with the pure fuel strategy they were on. But it seems that surely I've got to think they've got to have had some. I don't think this is a strategic call from them personally. I think there's been some kind of problem there, and we'll try and get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I think hopefully we will find out in due course, but Brioni absolutely hustling that BMW at some point earlier on in the circuit. The car itself went a little bit sideways whilst trying to put down the power through those rear tyres. So Brioni trying to push like crazy, and that has put him behind, well, with the impromptu pit stop, I will say, and has put the number 53 car 12 seconds behind DIS SR Lab. And obviously after that brilliant battle between the number 45 and the 53 earlier on, which saw some great movements from Giuseppe De Fuoco. Like you say, I think it could be a technical problem that has hit Giuseppe De Fuoco, and he's trying to sort of get that sorted out, ready to go back into the car. So I think that could be the biggest crux of the matter there. And obviously they want to avoid any problems, any potential disconnects or server issues for themselves whilst trying to rejoin, as Brioni goes very, very wide coming out of Sunset Bend once again. God, these drivers are nigh on giving me heart attacks going towards the outside wall coming out of Sunset Bend. But, you know, credit to them for putting on a bit of a show, as Brioni actually goes wide coming out of the exit of turn 1. Brioni is pushing like crazy.
Well, I think they have to at this point, but it's a real shame for them. Let's not forget as well that I'll get to that in a second. We've got a penalty and a clarification, I think, about the 3-3-4. So they didn't. Oh, okay. So I understand why Nick Newcomb was making that announcement over race control now. So they didn't tell the race control that they were going to make a driver swap at the same time. So they did it at the same time as the penalty, which is not allowed, and so the system has given them a 5-lap penalty for that particular infringement, which is a hefty penalty to give and receive, and their work cut out now, but still over 9 hours to recover it. But just going back to Brioni and the 53 car, not only that is a big kind of moment in terms of this race, they were in contention, maybe even for a race win in this one, I think, but they're the championship leaders by 7 points. So, you know, they've got to have a good race here, otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. At the moment, they're in 5th, and they're going to be losing about 2 points to DISSR Lab. It's going to close to, the gap's going to close to 2 points, but World of Sim Racing currently are going to gain a good 8 points on them, so they're going to move just 7 points behind. It's all going to close up in GTE with this latest development.
Yep, there's more LMP. Oh my goodness me, that could have been a moment and a half for Brioni going down the Almond Straight. There were 2 LMP2 cars going past as such. Oh my god, that was heart in the mouth moment. And I think it was the 46 DIS Sim Racing Lab McLaren in GT3 that was along with them as well. And I think the 2 LMP2 cars, I've just caught a sight of them. I think that was ProSim. And I think that the other car just behind might be, just trying to keep an eye on who that is. That looks to be I think that might be the 57 that's the 57 of Ramada Motorsports, Felipe Barreto. They're not battling for over position, but like literally it was 3 abreast going down the Almond Straight. And Brioni was towards the outside, so the left-hand side, then decided to pull to the right, and then all of a sudden, the 2 LMP2 cars, like literally went, yep, here we go. And I think that was definitely a moment that Brioni did not really want to have happen around him, because that could have caused absolute drama.
Yeah, it could have. We've seen so many moments of this kind of traffic throughout the day so far, and it's not surprising really, given a circuit like this can be tricky on traffic sometimes. We're just about 3 hours in now, not even a quarter of the way just for the moment, but we've seen mostly clean. I've not seen any incidents with traffic. We have seen car-on-car incidents in terms of the actual battling within different classes. We have seen battling with regards to that. You know, I'm thinking of Sebastian Hove at turn 5 with that little spin on the back of Lee Russell, and then Lee Russell getting sent into a spin by a GTE car. That was the IDC Sport car that is closing in on Lee Russell again, actually. But yeah, it's one of those places where it's just hard on traffic, and well, I'm surprised we've not seen more incidents. Actually, we've seen close calls like that, but I feel like later on in the race, when people are a little bit more tired, those incidents might turn into real ones instead of near misses.
Yeah. So we are going to see some interesting developments over the course of this race, and it looks like, hang on, one of the Musto cars is coming into the pit lane. That's the 53 again.
Oh,
Brioni's now in the pits.
oh dear.
Oh, the championship leader in GTE, and that is enough. Now, my question to you is this, Ewan. Okay, second pit stop, that is within, what, the last 20 minutes? DeFoco out, Brioni in. What's going to happen here? Is there going to be another driver change? Has DeFoco sorted out these problems? They can get back onto the strategy that they had planned? Or is this a mandatorily planned stop that the teams had come up with? Because now that car is exiting pit lane.
It's a shortish stop, isn't it, really? That's not very long.
DeFoco's back in the car.
Well, I don't understand that either.
Nice.
Why wouldn't you let Brioni run out of fuel and go to the end of the fuel run? I don't quite understand why they haven't let Brioni finish that stint and then get DeFoco back in the car after that, and then finish or get back on the cycle, if you see what I mean. But now they've decided to get DeFoco in. Hopefully his issues, if there were any, are behind him now. But yeah, that's a real shame to see for them. I did see, by the way, that Brioni was in race control the channel a few moments ago, so that could have been I don't know what he was discussing there, but I did notice that at the time and thought it was a little bit strange. Unfortunately, though, things have really fallen apart for the 53 Musto GTE sports car. It was not at a too dissimilar time to now, when it all fell apart at Silverstone for the 54, so I'm afraid they just don't really enjoy this part of the race.
No, but at least if things get sorted out earlier on, they can then carry on and just sort of push forward and just dust themselves off in terms of just moving forward. And that's a real shame for that team, because they were looking so strong. We saw some great battles with the likes of DIO, DIS SR Lab. I mean, at the moment, Ludovic Ferrari in the number 31 now is in 5th position. And hang on a minute, I'm just looking here. This has brought De Fuoco right into the path of Bot Slobodsian. They were battling earlier on in the race. This has changed things a little bit more dramatically in the GTE class, and it's paid to the favour of Volante Racing in the 66.
Yeah, so Bot Slobodsian's closing in on De Fuoco, and they're both on the back of the one-move car, well, nearly are anyway. That's a battle that's developing, but we'll leave that for a moment, and we'll go to LMP2, because in the green room right now is Norbert Jakob, and I'll just drag him up here. Here we go, driver for the Diak Hackers number 95 LMP2. Norbert, welcome to the boom. It's good to have you here to chat with us. Currently 3rd place for you guys. Had that penalty a little bit earlier on, which set you back a little bit, but you're currently in 3rd. How would you assess your stint there? You just got out of the car. Are you happy with your driving throughout that stint?
Yeah, first of all, welcome everyone. And yeah, that penalty was, I think it was a little bit harsh, but I was totally happy with my drive today. I could overtake one car at the race start, so that was very good, and with the farthest Racing we could leave them battling. And yeah, it was, I feel I have a good pace to bring the team even more up in the standings, but yeah, we will see. And as yes, yeah, we are in 3rd place, so yeah, we will see what I can do.
Yeah, you've got yourself back onto the podium spaces, I suppose. Now, what's the mood in the kind of within the drivers at the moment? Where are you guys aiming for now in terms of this race? What position do you aim to finish in, at least?
Well, first of all, we want to finish the race. That's the most important thing. But we really want that podium position. So, yeah, that's the goal for today.
And when do you think you'll next be driving in the car? Have you got more stints later on?
Yeah, I will drive at around 5 p.m. in Central Europe time.
All right, look forward to seeing you there. And one more thing before we let you go. We've been dying to know this all weekend because we're at an absolute loss as to what the answer to this is. Team name, DEAC Hackers. What on earth does DEAC stand for?
Well, it's a Hungarian athletics sport club of the University of Debrecen. That's the short form. So the DEAC is the short form of it, and this is the esports team of this.
Right, I see. That's put our minds at ease. We've been wondering all weekend, and thanks for giving us the answer to that. Norbert, thanks for coming to talk to us as well. It's been great to hear from you, and we wish you luck with the rest of this race.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
There we go, to speak with the number 95 team, Norbert Jakob there, and we finally got our answer, Alex. I'm very pleased with that, that we finally got our answer, and it makes it, I'll stop calling them DIAC now as well, because that's not really right, is it? It's DAC, even though it's a bit of a mouthful. There you go, it's the abbreviation of their esports team. There you go, we finally got to the bottom of it.
Yeah, we have, and what we're finally going to get to the bottom of very, very shortly, if Bart Slobodsian gets any closer to Giuseppe De Fuoco, so the number 66 Volante Aston Martin and the number 53 BMW M8 now getting in right up close and personal. This is for 6th position in GTE, and Slobodsian is trying to do his level best, trying to wrestle that Aston Martin, hurtle it around the track, and in some respects the biggest thing here now is that it's about what Slobodsian does and how De Fuoco responds, and we've seen it before now. They've gone through sunset, and again the gap has grown, so Slobodsian was around about close to less than half a second behind De Fuoco, but now the gap has really opened up. I think a couple of mistakes from Slobodsian has put the gap between them as Sabozzi was so close to the wall through turn 1 on the left-hand side, right on the inner apex. I literally just swung the car in, hoped it bit, and it did, and it nearly hit the Rolex barriers on the left-hand side of T1. But he's hustling that car once again. So I'm going to keep an eye on this battle for a little bit longer. But yeah, with just over 10 minutes to go until we hit the completion of hour number 3 here at Sebring. Oh my goodness, there is so much anticipation on what comes next.
Yeah, there is at the moment. I think there's a degree of driving a little bit angry at the moment, Fuoco. The things have not gone well for them in the last 45 minutes or so, and so that he might be trying to make up for lost time a little bit. Car 57 has been given a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. That is Ramada Motorsport for not respecting the 007 ProSim car as they were overtaking them, so that's going to drop them actually right back into the path of ProSim. So it seems that Carlos Basto and the ProSim car was in a bit of a battle, and that penalty is probably going to bring them out at around the same point. So we could see part 2 in that little fight, and that would be good to see. Looking further as well, GT pit stops with DISSR Lab have just been in, the number 45, but also what I've seen, the number 334 have been given their 5 laps back. I think R Factor 2 gave them 5... gave them the 5-lap penalty, or something. The system has given them that penalty, and I think they've been re-given laps again. So that's good to see. They're right back in the fight now. 5th place for those guys, the DSG Motorsport guys, and they're chasing down Ramada Motorsport, driving quite well at the moment. Yeah, and also the fact of the matter is that just keep your eyes on ProSim. They're only 6.4 seconds behind the 334 of DSG, so that's going to be rather interesting. Number 766 off the road somewhere, and I can't quite work out where that is, but they're reversing out of the wall right now. Not the first issue these guys have had today. And where is that? I would like to know. Oh, it's coming through Le Mans, actually. It looks like they've lost it in the first part and nosed into the barriers through on the right-hand side. So that is Kim Pedersen, who's had issue earlier on, got damage. I think he's got away without damage this time, but 10th place in LMP2 at the moment, and another issue for them, I'm afraid. Yeah, that was actually coming. So they may have had a bit of a moment coming through Bishop and Genderbeen Benz, respectively, and then coming out of Le Mans, like whacking the barriers there. That's an unusual place to go off here at Sebring. I mean, especially when you look at that complex from Tower Turn all the way through Flying Fortress Straight, Bishop Bend, Genderbeen, and then through into Le Mans. You're carrying a lot of momentum, and especially with the bumps and the undulation here at Sebring, that can really throw off the stability of a car. I mean, especially with the way that these LMP2 cars are developed. Rain is getting very, very close, we are hearing at the moment, so I can see that it got a bit dark. I thought it was actually, because I could see some headlights on the tarmac. I thought that's not normal at this stage in the race, but it's because the clouds have come over and rain possible, I would expect. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, would this be the first rain we've seen all season long? I can't recall seeing rain at any point, really, practice, qualifying, any race. I can't recall it. We did have some at Silverstone I think a little bit as nightfall came at Silverstone, if memory serves me correctly. We did have some rainfall then, but it was more like a drizzle. Major. Yeah. But the thing is that I'm just sort of looking at the rain viewer on gtr24h.org/weather. So effectively that rain could be due imminently. I'm just sort of seeing it scroll through. Yeah, something could hit very, very soon indeed. If it was like a probable drizzle or something like that, maybe. But that just depends on how quickly the circuit gets saturated as a whole. That was a big bump for Kim Pedersen going through Sunset Bend. I think it was now on all 4 wheels going up in the end. It was more like the rear suspension that decided to have a travel towards the sky a little bit. But good save by Kim Pedersen to just keep it planted. But yeah, this is going to make things rather interesting here at Sebring. Yeah, big thanks to everyone who's in the YouTube chat, by the way, and welcome along, because they're filling in the gaps in my knowledge, which are seemingly rather large. So Donut Prodam is confirming that there was rain in the Silverstone race, and also Indianapolis qualifying was also pretty much entirely rain affected. And Paul Holt's also correcting me that what I said earlier on, giving them laps back, it's a totally different issue to that. So I'll shut up about that as well, because I've got the wrong information on that one, I'm afraid as well. Nobody's told me that, by the way. That's just purely me speculating and getting things wrong. But yeah, Max Schoen either way. It doesn't matter how they've managed to get up into 5th place. It's good to see them back up there either way. Yeah, we've still got battles going on. It seems to be GTs, the battles that are happening, or the battles that are closest really at the moment. Giuseppe Di Fuoco catching Ludovic Ferru is the one I'm expecting to develop next, but of course we've got GT pit stops coming up very soon, because we're coming up towards the end of another hour.
Yeah, so we're just over 9 hours remaining here on the GTR 24H EEWC round 3 of the season here at Sebring International Raceway. Cloud cover looking a bit more menacing now at the circuit, with the potential for rain coming in, and yeah, our guess is as good as anybody's what is going to transpire over the next few moments. Martin Hemmingson now behind the wheel of the Pinsim Drillers Esports hypercar, the only hypercar here this weekend. Having that dramas with James Juba being pulled from the car in the early stages after what was around about the first 10 minutes. Then they put Henry Sinnick behind the wheel now. Martin Hemmingson, very, very quick in his own right, and he's literally scything his way through the field like a madman at the moment. He's closing on the 766 of Kim Pedersen at this particular moment in time, and the amount of speed differential, I mean, it's bad enough seeing LMP2 on GT3 or GTE. Then you look at the hypercar versus an LMP2, that is a completely different league altogether.
Yeah, it is really quite frightening actually to be driving in that situation, I would imagine anyway. Yeah, great commitment from those guys in the Drillers Esport camp to see them here racing at the moment, currently in overall 1st position. But we're about a quarter of the way through this race now, Alex. I can't quite believe it really. 3 hours are gone and 9 hours of racing still to go here. Rain looks like it may be on the way, so make sure you stay tuned in. It's a fantastic race at the moment. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more racing from the Sebring 12 hours, maybe a bit of rain as well. Stay tuned.
Round 3, 12 hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Sebring. We've still got 9 hours of racing to go here in Florida. Very much enjoying this race so far. Been a very dramatic first 3 hours. I'm Ewan O'Leary. I'm joined by Yusuf Binsahel once again for the next hour or so. And Yusuf, we've still got battles going on up and down the order right now. I'm seeing one at the moment which is not actually for a class position, but overall, Danish Racing League versus Volante Racing. It's a bit of a minor battle further down, but it just shows that we can't really rest at the moment. It's just all going on up and down the field, and we're just monitoring gaps and battles everywhere, seemingly like for the whole of the 3 hours so far.
Yeah, I just came back from my 1 hour break here, and do you want to have a guess as to what I did in that 1 hour?
8.
I did eat, but I also, look at this, I solved the Rubik's Cube.
Oh, did you?
No, it's just always like this. I always
you can't get it back. You just want to mess it up because you can't.
Exactly. I just leave this completed Rubik's Cube in my room. My brother can do it. So I just leave it in there, and then I can always be like, look, I'm clever. I can solve a Rubik's Cube.
That's just shameful, that is. But anyway, while you've been completing a Rubik's Cube, Volante Racing have just got in front of Danish Racing League. That was Thanos Kalampakes, the Volante Racing driver, ahead of Morgan Agsen now. In the overall order. Let's take a look at the quick look at the standings, by the way, while we're 3 hours in. Still 9 hours to go, of course, but it's Martin Hemmingson currently leading for Drillers Esport, ahead of Varga Sim Racing, who are leading the LMP2 category. Juicy's Motorsport Club are ahead of DEAC Hackers, however, they're being caught. Martin Murgley is making inroads into turn lower, and that is an interesting battle to watch a little bit later on. In GTE, Yuhamaki Yupi is leading for Juicy's Motorsport Club, the number 74, but he is being very slowly caught by Jose Berenguer. He's edging closer to that Porsche ever so slightly each lap, and so we could see a little battle later on between those two, with Fabio Liuzzi watching on from behind in the 54 car. And then in GT3, Thibaut Malbrun is leading ahead of Adam Serej. Those two trading lap times actually in the favour of One Move Esports at the moment, starting to increase their margin at the front of the field ahead of Mugen Sim Racing, and then all the way down to Danish Racing League. There's actually 5 cars in between Morgan Agsen and Adam Serej. However, Danish Racing League are in third at the moment. A lot has gone on, a lot has changed, and a lot still will change in the next 9 hours.
We are starting to see those gaps spreading and elongating across the field. We've got the likes of Giuseppe De Fuoco, Ludovic Ferruit and Bart Slobodzi not too far apart, about 10 seconds separating the three of them, currently being led by Ludovic Ferruit, who is up in P4 in the 31 One Move Esports car. So Ludovic Ferruit having a good drive, and remember, the 31 of One Move Esports started towards the back of the grid. They didn't have the greatest of starts, but they've been slowly clawing their way up the order, and P4 is a very, very strong current position for them.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's take a look, by the way, because there's a bit of a threat of rain going on at the moment around the Sebring International Raceway. Let's take a little look now at what the weather might do in the next few moments. You can see it on your screen right now. A lot of rain in the area, but it's very patchy, and it's not going to last for very long. However, that there suggests that rainfall is pretty much imminent, really, in the next few moments' time. So we'll wait and see on that one, but that would really spice things up. I don't know if anybody here would like to see a bit of rain. I think it suits the Porsches more than anything in GTE. Obviously, it's not going to affect much in LMP2. It's only going to be on a driver-to-driver basis where things are affected. But some people will be praying for rain. Some people will be really hoping it stays away.
The other thing to look at is when you see that weather forecast, right at the end there is this huge body of water that's about to sweep across the southern part of America. So you don't know how big that is. There could be the body of water could extend further down south, and then it would be hitting Sebring. So we'll see in about half an hour's time exactly what that body of cloud is looking like, and whether it could spell, a proper downpour here at Sebring. We have seen rain in Silverstone in our previous race. We went from a dry to a wet track, and here at Sebring we might very well be seeing a dry to a wet and back to dry race for the 12 hours of Sebring, which is always entertaining when you get multiple changes of conditions.
Yeah, it is, and that's the beauty of a 12-hour race, really, because if you think about some shorter sprint races, they're not even enough time for a full weather cycle to go through from dry to wet to dry again, but in these endurance races, there's enough time for at least one or two or three of those cycles, so yeah, it could be one of those races that just gets more and more difficult as we go along. But looking up and down the field at the moment for close battles going on the circuit, the one for first in GTE quite close. Ludovic Farou is not too far ahead of Giuseppe De Fuoco, not too far behind Adam Serege either, so could be of something developing there as well. We've also seen Martin Mergeli closing in on Toon Lower, but it looks like the Dutch driver has just edged out once again on Mergeli. There's not too much of a gap between them, but it is still fairly large, and Max Scholten is catching Carlos Basto. DSG have been very quick so far, but they've had issues in the first part of this race, and so they're up into fifth at the moment, but catching Carlos Basto, that could be a battle developing in the next few moments as well.
Carlos Basto currently 30 seconds ahead of Max Scholten. Looking further down the order, or looking towards the front end of the GTE class, Jose Berengawa is now 5.2 seconds behind Juha Mäki-Jypi, and on the last lap was able to find 9/10 over the Finnish driver. Further down the GTE order, Bart Slobodsian 3.7 behind Giuseppe De Fuoco, who is 6.8 behind Ludovic Feruit, and they're all lapping around the same time. So if there are any mistakes happening in the GTE field, you can be sure that there will be a battle ensuing as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see about that one. At the moment, though, leading in GTE, it's Juice's Motorsport Club, and one of their drivers has just popped themselves into the green room, and we'll drag him up for an interview. Oh, that's dragging myself. No, hang on. There we go. There's Charles Barbosa, and we can speak to him now from Juice's Motorsport Club. Your car actually just heading into the pit lane there. We'll worry about that in a moment's time. But welcome along, Joe. Good to have you along in the broadcast booth. How are things within the team right now? You've had Voita driving a little bit early on. You've got Yuka in there right now. Are those guys happy with how the car's feeling? Happy with how the race is unfolding for the moment?
Hello guys, yes, Vodja did a nice start. Vodja always fast, so we built up a nice gap. But right now in the second stage, Yuga is jumping the car. The World Sim Racing close a bit the gap right now. So I think we're gonna have some fight on this second stint of war. With World Sim Racing. Also, the most of guys are not far back, so they are always in contention. So I think this will be an entertaining race.
Yeah, well, it already has been so far, but I think you're right. It could get even more spicy a little bit later on. Talking about World of Sim Racing, those guys were catching you ever so slightly in that particular stint there. Do you think you have the edge over them, or do you think it's pretty similar on the race pace? How do you see that unfolding in that particular battle?
I see that is pretty similar. Obviously, when we have Vodja in the car, we are faster because Vodja is a pretty fast guy. Within me and Juan is pretty much the same, so I think the pace between us will be similar. So I think it will be down to the driver that don't make mistakes, deal with better in the traffic, and we'll see if rain comes or not. So yes, expecting some rain, so we are not exactly sure what will happen, but I think it will be a race till the end with the World Sim Racing and the most cars. I believe that.
Yeah, you mentioned rain there briefly. Would you guys like a bit of rain, or would you rather it stayed away?
Honestly, I will like it to stay away because we have a fast car. So because we have a fast car, we don't like to have the uncertainty of the rain. So we are not sure how the car handles with the rain, but I will say, like we are in the front or we have a good pace, I would like to not have rain now.
Well, yeah, we'll see if it does indeed come. And one final thing before we let you go, Zhao. When are you going to be getting into the car?
One is doing a stint right now. He's starting his second stint, so I should be in the car next to do my stints.
Right, we look forward to seeing you in the car in a few moments' time, but for now, João, thanks very much for coming to talk to us. It's been a pleasure as always, and we'll see you out on the track very shortly.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
There we have it, João Barbosa from Deuces Motorsport Club. There's just been a pit stop cycle, by the way, and we'll just update you on what's been going on while we've been in that interview. Johan Makiupi and Jose Berenguer have both been into the pit lane for a pit stop now, and they're both back out again, and pretty much exactly the same gap as it was before. So things staying roughly the same in that particular cycle, but things just or changing a little bit because there's been a pit stop where we were at that interview, but it looks like the gap is very, very similar actually.
Both drivers pitting on the exact same lap, so the team's on the exact same strategy at this point in time. So I always like it when teams aren't on different strategies because it makes it very straightforward for me as a commentator to realize, okay, this is what's going on. I don't need to think about anything, difficult here. And Jose Berenguer is currently 3.6 seconds behind Johan Makiupi, and at the moment it's actually Thibaut Malbron, your GT3 class leader, that is sandwiched right in between the two of them, and he's not exactly lapping slow either. He's just staying right in the middle of these two GTE drivers.
Yeah, I mean, Thibaut Malbron last lap was only 89 thousandths slower than Fabio Liuzzi, who's leading GTE right now. So he's driving remarkably as the Frenchman, and he's putting in a great performance, even toppling Adam Serege at the moment in terms of consistency. He managed to be quicker than him last night in qualifying, and now he's toppling him in the race as well. Fantastic performance this weekend from Thibaut Malbron. However, the question remained, is Ludovic Darquis and Cyril Malbron maybe, who's also going to get in that car, are they going to be as fast or quick enough to be able to hold off the rest of the Mugen Sim Racing team? Now, we've been in this race for a good 3 hours now, and we're coming up to the third pit stop for GT3 cars. Surely those guys have got to be getting out at this point, because 3 hours of driving at this kind of intensity, it's got to take a lot out of you, and so I'd expect to see Malbron out of the car at this particular pit stop. Otherwise, it's going to be more than 4 hours.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, just from a pure numbers game, as the WRSR car makes its way past Thibaut Malbron, I mean, from a numbers game, you're talking about a 12-hour race, a team of 3 drivers, so 4 hours each. So if they do one more stop, then that would be their entire stint over. So maybe that's what they want to do. They would just want each driver to get their entire stint out of the way. And there are arguments for and against doing that, because if you do all of your stints in one go, then the driver's always familiar with the track. They don't have any period of time where they could lose that familiarity, and they're always kind of in the zone. But on the plus side, or on the negative side I should say, if you do get those gaps in between your stints, it gives you some time to reflect on your driving, come back into your stint with a fresh mindset, and there's a lot of times you can improve and you can find some extra tenths by seeing what your teammates are doing, seeing what other drivers are doing from a more outside perspective.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty dangerous situation they find themselves in actually at the moment, Malbron and Serege, because you say about, a driver being accustomed to the conditions they're in, they're kind of in the groove, as it were, with their particular driving. But when there's weather changing especially, I wouldn't want to be changing drivers in the middle of a weather cycle, which we might be about to have. If rain falls now, I wouldn't want Ludovic Darquis or Zolt Prebeck to get into those cars on slightly damp circuits, on not familiar not familiar conditions. I would be very, very nervous about, not to say that those drivers are bad or anything, but they're very, very capable drivers. But any driver getting used to conditions like that, it's hard enough just in normal dry conditions. It just take you a lap or two to just adjust. Conditions are completely different, then I think that makes it very, very difficult for them.
I do agree on one hand, but on the other hand, you can think about it like this. A lot of the drivers right now, they don't necessarily have to be in the survey, if I'm not mistaken. So those drivers could be preparing for the wet conditions. They could be in a private lobby, and they could just be practicing in those wet conditions. And you could also think about it in the sense of, yes, those drivers can't, get the feeling of the track changing, but it also means that the driver who's currently out only has to worry about the dry conditions. And as soon as it starts getting wet and he starts feeling like he's getting out of his rhythm, he can then jump out out of the car and hand it on over to someone else who then doesn't have the limitations. And I say limitations, it's not necessarily that, but I feel like it can be. The limitations of thinking, oh, this is what the dry line is, this is where I was braking in the dry. They can come fresh in on a clean slate and take the track as it is rather than thinking about it relative to a dry circuit.
Yeah, it would be great commitment if somebody is out there practicing just wet weather conditions and in preparation for rain that only might come. You know, it might not. That's the danger with that. But yeah, it would be great commitment. Battle going on in LMP2 right now, by the way. We've got a free car train, but two of them off of position. The number 766 is trying to hold off Mugen Sim Racing, who've just passed the 777. So that was Carl Lykegaard trying to hold back. I think Mugen Sim Racing has just gone straight round the outside at Sunset Bend. That's quite remarkable, as the other 766 is going very slowly at the moment. I wonder if they've kind of spluttered into the pit lane, if they're running out of fuel right now, because yeah, that doesn't look too fast for them. But either way, it doesn't matter very much, because who is it? Christopher Kayanak is driving that car at the moment. He just got up into ninth position, round the outside at Sunset Bend to get up another place for Mugen.
I'm just keeping an eye on Jose Berengawa. He's now 2.6 seconds behind Juha Mäki-Jypi. So that gap has decreased by around a second recently. And there's about 3 LMP2 cars that are about to lap the 74. And that will, without a doubt, slow down Deuces somewhat and can allow Jose Berengawa to close in that 2.5 second deficit, maybe to under 2 seconds.
Yeah, certainly it's a lot of traffic going on out there at the moment. Don't know if there's any. There is actually a GT3 car. It's Adam Sarej just in front of these guys. I believe it is anyway. Yes, it is. Just in front for the moment. It's Martin Millertine now, because they've just been into the pit lane in the McLaren. So we're a few laps away still from the pit stop for the One Move Esports car. We've seen that McLaren is quite thirsty and it can't do quite as many laps as the other cars. So about 3 laps after the McLaren pit stop, the Ferrari and the Aston Martins come into the pit lane. But yeah, in GTE, this is where the fight really is. And Jose Berengawa came out of the box very quick in the last particular stint. I wondered if he overdid it and was slowing down a little bit towards the end of the stint. Yeah, Juha Mäki-Jypi might have a bit of defending to do here soon. This is not quite for the lead of GTE just yet. However, Fabio Liuzzi has got to be into the pit lane very, very soon. I think it might even be at the end of this lap. And then this will be the legitimate fight for the lead of GTE.
Interesting to see that Martin Millertine, after that pit stop has come through for the 41 Mugen Sim Racing, is right in with some of the other GT3 drivers. Just 5 seconds behind Lee Russell, who's a further 16 seconds behind the Danish Racing League that is currently has Morten Argesen at the wheel. And we'll see where Thibaut Malbrunner comes out. I'm just keeping an eye on Ludovic Ferrui's sector times as well as Thibaut Malbrunner to see whether he will be able to close in. Something else to remember as well, Ewan, is we talked about how there's that slight discrepancy in the pit stop cycles between some of the GT cars, notably the likes of the Ferrari that seems to be able to go a lap or so longer on a tank of fuel. That amount will be increasing. So if it's currently 2 laps, it'll probably increase to 3-4 laps with each passing stint. And once we get to that final stint, that's going to be a significantly shorter stop for the Ferrari drivers.
Yeah, even if it doesn't save them a pit stop in this race, which I don't think it will, although they have just come into the pit lane now, and that's after 3 hours and 20. So, you know, if they carry on at that kind of rate, it's more than 5 minutes per hour. That could end up being 1 less pit stop. But even if not, then they're going to be getting a shorter pit stop, as you say, and that's going to save them a lot of time towards the end of this race. And already Mugen Sim Racing are behind One Move by about 20 seconds because of the drive-through penalty that they had earlier on. And so they're really on the back foot right now. Need to make up some time, but really doing that right now, making up a lot of time, is Jose Berengawa. Another big chunk of time taken out of Mäki-Jypi on that particular occasion. 0.8 of a second the Spaniard took out of the Finnish driver. And so yeah, this is getting very, very interesting now. Giuseppe De Fuoco is behind them on the road as well, but although go a little bit further back with Botsabodzian getting himself up into 5th place with the DISSR Lab looking like they've lost a little bit of time in this particular pit stop cycle, but Fabio Liuzzi is got to be coming into the pit lane surely soon, because it's been 3 laps since the 2 Porsches came in, so I'm expecting him in now, and he does indeed fall into the pit lane. So this is now going to be the fight for the lead of the race. Juice's Motorsport Club versus World of Sim Racing, and it should be a great fight as well.
I'm keeping an eye on the battle for P3 in the LMP2 class, currently 10 seconds separating the 57 of Ramada Motorsports and the 95 of DEAC Hackers. I do believe Ramada Motorsports are 1 pit stop behind in their schedule, so they do still need to make a pit stop. If they don't, that would have been a very impressive last couple of stints for them to climb up from what I think they was about P7 or something up to what is currently P3.
I'm not entirely sure if Ramada have to make another pit stop or not, actually. I'm unconfirmed.
How have they done that then?
Well, they've just been very, because they've stayed out of trouble. You think about DAC Hackers, they had that 30-second stop and go penalty. DSG had a penalty, and I think they've just been a little bit, and they were in 6th place before Ramada, but they've picked up those positions because of the fact they have just had a very clean race and a very good race. I think they've had a fantastic race so far, and so they're reaping the benefits of that now. But in GT, this is slightly closer. Developing battles in LMP2, and we'll go and watch those a little bit later on because they're going to be very, very interesting indeed. But it's really on now in GTE. The fact is that Deuces are right behind Martin Militai at the moment, and so it's being held up ever so slightly. It's nothing, they're doing nothing wrong. Martin Militai's doing nothing wrong right now, but the pace difference between the 2 cars is not that big, and so Maki Yupi is just being held up ever so slightly by that car, and Jose Berenguer is able to get within range now of Deuces Motorsport Club. This battle is going to be on very soon.
And this is the kind of issue that we're seeing here at Sebring. The GTE cars are not that much quicker than the GT3s, and it seems to be much more difficult for them to navigate through the lapped cars than it was back at Indianapolis or back in Silverstone. And this is playing into the hands of Jose Berenguer very, very nicely. But then on the flip side, if Juha Mäki-Yupi can find a way through, it'll be Jose Berenguer that gets stuck behind Martin Militai's GT car, and that could allow Juha Mäki-Yupi to pull away. And Juha Mäki-Yupi looking down the inside on the exit of Sunset Bend, he's going to pull alongside. Does the Porsche have enough grunt to match the McLaren?
Oh.
And the answer is no.
Wow, that's a little bit surprising. He got a good run out of that corner, actually, did UP. And so, I'm surprised that he wasn't able to make the move. This could be messy. Oh, one of the LMP2s leaving the pit lane there on the right-hand side. That's Ramada Motorsport, actually, it looks like. So you might have been right on that one. As Deuce down the inside, very aggressive from Mäki-Yupi, but now Berenguer is just able to follow him through. He's knocked down the door, so to speak, as Mäki-Yupi, and so Berenguer is just able to walk through it without doing anything himself. That is Ramada Motorsport going through at the moment, so they do drop now behind DAC Hackers down into 4th place, and so we maybe do another pit stop cycle in LMP2 soon, or we might not. I'm not entirely sure, but this is the battle we really want to be watching. GTE lead battle happening between Juice's Motorsport Club and World of Sim Racing. Mäki-Yupi might have to go a little bit defensive into Cunningham. It looks like he was, and then he goes back to the racing line, blocking Berenguer, but he goes a little bit deep into the corner. Berenguer around the outside through left-hander. It's going to give him the inside for Tower Corner. Oh, a bit of contact between the 2 Porsches with Martin Militai watching on from behind. As Berenguer sends it down the inside. Mäki-Yupi lets him have the space, and in the end, World of Sim Racing go to the lead of GTE.
What a fantastic move from Jose Berenguer, and that all started from turn 3. Excellent aggression from Jose Berenguer. He saw the opportunity when Juha Mäki-Yupi went down the inside of Martin Militai, and he followed through instantly. And it's not a mistake from Juha Mäki-Yupi, but Juha Mäki-Yupi maybe could have been a bit smarter to try to overtake Martin Militai in a place where we then wouldn't have been able to see Jose Berenguer follow through. Either way, Jose Berenguer saw the opportunity present itself 2 times, and he took both of them in a split second. Great stuff, and we now have a new leader in the GTE class.
Yeah, I think it can't be underestimated, the move that Berenguer just pulled. It was very, very tactically astute, but I think for Makiyupi, it was very difficult to pass Militai without letting Berenguer through, because he'd lost the time. Makiyupi had lost so much time that Berenguer was right on the back of him, so it doesn't even matter. It could have been a GTE car that was battling for position. I think even if Makiyupi had got through, then Berenguer would have just slipped through as well, because that's just kind of the way, when you get pushed offline like that, the following car can just follow through very easily. So I think Makiyupi was kind of edged into a corner a little bit. The only way he could have done it better was to overtake sooner, which would have risked the car with nearly 9 hours to go. Then that's a really dangerous thing to do. I think he made the right choice at this point. In the end, he didn't fight it round the outside at Tower Corner either. He just let Berenguer go and chose to live to fight another day, I would say.
I just saw one of the strangest things I think I've ever seen in sim racing. Fabio Liuzzi in the Musto car, on the back straight, flashing the 67 Volante racing car. And then Volante Racing actually moved to the inside of the circuit and lifted off to allow the Musto car through. Not something I thought I'd be saying at any point today, but it has released Fabio Liuzzi, who is just 6/10 behind his Musto teammate of Giuseppe De Fuoco.
Yeah, I think that's because it was a lap car and he was getting a bit frustrated, and so the Volante car just got out of the way of that one. Yeah, now that the GTE battles are settled and the two Musto cars are running in formation at the moment, we're going to take another commercial break on the half hour. We'll be back in a few moments' time with the rest of the 12 hours of Sebring.
For Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Sebring, the third round of the EEWC for 2021. Martin Harrison's still leading overall at the moment, with Marcel Cincic in second. He's leading the LMP2 class. Jose Barringao has just taken the lead of GTE, and he's pulling away a little bit from Juices. And Ludovic Darqui is now leading the GT3 category because he has taken over the One Move Esports number 26. Now, I'm looking up and down the order at the moment, Yusuf. I can't see any driver who started the race still in the car. I'm pretty sure we've had a full round of driver swaps. Obviously, everyone's on a little bit different strategies, but 3 hours and a bit seems to be just about the limit even for these guys.
Has Marcel Cincic been in the car since the start?
Yuri Toman's been in.
Okay,
yeah,
Yuri Toman.
He did start actually. Cincic did start, but Toman's been in, and Cincic is out. So they're doing even shorter stints than most, certainly.
The only ones that we can't confirm would be ProSim, B32 and DIS, because they do all share a sim rig, but I'm pretty sure even they would have made a driver swap at some point. Just skimming through the order now to see if we have any real battles occurring. We saw in the break, actually, Fabio Liuzzi finding a way through on Giuseppe De Fuoco and moving up into P3 in the GTE class, and he is now 39 seconds behind Juha Mäkiupi, who is now 3.5 seconds behind Jose Barringao, who recently made a pass for the lead of the GTE class.
That did happen a few minutes ago, so apologies for missing that one, but it wasn't very exciting, I have to say. It was just a bit of a pulling over from Giuseppe De Fuoco. You know, those two are never going to fight each other, are they? Fabio Liuzzi and Giuseppe De Fuoco, part of the same team, both going for the same goal. They want a podium, they want to, as many points as possible, to have 2 bullets in the gun for Le Mans and their championship. That would really help those guys out, but yeah, it was just a simple pass for Liuzzi, and De Fuoco can't be that far. I think he's about half an hour away from a pit stop, maybe 20 minutes away from a pit stop, because don't forget, they are off cycle. They had to get Tiziano Brioni in very briefly into that car, and then De Fuoco back in again after another stop. So it's been a bit messy for those guys in the last few moments, and it's been quite a messy race for E-Team Brit, I'm afraid. They're recovering at the moment. Bradley Brockes is currently driving that car. He's 18th overall, but he's still making his way through the GT traffic. It's good to see teams like this soldiering on through their problems, though. They've had so many issues so far, E-Team Brit, not only today but this season as well. They've not had the best results, really. 8th place at Silverstone, finally managing to get inside of the top 10 at the very least. It doesn't look like they're going to get inside the top 10 without some massive intervention from something else, because they've had a poor race. But as I said, it's good to see teams still in the race and recovering like this.
Yeah, E-Team Brit currently with 6 points in the championships. I mean, they're only 4 behind ProSim. They're only a few behind DEAC Hackers, and we've all seen the performance that DEAC Hackers have been able to show today. They are currently running up in P3 in the class, 30 seconds behind Turn Lower in the 15 Deuces Motorsport car. So there's still hope for E-Team Brit, and we've seen them show promise today. It's just a shame with fuel mismanagement or something that went wrong, and they ran out of fuel on circuit. So hopefully they can climb up the order, currently sitting 6 laps behind the next LMP2 car, which is Bo Christensen, sitting in that all-important P10 spot.
Yeah, he's going to get a point for finishing the race and a point for finishing in 10th as it stands right now. Not too far away from Christopher Kianak, actually, but not catching him, it seems, at the moment, because Mugen have recently passed TSR Dream Team. And looking further up the order, the closer battles, or somebody I've seen in the last few moments who's driving very well right now, is Tony Janssen in the DSG Motorsport LMP2. They're in 5th place at the moment, but chasing down Carlos Basto. They took 1.4 seconds out of him on the last lap, and it's been a good recovery from those guys. So a penalty earlier on, they were embedded within the GT field a lot earlier on, but now they're back up towards the LMP2s where they deserve, and maybe they'll be able to scrape a podium out of this one. It will be an impressive effort for them to actually do that, and I don't think they'll quite manage that much, but either way, getting a top 5 result after all this, I think, would be a good result for those guys.
DSG would want to be in that top 3 battle. Anything, outside of the top 3 is not something that they would be happy with. you're talking about their first couple of races, a P3 and a P4. They showed good pace. I personally don't think they had the same pace as DEAC Hackers, and maybe not the same pace as perhaps Deuces. So I think P4 definitely was a realistic target for them, and they currently find themselves at 41 seconds of Carlos Basto in that P4 position for Ramada Motorsports, and then it's a further 60 seconds up to Martin Merkley in the DEAC Hackers car.
Yeah, it is indeed, and this battle between Ramada and DSG is one that has big championship implications. So coming into this race, Fargo absolutely trouncing everybody, and it looks like they're on course to do the same once again and pick up another 27 points from this particular race, getting their total up to 81 possibly by the end of the day. But DSG and Ramada are only separated by 1 point in the standings coming into today. Drillers Esport were in second, but they're not here this weekend in the 17 LMP2, so it looks like Fair Racing Team and Ramada are going to both move up ahead of them. However, Ramada at the moment are going to get another 2 points ahead of DSG, so they'd actually edge 1 point ahead of DSG. However, if Tony Jansen is able to catch and pass Carlos Basto in the next few moments, then maybe that will, it will reverse that particular order. However, as I say that, they've suddenly moved way down the order and back down to 10th again, Tony Jansen. So I don't know quite what that's about, but they're back down to 10th.
Things are just going from bad to worse for the 334 of Tony Jansen. I'm not sure if that would have been a mistake that he made. His last lap time was a 49.7, so it looks okay to me. I'm not sure what on earth could have happened to have caused that. Fabio Liuzzi still closing in onto Juha Mäki-Jypi and Jose Berenguer, the only driver in the GTE class who is currently sub 2 minutes, with the exception actually of Donat Prodan in the 66 Volante racing car. He's currently 22 seconds behind Ludovic Ferroet, who is sitting in P5 in the GTE class.
Yeah, there's a number of things going on in GTE at the moment, and GT3. I guess we could say that as well. Just looking to see, seeing it in the chat again, by the way, I believe it's Matt Webb speaking about his stint. Of course, if you remember, after about 45 minutes in the first stint, he ran out of fuel in the E-Team Brick car, and that is why they're so far down in 16th overall, where they should be inside the top 10 based on where they were. They had a fantastic stint, actually. Matt Webb was driving brilliantly, getting himself nearly inside the top 5, despite the fact he started pretty much dead last. And so, sorry, it's James Hall explaining the issue from Sporting Manager James Hall. So thanks to Alex Goldsmith for informing me of that one. So James Hall explaining that the fuel issue was calculated presumably by him, and he didn't factor in the warm-up lap underestimated the fuel range, which is very easy to do, I think it's fair to say, and it's something that people do sometimes forget about the warm-up lap. You know, while it doesn't count towards your actual race total, and it doesn't count for any racing at all, you're still burning fuel to do the lap, so that needs to be factored in as well.
I'm a little bit sad, Ewan, that we had Joao Barbosa in, and we haven't yet seen both Finnish drivers out on circuit. I want my Finnish battle to occur. Juha Mäki-Jypi and Pauli Ahonen. And at the moment, Donat Prodan, who is Pauli Ahanen's teammate in the 66 Volante racing car, is doing a sterling job. Fastest man out on circuit right now, 4 tenths quicker than Fabio Liuzzi last time round, and he's got the gap to Ludovic Ferroet down to 21.5 seconds now.
He's just actually passed Martin Militai for position. They're going side by side towards Sunset Bend at the moment. They're not in the same class, you understand, but they are battling for an overall placing. So Donat Prodan does indeed go through on Martin Militai and continues his march up the field. Just monitoring some lap times in GT3 at the moment in this battle between One Move Esports and Mugen Sim Racing, and I guess we can count Danish Racing League, Glam Racing also here as well, although they might be a lap behind, but we'll get to some lap times here for Ludovic Darquis and the rest of them. So a 2-minute 1.3 for Darquis, and Milotay did a 2-minute 2.9. Morten Agsen did a 2-minute 2.5. Glam Racing are not that far back, but they've done 2-minute 4 dead as well. So it seems at the moment that Danish Racing League slightly catching Mugen Sim Racing, but Martin Milotay is not quite as fast as Ludovic Darquis as it stands right now, and that's the problem with these teams having one star driver and then the others can't quite be as quick as those guys. Martin Milotay just struggling ever so slightly. He's not a bad driver by any stretch of the imagination, but Ludovic Darquis is just ever so slightly edging him for the moment.
Yeah. Jeff Van Islen, as I really like that surname, Van Islen.
That's quite good, yeah.
Yeah. Would it be Jeff or would it be Jeff Van Islen?
Not entirely sure. He's only got one F though, by the way, for those who can't see his name written down like we can. But that's
maybe
a
it's a
bit
silent
strange.
F. Maybe it's just Van Islen.
It's a silent J. It's not. It's just E.
F.
I don't know.
F. It's just F for Van Island. There we go.
Who knows?
Either way, yeah.
I apologise to him for not knowing.
He's a little bit off the pace at the moment. He's lapping about a second slower than Martin Milotay, 1.5 seconds slower than Morten Agesen. And Nikolai Bezrukov is currently running P4 in the GT3 class for your championship leaders of Unison Racing. And he's actually the fastest man on circuit in the GT3 field, putting in a 2:01.4. So Unison Racing, they're not out and done with this race just yet.
Yeah, they've managed to get away from our cameras, and it was on pit strategy, by the way. They didn't actually overtake them on the circuit because they're a little bit out of sync with the pit stop that they made. Presumably they put fuel in the car when they pitted for damage that they picked up on the very first corner of this race. So they got themselves off cycle a little bit, and they were able to make the pass on DIS SR Lab, the number 46, and Michael Slott's number 188 Telefoningen cars in the pit stop cycle. So unfortunately there wasn't a battle for us to watch between those two, but Bezrukov has got that car up into 5th place, and in the championship that means that Unison Racing will hold on to their championship margin by just 2 points. However, that's only if Mugen Sim Racing win the race. At the moment that's not happening either, so that gap would be 9 points between Unison Racing and Mugen Sim Racing.
Ewan, do you remember what I was saying with regards to the weather when we last looked at the weather forecast?
No, I don't.
So remember I was talking about a body of water, and I was raising the question of how big is that body of water? Well, if our wonderful production could bring up our weather forecast, so here it is. Take a look at Ewan at that body of water that is coming in, because most certainly there is a big cloud right underneath it.
Yeah, let me just take a look at this. I clicked on the wrong thing. I clicked on a new video instead of watching the YouTube stream, which is a terrible idea. Yeah, here we go. I'm going to get a bit of a look myself now. Obviously, you can see this on the screen yourselves. But yeah, I'm going to try and get it. There's quite a lot of rain in the. I'm amazed with actually, given the amount of rain in the area. I'm amazed we've managed to escape it so far. Yeah, that is quite a lot of rain, isn't it? Heading towards us at the moment, and it looks more serious as well. That not just light rain. It looks a bit more serious than that at this point. We're starting to see some really quite heavy rain maybe hit the circuit as well a little bit later on, which is going to cause havoc with everybody, of course.
And if anyone does want to see the full weather forecast, you can gtr24h.org/weather, and you can see the lovely graphic for yourself, and you can have it on loop, almost like ASMR, but just seeing patches of green and blue moving around on a static map. So what this does mean is that we've got that weird little blob of cloud that's going to go past Sebring. That might bring some rain, so we're going to have a very light shower. Probably not going to be enough to cause the drivers to move over onto wet tyres, but be a nice refreshing shower. Then we'll have an hour of dry, and then the heavens will open up.
That's the forecast at the moment. It could change. That's the only problem with it. We'll wait and see whether this does indeed come to fruition. As we were talking about a little bit earlier, we're talking to João Barbosa from Juice's Motorsport Club in the GTE. He will be getting into the car at the next pit stop. Yuka Makiyuki will be finishing this one and then getting out of the car in about half an hour's time. Then we will see João Barbosa into the car. He said he would rather the rain stayed away, and I think there's going to be a lot of people agreeing with him there, but some of them are not going to agree. Some of them are going to be quite fancying a little bit of wet driving, I suspect, and quite enjoying it. So it's going to throw up all kinds of strange results, and I think we're going to see a few cars going off the road, a few more cars going off the road than we've seen so far. It's been a clean race so far, but that could all descend into chaos if the rain does come.
Something else I could bring up is when we talk about the rain coming in, we also generally talk about racing in the rain with a dry setup, or did drivers have a wet setup? And one of the key differences between experiencing rain at a track like Sebring compared to a track like Silverstone, and I'm sure Alex Goldschmidt will be nodding his head or shaking his head at the random spew that I'm about to utter, is at a track like Sebring, we actually talked to the drivers in practice, and we were talking about how many bumps you have and the fact that you have to soften the suspension. Softer suspensions work better in the rain because I believe you've got less stiffness, and it just allows the body of the car to flex more, so it works in the rain better. So what I'm trying to say is that the dry setups at Sebring will work better in the rain than potentially a dry setup at Silverstone would work. Is that accurate, Alex?
Makes sense to me.
Does that make sense?
Well, I don't know whether it's accurate or not. It sounds good. It sounds good to me. It sounds good. I would go along with that as well. But obviously, I have limited knowledge as well. But anyway, it sounds pretty good actually. It's a good point you make actually about the different setups and how these guys, are they going to have planned for the wet weather? Are they going to put a wet weather setup on? Well, I think if you had at this point, then that's nearly 4 hours of driving with a wet weather setup on a dry track. That's going to affect you quite a lot, and I think it's going to, you're going to have lost so much time by this point. I don't think you can make it up. Well, maybe if it rains for the next 8 hours relentlessly, then maybe you can, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. So I think it's going to be a lot of dry setups on a lot of wet tracks, but as you say, not as big of an effect as it is at Silverstone, because Silverstone's very smooth in terms of its tarmac. It's not very bumpy really at all, whereas Sebring really is. So as we've been mentioning this weekend, run your car a little bit softer at Sebring just to cope with the bumps a little bit. That will help in the rain as well.
To any Volanti racing fans out there, Donat Prodan is now 19 seconds behind Ludovic Ferruet, which is 2 seconds less than what it was before. He has closed in by a second on the last lap alone. So we will be having a battle for P6 in the GTE class in not too long. P5 in the GTE class. Giuseppe De Fuoco has dived on into the pits as well not too long ago. He's now 69 seconds behind Donat Prodan, and the Musto cars are in a very strange place with regards to their pit cycles.
Well, they are, but DIS have also just come in, so now So now it's for fourth place, this battle between Ludovic Ferruet and Donat Prodan. DIS are just leaving the pit lane now, and they are behind Prodan and Ferruet. So this is the battle for fourth, and this is what happens. One Movies but haven't been the fastest team in the order so far, but they're picking up their pace actually throughout the weekend. They've been improving, and improving their position as well. Staying out of trouble, very, very important in this race. As we mentioned in the pre-race show, getting to the end is the most difficult. I said at the start, I think of the 3 races so far, getting to the end here is most difficult, but also most important, because people are more likely to have problems along the way here at Sebring than they were maybe at other circuits. Not that they were easy, Indianapolis and Silverstone, but I think it's a little bit easier to have a big mishap here at Sebring. So the fact that One Move have had no trouble today at all, has got them 4th place provisionally, but don't forget we've kicked off the pit stop cycle really. Those two, DIS SR Lab and Musto GD Esports, are the ones that go in early, and this is going to be the pattern from now on really. DIS have decided on the strategy to do that. That's a plan from them, and they've done it since the very start. They were the first cars to come down pit lane at the very first cycle, and they've been so ever since. And Giuseppe Di Fuoco has been forced into this strategy because of some issues a little bit earlier on. But I think DIS and Musto are in a bit of a fight for legitimate positions throughout this race.
Just scrolling through, Martin Mergley 25 seconds behind turn lower. He actually caught him by nearly 4 seconds on that last lap. Just going to see if that gap is changing. He was able to gain another couple of seconds on the previous lap. So the gap is closing for P2 in the LMP2 field. I'm just seeing if anyone else is driving at a quick rate. Okay, Christopher Kianek is the fastest man on the circuit, with the exception of Martin Hemmingson, because hypercars do exist. And the 22 is putting in a good showing at the moment, and Mugen Sim Racing can look to climb up the order after, well, the misfortunes that have befallen them with regards to, well, we remember they started the race with their default setup, and they had to switch that over to their race setup, and in the process they accrued a 3-lap penalty for doing so. They've been slowly working their way back up the order, and will be looking to join on in for this battle for P2 and P3.
And just to explain, that's because they got a new car to do that,
Yes.
to get that new setup. That's what happens when you get a new car. You get a 3-lap penalty, which is it's just what happens. So Mugen Sim Racing are in 8th place overall now, 7th place in LMP2. So they've been improving. They've got ahead of Tony Jansen, who's down there now for DSG because of penalties assigned to those guys. B32, I believe, have kicked off the pit stop cycles, or maybe just made a pit stop themselves. So now Kianek is ahead of them, and he overtook Bo Christensen not so long ago, did Christopher Kianek, and now he is a lap and a bit behind ProSim, but catching them rather quickly, so maybe he can get onto the back of those guys soon, but he's going to want to, because Mugen Sim Racing have been doing okay in the championship so far. 2 top 5 finishes at Indianapolis and at Silverstone. They're going to want to continue that on, but it's going to be difficult for them to do so with the situation they're in right now.
Yeah, it will be difficult. Still got over 8 hours remaining. And just looking down to the GT3 class, the Ludovic Darqui last time around, a 2:09. Martin Militai, a 2:02.0. So Ludovic Darqui really looking to pull off the overcut on Martin Militai. And Morten Argesen, 2:02.1. So the 41 and 13 of Mugen Sim Racing and Danish Racing League respectively really struggling, it seems, at the moment.
He might be a little bit discouraged at home by these largening gaps, and we do see this at this part of the race. It often does get like this, but towards the end it all closes up with the strategies all come to fruition, and they all kind of get together again, and things that all get very, very interesting towards the end of this, and we're looking forward to it massively. But for the moment, this is the part of the race where we do see the flattening of the action, and people just start to settle in. The guys will be settled in by this point, and they'll be just running their races, running their strategies as planned, if they can, of course. But in GTE, looks like Yuha Makiyupi is picking up the pace again. We often see this. The Juices Motorsport Club car isn't that fast out of the blocks, unless Vojta Polesny's driving it, in which case it's fast all the time. But with any other human driver at the wheel, it's not as fast out of the blocks as it is. Why has Yusuf got his head in his hands? I'm not. This is terrible. But Makiyupi is not as fast out of the blocks as Jose Berenguer. However, I feel like along the stint, he maintains that pace, whereas Berenguer drops off a little bit, at least in my experience anyway. So over the line goes Berenguer, it's 2:05, and Makiyupi is going to do a 2-minute flat. So he's gained another half a second in that one, and the gap for GTE lead closes again.
Just 5.3 seconds separating the two of them. We'll see whether Yuha Makiyupi can continue to close that gap down to Jose Berenguer and make Finnish fans across... Well, I was going to say Finnish fans across the world. Finnish fans across Finland. Finnish fans in general. Very happy.
Yes, it will. There's also go on.
Volante Racing, 17.4 seconds behind Ludovic Ferret. So there is a gap that is most certainly closing, and closing at a very, very consistent rate.
Yeah, that is going to be a battle to watch a little bit later on. Fruit being caught ever so slightly. Prodan is finding his feet now. He said going into the car a little bit earlier on that he hadn't done that much practice, or not as much as he would have liked anyway. So he might have been a little bit slower, inexperienced and so on. He had a little bit of an issue early on, which meant he had to get out immediately. Bartolozzi had to do another hour stint because there was a small issue for Donat Prodan. However, he's back into that car now and he's going quite quickly. A fair play to him for finding his feet so quickly and catching the one-move car. It's going to be a battle for 4th place. I'm going to be on between those two as well. Looking forward to that battle developing. But always good to see a good recovery drive from any team. But Volante do deserve a good result, I think, out of this one now.
Volante is slowly closing in. The 67 currently being piloted by Thanos Kelempekas, which I believe is a Greek name. Thanos.
It is.
Yes. I used to know Thanos from karting, so every time I hear Thanos, I'm just like, Greek. He's currently 35 seconds behind Giuseppe De Fuoco, and not doing a terrible job right now. He's ahead of the 166 ID Sim Sport car by 38 seconds, so bringing up the rear gunners, or the rear gun for Volante Racing quite nicely.
It's Thomas Breinegard, by the way, driving the RD Simsport car. A little bit close between those two, and then Ryan Nash in the satellite racing car is a lap and a bit behind those guys to bring up the rear in GTE, and they're fully embedded in the GT3 category. So it does make things a little bit complicated, it has to be said, to try and figure out what's going on, because the gaps to the next car on the road is not quite the gap to the next car in the class, so it does make things a tiny bit confusing from time to time, but we can deal with it, and these guys can as well, I'm sure. But the gap that's closing the quickest at the moment is Donat Prodan's gap, just looking up towards LMP2 to see if Martin Mugli's making any more impression on Toon Lower. It doesn't look like it for the moment, but battles in LMP2 may develop a little bit later on. It looks like that battle for second is going to be the closest one.
It is tight and it is hotting up. You have Mikey Yupi 5.6 seconds behind Jose Berenguer. The gap not really changing much for it in your GTE lead battle. Martin Mergli 27 seconds behind Turn Lower. I think that gap has actually been increasing somewhat. Last time round, 1.5 seconds quicker was Turn Lower. Carlos Basto closing in onto Martin Mergli as well. What's Christopher Kianik doing? A 48.3. He's still the fastest LMP2 out there by... Actually, the second fastest LMP2 is currently Tony Janssen in the DSG car, formerly known as a Fair Racing Team. They're having a turret time down in P10 in the LMP2 class, and we know that they've got a lot more pace and they should be much higher up. So let's see what Tony Janssen can do, because he's closing in by nearly 4 seconds a lap on B32 Racing and Bo Christensen in the DSR Dream Team car.
Big development in GTE, by the way. A 2-minute 7.8 for Jose Berenguer on the last lap. He's had a mistake somewhere or some kind of incident, because Hugo Makiyupi is now back into the lead of that class. So we've had a lead change in GTE once again. Berenguer has now been displaced, and he's going to be driving quite angry with himself, or somebody else, I imagine, at this point, because he has had some kind of incident out there on the circuit. We'll try and get that to the bottom of it. We'll try and get that to the bottom of that for you, and bring you some news of that on the other side of this break, which is coming up in a few moments' time, because we've just reached the end of another hour. We're 1/3 of the way through this race now, 4 hours gone, and still 8 hours to go. Even though we're so deep into this race, still getting lead changes in the classes. It's a great Sebring 12 hours so far, and I'm sure it will be for the rest. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in a few moments' time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flicks, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3 here at Sebring. And as we come back, I am joined by Alex Goldschmidt as Ewan O'Leary takes a rest to his voice. Alex, have you rested your voice nicely?
I have indeed, my good man. Thank you for asking. So considerate of you.
No problem at all. Martin Hemmingson still leads the field in the Senna Hypercar class. Marcel Chinchik leads the way in the LMP2 class. And we've had a slight change in the GTE class as Juha Mäki-Jypi has retaken the lead. We saw that right at the end before we jumped into the outbreak. Seduces now leading the GTE class, and in the GT3 class it is Ludovic Darqui who leads in the 26 one-move eSport car. And with that, we now have the footage of what happened to Mr. Jose, or what happened to Jose Berenguer in the WOSR car. And this is heading on down into Bishop, and that's just an LMP2 car that cuts across. And, well, thankfully for WOSR, they don't smash into the wall like they did in Silverstone on the back straight.
Yeah, I remember that one because I called that, didn't I? Like literally pinball wizard. Oh, that's a big old spin right there for WOSR. Thank goodness they didn't tangle with the barriers. But as they say, Yusuf once bitten, twice shy. I'm sure they won't want to make that mistake again. I think Jose Berenguer will be breathing a big sigh of relief that the car did not end up in the barriers.
I think he most certainly will. But they say once bitten, twice shy. But once you've bitten someone once, you just want to bite them again. And Jose Berenguer, right now, he wants to bite Juha Mäki-Jypi for a second time because he's only 1.4 seconds behind and he's pulled this move off once before.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on what's going on between them at the moment. The gap is about 1 second or so. And Yeah, it's a very concerning statement there when you want to when you've bitten someone. I'm not even going to comment on that. That is just like literally, I've never heard someone use that kind of turn that phrase around that I said to a completely different constructive. Right there. So praise be to Yusuf once, but no, it's getting rather interesting. I mean, it's sort of like the pendulum between. The gap itself is can fluctuate anywhere between a second to a second and a half. It's 1.181 seconds between the pair of them. And to be completely honest, Juha Mäkijuppi is currently a little bit faster on each lap. But on the previous one, he wasn't. It was a 2-minute .521 ahead of a 2-minute .00229 from Jose Berengoya. And Berengoya, that gap is sort of fluctuating yet again. It's always dependent on where they are on the circuit. And let's not forget, Yusuf, these are two Porsches.
Yeah, perfectly even match. BOP does not matter between these two cars because they are identical with the exception of their liveries. However, we mentioned gaps that are fluctuating. There is one gap that is not fluctuating, or it is, but just in one direction. Donat Prodan now 15 seconds behind Ludovic Feruit, and he gained half a second on the last lap. So we are well and truly getting closer and closer to that battle in the GTE class. For it is currently P4 in the GTE class standings.
Yeah, just now going on board with Jose Berengoya going through into T1 here at Sebring. And that gap looks to be coming down. It's now a second between Mäkijuppi and Berengoya. And this is where it gets rather interesting. They're going to go through Gurney Bend rather soon. And it looks like they've got some back marker traffic just up ahead. One of them looks to be possibly one of the Volante cars. I would say Kelempicus in the number 67. And I think just up ahead there might be the Danish Racing League Ferrari, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but... just the gap is absolutely being truncated by Berengoya at the moment, but Mäkijuppi's still keeping ahead at the minute, and this is a battle that's going to develop over time. It's not going to like literally spontaneously combust. We're going to have it where it's going to be a build-up to it, and the biggest thing here is that how much will Mäkijuppi be compromised with back marker traffic just up ahead, because that could be the difference between Mäkijuppi staying in the lead or Berengoya taking the lead in GTE.
Well, remember last time Berengoya got past, it was because of Martin Militai, Juha Mäkijuppi sent it down the inside. Berengoya was able to follow through, and that's what put him into such a good position to be able to challenge Juha Mäkijuppi for that P1 spot in the GT class, and he made it work effectively. We'll see whether he can do something similar this time around. I'm just receiving word in the YouTube chat from Bart Slobodzin that apparently Donat Prodan did 0 hours of practice. Imagine how quick Donat Prodan would be if he had done some practice.
Even if it was as minimal as, like, say, maybe 30 minutes or an hour, that's going to be the biggest point here. And now LMP2 traffic coming through now. Juha Mäkijuppi and Jose Berengoya in the pits at exactly the same time. But Berengoya could get the jump because he's literally in the first pit box in the pit lane. Mäkijuppi had to travel quite a few boxes down, and along with them comes in the number 404 of Jeff Van Island in the 404 Glam Racing car from GT3. So I'm just going to try and keep an eye on. So Mäkijuppi still in the pits. Berengoya still in the pits. This is going to be rather interesting, I think. To be honest,
I've just seen some bad news as well, Alex. Tony Janssen in the 334 DSG car has retired. That's a DNF coming in, so they've been involved in some kind of incident. So if they do get a car, that's another 3-lap penalty.
Well, hang on a second. The WOSR car. Now this is. The WOSR car's just hit the barriers. And it's just clashed into the other GT3 car. That was the Teleforingen. I've just seen that go literally. Just keep an eye on the replay. That was a hefty hit to the left-hand side and just went straight in. I'm not too sure if there might have been some contact possibly between them and the E-Team Brit car. because E-Team Brit was just behind. Not 100% sure, but if E-Team Brit was unsighted, it could. I mean, that's one of the biggest things here. You can just see, look, that's a hefty hit on the left-hand side, and Teleforingen, unwilling participant right there and then.
Yeah, is that the One Move GTE or is that the One Move GT3 car?
Just going to see.
This wasn't sure.
I think that might have been the One Move. It might have been the One Move ET. I'm not 100% sure. I thought it was the one, the WOSR car possibly.
No, WOSR were in the pits.
Yeah, so that would have been the number 31 Porsche. My apologies there. Yeah, so it's the thing is that was a rather hard hit. So the 31, there's going to be a repair job happening in the next pit stop. I guarantee you that much. Or they might already be in the pits. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Yeah, they have come into the pits. That was a big amount of damage suffered by the left-hand side. So the tracking will be out. There could be alignment problems with the shock absorbers and the uprights on that car, the anti-roll bar links. There's so much on these cars that can be adjusted on R Factor 2, and that's going to compromise them now. But since coming out of the pit lane, the battle for the GTE lead, Yuka Makiyupi still leading by about 2.2 seconds ahead of Jose Berengoya at this particular moment in time. So the Finnish driver in the number 74 from Juices Motorsport leads GTE currently.
Yeah, let's see what Horti San Andres can pull through. Currently 1.9 seconds or so behind Joao Barbosa. And, we saw previously his teammate being able to find a way through on Juha Mäki-Jypi. And now let's see whether Jordi San Andres can find the same kind of pace that Jose Berenguer was able to find just half an hour ago.
Yeah. And I'm just... now things are getting rather spicy in what's the battle for P4. But that would have been Ludovic Ferrui, and that was the driver that was behind the wheel of that car. So, yeah, that's hurt their race quite substantially there in terms of that incident that just took place. So that is in terms of GTE, Fabio Liuzzi still leads for Musto GD Esports. Then you've got Joao Barbosa in for the number 74 Juices Motorsport car. So there has been a driver change for that one. And then it's Jordi San Andres in the number 51, Donat Prodan. I think that's quite incredible how he's come into this with no practice at all, and he's keeping it in P4 at the moment, ahead of DIS SR Lab, who've just been passed by one of the LMP2 cars out on the circuit, and to be honest with you, they're not too far behind. It looks to be the number 41 of Mugen Sim Racing in the 650S. And they are currently, in terms of GT3, it's got Martin Militai, who we've mentioned a couple of times. Militai's currently about 39.1 seconds behind Ludovic Darqui in the number 26 One Move Esports Ferrari. So, I think, again, we have one of those things where we have we have incidents, we have problems, we then have penalties being issued, and then all of a sudden there's a load of calmness and serenity around the circuit, but I don't think that's going to last much longer again.
Probably not with Horti San Andres closing in onto Joao Barbosa. 7 tenths quicker last time round. Just trying to see where any of the other gaps might be. Martin Militai is currently 40 seconds behind Ludovic Darqui, who I believe is still to make one more pit stop than Martin Militai at some point, but I might be incorrect with that. DIS doing an okay job. They're currently 23 seconds behind Donat Prodan and are down in P5. So not the P3 that we've seen from them at Indianapolis and at Silverstone, but a decent damage limitation result from them nonetheless.
Yeah, I think this has become a race, rather than a race of attrition, it's become a race of survival. And that's what the teams now have to do, because it's about playing the long game. And we've all discussed this on the broadcast so far, that everyone, when you go lights out, it's like you try telling a racing driver that it's going to be a 12-hour endurance race, and they treat it like a 12-minute sprint.
Yes.
But then, obviously, when everyone starts getting into their rhythm, that's where things change. People get more into the groove, rather than having sort of the adrenaline and this, going through the roof. Your heart rate is up. People are having, the first thing that happens when you have adrenaline in your system, the first thing you do is you're going to start to sweat, you're going to start to perspire. Your breathing gets shorter as well, especially when you're trying to concentrate, and the first thing you're trying to do is concentrate on what's going on. And the initial flow of adrenaline will peter off after a certain amount of time, but then the opportunity to make up positions, a driver will instinctively go for it.
I just had a quick look as well, Alex, over on the weather forecast. We're about half an hour away from potentially the first showers on the circuit, and you can see that it is starting to look dark. You can see the cloud cover on the circuit, and you can see that there are no real patches of sunshine that are bursting their way through here at the Sebring International Raceway. And half an hour, we're going to be getting those first showers. I personally don't think it's going to be enough for wet tires. I think it's going to be a light drizzle. It'll make things damp and slippery, but still slick conditions. And then in about 2-3 hours time, we're going to be hitting that big wave of rain that is expected to arrive.
Yeah, I think with weather, you have to predict you can't predict every situation. No. You have to plan for every situation. That's what the teams will have done as a result of possibly looking ahead, seeing what the weather is going to do. Is it going to fluctuate during the course of the race? Because we've had it before. We had it at Silverstone. We thought rain was going to come at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It ended up round about sort of 6 o'clock in the evening. So it depends on so many different factors. The humidity, the ambient temperature. It's also about the wind pickup, and the wind pickup is blowing it across the circuit. So I think at some respects we will have rain at some point. The question is not if, it is a question of when that transpires.
Precisely so. And just looking to the lap times in the GTE class, Jorge San Andres setting a new personal best for the 51W OSR Porsche, a 58.7, which was 0.6 quicker than Joao Barbosa, and he actually went 0.6 quicker than him again this lap in Sector 1 alone.
That's pretty impressive pace at this later stage. Well, in this sort of first half has just spotted that the number 57 of Ramada Motorsport now is in the pits from P4 in LMP2, P5 overall. They'll have a comfortable gap to see them come out in front of ProSim. And ProSim at the moment are now making their way onto the Ullman Straight at this particular moment in time. So Ramada will come out in front, which they are now just about to exit the pit lane. Looking rather close, but where is ProSim at the moment? They're now coming through Sunset Bend, and I think Ramada, have now got the throttle fully buried in that car, and now they have decided to just keep pushing forward, and that's what exactly is going to happen. So a good job there by the team to get the car out in front. And this is where things again, the drivers now have to cope with colder tyres coming straight out of the pit lane, and then a couple of laps and they'll be up to full speed, and then the drivers can start pushing once more.
Just want to give an update on Unison Racing, because they were having a torrid affair in the first hour of the race. They currently find themselves actually in P4 in the GT3 class, so this is a really good damage limitation race from them, and the way things stand, they should be able to retain their championship lead. They will of course lose out on that current streak of wins that they've had since the opening race and won't be able to make it 3 from 3, but I think holding on to the championship lead is still a good point for them.
Yeah, also from second position in GT3, the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car of Martin Milotai has now dropped off of the air jacks in the pit lane. So very shortly, I would imagine that car will be leaving the pits itself, and Morten Egersen is the next best placed car in the number 13 from Danish Racing League. Milotai still in the pits. Egersen coming down the Elman Straight and has been passed by one of the LMP2 cars, as well as the number 10 from Pin Sim Drillers Esports, piloted by Martin Hemmingsen. And now Milotai exiting the pits, I think, is the case on this particular occasion. So Milotai has stayed in the vehicle. They've completed now what is effectively 124 laps, as Milotai now puts the foot down, coming, and this is one of the weirdest exits out of pit lane, because effectively when you come out of the pit lane here at turn 1 at Sebring, you are literally nigh on the grass and on the outside curving of turn 1 as you exit pit lane.
Yeah, it's a very strange pit lane exit. It'd be but if that pit lane exit could just continue on the outside for a bit longer before joining on to the circuit, so you're not right on the pit exit.
Yeah, so, and that has kept the car about 21 seconds ahead of Morten Egersen in the Danish Racing League car. So Milotai and Mugen Sim Racing still staying in P2 in GT3, but it is the number 26 of One Move Esports, Ludovic Dacry, currently 15th overall, but leading the GT3 class. With around 7 hours and 40 minutes left of this race still to go. So a good performance, I must admit here, Yusuf, from One Move Esports. They've kept their nose clean pretty much all the way through this race thus far.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you have to do in endurance racing. You've got to keep your nose clean, make sure you don't make any mistakes. And again, there's that little element of luck to make sure that you don't get collected in somebody else's mistake. Whether you call it luck, experience, it's a combination of both. And yeah, right now it's been a good showing from the 26 of One Movie Esports. Sadly, the same cannot go for their sister team in the GTE class. We saw that incident that occurred not too long ago for Mathieu Decroix. Actually, I don't think it was Mathieu Decroix who was in the car at the time. It was Ludovic Ferry, but they should be able to pick themselves up. The Martin Milotai in the 41 right now. He's currently 2 minutes down on... what am I talking about? Martin Milotai is in the 41 of Mugen Sim Racing. He's a fair bit down on Ludovic Darqui, who is currently running in the lead of the GT3 class.
Yeah, so just, yes, there's still plenty of battles that might start emerging. I mean, the one that I'm seeing at the moment is between the number 74 of João Barbosa from Juices Motorsport and then the 51 of Jordi San Andres from the WOSR number 51 Porsche. And gap currently is around about nigh on 3 seconds at the minute. So, yeah, this could be rather interesting. But then when you look at the biggest side of things, they are coming through to get up close and personal. Looks like that's Giuseppe De Fuoco in the number 53 just up ahead, who is effectively nigh on a lap down in comparison to the car just behind. But still leading in GTE, it is the number 54, the sister Musto GD Esports car with Fabio Liuzzi behind the wheel.
And Fabio Liuzzi is currently running about 7/10 a lap slower than the likes of João Barbosa, and the second down on Jordi San Andres. He's only 18 seconds up the road from the pair of them, so they will be closing in, and we might be seeing a three-way battle for the lead in the GTE class. Down in the GT3 class, though, battle for P2 is starting to form. Morten Egersen in the 13 Danish Racing League car, now 10.5 seconds behind Martin Milotai in the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car.
Yeah, looks like we might be having another interview very shortly. Let's see if we can bring in Turn Lower. from the number 15 Juices Motorsport car. Turn, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
So, a very, very good performance from you guys in the LMP2 car at the moment. Sabakis behind the wheel. How's the team feeling in the LMP2 side of things?
Yeah, we feel really confident for at least P2 because Varga is too quick, but we're still pushing for it.
And when's your next stint going to be? When's your stint going to be in the car then?
I don't know yet. Like, I was at least doing double stint now, and I just got out, so we will see how he's feeling.
And obviously, with regards to running in the LMP2 car, with regards to the force feedback that you guys get through your steering wheel hubs and obviously the steering wheels, how different is it compared to Silverstone? Because Silverstone's a lot, a proper racetrack, whereas here it's more of you've got more like street circuit tarmac on here at Sebring. The bumps and undulations must be a little bit unsettling at times, I take it.
Yes, it's really hard. It's really tough. You get tired quite quickly.
Well, Turn, we wish you and all the team at the number 15 of Juices Motorsport and LMP2 all the very best of luck for the race. Just keep on pushing, and who knows, let's see if you guys are able to catch up to Varga.
Yeah, thank you.
So a big thank you to Turn Lower there from Juices Motorsport. And it was interesting to just get that insight, reference the Ford feedback that these drivers are having to contend with, because obviously we've been talking about how the suspension operates on these vehicles, but then also how it translates into the direct force feedback that the drivers have got on their sim rigs. That's a rather interesting technical point as well.
Yeah, and some drivers will, prefer to run with much lighter force feedback, so they get less of that feeling through, and it requires a little bit less endurance, at least physically, on their arms, but at the same time you get a little bit less feedback, quite literally, from the steering wheels. I think another interesting point that Turn Lower brought up was how they're approaching the stints, which is just, we're going to let somebody out on circuit, and when they're kind of feeling done, when they're not feeling as good anymore or as fresh, then we'll sub them out rather than having a very strict schedule for driver stints.
Yeah. And I think also the tiredness, both mentally and physically, with the demands that these drivers are putting themselves through over the 12 and 24-hour races of the season is a lot of proper preparation, to be honest with you. But with that being said, now going to head to a brief commercial break here on GTR 24H. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello everyone and welcome back to continuing coverage of the third round of the GTR 24H EEW season in 2021. Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf bin Suhail back with you once again. And still, to be honest with you, Yusuf, the battle between Joao Barbosa and Jordi San Andres is closing a little bit more since the commercial break to around about the... It's actually getting even close. It's like really close. Look, they're going through Sunset Bend. They've got Unison Racing just up ahead. Then they've got the 53 of Giuseppe De Fuoco just behind. So there's been a lot of work going in by Jordi San Andres.
It's been a really good stint from the 51 driver so far. And now WOSR are hot on the heels of Deuces Motorsport Club. And let's see if Jordi San Andres can find a way through. He's closer than he has been all stint long. Not the closest that we've seen WOSR been to Deuces Motorsport. Of course, that came earlier on in the race when we saw Jose Berengawa actually closing in on to Joao Barbosa's teammate of Juha Mäki-Jupi, but they have since had driver changes and Joao Barbosa, Jordi San Andres almost running into the back of the Teleforeningen car. And that's just another car now between himself and Joao Barbosa, which he will not be most pleased to see.
No, and also the LMP2, the other Juices Motorsport car, the number 15 with Sabakis still behind the wheel, actually just making his way through traffic. Now it's a case of when will Jordi San Andres try and get past the Teleforingen car as another LMP2 car tries to make its way past and does so. And this is where things get rather... They get to that nail-biting stage where you don't know if the LMP2 car is going to make it safely around the car, and that was the 777 with Steven Salsgaard behind the wheel, and has neatly negotiated his way past the number 74 with Joao Barbosa as they go through Le Mans onto the Ullman Straight, and now Jordi San Andres is not that far behind. And they're now going through into Sunset Bend. Now this is going to get rather interesting because you've got another GT3 car. Jordi San Andres looks to pull to stick his nose into the inside there on Joao Barbosa, but on that particular occasion he thinks better of it, waits and bides his time. Out of Sunset Bend they come, and then into the right-hander, or the left-hander at turn 1. Jordi San Andres looking rather racy right now for WOSR iZone Performance.
The other thing I'd like to bring up is I'm riding on board right now with Jordi San Andres, and you can see right behind him is a BMW of Giuseppe De Fuoco, who is a lap down, exactly a lap down. So he's going to be wanting to find a way through just so that he can try to close back up to these guys. And effectively now you've got your top 5 of GTE pretty much all within a lap of each other. One lap plus about 2 seconds.
Yeah, very true there, and this is getting rather dicey, but the biggest thing now is that Jordi San Andres has that target in front as one of the has to be one of the Ligier JSP2s coming past, and that will be, I'm just trying to get an eye on the number, but the thing is the LMP2 car makes its way past around the outside of San Andres, and then we'll have to try and get past very quickly the 74 of Joao Barbosa.
Contact between the two, and that's Joao Barbosa going to run wide, and that's just going to allow Jordi San Andres to sweep through, and Giuseppe De Fuoco will follow through as well. So the LMP2 affecting once again once again, someone not involved directly in the battle affects how the GTE lead battle pans out.
Yeah, it's about these closing speeds again, isn't it? You know, the rapidity of how quickly these Arikas and Ligiers in the LMP2 class can really make a very profound difference in a battle that is possibly for maybe a top 3, or as we've seen just now, that is the battle for the lead in GTE. So this now puts João Barbosa on the back foot, but he will have the assistance, so to speak, of Giuseppe De Forco just ahead in the 53 Musto car, which is out of the position that we'd have customarily seen, but obviously due to the pit stops that saw De Forco changing with Brioni a bit earlier on, where we had 2 pit stops within half an hour of each other. So whether there were some issues, but it seems like those issues have been rectified for Giuseppe De Forco, and now he's trying to do his level best to catch up and try and unlap himself. But with the 2 Porsches, it's like the BMW meat and the Porsche sandwich right now, going through towards the far part of the circuit. It's going to be a tall order for the points leaders in GTE to mount any sort of possible offensive, but it just depends if their strategy is smart and they can capitalise on the mistakes of others, which might include these 2 teams here. You never know what might happen in around about the next 7.5 hours.
I'll tell you what, João Barbosa looks very, very good on the brakes, and actually Giuseppe De Forco will allow João Barbosa through, so he does not want to involve himself in the GTE class battle. And now Jorge San Andres was quicker than João Barbosa. That's how he closed up to within a second. But now that João Barbosa is behind, now that he can see the WOSR car ahead, sometimes I can just give you those extra couple of attempts, and maybe João Barbosa in the 74 Deuces Motorsport car will be able to close back in to the WOSR iZone Performance car.
Yeah, I've just seen the B32 Racing has come out of pit lane, but ProSim is showing in the garage, I believe, which is rather interesting there. So ProSim running P7 in LMP2.
They have a DNF.
Yeah, they have a DNF, so I'm wondering what's happened there. Has there been drama for ProSim is my biggest question here right now. And has it been of a technical nature as opposed to...
That's a big accident. Accident's just happened. João Barbosa has run into the side of an LMP2 car that had spun through Sunset Corner. And how much damage is on the car? Is he going to dive on into the pits? No, he does not. I'll just try to get a replay of that incident up for everyone.
That looks to be Michael Ciccolini in the 766. The rear wing is missing off of that LMP2 car. They've just pulled that into pit lane. So, yeah, that's the 766 car. That is the DSR Dream Team. Who,
okay, I have the incident up now, Alex.
Yeah.
And he just makes his way into the corner, and then, and it's just a case of the LMP2 car spun, and the Deuces driver, João Barbosa, saw, there's space on the inside, but with the way the LMP2 car was spinning, it was always going to come back across onto the racing line.
That's something you don't want to see. And the thing is, that's going to be an I think in some respects you could look at it from 2 perspectives. If that was going, if that is a rejoin, an incorrect rejoin according to what race control might determine, and this is just from so how I would see it possibly, 766 rejoined onto the track having spun, and João Barbosa coming into that at full pace. And the thing is, round there, it's difficult because effectively it's a blind apex. You can't see round the other side of what's happening at Sunset Bend. You're literally going in blind, a bit like Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, it is blind, and to be honest, I don't think the LMP2 car can be done for an unsafe rejoin. I mean, he was spun, he was a passenger. Maybe he could have gone on the brakes. I'm sure he was on the brakes, but the momentum of the car just carried him back onto the circuit, and that just looks to be a plain old racing incident, and it's a huge blow for the Deuces car, but thankfully it doesn't look like there's too much damage to the Deuces car, and João Barbosa can try to close on in and close it back up and maybe we can see a battle re-emerge as Jorge San Andres now leads by 12.5 seconds for WOSR.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing here is that this race so far, with around 7 hours and 20 minutes still to go on the clock, Yusuf, there have been so many changes in what exactly has happened. I thought that Sebring might cause a few problems. It's caused more than its fair share, and we're not even half distance yet.
Yeah, still a long way to go. 7.5 hours remaining. I'm just seeing if there are any other battles emerging. Mathieu Decroix 16 seconds behind Matthias Blom. 16 seconds behind Thanos Kalempekas in the GTE battle. Matthias Blom is your P3 GT3 class driver, and he is sandwiched in between the two GTE cars at the moment.
Yeah, quite a few drivers just making their way around the track, trying to see if they can get some sort of affirmative track position at certain places. And in some ways, you have to look at some of the drivers that have started to really fight back. Matt Webb now back behind the wheel of the E-Team Brit Arica 07 LMP2 car. Quite a way down off of the leaders, but still pushing forward. So they've had Bradley Rockies, Matt Webb, and Sandro Ballesteros. Max Spooner is the other driver in this car, but I'm sure that he will be getting in towards the tail end of the race itself. So at least the good thing is that one of the things that James Hall actually said, he said, kudos to the drivers for picking themselves up after this, and this has been a season for learning for E-Team Brit here at GTR 24H. I won't make any bones about that, but it's just the fact that there are some drivers that will keep on pushing no matter what gets thrown at them.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And I'm also just looking back to the weather radar, and we have approached the first bit of rain, or the first part of rain cloud, so we might start to see some raindrops are falling on the circuit. Maybe we'll start to see the wipers activate. It should just be a very light drizzle at the current point in time, and maybe strengthen over the next 15 minutes before going back to a clear dry patch, and then more rain to come later on in the race.
Yeah, that could change the dynamic of the race. This could bring more drivers back into this, and whether that does happen or not is anyone's guess, yours or mine included here, Yusuf. But there are. So I've just been informed that ProSim had to had a rejoin. So they have been given the obligatory 3-lap penalty, obviously for putting a new car onto the server. So at least at the end of the day, they still want to keep on racing and still keep on competing. So it's just the thing is that with these teams, they have to work around every strategy. We keep on saying this time and time again here, and it's about sort of how you pull your strategy back to try and compete. If you think, let's look at this realistically. Let's look at this with the glass half full mentality. If we have no dramas, we know exactly what we are doing, what our lap times are happening with regards to respective drivers, what's the consistency like, what is the weather going to do, are we going to need to switch tyres, what fuel level are we going to put in the next pit stop. That's what everyone in the team will have to discuss amongst themselves. And then also you'll have the feedback from the driver that's currently behind the wheel saying, track's getting there's a few more marbles over around the outside of turn 1 or to the inside of turn 3 or whatever. So there'll be correlating feedback, so everyone will be working on the fly to change their strategy accordingly.
Precisely so, and just going to ride on board with Martin Mergeli. He's currently P3 in the LMP2 class, putting in some quick laps. Actually, I think he is the quickest car out on circuit on the last lap, even quicker than Martin Hemmingsen in the hypercar class. So Martin Merkley putting in some fantastic laps. He's currently a lap down on Sabakis, but if he can keep up this pace, who knows what can come through over the remainder of the race. And going back to what you were saying as well, I mean, again, we kind of bring this up time and time again, endurance versus sprint racing, but with an endurance at the end of the day, it's effectively a time trial, isn't it? It's a time trial for 90% of the race, and then in the final hour or so, then you start thinking, oh, okay, these cars are all here. Where does my strategy feed out relative to everyone else?
Yeah, that's on all fronts, and it's a case of just putting paid to as best a strategy that you can do, whilst you're trying to keep pushing the car as hard as you possibly can, with regards to things such as mechanical sympathy. These drivers are pushing these cars with an inch of the flooring, and also the rubber on the tyres, plus also the amount of fuel in the tank, because anyone can guess what the result is going to be after 12 hours, be my guest, and let's see if your crystal ball might be operating at full capacity, because my crystal ball doesn't work because it's been broken for years.
I don't think I ever had a crystal ball, to be honest, Alex. Can't quite see through crystal that well. Sometimes, you get too many big pieces of crystal in there rather than a smooth finish. I don't know what I'm saying. What I do know is happening is that Mathieu Decroix is closing in on to Thanos Kalempikas. He's currently 10 seconds behind, and last time round he actually closed in by 1.5 seconds. So that gap is consistently diminishing, and this is the battle for P7 in the GTE class.
Yeah, P7 looking rather interesting in GTE. I think to be honest with you, there's DISSR lab, P3, they could have had a P2 last time out. Had it not been for the incidents and dramas in the last 20 odd minutes or so, when someone started standing up out of his chair, didn't he, Yusuf? I remember that. It's just one of those things where we don't know what's going to happen at all. E-Team Brit trying to make their way through traffic. They've got the One Move Esports GT3 car, and then I think that's the 777. That's not looking rather good up there. And then the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car. It's nearly. Oh my goodness me! This is what can be a bit hair raising in this particular occasion, because now Mugen sends it up the inside. And it is just that was close. That was very, very close indeed.
Just taking a look, Mathieu Decroix is now under 10 seconds behind Thanos Kalempikas. Just trying to see if there are anything else happening. Christopher Kianik, of course, still pushing. He's currently P6 in the LMP2 class, making good inroads up the order, and is now just 41 seconds behind Steven Salzgård, and is one of the fastest drivers out on circuit at the moment with a 48.4 last time round. Actually 7 seconds quicker than what Steven Salzgård was able to do.
Yeah, and these battles will keep on happening all the way through the race, as again there are... oh my goodness me, there was a massive moment there. I think the E-Team Brit car's been turned around, tried to go side by side with João Barbosa. The E-Team Brit car with Matt Webb behind the wheel has just had a turnaround. I'm not too sure exactly what happened. I caught the tail end of it. So yeah, that's changed E-Team Brit's race yet again. But in the meantime, Sabakis is being closed in on by Martin Merkley in the number 95 from Hackers at the moment. So this is going to be rather interesting. And Merkley on the charge at this particular moment in time. But Sabakis, I think, might be told by the team what is going on behind. And Sabakis trying to get past another couple of look, you can see now Merkley, I think, has got Sabakis in his sights down the Ullman Straight, heading towards Sunset Bend. And that is rather interesting. Sabakis has got one more LMP2 car to negotiate, but then Sabakis pulls into the pits. Mergley will now take P2 for the number 95, the DAC Hackers.
Sabakis lost about 2.5 seconds to Martin Mergley over the first 2 sectors alone, so decides to dive into the pits and just get a fresh set of boots on the car and not lose any more time in what was a rather large cluster of traffic. DIS are currently 14 seconds behind Donald Prodan and are gaining by around a second a lap. So that is some good pace that they are showing. And Mathieu Decroix is now 7 seconds behind Thanos Kalempekas in the GTE battle between One Move Esports and Volante Racing.
Yeah, looks like the number 15 coming out of the pits. So that would be the. I mean, to be honest with you, Juices Motorsport have had a really good performance so far, and I think from this aspect, look, the headlights are now coming on, and that means that it looks like it's getting a bit more overcast around there at Sebring. Let's have a look at the weather, shall we?
Yes, let's. And you can see that big body of water that we were expecting to come in here is expected to come, but right now we're just around a few light patches of drizzle that are kind of encircling the circuit, so I am expecting to see a few drops of rain, as I've been saying for the last half an hour, but it is still yet to really fall. And again, it'll be those few spots, but not enough to cause the drivers to switch over to wet tyres.
No, I mean, if it gets to the point where they hit that crossover period between wets and dries, that's where the teams will have to make that decision. How much longer do we keep the car out for? Have we got enough fuel to stay out for that period of time? Are we needing to do lifting and coasting? Are we needing to compromise on our strategy, on what we're going to do for the rest of the race? This is where the weather really can play havoc with the team's strategy and how they look to reach their attainable goals. And what I mean by attainable is being realistic. You can't, if you say, yeah, we're going to win the race, and then you have a massive incident in the first 15 minutes of it, you then got to get back off the back foot and try and push forward and try and look to see how you can change that. And with the teams that have been hit with penalties in this race, it shows that no one is completely infallible. There are mistakes that happen over a 12 or a 24-hour endurance race. We've seen that, and now with all the headlights on the cars, we've just seen one of the GD Musto cars has got its main beams and also its front LED fog lamps on. Every single car has got their lights on now, and that means, look, you can see the cloud cover. It's a little bit more aggressive than it was maybe, say, 15 or 20 minutes ago. So I think we could be in for another twist in the tail here, Yusuf.
As you said before, it's a case of when, not if, that rain will come down, and it is looking very dark out on the circuit. Just trying to double check what is the track time on game, as I can't actually see on the data on the top. I think we must be around about 6 p.m. in game or something like that. Either way, darkness will be engulfing the circuit in not too long, as we are still in the northern hemisphere, even if we are down in Florida. So the days will be somewhat longer here than they would be over for the likes of me and Alex in the UK.
Yes, very, very true there, Yusuf. But I think at the end of it all, one of the things that we're going to see as soon as the nighttime starts to make its enforce its way and impose its way onto the track a little bit later on, one of the biggest things that we'll see is the temperature drop, along with not just the possibility of a deluge of rain, however intense that may be. And that could change quite a few things, but some of the drivers just keeping on with the task at hand. They're looking at how they just keep plugging away. You don't need to sort of like go, yeah, we're going to go flat out every race. every single lap. You cannot do it. No matter who you are, even if it's in real life racing.
I hope Henry Sinnick's not listening, because he will take on that challenge.
I'm sure he will take on that challenge, but the thing is, I'm looking at this from a real life aspect.
Yeah, of course.
No race goes 100% perfect, and that's even in sim racing. And I've commentated on quite a few other championships where, people. I've had it where people have had pedal failures coming out of the pit lane, and it's stopped their race, like in a 90-minute solo driver race with two or three mandatory pit stops. It was an Alton Park race, I remember correctly. One driver, he was leading, he came in, car stopped on the exit of pit lane. That's where dramas can happen, and that can even happen in real life. And so from my aspect, it's and it's now getting really hairy in LMP2 at the moment. Martin Mergley's right in the middle of a lot of traffic. And that includes Unison Racing, E-Team Brit. Oh my goodness, nearly 3 abreast coming out of Sunset Bend. Are you kidding me right now? That was well negotiated by Martin Mergley.
I've also got some news regarding the GT3 class. Matthias Blom and the Danish Racing League have a penalty for when they attempted to overtake Car 68, and Car 68, I'm just trying to double check.
E-Team Brit, the Eureka in LMP2.
So they must have turned across the E-Team Brit car when they were getting lapped, and that is a drive-through penalty. So the Car 13, Matthias Blom, currently 90 seconds down on your P2 car, Martin Militai, and they are currently a lap ahead of Jeff Van Eilen. So it shouldn't affect their current standings, but it will move them further and further away from those top 2 spots.
Yeah, looks like there's a car that's actually just gone off the track a little bit further back from what would have been going from Tower Turn through to Flying Fortress Straight. I think one of the coolest named straights, I think, in motorsport these days, as we alluded to in the preview show. Ahead of this race, because obviously with the Air Force base heritage here at Sebring, which was originally known as Hendricks Air Force Base in the Second World War. So yeah, I think there's a lot of drivers out there just trying to push like crazy still, and one of the biggest things that I find from that is that the mechanical sympathy, if you start doing that, mechanical sympathy goes out the window. It's and it looks like João Barbosa is now in the pits from P2 in GTE. Big thanks to you and Leary for that spot there. And Valeriano is currently, where is he on the track? Just trying to find that out. Looks like it's an early pit stop for Barbosa because of possible damage. Now I'm wondering whether, because João Barbosa was right literally with Matt Webb from E-Team Brit when we saw the E-Team Brit car getting turned around. So Valeriano is currently making his way down. I think he's going through into Bishop Bend right now, and Barbosa at this particular moment is now leaving the pit lane. So Valeriano will be probably heading through into Le Mans, and that now means that Barbosa will keep second position in GTE, but has dropped behind Jordi San Andres in the number 51 from WOSR iZone Performance. And that gap has now stretched to around, well, I think I'm just keeping an eye on this at the moment. It's all changing all the time, isn't it, here on this race?
It really is.
We're trying to keep up. That's for P. So João Barbosa might be behind Donat Prodan, I believe.
He is behind. He's 5.6 behind Donat Prodan, and he's 5 seconds ahead of DIS in the GTE class. Also, Mathieu Decroix is now 1.9 seconds behind Thanos Kalempikas in the GTE battle. So I think this might be the perfect time, or should we wait for this battle to end before throwing to a break, Alex?
I think let's just keep our eyes on this one, because if João Barbosa has got... Let's just keep with it, because this is going to be rather interesting, I fear, because what you don't want to do is go to an ad break and then we miss all the action like we've had happen before. So I'm going to ride on board with João Barbosa, not too far behind Donat Prodan in the number 66. And one of the biggest questions I have now, when is Pauli Ahonen, your favourite thing that you like to interview, get behind the wheel of that car? But Barbosa is right up close and personal out of Le Mans and is closing. That's the other Volante. Thank you for that. That's Kalempikas. So Kalempikas was actually. So that means that João Barbosa has got a little bit more time to find. That's about 3 seconds up the road. I think that the other car is currently going to switch to trackside on Prodan. Yeah, he's now heading towards turn 1. And there is João Barbosa with his headlights ablaze in the distance. So that was Thanos Kalempikas. Whenever I see the word Thanos, I keep on thinking of Avengers Endgame these days. So,
I mean, going off what happened at Indianapolis, I'm sure he could snap his fingers and Volante could remove half the drivers from the circuit. But since Indianapolis, Volante have been very, very good when it's come to incidents on circuit.
Yeah, very. So, without further ado, we're going to now head to a short commercial break here on GTR 24H, and we'll be back, returning in a couple of moments' time.
2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to GTR 24H for continuing coverage of the third round of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Here being hosted by Sebring International Raceway in Florida in the United States of America. Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back with you. Yusuf bin Sahal now resting his dulcet tones for the next few moments or so. But a rather interesting set of battles that we're having at the moment. And I've just noticed that Donat Prodan, who's had zero practice, is being closed in on by the number 74 of João Barbosa from Juices Motorsport. This is for third position in GTE here, Ewan, and things are getting rather tantalising, aren't they?
Yeah, it's getting quite tasty in the GT categories at the moment. They're both just in behind the GT3 leaders here. So that's the Ferrari just in front of Donat Prodam at the moment, who is, that's Ludovic Darqui, who's still driving the One Move Esports leading GT3 car, but the other Volante car has been involved in a bit of a battle while we were at the break there. Fanos Kalempicus has just been overtaken by Mathieu Decrop, and now that is a change for 7th place in the GTE category. The Frenchman is able to get through on the Greek driver and slightly pull a couple of car lengths in the last few moments. So it was on a few moments ago, but Decrop is now through, and our attention turns now to the battle between Prodan and Barbosa for 3rd place in GTE. Now, Barbosa has recently come into the pit lane off schedule because he picked up damage in that incident where he hit one of the LMP2 cars. I believe it was a 766 at Sunset Bend. Barbosa got damage from that. He lost 20 seconds in the incident, and so Nick Newcomb's informed me that they're going to have to manage fuel numbers for the rest of the race to try and get back on sequence, but it shouldn't be a problem for them. They won't have to make an extra stop or anything like that. They've just been set back 20 seconds or so, and here he comes on Donat Prodam, really applying the pressure now.
Yeah, quick penalty update. We've just had a new one issued by Race Control. I'll tell you about that in a minute, because it's side by side, all going through into turn 2. João Barbosa looking to thread the needle, but Donat Prodan holding off in the number 66, Aston Martin from Volante Racing. Now through into the next part of the circuit, through Gurney Bend. They'll then have the hairpin turn before they hit Fangio, and they have still got the number 26 of Ludovic Darqui, the GT3 leader at the moment. There is an LMP2 car just to keep an eye on what is happening behind them. That looks to be the DAC Hackers car, I think, that is just sweeping round the outside and then up the inside, respectively, of João Barbosa and Donat Prodan. That is getting rather close. The second, the penalty that I've just been informed about is car number 13, Danish Racing League. They've been given a 30-second stop-go penalty by Race Control, with no respect given for overtaking car 26, which is the GT3 leader at the moment with Ludovic Darqui. E-Team Brit now trying to make their way past the two, battling way for GTE Pride in the top 3, as Donat Prodan still holding on at the moment for P3, but you have to sort of sense that it's a case of when will João Barbosa go for it. Well, they've gone through Le Mans into Almond Strait, and this is where João Barbosa's really got a good run on Donat Prodan, as they're both trying to attempt to get past Ludovic Darqui. The GT3 car still ahead. Oh, that's very wide there for João Barbosa, but he's trying to get the cut back through the corner, through Sunset Bend. Ludovic Darqui, this is going to be 3. Barbosa to one side, Prodan to the other, and this is going to be side by side for P3 going into turn 1 in GTE. João Barbosa's got the outside line as an LMP2 car. Gets into the wall, and that forces Donat Prodan wide. And that gives João Barbosa the opportunity he needed. It was the LMP2 car that was in front that threaded its way up the inside. Bit of a sideways moment for Donat Prodan. Oh my goodness me, Prodan will not be happy about that one, with that LMP2 car forcing its way through, and I think that's going to be looked at by Race Control.
That was the LMP2 leader, Vargas Sim Racing, going through. Yuri Toman trying to go free wide down the inside at turn number 1. I think there was the space there, but too many cars into one space at once. And in the end, if one person just goes a little bit off of their line, then there is going to be contact, because there's not much space on the line. It's quite a wide corner, but the line is quite small, which makes things especially difficult. Bit of contact in the end, and Prodan was forced wide. If Varga are adjudged to be at fault for that, that one, then they will be given a penalty, obviously. But I think, for me, I think that's probably a racing incident. If I just 3 cars into one, it's hard to really stay off of each other. I think Varga were far enough up. I think they were, well, I don't want to say it was their corner, because that just, I guess it sounds like a complete disregard to GTs in my book, but, I think there was space for them to be there. I don't think they were wrong to go for that move, Yuri Toman. I think that was a decent opportunity for him to lap those 2 cars at once. There was just not enough space for it in the end, and there was just a little bit of contact, but nothing major in the end, fortunately.
I think really with what we have to remember here is that both Prodan and Barbosa were battling for position. They had Ludovic Darqui. They both went one way, then the other around him. And it was a case that they would be so concentrated, that they would probably be more concentrating on what they were actually doing in terms of battling for position, that sometimes there is that sort of case where an LMP2 car will close up, as Jordi San Andres from WOSR, I believe, has, well, I'm not too sure if they are in the pits at the moment. They are back out on track. Is still leading the GTE car class, but interesting, another development in GTE here. I'm just sort of looking, well, Jordi San Andres is now behind, I think. Let's just have a look here. So I've just gone to Giordano Valeriano, who's back behind the wheel of the 54 Musto Esports BMW M8 GTE. And Jordi San Andres is actually behind, because obviously they've had a pit stop. Andres gets very close. Way too close coming out of Sunset Bend. These drivers are chancing their luck coming out of Sunset Bend. And just look at how close he gets to the wall. Like, literally nothing between the left-hand side rear haunch of that Porsche and the wall on the outside. And if you tangle with that, that's going to spell disaster, because that's going to pinball you across the other side of the circuit and into the wall, and that's going to be a hard hit.
Yeah, it is, and I've not actually seen anyone go into that wall just for the moment, thankfully, but I don't want to jinx anything by saying that just for the moment. But yeah, Giordano Valeriano is now leading this race in GTE, because Jordi San Andres has been into the pit lane. The last lap he just completed was his out lap from his most recent pit stop, and so that was about 15 minutes after Barbosa. So at the end of the race, World of Sim Racing, because of the issue that Juice's Motorsport Club had with that car, LMP2 car at Sunset Bend in the last stint, they're going to now have to take 15 minutes more fuel at their final pit stop than World of Sim Racing are, which is going to cost them a little bit of time on top of the 20 seconds that they have already lost. So that's going to be it's going to be difficult for Juices at this point, but they've got Wojtek Polesny to hopefully, for their sake, pull them up a little bit in this particular race. But I believe it's Giordano Valeriano who's driving that car at the moment, the 54 car. I believe they are legitimately leading this race. They are stretching their car at least maybe even at least 2 laps longer than the Porsches. The fuel consumption on that BMW is a lot better. They can stretch their stints longer, and I believe at this stage in the race they are going to be making 1 less stop than World of Sim Racing and Deuce's Motorsport Club. So I think Musto and World of Sim Racing have the exact same amount of pit stops to make right now, and so this gap is a legitimate one, and Jordi San Andres is going to have to close this on the circuit. He's also got about 5 GT3s in front of him right now, so this should be very tasty to watch him negotiate.
Yeah, very much the case. I've just been keeping an eye on Donat Prodan, who's about 4 seconds now behind João Barbosa after what happened earlier. The back end on that Aston Martin, it looks to be a bit tail happy, putting the power down through the corners. And there's been a couple of sideways moments for Prodan, so I think it's just a case of now nursing the car now. I think there might have been a little bit of damage sustained to the Aston Martin at this particular moment after what happened through turn 1 with the LMP2 car going up the inside. So I think it's just about a bit of limitation here for these guys at Volante Racing, and obviously, yeah, we want to see when Pauli Ahonen gets behind the wheel, because when he gets behind the wheel, anything's possible, and he's effectively their flying fin. So that's going to be a rather interesting battle. I think Also, just keeping an eye on the number 31 car. That's the One Move Esports GTE car. There has been some movement between Mathieu Decaux and Thanos Kalempikas, but then there isn't really much that we can talk about in terms of true positional battles within LMP2, GTE or GT3, because these drivers are now getting into their rhythm. And I think really the weather, I'm still keeping a beady eye on that at the moment. It's looking rather foreboding, isn't it, Ewan?
It's looking quite threatening, yeah. We were informed just before we came back from that last ad break that rain was expected in the next 30 minutes, but that was 15 minutes ago now. So in the next 15, 20 minutes, then maybe there will be a bit of rain. Maybe we'll get away with it once again. But we'll just have to wait and see. And these guys are going to be looking up towards the skies as much as we are, really, to try and figure out whether the rain is going to come down, and maybe not even when, but if at this point. We'll see, though. Of course, and we'll see where and when the rain does fall. I can see wipers going, actually, of the World of Sim Racing car right now. Oh. So I wonder, wipers are on, so I wonder if the rain has, just as we were talking about it, it looks like the first spots of rain have started to fall at Sebring.
I have to say, I've had a look in the YouTube chat. Bart Slobodsian has said we will unleash the beast when the time comes. Obviously talking about Pauli Arpanen there.
I think he is, yeah.
Mathieu Decaux now exiting the pits, I think wipers on. So that now changes a hell of a lot. The wipers on Donat Prodans. I'm just going to do an onboard check. Yep, even the overall leader Martin Hemmingsen. That track looking a bit more slick than it was maybe 2 to 3 minutes ago. The back end of the Senna going sideways. We know how wild and unbridled that McLaren can be, with around its 1,000 kilos of downforce and around 800 and so horsepower. But Gilly Toman making his way through and is being caught once again by Hemmingsen. Sabakis in the number 15 from Juice's Motorsport. I think they have got the wipers on as well. Mergli has got them on as well. They are all on. Rain has landed here at Sebring. My, oh my, what a day.
Yeah, we're going to get some big trouble now for somebody, you've got to expect. And is it going to get wet enough for the wet weather tyres? How is it going to affect the strategies? I think it could really hurt the 54 car if it comes at the wrong time, if they have to pit at the wrong time. It could really, really hurt them in this one. Aston Martin Glam Racing already into the pit lane. They've decided maybe that's a scheduled stop, because it does seem about right for a GT3 car to come in right now, which makes it an extra bad headache for those guys. So they'll have to figure that one out, but some guys already into the pit lane. I wonder who's going to be the first to blink on wet tyres, and if anybody does go for those wets, then they're going to be watching lap times very, very closely indeed, as World of Sim Racing trying to make their way through traffic. But it's just so tricky. This is the problem with a half wet and half dry track. A kind of dry line, it kind of stays, and it's quite stubbornly stays onto the racing line for a few moments, and that makes lappery quite difficult. You don't really want to go offline, especially on these dry tyres, because you'll just go skating off of the circuit, and that's what World of Sim Racing trying not to do right now. And it's very tricky. Free wide off of the hairpin. Not seen that all race so far. Bit of contact between them and one of the GT3 cars, the DIS SR Lab car, currently running the last remaining car that's still running in this field right now. Jordi San Andres probably getting very frustrated with how the traffic is going for him right now.
Yeah, but also in the meantime, there are 3 LMP cars in the pits. Mergli, B32 and ProSim, they are in the pit lane as we speak, and they have decided to throw court. Now, one of the biggest things you said about this with regards to lap times, if they put a brand new set of wets on these cars, they are effectively the first explorers of this track. And we know for a fact that when rain hits, even irrespective of how big or how small it is, the track evolution, it can go from a pretty optimum track to a greasy track in a couple of moments time. And that is where now the teams have to make the decision on where they are going to filter out into all of this. And again, just like Martin Mergley, I'm just watching him on board at the moment, going through into Fangio. Now he's going to go up towards Cunningham Corner. And this is where it's going to get rather interesting for him. And then it's going to be into the right-hander this time around, through into the next complex. And then the biggest test is going to be from Tower Turn through to Genderbean Bend and then through into Le Mans. That's where you're going to see the real understanding of how these cars, and you know, at the end of the day, it's dependent on who reacts first. And just looking at this, that was pit stop number 7 for DAC Hackers on that particular occasion. So they've made 7 pit stops so far, according to what I've seen. And you're now seeing on the back of their car, look, one of the biggest things that I've just noticed from that car is that the wet weather warning lights are now flashing up on the tail of the number 95. So that's definitely a showcase. Another car now heading into pit lane. That is Steven Salsgaard, I believe, in the 777 from DSR Nightmare. Well, they're in the pits. I think it could be the other car.
Yeah, you're right. Nightmare's already in.
Yeah,
so
766 now coming in as well, DSR Dream Team. And this is rather angry now, isn't it, Ewan?
It is looking quite angry. So Christopher Kierneck has got ahead of Steven Salsgaard because of the pit stop made for SR Nightmare. But yeah, the rain really is falling at the moment. And I feel like these prototypes, when it does start to rain, it affects them a little bit more because they don't have quite as much mechanical grip as these GTs. And that's really what you need in the wet weather. You know, all this downforce the LMP2's got. It's great to watch through turns 1 and Sunset Bend when we're in the dry conditions and they can fully go as fast as possible. But in the wet weather conditions, you're not using the aerodynamic downforce as much as you would otherwise, so it affects them a little bit more. Just going to monitor Martin Mergley's lap times here and see if it is any better really than either Yuri Toman or Sabakis. Yuri Toman did a 52.5 at the last lap, which is a good 6 seconds slower than his best lap time, but I don't know if I know he's on dries, but I don't know if that was a scheduled stop for Mergley and they thought, oh, we'll just put wets on anyway. We'll monitor the lap time here for you and we'll see if it's any better than Toman or Kiss. But if it is, then I think we're going to see a lot of people start to come into the pit lane when they start to realise that maybe the dry tyres are the way to maybe the wet tyres are the way to go.
Yeah, because it's now Norbert Jakob that's behind the wheel of the number 95, having taken over from Martin Mergley. His lap time 1 minute 59.0, and Jakob is about to cross the line. But obviously we've got to remember that these tyres need to get up to temperature, and on that particular occasion, I don't think Jakob's on wets. I think he's on dries. He's just put in a 150, 1 minute 50.2.
Unless the wets are that quick, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. We'll have to talk to someone. I'll see if I can message someone and get to the bottom of that one. I'm not sure. It's a good lap time though, whichever tyres he's on.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at it, I mean, Hemmingson is currently lapping in the 1 minute 47.5s in the Senna, and he's just pitted. He's just jumped into pit lane as Hemmingson. And the air jacks are raising the vehicle up. And those wipers look to be... well, they're not on full speed, I know that much. They'll probably be a little bit higher than that. Car's now down off of the air jacks. And, that's been in the pit box for over 25 seconds. So let's just see how long this car... I'm going to keep an eye on this car and see how long it stays in the pits, because, okay, it's the only hypercar, but now it's over 40 seconds. That would indicate a tyre change is being made, Ewan.
Yeah, it would. That would... Yeah, there's no other reason for it, I wouldn't expect. If you're just putting fuel in, you don't lift it up. So, yeah, you're right. There could well be a tyre change going on here. Nick Newcomb's just messaged me, by the way, telling me that there is a crossover point. But obviously he can't tell me because he's the Juice's team manager. So doesn't want to tell me what's going on in LMP2 or GTE with regards to a crossover point. But there is another... Oh, sorry, that is the hypercar. And the Ramada Motorsport Motorsport Pedro Ramado's into the pit lane now as well, just falls away from his pit box as Martin Hemmingson now leaves the pit lane and goes out back onto the circuit once again. So yeah, I'm really not sure what's going to happen next here, and I'll send a message in a moment to the guys at Diak Kakis. I don't know if they'll be willing to tell us though if they're on wets or dries. I feel like that's something that teams might keep from us and keep from their competitors.
Yeah, they don't want us giving the secrets of the inner sanctum out there as well. And I think it is a case that with the fact that the rainfall, if it was substantial, I would see those times dropping off the cliff like a proverbial big stone, or a lemming maybe deciding to jump off and following the pack. I don't know. But now there was a massive moment. Hemmingson just had a big old tank slapper going through the far part of the circuit, like literally the back end stepped out to the left hand side, as looks like we've had an off. Possibly, I think maybe that might have been the 45 of DIS SR Lab that I just quickly saw the back end of, but oh my goodness me, there are heart in the mouth moments. It's not for us here on commentary. I think it's for the drivers out there having to do these initial exploratory missions to just give some feedback on what needs to be the next strategy call, and if the rain is going to intensify. And that's the biggest point here. If it's a consistent rainfall, then it's going to be interesting. If it starts intensifying, that's going to bring even more drama to the party.
Yeah, it is indeed. Just monitoring the rainfall amount and the track wetness at the moment. 0.03 millimetres an hour apparently on the timing at the moment. But I don't really know if that's a lot or not, but maybe somebody does. And I do know that the track wetness is 17% at its maximum. And that is not, we've seen a lot worse than that. It can get an awful lot worse than this. So at the moment, it's kind of lightish rain and it's not affecting things massively. But obviously in GTE and in the GTE categories, I've just seen Mugen come in. But again, that's a scheduled pit stop for them, I think. Or it could be a little bit early. But either way, we haven't seen anybody really coming into the pit lane from GT reacting to this weather condition. So, things very, very tricky out there to try and judge whether you need to make a pit stop or not.
Yeah, I think that's completely spot on there with that side of things there, Ewan. But however, I think Militai's just exited out of the pits from GT3. So that now... still stays in P2, but has one of the LMP2 cars just flying by, going through into turn 2. So, now things are changing. LMP2, Ramada Motorsport, I think, have been out of the pits. Hemmingson is going down the Almond Straight. With that being said, with the rainfall now here at Sebring, we're going to go to a brief commercial break here on GTR24H. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions. Any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello everyone, welcome back to continuing coverage of the third round of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship being hosted by Sebring International Raceway in Florida in the United States. Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back with you once again for the next half an hour or so. Interesting developments, obviously times have dropped, but one of the interesting things that you and I were talking about briefly in terms of lap times, that Norbert Jakob was quite a considerable amount quicker than Sabakis in LMP2, and those are the two that are in third and second respectively. Norbert Jakob last time around did a 1 minute 49.0. That's incredible pace in these conditions at the moment because the wipers are still on these cars.
Yeah, fastest LMP2 for the second lap in a row was Norbert Jakob on that particular lap, and Sabakis has now finally reacted. He's into the pit lane and the track is only getting wetter right now. It's almost doubled in intensity as the rain actually in the last few moments, and 27%, 28% is just changed to the track wetness, so things are getting worse out there at the moment. Doesn't show any signs of easing off just for the next few minutes, but in the moment nobody in GTE is budging at all. It's very, very close. Jordi San Andres has been taking time out of Giordano Valeriano, but San Andres seems to be the one who's really taking to these conditions very, very well and really closing on Musto, who have actually, it could have worked out a lot worse for Musto. You know, they're trying to work on stretching this strategy quite long. You know, they're doing quite long stints, and if they were forced into an early stint, it might, or an early stop, sorry, it might just ruin their strategy completely. So they'll be very glad this rain is held off in intensity just for a little bit of time. I think they're able to make their scheduled stop in a few moments' time and make it be wet weather tyres. I think it could work out almost perfect for those guys.
Yeah, Sabakis now just coming out of pit lane in the number 15 from Juices Motorsport. You can see where the number 95 is. That's on its way down the Almond Straight. So so it looks like Juices Motorsport hold on to third place overall, but second place in the LMP2 class with Norbert Jakob from the DEAC Hackers car rounding out the top three. Now Jakob's now decided to pull into the pit lane.
Oh, and no, he didn't put on wets, did he? Clearly not.
No, I think he was on slicks. That's why his times were so high. So that would explain why they have brought it into the pits. I think it's got to that crossover point now. Yep. With the fact I did say about the consistency of the rain intensity coming down. If it's that consistent, you are going to see cars come in. And now that looks to be one of the other LMP2 cars that is coming out of the pits. I think that's Judy Toman. Marcel Sintik, I think, is coming out, and that's the car.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's getting rather interesting. But one of the other things that I saw, that Henry Sinnick was piloting the only hypercar, and the biggest thing was and I saw that the times were about 6 to 7 seconds slower in the McLaren. There were quite a few moments in the McLaren on the previous stint, so they've come in and I think they've decided to do the diligent thing and put it on wet tyres.
Yeah, they're now 8 seconds below where they were before. It's getting slower and slower out there. But, you know, you're right. We've seen Yuri Toman come in and Marcel Chinzik take over in these wet weather conditions. We've just seen Giordano Valeriano leave the pit lane as well right now, because he's gone on to wet weather tyres pretty much on schedule. So that's worked out perfectly for Musto. And then in GT3, Ludovic Darquis has also been into the pit lane for One Move Esports. He had put on the wet weather tyres, so I think you're right, the crossover point has been reached, and it was roughly 33% wetness, I would say, on the track. Now it's to 37. The rate at which the wetness is going up is increasing, and at the moment the rain doesn't show any signs of relenting, so it looks like we're going to get to 100% wetness, and things are going to be very, very tricky for these guys as this race continues.
And also the fact, one of the other things, the visibility will decrease, and the reason why I say that is that the more standing water you have on the track, effectively what will happen is that you'll get the rooster tails, especially from cars like the LMP2s and the hypercars. They'll be the ones. Look, the rooster tails are already starting to show. I'm currently looking at Jiri Toman in Marcel Chinzik in the number 117 from Varga Sim Racing. Coming out of Sunset Bend, there was a bit of water spray going up into the air from the rear diffuser. And look, for those wondering, we can actually see, I can actually see from my position at the moment, because I'm actually looking trackside on Marcel Chinzik, who's trying to get past the 51 from WOSR. What's happening now is that the hazard, the wet weather warning lights that we saw on the DEAC Hackers car earlier on was also flashing. So that gives you an indication that what they're doing is putting those on, so at least the drivers behind them can see the visibility. Again, they're on one of the Musto GDE sports car as well. So this is where the whole dynamic of the race changes once again, and we're just at 6.5 hours remaining on the clock.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting part of the race now, and I'm going to be very interested to see what the lap times of Giordano Valeriano are going to be like, unless he got out of the car. Maybe it's somebody else in there right now. It isn't, and that's a good idea to leave the driver who is accustomed to the conditions. I think it's a smart choice to leave him in there for the moment. But Jordi San Andres is still out there. He hasn't made a pit stop ever since the rain has fallen, and so this could really hurt him. He's not going to have to make an extra pit stop in this race, but his final pit stop is not going to be as short as he would have liked, and that's going to help Musto. So from looking like quite a dire situation for the Italians, it's actually turned into a very good one for the reigning champions and championship leaders as well, of course. Roda Sim Racing trying to chase down that championship lead, and I'm afraid this has really put juices down the order. They're just behind Musto at the moment, so not too far behind, and have actually got back into this race at the moment, but I don't know if they still have to make a stop for wet or whether they already have done so. We'll wait and find out in the next few moments. But Jordi San Andres is coming through Sunset Bend right now, and I'm going to see if he comes into the pit lane at the end of this lap, or he decides this is worth carrying on. He carries on again.
Yeah, still, there's been a bit of a moment. I think I just spotted Milotai actually having a moment coming out of the exit out of turn number 1, going off the circuit and onto the grassy knoll on the outside of turn number 1. So, yeah, it's getting even more treacherous out of there. It's sort of like treading on thin ice here on the circuit, because now, with the wipers on, the drivers are now, and the teams are now going to have to change their strategies once again. And the biggest reason why, and we're going to go to a point that Yusuf actually brought up very, very well about the fact that if you've got a softer suspension setup in the wet weather conditions, that is going to help, and especially when you consider that a GT3 and a GTE car, and possibly even the McLaren Senna hypercar, will be a bit more comfortable and a bit more manageable in these conditions. But then when you come to the LMP2 car, they will always have a lower profile tyre, so the rigidity is a bit more enunciated on the LMP2 cars. The suspension composition, very, very different. And you can see that I've just seen that Milotai's just been passed by one of the LMP2 cars, and you can just see how pronounced the undulation and the bumps are sort of really pressuring on the LMP2 cars a bit more, because obviously you mentioned about aero and downforce. In the LMP2 cars, it's a very different proposition to what you have on a GT3 and a GTE car. And from my reckoning, as we get deeper and deeper in, some of those LMP2 teams that have decided to make the ultimate compromise between wet weather and dry weather setups, that is where things might make it rather interesting for those wondering about what the weather is going to continue to be doing. It's gtr24h.org/weather, and that's where you can get an idea. You can also go to the official website at gtr24h.org and actually scroll down until it says weather report, and that will give you an indication of temperatures in, say, 3 to 6 hours, and also give you an idea of what the probability of rainfall is over the race.
Interesting development here, because the rain has actually stopped. There's no more rain actually falling. According to what I'm seeing right now, I'm not actually looking at what's actually happening right now, but actually in the real life. But I think it has actually stopped. I'm pretty sure. So it's going to get drier again before it gets any worse at this point, unless there is a little bit more of a sprinkling. So anybody who's put wet weather tyres on right now might be feeling a little bit stupid that they didn't try and tough this one out. But Musto GDE Sports went about 5 tenths quicker than Jordi Sandres on the last lap. So I'm presuming they put on wet tyres anyway. Maybe they put on dries. We're not entirely sure. But either way, whatever tyres they've got on, they're going a little bit quicker than the Spaniard in the World of Sim Racing car at the moment. So we'll see how this one develops over the next few moments. Musto just coming over the line now, and we're going to get another reading on their lap time to see what it is. Over the line they go, and it's a second quicker than Jordi Sandres. They're taking chunks of time out of the class leaders for the moment. Musto GDE Sports going very, very quickly right now, but interesting to see that the rain has stopped and the wetness is going to get a little bit lower. 41% was the maximum that it reached, and now it's going to get drier again because cars are going out there, and obviously evaporation's happening, but the cars are going over the wetness and kind of scrubbing it away, and it's going to get drier on the line first, and then further away from that as well, it's going to get a little bit drier once more.
Yeah, David Callis. Right, the number 22 from Mugen Sim Racing I just saw as a DNF, so I think they've had a rejoin to the server, possibly with a new car, so that will put them down the order. So that car is now exiting the pits as we speak. So drama for Mugen Sim Racing in LMP2. The twists and turns, they keep on coming here in that category. So that's going to change quite a few things, but that's going to revise the top 5 in that particular instance. It's not been an easy race, and we're about 20 minutes away from the halfway point. I can't believe I'm saying that right now. It feels like it was only 2 hours ago that we started this race, Ewan. More dramas than we can more than likely shake a stick at today.
Yeah, we can't really go through them all because there have just been so many, and we'd be here for the rest of the race, really, trying to figure out and tell you about everything that's gone on in the last 6 hours. So, really remarkable race so far, and it's just getting even better by the moment, really, at this point. A lot of things happening. Battle developing as well for 5th place in GTE between Bart Slobodzian and the number 45 DIS SR Lab car, which took 8 tenths out of the Aston Martin preceding it at the moment, and so that is really starting to close. You can see the Porsche in the background starting to get into the rear view mirror of the Aston Martin right now, way too far back for any kind of ludicrous dive bombs, but certainly showing that they have the pace for now, although it could go away from them a little bit later on. Let's hope we get a battle between them though.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep... I'm actually riding on board with the number 45 of DIS SR Lab. Currently showing is around about a second behind Bart Slobodzian in the number 66 Volante Racing Aston Martin. The Porsche looks a bit more settled in the brakes. Aston runs a little bit wide coming through the next corner. They're getting through some of the twisty stuff here at Sebring. And this is where it's going to get rather interesting from my perspective, being on board with DIS, as now they make their way towards the far part of the circuit. And this is going to be through from Tower Turn into Flying Fortress into Bishop Bend, and then to Genderbeen before the right-hander at Lamar. A lot of curb taken by Slobodsian through Genderbeen and then into Lamar. Nice and neatly done actually by DIS. And now the real good run is coming down as Omri Sinica literally surges his way past like it was absolutely nothing, like the two GTE cars were sitting still. But this battle is something I'm going to keep an eye on for a little bit longer, because the way things are going, I think DIS might have the number 66's number. A bit of a tighter line taken through Sunset Bend and runs very wide towards the outside barrier on the left-hand side. But yeah, DIS keeping Volante rather honest right now at the moment for P5 and GTE.
Yeah, another 6 tenths taken out of the Aston Martin on that last lap, and for the second lap in a row, DIS saw a lap with the fastest team in GTE out there on the circuit, so clearly running very, very well at the moment. Just waiting to see if these lap times are going to really come down at any point. I think they are starting to come down maybe a little bit, but it's nothing drastic right now. Certainly the gap's coming down between DIS and Volante for the moment, but it's just going to be a bit of a waiting game at this point. I don't think these two are going to fight each other too hard, but because of this rain cycle, they weren't before, but now they are in a legitimate battle with each other for 5th place in GT. And I think on corrected order, when all the pit stop strategies shake themselves out, I think these two are going to be fighting over that top 5 spot a little bit later on. So we look forward to that, but I think for now, battling is not the most important thing. Botslobos is going to realise that. He's a very smart driver, so he will know when to pick his moment and pick his fights. So I don't think he's going to chance his arm to try and stay in front just for the moment. He'll lose this battle to try and win the war, I suspect, if things get a little bit too dangerous.
That's very, very eloquently put there, Ewan. I think at the end of the day, you have to win these little battles to get yourself in front, to see how the war is going to transpire at the end of the 12-hour race, because we all know that things could get rather up close and personal at a moment's notice, and that is now happening between DIS and Volante. The gap is less than half a second. They're going down the Almond Straight, and also one of the biggest things now, the sun is starting to set. Nightfall is looking to coming rather soon, because not only are the headlights on the cars, as that's a bit of a run wide and a half for Butsoblodzian in the 66 Volante. That gives DIS the run that they need coming out of Sunset Bend into turn 1. They're now going to head, so the Porsche looks to go towards the inside into T1, and that is neatly done. A bit of a mistake there by Butsoblodzian, or he might have just let him through, to be completely honest with you there. I think he knew that DIS had the run and decided, well, I'm not going to fight this battle quite yet. We're not at that stage where we really, really need to start, as you said, so well put, not to get too involved in these kind of battles early, because it could hamper the strategy. And if you start pushing too hard and your tyres are halfway through their degradation cycle, you could push them and you could overcook the tyres before the end of that stint, and that might mean an early pit stop for a particular team.
Yeah, you don't want to be fighting too hard at this stage in the race. As I said, I don't think that was Botslobodsian letting DIS through per se. I think he just ran a bit wide at Sunset. DIS got a fantastic run out of that corner. Did very, very well to get such a run, and so it used it perfectly as well. Did the number 45, getting down the inside into turn 1 and straight through in the end, and Botslobodsian didn't create too much of an argument out of it. In the end, staying behind for now, but there's going to be a little bit more fighting between those two later on, I suspect. But I've just noticed as well, in this battle for the lead in GTE, very, very interesting to watch at the moment, but Giordano Valeriano is not driving quite as quickly as he was a little bit earlier on. It's, if you put wets on, then they're starting to go off a little bit, because we're in dry weather conditions at the moment. He lost a couple of temps to or it was 4 temps at the time. San Andreas has just gone quicker than him again. So if Valeriano has put wets on here, it stopped raining, and if that is the case, well, I say that, it's just started again, so maybe he has made the right decision, but it's on and off at the moment, and it's got to be a nightmare if you're a team manager or a team strategist. It's just got to be a real big headache.
Yeah, I think that's a headache for everyone as Unison Racing is now in the pits, it looks like, and that has got Nikolai Bezvukov behind the wheel. Cars now exiting the pit lane. And in terms of GT3, they're now up into 4th position at the moment. So I think now they've probably been, after all the struggles that they've had in free practice and in qualifications over the last couple of days, and also leading up to this event, I'm sure that they're probably thinking, they're counting their lucky stars at the moment, because they probably would have thought, well, in order for us to have an opportunity, maybe Ray needs to come into this race. And then with the suspension hopefully being set up to be a little bit more supple on the Aston Martin, and especially when the fact they've got a 5 kilo weight penalty, and also a 1% decrease in engine power in GT3 because of this, the balance of performance that was instigated on rFactor 2 through development by Studio 397. That has changed things somewhat. But, you know, there's still a possibility. Who's not to say that Unison Racing, if they keep their nose clean and just keep doing what they need to do, they might get P3 at the end of this race, and that still keeps them ahead of the championship standings in GT3.
Yeah, you never know, and even if, well, by the way, if Mugen don't win, then I think they're looking pretty good to stay in the lead of the championship anyway, but they're going to want to get as many points as they can, and I think P3 is within the realms of possibility. I don't know if it's realistic for them, but I think they'll be pushing for it as much as possible, and just trying to get what they can out of what's been a pretty poor weekend. They've struggled with pace, they've struggled with an incident at turn 1 as well. They've had a pretty decent race since then, but you know, those incidents do just set you back ever so slightly, it has to be said. In LMP2, the battle for P2 is now underway. Zabakis has recently made a pit stop. His last lap was his out lap. This is his first one actually out there on the circuit with his new stint, full of fuel, new set of tyres as well, and they're going to go over the line right now with Norbert Jakob right close behind him. Let's see what it is. 4 tenths slower for Jakob on that particular occasion, but it looks like we do have a fight in LMP2. Traffic a little bit difficult to negotiate at turn 1, but Jakob does just about do it. He loses a bit of time in doing so, but yeah, this is on in LMP2 right now.
Yeah, very much the case. I'm just sort of keeping with Sabakis and the number 15 still in second position, and the gap between them, well, it has now expanded ever so slightly, because I'm not too sure what happened to Jakob on that particular occasion, but now with backmarker traffic, there's a battle definitely kicking off, and that is again, I'm just going to switch back to that one. Slobodsian's on the back bumper of DIS, and this is for position, and they've got the LMP2 battle right behind for P2. Oh my goodness me, these two are absolutely at it, hammer and tongs, and then here comes Sabakis around the outside of Slobodsian, and then also deposes of DIS rather rapidly, and that puts Sabakis at a bit of an advantage over Norbert Jakob, and the reason being is that by these two backmarkers battling way over position, they've got to watch themselves with regards to the LMP2s. Oh, that was definitely so close between DIS and the 95 of DAC Hackers, with Norbert Jakob literally flinging it around the outside, proper Danny Rick's end on the Porsche. But I must be completely honest here, Ewan. But Sablodzian really doing a great job to keep in touching distance, figuratively, not literally speaking, with DIS as they now head through into Sunset Bend. This is going to get rather interesting right now, and this battle is far from over. The war has only just begun between these two.
Now, I wonder if this has got something to do with tyres, because it has recently started raining, it's getting wetter again, and the track's getting worse once again. So I wonder if some people were still out there on dries, and then it got a bit drier, so the wet weather tyres started to fall back, and people who were on dry, I'm starting to really speculate now, but maybe DIS are on dries, they went a little, they were, you know, pushing on a bit when the track got a little bit drier about 5 minutes ago, but now that it started raining again, maybe they're struggling again. So Bart Slobodsian is able to close back up. I think the same thing's happening at the lead of this class with Valeriano and San Andres, although Valeriano has just put one of the worst lap times in that we've seen from him for quite a while, so he's clearly struggling out there at the moment as well. It's all going on right now, and it's kind of hard to know where to look. Zarbakis is holding off on Norbert Jakob quite well right now, so we can focus on this battle for P5 in GTE, and it is a good one between these two drivers. Slobodsian biding his time just for the moment. Got a bit of LMP2 traffic in the background. Here they come, a couple of cars. Don't think they're battling actually for a position right now, but it doesn't really matter to these guys. Still LMP2 traffic that they have to let through and could get in the way.
Yeah, E-Team Brit just behind them. I think that's the number, possibly the number, that's 22. Mugen Sim, I think that is, or is that B32? Couldn't really make it out. I think it was the number 22 with David Kalasai from Mugen Sim Racing just literally getting their way past. But what that has done is that as a result, now DIS SR Lab are now 1.5 seconds up the road, because whilst Slobodsian has had to let them pass, and so has DIS, they've now let them pass as well. The biggest thing is that once you are in a battle and you have to give way to faster closing traffic, the biggest compromise that you've got to make is like saying, right, do I compromise them, or do I compromise me, or do I not compromise anyone at all? And the biggest thing that you have to do is try and get out of the way. And the good thing now for Bart Slobodsian is that he has clean air between him and the DIS SR Lab car just up ahead.
Yeah, he can begin working on closing that gap down once again if he can, but he has got a car behind him. Mathieu Decroix right now is just behind him. That's not a pass for position or a battle for position, by the way. It's just a bit of unlapping that Matthew's trying to do, as DIS having to negotiate one of the GT3s. That's Glam Racing in their Aston Martin in the way at the moment. Just being lapped, waiting to see which way DIS go. To the inside, going down towards the hairpin, and he should get that move done, although he backs out of it for the moment, which is going to cost him a little bit of time, and that could really cost him in terms of letting Bart Slobodsian back into this fight, although it looks like the 45 car has this one covered just for the moment. It doesn't look too bad for them, but the rain and the track conditions kind of do. The rain has got recently a little bit harder, and we're approaching 50% track wetness. This could still get doubly as bad.
Yeah, well, it's getting doubly as bad at the moment for DIS as they're trying to get past Glam Racing in terms of where they are out on the circuit. So this is going to give Bart Slobodsian an opportunity, if he can use the toe. That is the number 31 behind of Mathieu Decroix in the Porsche. As a bit of a run wide there for DIS going through the next corner itself. So yeah, DIS pushing the limits of adhesion. So realistically, this could be rather enticing, but we are going to be back in just a couple of moments' time after we return from a commercial break here on GTR 24H.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flicks, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to Sebring for the 12 hours of Sebring. It is the third round of the EEWC for 2021, and it's all kicking off at the moment because the rain is falling. We've crossed over 50% track wetness, which is really starting to get quite difficult, and it's proving so for some of these guys. Norbert Jakob was closing massively on Sarvikis throughout the last few moments, but unfortunately for him, he's had a big spin or a big incident or some kind of problem along the way, losing himself 3.3 seconds to the Juices car. He's going to have to do all of that work once again in this one, I'm afraid. And in GTE, things are still very close between Slobodsian and the DIS Esra Lab car. However, they're not quite battling just for the moment. The 53 Musto GT Sports car has been into the pit lane and so dropped behind them. That's a scheduled pit stop for those guys. I'm Ewan O'Leary, welcoming back Yusuf Bin Sahel to the booth once again. It's good to have you back, Yusuf. You've come at a good time because it's going on everywhere.
You know what they say, when the rain falls, Milky Zero rejoins the booth. I'm here and I am ready for some wet weather action. As well as what you were talking about, we've also got battles starting to emerge in the GT3 class as well. Nikolai Bezrukov now just 4.5 seconds behind Jeff Van Island. And he has been gaining by around half a second per sector. In fact, in the first sector, he gained 2 seconds on Jeff Van Island. So things are closing up there as well.
Yeah, it's closing up many places around the circuit at the moment. I believe Bezrukov is closing quite a rate. Yeah, 3.1 seconds he closed up by that on that particular lap. So I'm going to go and have a look at him in a moment because that could be a very interesting battle to watch in the next few moments. Yeah, we'd love to see Unison Racing getting back up the order once again because they've had not the best weekend, I think it's fair to say, but it would be good for them to recover 4th place at the very least, get themselves 13 points out of this one if they complete the race, and then in the end, if Mugen Sim Racing stay where they are, they would have limited the damage to Mugen to just 6 points, and that would be a very good day. I think they'd regard that as a good performance, all things considered.
I think they definitely have to regard that as a good performance here. Has not been the best of outings for the 717 Unison Sim Racing car. Also, just wanted to give a bit of an update and a bit of insight actually to what you and Alex were discussing a little bit earlier with regards to, you know, the wet weather tyres coming through. So with Sebring, again, it comes down to how bumpy the circuit is. So what happens is because of the bumpiness, you get undulations in the tarmac or the concrete as it is on parts of the circuit. And this allows water to sit in those crevices. So it means that the surface of the track at points isn't as wet as what it could be. So it takes a lot more rainfall to get to the point before cars will start to aquaplane on slick their tires, which is why you'd be able to see when the rain is coming down, drivers able to stay out on the dry tires for much longer than normal. But then conversely, on the flip side, once it starts to drying up, it's much harder for those little gaps of water that are stuck in those crevices to dissipate or to evaporate. So it takes a lot longer for the transition periods from dry to wet and vice versa from wets to dries.
A very good point, and that's what we're seeing right now, really. I feel like we're getting to the point where it's getting difficult for anybody who's not on wet tyres at this point You see the amount of spray that's being kicked up by these drivers that I'm starting to think that there can't be anybody on dries almost, because it's just so bad, the conditions out there at the moment. But we'll see. Musto GD Esports, the number 54 car with Giordano Valeriano driving at the moment, they are losing quite a lot of time in these last few moments. Coming over the line right now, excuse me, they lose another 7/10 of a second to Jordi San Andres, and they're just leaking time so badly. And I think that San Andres could pit, and he is going to pit very soon, and he might end up coming out ahead of Musto GD Esports. That will be on corrected order. Yeah, World of Sim Racing still owes a pit stop in this particular cycle, so we'll wait and see. But I think this is looking ominous now for Musto, and their lead that they were holding on to so well might just have evaporated.
It's been a good comeback drive from Musto nonetheless, because remember they were sitting down in P3, P4 behind Jordi San Andres in the 51W OSR Eisen Performance car and the Deuces 74 car. So it's good to see that they've been able to kind of get back into the picture, at least to some degree. And I'm just keeping an eye on other battles. Nikolai Bezrukov last time around only half a second quicker than Jeff Van Island, still cutting away at the gap. Thomas Breinagor slowly closing in to Luca Furlich, who was able to take 2.5 seconds out of the 67 Volante car last time around, and Bart Slobodzian currently sitting at 3 seconds behind the DIS car.
Yeah, a number of battles that are kind of at that kind of range, really, where not quite close enough for a move, but worth monitoring to see when they do indeed develop. But yeah, as soon as we started watching Bezrukov, it's almost like he knew, and he stopped closing quite so quickly. On the Glam Racing car up in front for the moment, we've seen Lee Russell driving that car earlier, so Jeff Van Allen, and I think he's been driving for pretty much 3 hours now. We've crossed over the halfway mark, by the way, in this race, and that was about nearly 10 minutes ago now, so I should have mentioned that earlier, but never mind. I'm sure you knew. Over the line again then for Van Island, and then for Bezrukov as well, and they almost match each other to the 1,000th there. 300 separate them. So yeah, Bezrukov at the moment was making some pretty decent inroads actually, but he's not quite closing in as quickly as he was, clearly.
3,000's better than 0,000's, right? Nikolai Bezrukov now within 4 seconds. Or
sorry, Luka Furlich is... No, Luka Furlich is sat in the pit lane with no rear wing at the moment, and I don't know why. I might try and find a replay in a moment if I can about this. I just don't want to do this while on stream, but hopefully it's not on stream, and I can rewind in peace and find out where on earth that happened, because that's bad. I'll get back to you on that.
I'm not going to lie, that Aston Martin does look very nice without a rear wing.
Don't tell them that. That's not good.
The lap don't look that nice, but
no.
Car design looks very sleek, like a train almost. Well, no, not quite a train. Trains don't look very sleek. But just trying to see any other battles. Norbert Jakob now 9.5 seconds behind Zabakis, and the pair of them are 2 laps down on the LMP2 class leader of Marcel Cinchek, as Varga Sim Racing look to dominate yet another race and to take home their 3rd clean sweep of the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship season. P32 Racing 18 seconds behind David Kolaksai, who is David Kolaksai is actually right now the quickest driver, well, quickest even with Marcel Cinchek driver out on circuit. So the 22 car doing a good job, and well, let's see if Mugen Sim Racing can keep up the pace. They're currently 3 laps down on Matthias Pedersen, who's then a lap down on Alexander Pamgart. So I think a P5 might be the most that Mugen Sim Racing can hope for, at least at the moment, before any new potential issues would develop.
Yeah, absolutely. As things stand right now, I think you're right. On that particular one, I can't rewind and find out what happened to Luka Furlich, by the way. Maybe we can get somebody to go and tell us about how that happened. But yeah, no rear wing on that car at the moment. And that's one of the Volante cars as well. I believe that might actually be Furlich leaving the pit lane. No, it's the 66. That's Bart Slobodzian, who was going a little bit wide there. I don't know quite why. But just struggling ever so slightly in front of the Danish Rating League number 13 through that little complex there, but the rain is still falling at the moment. 62% wetness now, and it's quite heavy actually, the rain, compared to what we've had in the past, the heaviest it's actually ever been. And interestingly, the hypercar of Henry Sinnick is being caught to the tune of 3, 4, 5 seconds of that, even though it's worse, in these wet weather conditions. The hypercar is really affected by them. It doesn't like wet weather conditions at all, and the very fastest LMP2 teams can actually go faster than some hypercar teams in wet weather conditions, especially at a twisty circuit, mostly twisty circuit like Sebring. If we were at a real long circuit like Le Mans, it wouldn't be a problem because there's so many straights, and the hypercar would be faster down the straights, of course, but, you know, twisty and fiddly at some of these points in the circuit, so the LMP2 car is able to take a lot of time out of Driller's hypercar.
Something else that I want to point out is we've just arrived to the kind of dry spell, or we're arriving at the final wet spell before we get this 1 hour dry break or 1 hour clear break before the rain does properly chuck it down. And what we were talking about before with those kind of crevices on the circuit making it harder, or at least in real life it would make it harder for the track to dry up. The biggest thing with regards to the track drying up is the fact that we are getting towards sunset, and that will most certainly be impacting the track temperature and the air temperature, and will be making it slightly more difficult to dry up. At the moment it's an air temp of 20 degrees Celsius and 29 degrees Celsius on track, so it's not too cool, and it might allow the track to dry up at an okay rate.
Yeah, I think you're right, because if the sun came out and it was dry weather conditions, the air temperature goes up after this rain shower, then we would see quite a lot of evaporation on top of the cars going around the circuit to kind of hoover up the rain almost, or hoover up the water that's on the circuit. But we're not going to see that, as you say, because of the darkness that is impending out there on the circuit. It's quite a, well, it was before the clouds came out, quite a nice kind of colour to the sky not so long ago, but now things are not quite so nice and getting a little bit darker. Still a fair amount of daytime or light kind of running out there, but the headlights are starting to become more defined. The few floodlights that are around the circuit are starting to turn on and illuminate some of the corners on the racetrack, so things are going to start to get to crunch time, and we're going to see the night falling very shortly, but we're not quite half and I think we've been roughly half and half in the last few races, but as we're getting further towards spring now. Well, you know, the spring, I guess, but you know, the days are getting a bit longer, the sun's setting a little bit later, so we get a little bit more light and daytime driving, which I would be glad about if I'm driving, and I'm quite glad about as a spectator as well. We can see where they're going for a little bit longer.
Ewan, do you like gaps between cars and gaps between drivers?
No.
Well, then you're going to love David Cooper, because he is destroying the gap between himself and Bart Slobodzi, and he's gone 1.5 seconds quicker than the 66 of Volante Racing car last time around, and the gap is now just at 14 seconds.
He is driving very well at the moment, actually, you're right. But the only man driving better than him, actually, is Wojciech Polesny. They've just put their Czech driver in, and he's very, very good indeed. The star driver of that team, certainly, with Johan Makiupi and João Barbosa, the other drivers in that particular 74 car. They're closing in now on Musto GD Esports, who are about to take the lead. I believe it's going to be quite close, actually, I think, between Musto and World of Sim Racing, who've just come in for their scheduled pit stop. Now, are they going to get the lead here still? They're coming down the pit lane right now, is Jordi Sandres. He might have got out, actually, but World of Sim Racing either way, and there goes Musto on the left hand side. Musto retake the lead of this race, but the gap is marginal.
Speaking of marginal gaps, Norbert Jakob in the number 95 DEAC Hackers car has found a way past Sabakis, so I'm not sure if there was a mistake from Sabakis, but Norbert Jakob is up to P2 in the LMP2 class.
I think that was just good driving from Norbert Jakob. I can't see a mistake, unless that happened a while ago. I can't see any mistake that Kiss made on that particular. Maybe Nick can tell us if there was a mistake or if it was just a pass. Apologies for missing that one at home, but I believe Jakob's not too far away from a pit stop anyway, actually. These two don't actually spend that long near each other because of the pit stop cycle. It only comes to fruition for about 10 minutes per stint or so, and so things get a little bit more spaced out for the most part. in these particular stints. But Blaise Mesk has recently got into the World of Sim Racing car, by the way, the Polish driver to an otherwise Spanish team, and now they're going to be chasing down Giordano Valeriano. This is the corrected order, by the way. This is these two both have 5 pit stops remaining, I believe, anyway. Some shorter than others, but I believe they both had 5 or 4 it might be 4 pit stops remaining. But either way, however many stops they've got remaining, it's the same for both cars, and that means we're on corrected order, and Mesk needs to make up the time on Valeriano, and we may well see a fight between these two before long.
Yeah, Blaise, I don't know if this is how you pronounce it. I'm going to guess it. Blaise Mishk.
Mishk, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. It's difficult, considering there's not a single vowel in that second name. I don't know. So
it's weird. Do you consider Y to be a vowel, Ewan?
I'm not Welsh, so no.
Oh, I think I just heard hundreds of Welsh fans or hundreds of Welsh people absolutely gasping.
Heading to my house to kill me, yeah. But yeah, well, let's hope not anyway.
See, I'm on the other side of the country from Wales. I don't know about you, Ewan.
I'm not near, but not too far away either, if you see what I mean. So,
I'd keep an eye out of the window.
I might move, yeah.
That's the safer option. Just move it down.
Yeah, I'll just move house. That'll be easier. Blaise Mesk is on the move as well right now, catching Giordano Valeriano even already. We can't tell you about the lap time just for the moment because that was an out lap for the Polish driver. However, you can see visually that the gap is closing between the two drivers. I feel like we're going to see a fight between the BMW and the Porsche before we get done with this stint. It certainly looks like the Porsche is stronger in these conditions, and we often say, oh, is there a spinner? Oh my goodness me, that was so close to the Porsche. It was one of the Aston Martins was spun down at the hairpin. It was Glam Racing. Yeah, Jeff Van Island was getting back out onto the road again, but goodness me, he nearly did it at the exact wrong moment. To be fair, he was spun in one of the worst places you can spin because you can't see around that corner, so you don't really know when you can pull out back onto the circuit or not, but he nearly did it right in front of the World of Sim Racing car. It was nearly a quite colossal accident, but fortunately, Blaise Mesk just about avoided it.
It also seems that Bartolo Bodzian has closed right in on DIS, and he's actually looking for a move. He's on the outside, or pardon me, he's on the inside as he makes his way down into, I believe that's the final corner. Yes, it is, through Sunset. And Bartolo Bodzian retakes a P4 in the GTE class.
Yeah, good move from him there. I'm just rewatching that moment there, by the way. My reaction was not good, but yeah, Ireland just about getting out of the way, and Sabotian driving well actually. The gaps between those two cars have really fluctuated, and I'm at a loss really to find out why, because one moment Sabotian seems to be brilliant and he's catching DIS and passing them like he's just done, but then DIS finds some pace out of nowhere and they decide they're going to pull away a little bit more. So I don't really know why that back was fluctuating so much, but it's very entertaining.
It is great to see. Maybe it's just a case of being able to see the car ahead and just inspiring the drivers to push on that a little bit more. Either way, one gap that is not fluctuating is the gap for the lead in the GTE class, because Blaise Mishka is right on the back of the Musto car. There's a Unison 717 car in between and an LMP2 car, and for a second I thought the GTEs were about to overtake the LMP2, which would be crazy, but here comes Blaise Mishka up the inside, down into the hairpin at turn 7. The door is slammed shut by the Musto car, but Blaise Mishka will keep his car right on the back of the Musto BMW as they make their way through the Fangio chicane and up towards Cunningham Corner.
It looks like this is really, and it's only a matter of time at this point. And big defence again from Valeriano. Is Meska going to go for it down the inside? Not quite for the moment, as there's another LMP2 getting its way. I believe that's the Juice's car, and it is indeed trying to make its way around the outside through this corner. But it gets very difficult in the wet weather conditions to make those kind of moves work, and Mesk lets him through in that one in the end. So Valeriano is able to get a couple of car lengths. Juice's is going to get him into Bishop, which is going to affect Giordano Valeriano a little bit less, and so the World of Sim Racing car is going to have to do a little bit of work to catch up once more, but the pace they've got in that car right now, it's not going to take them very long at all, and you can see already it's less than a car length almost.
Yeah, it's a nose to tail between the two of them. And let's see what Blazemish can find. As he's closing in on the run down to Sunset Corner, a little bit too far back, but you can see Blazemish taking a much wider approach. There's someone spun on the exit. That's one of the blue Aston Martins, I want to say. I think that was the Unison Racing, or the Porsche of Unison Racing. It's an LMP2 car, flies through, and it is still Giordano Valeriano who holds on to the lead in the GTE class.
Let's not forget that Valeriano has got a long way until his next pit stop, so he can't really... there's another car spun through turn number 1. There's chaos going on out there at the moment because these conditions are so difficult that we're going to see a lot of mistakes. 76% track wetness. It's raining the heaviest it ever has around the circuit right now, and so teams and drivers getting caught out by it. They've got to all be on wets at this point because it is truly remarkable, these conditions that we're seeing out there at the moment, and things very, very tricky for everybody, hence why we're seeing quite so many spins and little incidents around there on the circuit. Are World of Sim Racing going to have another dive down into the hairpin? They gave it a good go last time, but not able to this time. It's another good run. The Porsche gets good traction, especially in these wet weather conditions because of where its engine is situated. Even though it's not hanging over the rear wheels anymore, it is still a mid-engine car, and it does still have some of that 911 DNA, which it can really use out of corners to try and get up the inside, maybe into Cunningham, but not on this particular occasion. And just to Blysemesk's displeasure, there's another LMP2 behind him.
Yeah, and that LMP2 will definitely be affecting this battle. How quickly can the LMP2 get past as they make their way down into the right-hander of Tower Corner, or pardon me, of Cunningham, and they make their way through Collier Curve and now towards Tower Corner. The LMP2 just sitting behind for now, waiting patiently.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, really, especially if you're one of those cars a little bit further out of contention. That was a 766 driver, Michael Ciccolini. Very, very good driving from him, actually, to just wait. But here goes Metzg. He's going through on the inside now. He's going to try and follow the LMP2 through on the inside line, and there's no way in these conditions you can hang it around the outside, but it looks like the Porsche has gone too deep into the corner. Is the BMW able to take advantage of that? Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So coming out of Sunset Bend, it looks like Blysemesk's is now going to the lead of GTE, and Giordano Valeriano is going to have to regroup and get him later on in the race.
Good stuff to come through from Blazemish. Now, is there any way back for Giordano Valeriano? He's got an LMP2 car, and actually he's going to overtake the LMP2 car around the outside. We've just seen a GTE car overtake an LMP2 car, Ewan.
Well, I've not seen that for a very long time, I have to say, as there is a yellow flag out there for somebody. I'm trying to figure out who it is, but I can't for the moment, so we'll hope that everything is carried on as normal, really, out there on the circuit. Might have been satellite racing at Sunset Bend, but I don't really know, if I'm perfectly honest. A lot of diving going in, and the LMP2's all going off down at the hairpin. This track is very, very wet right now. Conditions very, very tricky, and a lot of people struggling a lot.
David Kolaksai has just dived on into the pits. He's now 34 seconds behind B32 Racing. So we'll see whether he can close the gap up, or close the gap back down over the course of the next few laps. Bart Slobodzian 2.2 seconds behind DIS, and has been unable to really close in, which means that DIS were able to get back past Bart Slobodzian. Jeff Van Island now 7 seconds behind Nikolai Bezrukov. So while we've been looking at this GTE battle, Nikolai Bezrukov was able to find a way through on the Glam Racing car. Although that being said, I think we did see the Glam Racing car facing the wrong way at some point.
I hope that wasn't contact, but it may have been. I don't know whether it could have been the conditions that made it a spin around there, but you don't often see a car spun there without help. So I wonder if there has been some kind of contact between the two. Either way, we've got a new GTE leader. However, we saw a great fight between the two of them, and they seem to be going quite well. Blaise Mesk seems to be going quickly right now, and certainly in these conditions. However, going quicker than both the Musto and World of Sim Racing cars is Wojtek Polesny, who's lapping about, more than 30 seconds behind them, but he is closing on them at a rate of at least a second a lap. He took a second out of Mesk on the last lap. He's taken 3 seconds out of Valeriano, who is starting to struggle a little bit in the BMW. So watch out for Wojtek Polesny. We know how good he is, and in these conditions he seems to be going strongly.
Bad news as well. More bad news for Mugen Sim Racing fans, as the LMP2, that's a 22 car, has got a 3-lap penalty for not informing race control of a rejoin, and that is a huge blow to David Kolaksai and the rest of the team.
Yeah, it is indeed. You get a 3-lap penalty for getting a new car, and it was a 60-second stop-go as well for not telling race control that they were going to rejoin. So that's a shame for those guys. They've not had a good race, really. It's just not been their day. I think it's fair to say. Down to 8th place overall now, 7th place in LMP2 behind B32 Racing. But maybe they can close up and have a bit of a fight with somebody else throughout this race, as ProSim are off the road at Sunset Bend as well. That corner is catching a lot of people out.
Yeah, Sunset's it's tricky in the dry, and it's tricky in the wet. That's need more be said, really.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. It looks like ProSim have, hopefully they haven't had to go into the pit lane with damage. No, they've managed to carry on, so somehow they've managed to not hit anything. I think what makes it so difficult is the fact that the walls are so close that there's no margin for error, and you're just so close to hitting a wall at almost every moment that, it's imminent issues. If you do get it wrong there, it tends to be quite a big accident.
Yeah, as we've just seen Bartzler Bodzian. Was that overtaking DIS for position, or is that
not yet.
Another car?
In closing, but not yet.
That is a really cool helicopter angle. I like it.
Finding new camera angles here. That's the kind of thing that we need. Well, I guess you might be bored of seeing the same shots all the time at this point. I don't really know. But it looks like David Greco is, maybe he's just made a scheduled pit stop. I don't really know. But either way, he's quite a long way behind Volante from where he was before. I thought he was only like 13 seconds behind not so long ago, but maybe I was wrong in that, and he has made a mistake somewhere. Not entirely sure. But either way, Bartzler Bodzian closing a little bit. He took half a second out of DAS on the last lap, and that's the battle for 4th place. So maybe we can see those two fights again for what seems like the 3rd or 4th time this hour.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if we do see Bartzler Bodzian closing on in. It's been a fantastic battle so far in the GTE class for what is P4 in the championship standings, and at the moment we are on a course to seeing our 3rd different winner in the GTE class, and actually all of the top 3 drivers, all of the top 5 drivers in the GTE class are yet to win a race.
Well, yeah, you're right, yeah. Because HM Engineering aren't here, and Musto GD Sports are in 6th place, remarkably. You're right. That's quite a remarkable statistic, to be honest. But it's going to give World of Sim Racing a big step forward in the championship, especially if David Greco and Musto GD Sports stay in that position, because World of Sim Racing are going to actually overtake them in the championship. It just depends on everybody else. We'll do the maths maybe a little bit later on, because these positions are not set in stone by any stretch of the imagination, and excuse me, and there's still a long way to go in this one. Meanwhile, while we are at the end of another half hour, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we will be back on the other side. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the 12 Hours of Sebring from the EEWC. Back in a moment.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 Hours of Sebring. You're watching the third round of the EEWC for 2021, and we are 6.5 hours in right now. We've got, well, not the home stretch in sight, but we do have less race to go than we have done, if you see what I mean. So, you know, these guys are going to start feeling a bit positive about the task at hand right now. While we are at this moment in the race, I think it's a good idea to take a look at what the standings are doing and what they are. So Henry Sinek still leading in the Drillers Esport Hypercar. That is the overall lead, and in the Hypercar being caught by Marcel Cinczyk in the Varga Sim Racing LMP2. That's second overall, but it shouldn't matter too much for the moment. Zarbakis has got back up into third place after all of this. Norbert Jakob has surely made a mistake somewhere, or there's been a pit stop cycle that we've missed. Deuces Motorsport up into second place in LMP2 ahead of Norbert Jakob, who is in third. Ramada Motorsport and TSR Nightmare round out the top 5 of LMP2. In GTE, World of Sim Racing are leading, and we saw that pass a few moments ago. They're pulling away now from Giordano Valeriano, who is really struggling in these conditions right now, but Wojtek Bolesny is catching him, so we could see a battle between those. And then in fourth place, DIS SR Lab, just ahead of Bart Slobodian in fifth. Then in GT3, Cyril Malbrun, driving the One Move Esports car for the first time today, is in first ahead of Martin Miller by roughly half a lap, so a minute's gap between those two. Mugen Sim Racing second place. As I mentioned, Danish Racing League in third ahead of Unison Racing, who have just overtaken Glam Racing after a bit of an issue for the 404 car down at the hairpin. But Yusuf, we've seen the rain really hit quite hard. Apparently, although it's not showing on mine, the rain has actually stopped out there at the moment. However, worse is still to come.
We have seen a slight ease in the rain, and it'll probably remain this way for another half an hour to an hour, and then we're going to get that proper rain shower coming in that should last for looking at the weather speed, I would have said 2 hours, but our producer, who is far more knowledgeable in weather than I, has said that it'll be about an hour long, and then we should be seeing drying conditions to the end of the race potentially. So lots of weather changes to come here at Sebring. And Bart Slobodzian still attempting to close down the DIS SR Lab car, 2 seconds between them in the battle for P4 in the GTE class. And in the LMP2 class, Norbert Jakob somehow fell behind Xaber Kiss again, and now is closing back on in at about 4 seconds a lap. So he closes in, overtakes, makes a mistake, and then he does it all over again.
Yeah, he undoes all the hard work, it seems, from time to time, does Norbert Jakob, but obviously he's not doing it on purpose. The sun, as you can see right now, has properly set. You can see the headlights very defined out there at the moment. It was quite uncomfortably low for a little while, was the sun, and things did get a little bit difficult to see what was going on because it was shining in all our faces, but no, the sun has disappeared now behind the horizon, or what sun was left anyway, has disappeared behind the horizon. It's been replaced by rain and darkness. Quite a gloomy night, and it's going to be quite a gloomy night for some, I have to say. Some teams that have really struggled, Mugen Sim Racing, you know, the potential that they had coming into today, qualifying in the first 2 rows of the grid today, but unfortunately didn't have the best race start and really struggled throughout the race as well. They're now just about 90 seconds behind B32 Racing, and they are closing in for the moment, but that's pretty much all they're going to get out of today. A disappointing day, I would say, for those guys.
One team that it has not been a disappointing day for is the number 95 DAC Hackers, having not had a decent result in the opening 2 races, now running in 3rd, and they are hot on the heels of the number 15 Deuces Motorsport car. And you can actually see Deuces up ahead, running wide on the exit of a turn 1. And this is going to bring Norbert Jakob right on into the mix. And Norbert Jakob seems to be so quick in the wet conditions. He's faster than Marcel Chinchik right now. Norbert Jakob, clearly a real wet weather specialist.
Yeah, it seems so. Driving very, very well at the moment. And interestingly, the Deuces Motorsport LMP2 went off while lapping the GTE from Deuces, but that doesn't matter anymore because Norbert Jakob has pushed that all behind him to go down the inside. Bit of contact going down into the hairpin, shoves him out wide through turn 7, and now Norbert Jakob takes 2nd place again. We'll see how long he can hold on to it this time because he seemingly keeps making mistakes and falling back once again, and we'll see if Sabakis can maybe respond here, but a good move, a forceful move in the end from Norbert Jakob, but it had to be done if he wanted to get through. He's done it now, and they're now going through on one of the GT3 leading cars. That's the One Move Esports leading Cyril Melbourne driven car. A little bit wide for Sabakis, and he lets Norbert Jakob go. The gap extends a little bit, and now Jakob is going to focus maybe trying to catch Varga if that's within the realms of possibility. I'm not entirely sure if it is because the gap is about 2 laps, I think, and a little bit more, so a very big task on his hands, but at least consolidating P2 for him right now would be a good result.
David Greco currently sitting down in P6 in the GTE classes, lapping about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Bot Slobodzian and DIS SR Lab in the GTE class. He's currently over a minute behind, and as I say, that DIS and Bart Slobodzian both jump on into the pits. We're also seeing Giordano Valeriano slowly dropping back from Blaze Mishk as Vojta Pelesny is closing in at a vast rate of knots. The gap is now down to about 36 seconds, and if I recall correctly, that gap was near to 50 seconds not too long ago. As that's 95, and who spun? Someone
Ramada
right
Motorsport
behind.
The Sunset Bend, Ramada Motorsport lost their rear wing, but the driver, I think Pedro Ramada's driving out at the moment, Alexander Baumgarten, didn't realise he had no rear wing, and so he went into turn 1 at full speed with no downforce on the rear, went for a big spin, and so Zabakis in the Deuces car had to avoid him, but he had to avoid 2 cars in the end, as you say. Norbert Jakob was spun at turn 1, so he's done it again, I'm afraid. He's got through on Zabakis, he's made a mistake, and now he is racing towards the GC's Motorsport Club car again. What a manic first corner that was going through. 3 cars went through and only 2 of them made it out the other side.
Yeah, this is fairly bad news for Alexander Paumgarten. That's a lot of repairs that will be needed on his LMP2, and this might bring the likes of Kyle or the 777 of DSR Nightmare into the mix for P4 in the LMP2. And there's a lot of teams looking for some bigger points here at Sebring. The 777 B32 all so much higher than we would ordinarily see them.
Yeah, they're having some teams having some fantastic races. I'm particularly impressed with DSR Nightmare, who have not been inside. They've not even completed a race yet this season, as I mentioned, and only one of their 2 cars has managed to finish inside of the top 10 in any race so far this season. I mean, fantastic drive from those guys for today's race. They've got 2 laps behind them and 3 laps behind. 2 laps in front of them, 3 laps behind them. So they're pretty much consolidated in P5 as it stands right now. But Alexander Paumgarten's going to have to come into the pit lane at the end of this one to get a new rear wing. So that could maybe give them a bit of an opening to get through once again. It would be fantastic to see them get another position because I think they've had a great drive today.
Oh, mistake from Deuces. They've spun on the exit of turn 1 and Norbert Jakob back up at 2P2. I'll be honest, Norbert Jakob, he had closed up by nearly 2 seconds over the final 2 sectors on the previous lap. Norbert Jakob, honestly, who is this guy? He is flying. He's at the same pace as Marcel Chinchik. If only he didn't make mistakes, if only he could keep it on the track. Honestly, I'll just say right now, he's the quickest LMP2 driver in the wet. Like, this pace is phenomenal from Norbert Jakob.
Yeah, he's certainly very, very impressive in these kind of conditions as he's showing to us right now. And hopefully, really enjoying watching him at the moment. Hopefully he can keep it on the road and stay ahead of Starbakis now, who's made the exact same mistake as Jakob did just a lap later. So turn 1, clearly a very, very tricky one for the LMP2s. We were mentioning earlier on how they rely on so much aero downforce. They haven't got much mechanical grip. And when the speeds get lower in these wet weather conditions, you know, mechanical grip comes more into play and the aero grip comes less into play, which is basically what the LMP2s don't like. So as high speed turns like turn 1, where you haven't quite got you're not quite going fast enough for the aero to be working in its full effect, but you haven't got too much mechanical grip to stick the car to the road through that particular turn. So turns like 1 and the final turn as well can be very, very tricky in these wet weather conditions because they're pretty horrendous right now, very, very wet.
The other thing to remember is we're in this period as well of the race where we have, no rain falling. There is 0 rain falling at the moment, but that being said, the track is still wet, and you've got the likes of Norbert Jakob really pushing the limits on a slowly drying circuit to find the new limits lap after lap. David Greco now within half a second of a DIS. Remember, Musto and DIS on slightly different pit rotations. So David Greco has to pit in about 20 minutes or so, whereas the DIS and Donat Prodan in the 66 Volante have already pitted. And David Greco will be looking to find a way through for P4 in the GTE class. He'll get very closer into Sunset Corner, but not quite close enough as DIS runs slightly wide, and this might give David Greco a chance. And look at the rear end of DIS snapping out on the corner exit, and it will just mean that the Musto car will have the inside on the run down towards the turn 1 and will surely have the position in the bag and have P4 in the bag. Job done and dusted for the Musto car of David Greco.
Yeah, fantastic driving at the moment. Lower fuel load at the moment in that BMW, which is playing a little bit of a factor, but also some very good driving as well from the Italian. He's been around for a long time and he knows what he's doing, certainly. So he's going to try and get past the GT3 car of Cyril Malbron as well. That's actually 4th position. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it is, sorry. 4th position there on Cyril Malbron, the One More Esports car, although they're not fighting in the same class, so they're not going to be too bothered about that particular fight that is going on between those two. Either way, good driving from David Greco to get himself up into 4th place, and Donat Prodam has got a big job on his hands right now because he's recently got into that car for Bart Slobodsian. as you say. I believe he has. Anyway, my time is showing that Zavodzin's still in the car, but maybe I should refresh. I thought I had done a second ago. And you're right, Donut Brodan is now into that car. So he's having to get used to these conditions kind of on the fly as they are right now, which I think is very, very difficult to do. And he had a very slow outlap. I think he had a spin on his outlap, and that's to be expected, really. When you're getting used to these new conditions, and I think he had another spin on his second lap, actually, when you're getting used to these new conditions, it can be very, very tricky to get going.
Wojciech Polesny has been closing on in the Deuces car to Giordano Valeriano. There is currently 31 seconds separating them. It was sitting at about 36, 37 before. So the top three slowly closing in. David Greco still a lap down, but there is a potential for David Greco to join on to the lead lap if he can string some good laps together.
Yes, certainly, and he's very quick out there at the moment. Not quite as quick as Wojciech Polesny, or Blaise Misk, actually, who is 1.5 seconds quicker than Giordano Valeriano on that last particular lap. But still, good pace at the moment from Wojciech Polesny, is certainly catching the other Musto car, which has really been hampered by this particular rainfall.
Would you like to know an interesting statistic, Ewan?
Yes.
On the last lap, guess how much quicker guess how much quicker Marcel Chinchik was than anyone else in the LMP2 class?
Yeah, I've just seen that, yeah.
5 seconds.
Unbelievable. It's like he's driving in dry conditions and everybody else has got wet at the moment. He's on a different server to everybody else. No, he's just very good at what he does, of course. But yeah, fantastic driving.
Heard me saying that Norbert Jakob was quicker than Marcel Chinchik in the wet, and Marcel was like, "You what, mate?"
I've missed. Yeah, he's quick again with a 1:57.8. Not only is he 5 seconds quicker than everybody else, which is impressive in its own, but he's also the only man in the entire field to get below 2 minutes on that last particular lap, including the hypercar. That's how quick he is right now.
Quicker than Henry Sinek.
Yeah. Yeah.
That should be illegal.
He's actually closer to Henry Sinek than Jakob is to him. So that's how remarkable this is at the moment. It's such a great drive from Chinchik and Yuri Toman today. They've completely destroyed the field once again. This is what they do, really. In any league I've seen them in, really, endurance league, sports car leagues, in GTR as well, just completely dominant in LMP2. They have got that car figured out to a T, and they're just better than anybody else in there right now. We noted in qualifying how it was closer than it's ever been. We may be expecting a fight for the lead between Varga and everybody else, but they've put that out of reach, and they've really pushed on. Just great performance once again from Varga Sim Racing. I know we're giving it to them almost straight away now, but it's hard to see them losing it without a catastrophic issue.
Big news, Alexander Baumgartner in the 57 Ramada Motorsport car has a DNF, and that means that there will be a 3-lap penalty going his way, which will put him pretty much alongside B32 Racing and will promote Luca Gore in the 777 DSR Nightmare car up to P4.
Yeah, that's fantastic news for those guys, of course, to see that they're promoted up. I didn't see what happened to them. I don't know if you know, but Zarbakis is also in the pit lane right now. I wonder if he's got a DNF or if that's just a scheduled stop or not.
I would assume it's a scheduled stop. I'm not sure. There might be something else happening.
Well, they've been in there for a while. Oh, he's going now. He's leaving his pit box now, so maybe a bit of damage or something. But I was just saying that because Norbert Jakob's going through Sunset Bend right now, and Kiss wasn't that far behind Jakob before, was he? So he's lost nearly a lap to Norbert Jakob, which I didn't see what happened there, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll find out, I guess, sooner rather than later, or we might not. Hopefully Nick can tell us if that was a scheduled stop or what was going on there.
Ewan, without looking at your timing sheet, what do you remember the gap being between Wojciech Polesny in the 74 Deuces car and Giordano Valeriano in the Musto car last time we looked?
Well, it's going to change now because Valeriano is in the pit lane, but it was about 45 seconds. I'd imagine it's halved by now.
Yeah, 27 seconds.
He's quick. He's very, very quick. Oh, and reversing in the pit lane as well. Valeriano hasn't entered the pit lane at this kind of level of wetness yet, and so he's just overshot his box there. Even at these slow speeds, braking points are so way off now, and there's just a catastrophic amount of water. You know, people think this might not be the heaviest rainstorm we see so far today. If it gets worse than this, then goodness me, is it going to be very difficult later on.
Maybe it'll make it easier in a sense because drivers won't. I think the main reason why it's so tricky right now is because it's the mixed conditions and drivers are pushing the limits to try to find, you know, exactly how much grip there is. Whereas if it was fully racing, if it was fully raining, you wouldn't really experience that. Drivers would know the limits. The other thing to remember is you have a somewhat drying circuit as well. So the track, the actual racetrack is much drier and has a lot more grip than there is in the pit lane. So once you go into the pits, all of a sudden it's like you're going onto ice, and if you aren't prepared for that, if you kind of forget that the pit lane has a lot less grip on its surface, you can get caught out so easily.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, when there's not as many cars, because obviously you go around the actual circuit every time, don't you? But you don't go in the pit lane every time, so yeah, it's a good point. Valeriano back out onto the track once again then. That looks like a scheduled stop to me, it is. And is it just me, or has Valeriano been in there for a very, very long time? Fabio Liuzzi got out there about 2 hours ago. Valeriano going again. Started the race, I'm pretty sure, as well, did the Italian. I haven't seen Daniele Primavera today, although I have seen him around. He's been in the YouTube chat. I've seen him around. He might even be in the TeamSpeak as well, chatting with those guys, and he is indeed.
Henry Sinnick spun and almost collected the DIS car and the Volante car as it followed through. Donat Produng really closing in onto DIS, but that could have been bad for Henry Sinnick.
Yeah, you're right. Produng's pulling all over the back of the Porsche at the moment, and DIS seem to be struggling at this point in the race. They were doing quite well when the rain initially hit, having a good fight with Volante, but ever since David Greco got through, they have been hemorrhaging time, and now Produng is right on the back of them. Looks like he's going to get through imminently.
Right on the rear end as they make their way through Le Mans corner, and I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls alongside and is ahead by the time they enter the braking point for Sunset. Here comes Donat Produng, moves to the inside. DIS will not overly defend this one, and Donat Produng and Volante Racing will move up to P5 in the GTE classification.
Yes, there was a little bit of an argument briefly. I thought there was going to be more to that story, but no, in the end, the 45 lets them go, and Henry Sinnick gets through on both of them there on the right-hand side. It's fairly nicely done from him indeed, and then around the outside of turn one, doesn't even need to. He's got the power to go through there. We were speaking a moment ago, and we've had it in our ear as well, is that these track conditions at the moment, the way they are, you know, the water off the line right now is quite substantial, and you know, you don't want to be going off there. We're talking about the cars kind of vacuuming the water up from the circuit, and then it kind of, you know, you're not supposed to go offline. You want to be taking the fastest time possible, obviously. So the offline kind of parts don't get driven over as much, and so they get substantially wetter than the rest of them. This is especially true when the rain stops and the dry line starts to form. It all gets very, very difficult out on the outside of the line.
Just taking a look at David Greco, he is now 75 seconds behind his teammate Giordano Valeriano, who is 42 seconds behind Wojtek Pelesny. Wojtek Pelesny and Blazej Mishka do both still need to pit, so this should enable David Greco to come out on to the lead lap just by the skin of his teeth. It will be close though.
Yeah, it will be fairly close. I don't think it's going to matter too much either, because let's not forget we don't have safety cars or anything like that, so being on the lead lap is not as important as it would be in a real Sebring 12 hours, but it's still nice and kind of motivational almost to see that you're on the lead lap. You know, you're going in the right direction at the very least, and so that can be quite nice to see that you're on the lead lap again. Now, Ramada Motorsport, I believe, have rejoined at the moment. I can't find them in the... yes, I can. They're 6th place at the moment, and they're staying, as you said a moment ago, Oh no, they haven't rejoined yet. I thought they were going again, but it seems that they're not. I can see Pedro Armada in race control at the moment, so he's clearly discussing and informing race control that they're going back onto the road again. But yeah, it's going to cost them massively. B32 overtake them as well right now.
It is bad news for Ramada Motorsports. They might. I don't know if they've had the 3 laps served yet either, because if they haven't, when they do get those 3 laps given, they're going to fall behind Michael Ciccolini, and it's going to bring David Colac-Sai right into the mix as well for position. And it will be the battle for what is effectively P6 in the LMP2 class between DSR Dream Team, B32 Racing, and the 22 of Mugen Sim Racing.
Yeah, you're right. It's pretty busy in that particular part of the order. Things are, quite clumped up together, but lots of issues for those guys in that particular part of the track. As Pedro Armada's now got himself out of that booth and he's gone back to his team. So hopefully they will be rejoining. We'd like to see them rejoin. We've only actually had one retirement so far, and that was for DSG. And Luca Furlic is actually still in the pit lane right now. So I don't know if they're going to be a retiree, if they're DNF'd right now or not. But yeah, we've had a fairly good attrition rate. There's not many cars that are actually out of the race right now, which is good to see, and somewhat surprising at a track like this. But if the rain continues and persists right now, then there's going to be big problems and more cars out of the race, I suspect.
DIS have just had a spin, and that is, I can't quite tell where exactly it is. I think that's on the exit of Tower Corner. Yes, it is. Exit of Tower Corner. Spin for DIS, and that'll cost them a few seconds. They were running 3.8 seconds behind Donat Prodan up until that point, so now they're going to be about 8 or so seconds behind.
Just hearing from Daniele Primavera in the YouTube chat, by the way, that he said he's sick today and is just an engineer, leaving Valeriano and Liuzzi to drive on their own. So yeah, we hope Primavera's better sooner rather than later, and he can be back driving again, maybe the next few rounds of the season, maybe even at the Nürburgring 24 for the special event that we have coming up soon. We'd like to see that, certainly. But yeah, Musto 3rd and 4th for the moment. Valeriano still struggling a little bit, although since he's put new tyres on, and we'll go across the line again, 2-minute 9.0, he's only lost about 4 or 5 tenths a lap at the moment to Polesny, which is a lot better than Maiski's doing. He's doing at least a second more, or a second better than World of Sim Racing right now. So clearly, new tyres helping Valeriano a lot.
Yeah, the new tyres will help significantly in, I mean, it's just always the case. Put on fresh tyres, you'll tend to find some time. I don't know if we mentioned this before, you, because I'm only noticing it now. The 67 Volante car is DNF'd and 20 laps down. So I'm not quite sure when that happened, or I remember the rear wing missing from the Volante.
They've not been back out since then.
Yeah, they've not come back out since that point. So I guess Volante calling it quits after that point.
I think they are, yes. That means they're going to finish down in maybe 8th place in GTE. They're still going to get 8th place points. No, it's going to be 9th, isn't it, from that one? So they'll still get 2 points, but they won't get the points for finishing the race, unfortunately. They've decided that enough is enough. They've had enough issues today, and they don't want any more. Meanwhile, another penalty given out. Car 007 not giving enough respect to car 51, that's World of Sim Racing, while they were overtaking. So ProSim were given a 30-second stop and go penalty for that one, which is going to drop them, or it might not drop them any positions, because they are, well, they're not that far ahead of E-Team Brit, so maybe it will drop them down, but either way, receiving penalty, not good.
Yeah, that's pretty big for E-Team Brit, because they're only 46 seconds currently off the... I mean, they are currently in P10 in the LMP2 class, but that'll be an extra point going their way once they do get ahead of ProSim. And then it's another 25 seconds to David Colac-Sai. So Bradley Rocky's currently at the helm of the E-Team Brit car, has the potential to pick up some points for E-Team Brit after what has not been a good start to their race. And I think on that note, we are approaching the hour. 5 hours remaining here for the 12 hours of Sebring, round 3 of the Endurance Racing World Championship. We're going to be jumping on into a short break, and when we're back, we'll be bringing you the next half an hour live and uninterrupted, so stay tuned.
Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello everyone, welcome back to GTR 24H for continuing coverage of the third round of the 2021 Endurance Racing World Championship. The night has quite clearly settled in here at the Sebring International Raceway. Alex Goldschmidt back with you once again. Hopefully we'll be having Yusuf bin Suhail back in the commentary box as well. But things are still looking rather good. We have 7 hours completed, just under 5 hours to go. And Yusuf, it's been rather enthralling. We've just seen, I think a couple of moments ago, that the Juice's motorsport car had an off-track excursion a couple of laps or so ago. I think they were very close to being in the barriers possibly, but it's not that much easier out there at this particular moment in time, is it?
No, the track conditions are really, really tricky. And we're getting closer and closer to that downpour of rain. We're about 20 minutes away, give or take. I think if you look at the weather forecast, we're in that last kind of patch of dryness before we really hit those big rain clouds, and things start to get very, very damp and moist out on circuit.
Yes, it'd be more than the description from what Jeremy Clarkson would say, which would be more than mildly moist. And that cloud looks rather foreboding in terms of the rain, and there could be quite a substantial downpour. We've had the rain sort of bring a little bit of a spice to the party here in Florida. But I fear, my gut just says to me that there is so much more to come.
It's weird, Alex. I never would have thought I'd be saying that the weather here in the UK is better than the weather over in Florida, but here we are.
Well, it is what it is.
Good thing I didn't make any holiday trips to Florida for the weekend, right?
Yes, especially under the current circumstances as well, Yusuf.
True.
But yeah, with regards to like the way that incoming rain is going to come in, that is looking rather hefty. And I think it's borderline rain / heavy rain. You can go to gtr24h.org/weather to find out what exactly is going to be the predicted weather within the next couple of hours. It's literally round about now or so we could see a further influx, because that cloud cover or that rain cover is coming in rather rapidly by the look of things. I think it could be within the next 10 to 15 minutes that this rainfall is going to throw another curveball here to the drivers and the teams, and they're going to have to be on their very best behaviour when it comes to keeping the car on the black stuff here at Sebring.
And the other thing to remember is that is a very dense cloud, as in it's not a light drizzle, it's going to be raining. And I think because the track is already greasy from the previous shower, it's going to be a very quick crossover from, I believe the drivers are on slicks at the moment. I'm not seeing any spray being kicked up. You're not seeing wipers being used by the drivers. So I think we're going to have a very quick crossover to the to the wet conditions. And that's going to throw strategies down the drain. Everyone's going to have to stop. Everyone's going to be on the exact same starting point. So drivers who happen to be luckier or who have guessed when that rain is going to hit more appropriately will find themselves with a huge advantage.
I've just seen the number 74 Juices Motorsport GTE car, currently P3 in class, has just exited the pit lane, and you and Ewan were talking about the standing water around the outside of turn 1, and there was a little bit of a spray kick up from the back end of the Porsche, but around the rest of the circuit things are looking rather straightforward. But yeah, I mean, with the rain that fell earlier on, it wasn't, I think we were all expecting a little bit of tenacity from the rain coming down, but however on that occasion it didn't quite transpire. But what is coming is looking rather more menacing.
And I'm just riding on board right now with Felipe Barreto, and he's driving behind one of the GT cars. There's a tiny bit of spray. You can notice a bit of spray when he is behind some of the other cars, but when he's in clear air, you don't really notice any spray.
Hang on a second, that windscreen wiper's going again. Look, the rain's falling. The rain's falling again, and that was one of the Volante cars. I think that was also Mugen Sim Racing, the 41 just up ahead. So, yeah, I think to be completely honest with you, that is going to be rather interesting from that perspective. And yeah, the wipers are now going, so that says to me, yeah, that is a case that rain is now starting to come in. I think we're on the precipice of having further rainfall, because if that wiper started going straight away, that's where the biggest problem is going to happen. So from my perspective, I think I said 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. I think it's inbound sooner than that, because literally the cloud was just about to hit at 1800 UTC, which is the time effectively now. You know, so yeah, the biggest thing I see is that rain is going to come in thick and fast, and then all of a sudden the teams are going to have to react accordingly, and that could be rather difficult.
Something else I've just noticed is Bradley Brockies in the E-Team Brit car has really closed into Ramada Mode Sports Felipe Barreto, currently at the wheel of the 57 car, and Bradley Brockies is just 2.5 seconds behind, and he's been making some serious inroads. And right as I say that, I think I dropped the old cast a curse on him, and he makes a slight mistake down into Le Mans.
Well, the thing is that the battle in GTE, battle for the lead, I think has just intensified. Possibly, I'm just going to have a quick look. Well, it was the case that Blazej Mizik is now in the lead for GTE, and the thing is, it looks like Valeriano's pitted. So with this rainfall, it's asking teams to react pretty quickly. So that has now changed quite a few things in terms of what is going to happen over the next few moments in time. And your guess is as good as mine, Yusuf. We don't know what this rain is going to bring. This could bring absolute pandemonium here at Sebring. And we Brits, we do like a bit of rain to spice up the party, as long as we're not standing outside on the spectator galleries in it. However, from a commentator's perspective, when rain comes into the mix, we know that anything can happen.
Precisely so. And riding on board with Bradley Brockies, you can now really start to see that there is a dry line of forming, or to be more precise, there are wet lines of forming around the dry line. And I think about 5-6 minutes ago, that wasn't the case. It all looked fairly dry, or pretty much the same kind of color. But this isn't just a big thing in terms of, it's kind of wet offline. Also remember that because it is multi-class racing, you have drivers having to get offline to make passes or to let drivers through. And that just allows your tyres to cool down, and then they're outside of their operating windows. And there you see Bradley Brockies getting slightly offline, and it punishes so hard.
Yeah, like literally within the snap of the fingers. It can be absolutely peachy, and then, it just goes all Pete Tong, so to speak. And that's where the drivers now have to really... Oh, my goodness, I just heard that Daniel Wisner in Varga, they just hit the wall, and it's crabbing. That has changed everything for Varga Sim Racing. Could the unbeaten run be broken here at Sebring? Oh, my goodness me. Daniel Wisner in the wall, apparently... Oh no, that was Marcel Sinsik. So Sinsik showing up behind the wheel. That has changed everything for Varga. First, the penalty. Earlier on, they got a 10-second stop go, and now they've hit drama. Let's have a look at the replay. Now, was that coming out of Sunset Bend? Did they clip the outer wall on the left-hand side? Everyone's been getting so close to it. I'm wondering whether they've had the slightest of touches, and that has caused a problem for Varga. No, that is that car is not tracking true. That Arica is wounded right now.
Yeah, well, let's just jump on board then with Daniel Wisner. The car definitely sounds fine, but let's just take a look to see whether the steering is matching the angle in which the car is pointing, because that's usually the biggest tell to knowing whether your steering is completely broken. And the car is definitely pulling to the right.
Oh, dearie me.
He's still full sending it though, isn't he, Daniel Wisner?
He is not. Look, I mean, he's giving it Danny Rick big guns blazing right about now. He's not... Varga will not let something as trivial. But oh my goodness me! And look, you've got the Glam Racing car. He's made it 3 wide down the Ullman Straight. Daniel Wisner, bravo! And I'm going to use those 2 words again. Oh, and he goes towards the outside of Unison Racing. Mamma mia! Mercy me! Daniel Wisner just absolutely put the car where he needed to, despite having.
He's not betting. He's got to go to the end of his stint, Alex.
Oh my goodness me. And if he's going to pull moves like that out of the bag, bravo. I mean, the guy's got some stones, hasn't he? Really has.
He just did a 57.6 last time round. He was the second fastest on circuit, with the exception of turn lower. Does someone want to tell him that his tracking's broken?
Yeah, does someone saying, this we need some tie rod ends replaced after this stint? That is just absolutely crazy, just putting in that kind of lap. And obviously, biggest thing is the wipers are still going on that car. You know, he is far from wanting to let that get away from him, because at the end of the day, if I'm someone like Daniel Visner, I'm not going to let something as trivial as the slightest amount of tracking offset to cause a problem. If it was the case that the car was tracking all the way to the right-hand side on that steering wheel, and it would literally be 12 and 6, you then know you've got to pit. Something as trivial like that, he's going to sort of think, yeah, you know what, I can work with this. And the team will just go, look, if it's that minimal and it's not compromising you, just go out there and put the laps in.
It also depends as well how long he's got until his next pit stop. If it's, 4 laps, then sure, stay out. If he's got 10 laps to do, then okay, yeah, maybe head on into the pits now. And you know when your car breaks down on the motorway, Alex, and you get the likes of the RAC or a breakdown company to come and tow your car back home? Mm-hmm. Forget that. Just call in Daniel Visner. He'll just full send your car. Doesn't matter. Engine blowout, wheel missing. Daniel Visner will get your car back home.
Yeah, be like, yeah, it's in limp home mode. Yeah, no worries, mate. That won't trouble me at all. It's great to see just the commitment of these teams, and like I say, something as trivial like that. If it was a major problem, then sure, I could understand pulling it into the pits. But Visner's doing a cracking job out front at the moment. And then you look at Visner's been lapping like 2 seconds a lap quicker than Norbert Jakob in the 95 from DEAC Hackers. I mean, it's crazy the pace that Varga have got in that car, despite it being that little bit wounded.
It's weird because I was riding on board with Daniel Visner, and I was like, okay, here's a guy who's driving. He's got some, as you like to say, minor inconveniences to his steering, but he was fully sending it. Now I've moved over to the GT class, and I'm on board with Henrik Hoyer, who is closing down Alexander Zakharov at 5 tenths behind the battle for P4 in the GT3 class. And you can see how much more tentative Henrik Hoyer is, how early he's going on the brake, how cautiously he's turning in compared to Daniel Visner, and you can really see the quality in driving difference. This is why Daniel Visner is at the top of the LMP2 class in Varga Sim Racing, the amount of confidence he has. And this isn't to say anything bad about Henrik Hoyer, because to have that level of confidence that Daniel Visner has is something truly exceptional.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, with Visner just throwing complete caution to the wind, it's just one of those things where it comes with time. Someone like Henrik Hoyer will grow and evolve as a sim racing driver, and will hopefully at some point get to the point where and the funny thing is that Henrik will know exactly when to push, when not to push, and when you've got these inclemental conditions coming in,
I just saw Ferrari facing the wrong way on the exit of Le Mans. Apparently it was ID Sim Sport, so that's Gert Nielsen. Okay, he's at the back of the GT3 order anyway, so it doesn't affect position. Sorry to cut across you there, Alex. It was just very bizarre.
How bizarre, as the song goes. From back in the day. God, I'm showing my age again. Crikey. But you
like doing that, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Well, I do that on a regular basis. I think it just keeps you youngsters in check.
Oh, that's the moment for, I think that was Deuce's Motorsport Club. The LMP2 car just had a moment, and indeed they are in the gravel on the exit of turn 1.
Oh, crikey. That's not what turn lower wanted there. Oh, that was... like literally just, at least the good thing was, spooled up the rear tyres, kicked the car's tail out to the right-hand side, and then booted the throttle, getting back on the tarmac. I must be completely honest, I've been, the last 2 rounds, including this one at Sebring, and obviously Silverstone, the Film Vault 12-hour Silverstone that we had last month, drivers like Turn Lower, Luca Gray, they've really, really impressed me. So far. I mean, obviously they are effectively the junior team, as the newcomer explained to me in that interview before Silverstone. And You know, I think the thing is that with the way that things are going at the moment, I think things are getting a bit tricky out there. If juices spin off, return lower behind the wheel, you know that there might be some possible issues for other teams if they've had incidents like off-track excursions, Yusuf.
And everyone really is struggling right now. You can see that I'm looking at the weather forecast, and I think we're about 10 minutes away from that rain really hitting. We're kind of in the, the light cloud, the precursor. What did they call it? The pre-earthquake to the actual earthquake that occurs. I can't remember the term for it, but we're in that phase. You know what? I'm going to look that up, so at least we both, so neither of us get it wrong. So it's a foreshock. It's like the precursor towards the rain coming down properly. So we'll have like a, it's like a rain shock, and then have a full rain deluge. That's what it sounds like to me. Cynic, I've just seen, is currently still out on track. That last lap from him at 2:07. The times are tumbling. I mean, Norbert Jakob currently in on a 2-minute 1.3. Turn lower after that off-track excursion, nearly 2 minutes 15 on that last lap, because obviously the massive moment in T1. Lykkegaard in the 777 DSR Nightmare car, rounding out the top 4 in LMP2. 2-minute 2, B32 running in the 2-minute 1.2s. David Kalasai from Mugen Sim Racing, 2:05 last lap. So yeah, these conditions I think are getting more and more intense when it comes to the weather conditions right now, and this is going to change things as we've got the best part of 4 hours and just under 4 hours and 41 and a half minutes still remaining on the clock here for round 3. And I've just seen, I'm just going to keep with Henry Cynic at the moment and just see, because one of the biggest selling points with regards to how much spray that you will see is, Cynic spun coming out of Sunset Bend and nearly gets collected. Henry Cynic was such a lucky guy just then. Oh my goodness, like literally punched the throttle. I was just about to talk about downforce spitting a hell of a lot of water spray into the air, and as I was about to say that, Henry Cynic lights up the rear tyres and has gone off again, off of T1. I think the rain's coming. I think it's coming now. If Cynic struggle like that, look at the replay. Just literally puts the power down. The DIS SR 45, I think that was, that literally avoided stage left. Henry Cynic that is one of his 9 lives gone right there and then. And I think there needs to be a clean-up as well. I'm going to slightly disagree with that, because I think that was huge experience showing for Henry Cynic. I think if you put 99% of the field in that situation, they would have slammed on the brakes and the car would have slid out wide. But Henry Cynic knew that DIS was right behind him, and he floored the throttle, and that's what resulted in DIS not hitting. I don't think DIS really...
spin for the 74! Spin for the 74 right in front of Cynic! Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's problems coming thick and fast. Yeah, like literally, I've just seen it. Yeah, coming out of, that was through after turn 2, I believe, through towards the approaching to Gurney Bend. Literally, that was Walter Polezny behind the wheel. He literally put the power down, and I think that back end just stepped out big time. The car went stage right. We just have a look at the replay here. So Cynic is closing on Polezny. They go into the right-hander. He boots and he literally runs wide. One wheel on the grass. The grass is still damp, and it turns the car round 180 degrees and points him in the other direction. So we've seen Cynic have a moment. We've now seen Polezny have a moment. Third time's the charm. Who's going to be next?
Luca goes into the pits for the 777 DSR Nightmare car, so clearly they feel like it's wet enough to bring out the full wet. I can't remember whether intermediates are available to the drivers on R Factor 2 or whether it's just full wets and slicks. So apparently the hypercar does have intermediates available to it, but the others do not. GT3s do not. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do some checking here with regards to the hypercar itself, in terms of it. But I think it can be that the fact that some cars will be able to run with an intermediate, one of them may not. I'm not too sure. I mean, I'm just going to try and see what I can find out. But I would think that if memory serves me correctly, I think the hypercar does have intermediates, but some of the other ones, you will either have slicks and you'll have different compounds, and then you'll also have extreme wet weather tyres. So, yeah, that's dependent on what the team's trying to chance on this particular occasion. So GT3s only have soft and hard compound dry tyres and wets.
I tell you what, Alex, the last 5 minutes has kind of reminded me of something that you'll be very familiar with. You know, when you commentate or when you witness karting races and you see the cadets going out and it's dry and then it starts to rain. What we just witnessed in the last 5 minutes was that, with all of the young guns just absolutely belting it, not realizing that the rain's come down, and then you see just the entire field start to spin.
Well, apparently, I've just had a message from Nick Newcomb that only the P2s have inters, apparently, but
okay.
I think I need to I mean, the thing is that Henry Sinek still pushing like crazy. He's just put in a 1 minute. What's he just done now? Just keeping an eye on the lap times for him. That was around about, I think, a 1 minute 59, possibly. But he's just gone off at the exit of turn 1 again.
Glam Racing just had a spin as well. That is through the right-hander of Cunningham.
Yeah, so it is confirmed. Hypercars do not have inters, so it's only the LMP2s that will have intermediates. So everyone else, it's either wets or dries. You've got to make that choice.
Did Wojtek Polesny pit in the 74 because he's dropped from the lead down to third now?
Well, he did pit earlier on. So that's why Mizik and Valeriano are ahead. So he did pit, I think, just before the. I think it was round about the turn of the hour. So I'm not too sure. I don't think he did. I think no, I'm not too sure what's happened here. The Mizik is now in the pits apparently. Let's just see. Yeah, the number 51 from. It's. And now Mizik is now going to exit out of the pits. Valeriano is now making his way onto the Ullman straightaway. No, Polesny didn't. Nick Newcomb's just told me that Polesny did actually stay out. So the last pit stop would have been if they had done a driver change and a service. So the gap is now closing between Mizik, who is just coming out to pit lane. Valeriano will know this because one of the team will be spotting for him. Out of Sunset Bend comes the number 54 BMW, and has got the number 41 GT3. That is of Mugen Sim Racing just up ahead. Mizik is already going through into the complex and has just gone round towards the outside. That's the number 22 of the Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car. It's got the Teleforing and 188 just up ahead in the Aston Martin. So Valeriano is about 12.8 seconds behind. So Valeriano will now know what the gaps will be between the 54 and the 51. So Mizik from World WOSR iZone Performance still lead GTE as we're fast approaching the conclusion of this half an hour here at Sebring for what is now hour 7, I think. I'm losing count because it's just gone past so quickly, Yusuf.
Yeah, I think it's hour 7 we're in. Blase Michika actually making a mistake down into the hairpin after turn 7. Ran wide, outbraked himself on the cold tyre. So Giordano Valeriano now 11 seconds behind. Actually might have chipped away at that gap somewhat as well. No, it's still at around 11-12 seconds. So we'll see whether that does change. All of the top 3 currently on the lead lap. Donat Prodan and DIS are 1 lap down. David Greco, though, does have a chance. He's only 28 seconds down on Wojtek Polesny, but Wojtek Polesny in a very very tricky spot considering that he's done his Petinies this far back, whereas Blase Mishka and Giordano Valeriano have already done their pit stops.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting dynamic on how things do change. And in all realness here, Yusuf, I think there is still a lot of unpredictability to come. Especially with the weather, the way that the weather has really sort of changed the dynamic of this race. And it's not just once, it's happened now twice. And this is where the drivers really have to sort of watch what they're doing. Valeriano is about to cross the stripe. Still stays in second. The gap now is around about 13 seconds or so between himself and Mizik. So we'll see how that battle unfolds. And at the moment, in terms of gaps at the minute, the battle for the lead in GT3 has been in some ways closed somewhat in terms of the distance between the two. It was around about 40 seconds. In the meantime, Dornat Diesner in the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing McLaren 650S has nearly halved that gap in the last half an hour.
And Donat Dijna is closing in by around a second a lap, only 23 seconds behind right now, and Cyril Malbran will be slowly starting to feel the pressure. He needs to be careful as well as getting a move on, because otherwise he might find himself losing that top spot in the GT3 class. As I was saying to Ewan not too long ago, the top 4 at the time, and now it is the top 3 in the GT3 class. None of them are yet to have won a race in the Endurance Racing World Championship.
Yeah, so Nightfall definitely fully immersed here at Sebring for round 3 of the 2021 GTR 24-inch EEWC. Still Henry Sinnick leading overall at this particular moment in time by 2 laps from Vargas Sim Racing's Daniel Wisner, who has had the slightest of brushes with one of the walls here at Sebring, but is still carrying on and leads the current LMP2 class ahead what looks to be the number 95 of DEAC Hackers, with the number 15 of Juices Motorsport rounding out the top 3. But I think with that being said, I think we have now hit just over 4.5 hours to go. It's time to go to another commercial break here. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a brief replay. Now, there has been a change in terms of the GT3 side of things. We're on board with Donat Diesner in the McLaren. Now, he's got past one of the Ferraris. Now, just watch closely. Gets on the brakes. Musto GDE sports car. Back end steps out on the 650. That's not exactly what you want happening there, is it, Yusuf?
No, it's not at all, and Dijner was in a really good position. He was really closing in onto Thibaut Malbrun, and after Malbrun pitted, he wants to get this overcut off, and with that spin, he might have just made it that little bit harder for him. You can see how much he's struggling in the wet weather conditions as he makes his way through Le Mans with just, you can almost see him right on the verge of getting a four-wheel slide.
Yeah, so the main thing is he's got that car pointing in the right direction around the circuit. Now going through Sunset Bend. As, yeah, like the rain is still coming down. This is just complete consistent intensity. And Diesner, right in front of one of the Volante cars. Coming out of the final corner, out of Sunset Bend, like literally was about half a car width away from the wall. These drivers have been absolutely fully committed. I've said this time and time again. I don't mind repeating myself because it's just so absolutely interesting to watch how close these drivers really get to the wall here at Sebring. It's immensely interesting, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's super tight, and that's what we can expect here at Sebring. It's almost, as you've liked to term it, it's got this kind of street circuit. Tarmac down, concrete in parts, at least I think on the start-finish straight especially, and it makes for a very interesting track service which can definitely affect races and provide a test for drivers in both the dry and the wet conditions, and we're really seeing the wet conditions push the drivers to the absolute limit right now. We saw it affecting Daniel Wiesner in the LMP2 Varga Sim Racing car, your current LMP2 championship leaders, but they're still pushing. I haven't even seen them pit. Daniel Wiesner still with that damaged car. He's still going. He doesn't care.
Oh my goodness me, Diesner's had another spin. Another spin for Diesner. Well, that's like literally on the curb. The curb was wet. The back end steps out to the left-hand side. Oh, Donat Diesner, that's 2 off-track excursions within the last 120 seconds. Oh my goodness me! It is and the biggest thing here is that as soon as curbs get wet, they become rather slippery here, Yusuf. And it was just like sometimes you take a little bit excess curb, but the Volante car was not too far behind. Yeah, it's just rather interesting. It looks like another car went off at Le Mans as well. I think I've just seen that's the 766. So yeah, drivers being caught out left, right, and centre here.
Yeah, and we are well and truly in the thick of the rain. I mean, you can see on the weather forecast that we have entered into the beginning of what is the monsoon to arrive here at Sebring. Maybe not as crazy as the image that you and Peter were sharing back in, was it the 1800s or the 1900s?
1960s. That was before I was even born. Yeah, 65 or 66, whichever it was, I can't remember, but I think Peter was just saying 66, so... Yeah, Sebring Yacht Club race is what people need to Google right about now, and then they'll get an understanding of it.
I'm sure people will be eagerly typing that on into their computers. Now, I'm just seeing that Kim Pedersen right now is only 1 second off Felipe Barreto. I think that has to be a mistake. My timing sheet's not updating. He's 2.2 seconds ahead of Felipe Barreto. So Felipe Barreto really struggling in the wet conditions for Ramada Motorsport. Oh, that's a big accident. Oh, don't spin in front. That could have ended very badly. That was a Teleferiningen car, if I'm not mistaken, involved with one of the McLarens, and right like that, Kim Pedersen loses the back end.
That's Diesner. Diesner again. Third. Oh my goodness me. The Juicers car's just gone off because the 13 Danish Racing League has gone off as well. Oh my goodness, that I literally you just went, that's a big accident, and as you said that
synchronized spinning.
It is craziness, absolute craziness. Look, and I cannot believe my eyes right about now. Yellow in sector 2 has just been retracted. If that wasn't a defibrillator needing moment, I don't know what else will be, and there could be further hijinks to come on that front, because those wipers have started to go a bit further side to side in terms of rapid intensity. I think they've upped the wiper speed on it.
Do you want to know what the scariest thing is about the GT3 class?
Go on.
Diesel has had, what, 3-4 off-track excursions?
3, yeah.
T-Bauer Malbren has only been able to close in by about 10 seconds, which means that either T-Bauer Malbren is not lapping quickly, or T-Bauer Malbren is making some mistakes of his own.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like, I think I just spot Sebastian Hove has just dived into the pits just now. And also along with that, DIS SR Lab, the wipers are starting to go a bit faster on these windscreens. So that says to me that this rain is starting to become heavier. And to be honest with you, that could explain the fact that Thibaut Malbrun was not catching Donat Diesner in the rate of knots that we would expect, but Diesner, I think, has gotten away with it this quite lightly.
Well, he lost 5 seconds in the middle sector to Thibaut Malbrun on the last lap. Giuseppe De Forco has made his pit stop, and he has come on out in P5 in the GTE class, 12 seconds ahead of DIS, who have jumped on into the pits themselves. So Giuseppe De Forco now 13 seconds behind Donat Prodan, and can look to hunt down the Volante car.
Yeah, so B32 is in the pits. DIS SR Lab 45 GTE out of the pits now. Sebastian Hove now staying in the pits. B32 now exiting the pits in the VGA JSP2. So, yeah, this is going to be rather interesting. We've only got 20 minutes until the completion of the... I can't believe this. We'll have 4 hours still to go after this one, and this unpredictability factor, in the words of Spinal Tap, has just been cranked up to volume number 11. I mean, seriously. We were hoping that things were going to happen today, Yusuf. They have happened, but I think there's still more waiting in the wings. This is just... if it was like, say, a 1 hour, 20-minute race, the unpredictability factor wouldn't really sort of factor in. But now... we're close to being the best part of 8 hours into this race, with 4 hours still to go. No one knows how this is all going to pan out. And what if the rain does intensify? What if teams do make mistakes? Donat Diesner must be absolutely worried silly right now as to what might happen next. And obviously then you've got to look at the rest of that team at Mugen Sim Racing, the 41. Who knows what might transpire?
I mean, this is purely a survival race right now. I've just seen David Kolexai. He's managed to get past Kim Pedersen, now trying to close in the 26 seconds to Felipe Barreto, and he went sideways all the way through the sunset corner. And, I think it lost him a couple of seconds at the very least. Yeah, well, actually, exactly 2 seconds to Felipe Barreto. He managed to catch the slide, and it looked rather spectacular, but definitely not the quickest way around the final corner here at Sebring.
Yeah, definitely the case. You definitely don't want to go, not Tokyo Drift, but Sebring Drift around here at the circuit, or Florida Drift, whichever you prefer. But, the way that these conditions have really started to test the drivers, it is pretty much anyone's guess at how things are going to transpire. I mean, you look at what's happening with regards to the... an interesting development. Let's have a look. Visner was... showing the pits, but Norbert Jakob from DEAC Hackers is currently in the pits, and also the number 13 from Danish Racing League in GT3. They've been in the pits for an incredibly long time. That's allowed Unison Racing and now Lamb Racing to get ahead. So I'm wondering with that incident with Danish Racing League earlier on, which I think I caught the tail end of. I think that did have Juice's Motorsport. I'm not too sure if they were involved or if there was contact or whatever.
It was Danish Racing League and the McLaren of Donna Diesner, wasn't it?
Well, the thing is that there was that incident, and then there was another incident, and you had Juice's Motorsport, which had Volta Polezny behind the wheel. So, yeah, it's quite... I think with the amount of incidents that we've had tonight, I think we've all lost count.
Honestly, I can't remember. To be honest, everyone probably at some point has had a bit of a spinala somewhere around the circuit. Apparently, number 13 has 400-second damage after the crash with a Telefuringen car.
Okay, so that would explain it. So that car...
6 minutes. Oof.
Oh, that's it. Well, give or take, that's around about 3 laps, give or take, effectively. Yeah. Three laps. Oh... Yeah, it's not getting any easier out there. And funnily enough, the 188 from Teleforingen also in the pits as well. So I think they, so the number 13 is now out of pit lane. I think it's a case of they're going to have to start getting a few more miles under their belt, but also the fact that they've got to just try and keep their nose clean, and with 4 1/4 hours still to go, Yusuf, it's anyone's guess what's going to happen. You know, we've seen the performance from Danish Racing League over the first 2 rounds. They've been exemplary once again tonight. I think at the end of the day, the final chapter has yet to be written. We get to the last half hour. Normally, when you and I are on commentary, something normally kicks off, and it's been kicking off all day long so far here at Sebring.
More spins coming through in turn 1. There's an LMP2 off. That's the Deuces running wide on turn 1. They keep it out of the barrier. And guess who is back into the top 3 in the GT3 class? Alexander Zakharov. He closed to the back of Henrik Hoyer, who then dove on into the pits. And Alexander Zakharov in the Unison racing car is now back up into a top 3 position. You know what? He might be able to do it. He might be able to pick up the 3rd win of the season in the GT3 class. It's a stretch, but honestly, anything can happen right now.
Yeah, anything's possible. We just don't know what possibilities are going to manifestate themselves over the next 4 1/4 hours. And that is where you want to see something interesting. We have had plenty of interesting talking points so far this race. I'm not predicting a winner in any... I mean, obviously, hypercars are a formality because we've only got 1 car.
You just gave me an idea, Alex.
Go on.
Let's predict winners.
Well, we can't. We're not going to do that on hypercar because effectively that's a given.
Okay.
I think, if I'm honest with you, I think Varga Sim Racing will pick up win number 3 this season.
For sure. Well, I say for sure, but yeah.
GTE might be a different proposition because obviously we had HM Engineering winning round 1 at Indianapolis, then round 2 we had the 53 Musto car BMW that won round 2 when the 54 had problems. I think, if I'm completely honest here, I think it's going to be between WOSR iZone Performance Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I have to give a shout out first of all for Pinson Drillers Esports for actually staying in the hypercar class and continuing to drive that car and like literally provide us with heart-stopping moments whenever we see them out on track. I'm gonna throw caution to the wind, and I think this might put me with a bit more favour of Nick Newcomb because I'm gonna say possibly. What about Juice's Motorsport winning GTE?
Nah, forget Juices. I'm going with 51 WOSR for the win for me.
Okay, we'll have to get Ewan's idea on that in a little bit. GT3,
Ooh.
I think one move. They've been pretty consistent. They've kept themselves out of trouble. They haven't been in any major incidences. Oh, there's dramas again for the number 13.
Trust you to take the easy way out.
Take the
Wait,
easy
was that
way
Nick
out.
that I just heard?
Yes, it is.
he just
Trust you to
hijacked
go
the
for the easy
broadcast
pick.
video.
Oh, there are more dramas happening. 46, I think I understand, has had a moment as well. That's the DIS SR Lab GT3 McLaren. So more dramas in GT3 than we can. Oh my goodness me! There are dramas happening all over the circuit, and we've still got about 12 minutes of this particular hour remaining, Yusuf.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Mugen Sim Racing to take the win in GT3 just because it's a different pick from you. I have a sneaky suspicion that Unison Racing are going to pull off something disgusting and somehow win their third in a row, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, to be fair, I still don't know how the pit stop strategies are looking in the GTE and the GT3 classes because, of course, that could just completely flip our predictions on their heads.
Right, okay, we've just had a stop-go penalty being issued. Oh, you've just jinxed Mugen Sim Racing.
Can I change my prediction in the GT3 class?
Yes, you did. They've just had a 60-second stop-go penalty handed to them by Race Control. Lack of respect overtaking the 188 of Teleforingen. That incident involving Donat Diesner has now cost them big time.
Yep. Just 30 seconds ahead of Thibaut Malbrun. And, well, as you could imagine, a 60-second stop-go penalty would put them a fair bit behind, and all of a sudden, Alexander Zakharov winning this race is becoming more and more likely.
You're going to change your mind again now, aren't you?
Well, I said from the get-go that I have a sneaky suspicion that the Unison Racing will put this, but I said the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing. I'll stick by it. One thing that I definitely won't change is changing my mind and saying that Deuces are going to win.
He's got a 5-bar gate through the choices of what he's done, so he can't repeat himself. That's all he's doing.
Wait, what?
You've got a 5-bar gate with the car numbers in front of you, just like crossing them off. Can I choose these next? Can I choose this one next?
No, I'm sticking with what I'm saying as well, Nick. You'll be pleased to hear. And I'm hearing, I think the rain's coming. I apparently have let's just see if we can get a weather update right now, because this rain, it's like this. It's like this person.
I can tell you now, it's not Scorchio.
yeah. Thanks for your Far Show reference there, Nick.
Oh yes, it was filmed in my hometown once as well. When he jumps on the bus.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Look at that. That is going to be, I think, in about 15 minutes. I've heard that in about 15 minutes, this rain will get heavier, and that will take us to just past the top of the hour. Oh, well, we've had the appetizer.
Can it get any worse?
Well, hang on a second, because the thing is that effectively after this hour, we'll have had the appetizer, we'll have had the main course.
Right.
What follows promptly after? We'll have the good old dessert.
I'd rather have pudding.
So yeah, the thing is that heavy rain could hit the circuit, and it's going to hit rather close. So these teams, they've got to have their eyeballs on stalks right now. This is I mean, the thing is, obviously talking about when we were saying that we were going to predict winners, and you sort of rolled the dice on that one, and then instantly got snake eyes about your choice of GT3. True. Let's be honest with you. Yes. But the thing is that this could bring so much into. Pudding is dessert, isn't it? It's the same thing. You just call it a different name at the end of the day.
But pudding's hot, and when it's raining, I'd like to have some pudding, to be honest. Something nice and hot, maybe some custard to go with it. That's what you need in the winter to warm yourself up.
Well, I can tell you now that Salt Prubek from Mugen Sim Racing is actually is waiting to speak to Race Control at the minute. So obviously, just discussing the penalty. Stop go 60 that the team has just been given. So I think that with that possibility of further deluge of rainfall, I think it's time for the virtual pit crews to put on their galoshes and their welly boots and maybe their raincoats on as well, just in case this rainfall decides to come down heavy, because that rain should hit I think in the next 10 we said about in the next 10 minutes or so, that rain will start coming down, and that will come down heavy as Polesny has just come into the pits and now is making his way out. And Giuseppe De Forco, who's currently still in P4 in GT. Obviously, they were the Film Vault 12-hour Silverstone winners in GTE. It's coming down the Ormond Straight now, heading into Sunset Bend. So there's so many different aspects of this race that we can't discount anything tonight, Yusuf, because we've got one hell of a race coming to us, and I think with this rain that's about to come, we could have a real barnstormer on our hands for the last third of the race.
Without a shadow of a doubt. I'm keeping an eye actually right now on Sebastian Hove, who is 6 seconds behind Henrik Hoyer, and that is for P5 in the GT3 class. Oh, sorry, I think I'm mistaken. I believe that is for P4 in the GT3 class, Henrik Hoyer in the Glam racing car. Last time round, 3 seconds slower than Sebastian Hove. So Danish Racing League slowly closing on in, and maybe we could be seeing a bit of a battle in not the too distant future.
Oh, okay, right. I've just heard that Bradley Brockies from E-Team Brit, the car is parked off of Le Mans, so before the Almond Straight.
And I've also spotted Felipe Barreto has a DNF, so that's 2 LMP2 cars that have suffered issues on this lap.
Yeah, well, the thing was, I've just caught on the YouTube feed that Rockies was actually turned inside towards the apex of Le Mans, actually towards the outside of the exit of the corner. So they've gotten away with that one. I think that might have been just an off-track might have just been an excursion for E-Team Brit. And in terms of LMP2, they're currently 8th position at this particular moment in time. So despite the running out of fuel, when James Hall admitted in the YouTube chat that he did not factor in the formation lap, which can happen, strategy calls can happen. I think in terms of sort of like mistakes being made reference fuel, remember when Nina Gay joined Audi and they had a problem at the Spa-Francorchamps race, and Audi were off on their calculations for the fuel, and they had to do a splash and dash right at the beginning of the race, and it was just before Le Mans. So it can show you that no matter what category you're in of endurance racing, these things do happen. And it takes a brave individual to honestly and openly admit their mistakes. It can happen.
It can happen. It does happen. It happens to the best of us. It happened to me in my first endurance race, but it happened slightly differently. I came into the pits and I forgot to take the button that refuels the car. So my next driver went out, and then he just said, "Yusuf, did you forget to put fuel in the car?" I was like, "No." So then why do I only have 3 litres of fuel left? Oh.
Answer that one, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's honestly just weird. Bug in the game. Only possible solution. Blase Mishki is still leading by about 29 seconds over Giordano Valeriano, who's a further 90 seconds ahead of Wojtek Polesny. Not quite sure what's happened to the Deuce's car. They've dropped a little bit further down. Giuseppe De Forco 26 seconds further behind.
Yeah, just riding award with Bradley Brockie, so I think has just had DEAC hackers just go past them with Norbert Jaka behind the wheel. And the wipe is still going like crazy on the front windscreens of these vehicles, fast approaching the conclusion of this next hour. And with that being said, I'm going to head to a brief commercial break here on GTR 24H. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
The the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back. We're now into the final third of the third round of the 2021 GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Alex Goldschmidt, now having Ewan O'Leary rejoining me. Ewan, this race has had more twists and tales than the never-ending story, and they keep on coming thick and fast. The rain looks to be coming in rather quickly. The teams are... we've had quite a few spins multiple times. Obviously, I understand that the new penalty has been issued by Race Control, apparently for LMP2 this time around.
Yeah, we have had another penalty, I'm afraid, for the 007 Pro Sim car. It's been not the best day for those guys, I'm afraid. They've had decent pace, to be honest. They've been pretty decent in that regard, but I'm afraid they have picked up a fair few penalties. I believe they're in there serving it now. It is, I'm just checking, a drive-through penalty, so maybe that's just a normal pit stop and they'll do their drive-through a little bit later on. But either way, it was for not respecting car 95, which is the DEAC Hackers car, a little bit earlier on. Not a great race for them. One more thing to update you on as well. Down in GT3, Henrik Hoyer in the Glam Racing 404 had a spin down at turn 3, allowing Sebastian Hove to go through in their battle for position. And a little bit of a point about GT3 as well, because Donat Diesner now is a good half a lap behind Thibaut Malbrun at the moment. He's driving angry, and he's about 3 seconds a lap quicker than the Frenchman for the moment. He's driving actually really well. It is Diesner, and took another 1.5 seconds out of Melbourne on that particular lap. However, just imagine where that Mugen Sim Racing car would be if they didn't get their penalties today. They had Adam Thorage got a drive-through penalty, if you remember, about 2 hours into the race today. It was very early on. And then second of all, they had that penalty just then, a stop-and-go 60-second penalty. If it wasn't for them, I think they would be about 90, 100 seconds up the road right now, and they would easily be leading this race, but probably by about half a minute.
Yeah, it's funny how penalties can put paid to strategy, but also the advantage that you have over your competitors at any one particular time. As there's a lot of things happening, and in some respects, now I'm just seeing B32 Racing have David Kalasai not that far behind, but I think Kalasai from Mugen Sim Racing is currently a lap down. That's DEAC Hackers, I believe, that is in the middle of the other two LMP2s, which is the case. That's got Norbert Jakob behind the wheel. So Fabio Liuzzi now takes over from Valeriano in the number 54 Musto GDE sports car. So it's been rather interesting to see the respective strategies for the teams, and you can see coming out of turn one the amount of standing water, the amount of reflections I saw from the Musto car coming out of pit lane. You can actually see a pretty good, decent reflection of those headlights and fog lights at the bottom on that BMW. So there's a lot of standing water, and with the rain still coming down, it is going to be rather difficult for the teams to sort of circumnavigate their way through the conditions over the next 3 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah, it is. It's the lap times are actually a little bit better than they were earlier on, so it's not as worse as it has been, or as bad as it has been at its absolute worst here tonight so far. But there's still 4 hours to go, and a chance for things to get a little bit worse if the conditions do decide to do that. They may well do at some point throughout the day. But Wojtek Polesny now is not that far behind Fabio Liuzzi, having had that pit stop in the Musto car. Polesny's just coming out of the hairpin right now, and Fabio Liuzzi is going through Cunningham and going towards Tower now. So he's, about, 15 seconds ahead of the Juices Motorsport Club car. The thing is, Polesny is catching Liuzzi, or he was catching Valeriano anyway, and he's the fastest GTE out there at the moment. So driving very, very well is Polesny, as we expect him to do. So we may well see a bit of a catch and a battle going on, but that pit stop now from Musto has meant that Blasis Mesk is now nearly a lap in the lead of this race.
Yeah, very true, as Fabio Liuzzi makes his way down the Elman Straight in towards Sunset Bend. And one of the big things for a lot of people that are new to sim racing or endurance racing thereof, the flashing light on the back of that car is just sort of a warning indicator. We see that a lot on the bottom of the LMP2s, which we saw earlier on in the race when the first rainfall deluges came down on the circuit here, Ewan. But obviously, one of the interesting things in terms of the cars that we've got, let's say for the LMP2 class, obviously we've got two different types or brands of car. We've got the Eureka, and then also we've got the Ligier. Oh, massive slide for Mantas Ricos there in the number 15. That would have been coming through Genderbeen Bend and then heading into Le Mans. Literally the back end stepped out sideways to the left, and Mantas Ricos actually caught that very, very well indeed. So very, very lucky. I think quite a few drivers are pushing the limits of adhesion here in Florida.
Yeah, I would expect so at this point. Mantas Ricos kind of running away from Norbert Jakob at the moment. It's bearing down on him. Not sure what the exact gap is between the two of them, but it is fairly close. Those two cars have really been in a fight for most of the second half of this race, really. And conditions very, very difficult, especially in LMP2. We've seen a lot of the prototypes really struggling out there today, and that's to be expected, to be fair. It can happen. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on. on. They rely on the aero downforce. They're not getting it as much in the wet weather conditions, and so they are struggling in the prototype cars. Also, the fact that they're light means that they can't get hit in the tyres quite like the GTs either. That might be another description of why they're struggling quite so much. Reckers has been borrowed, I've been told, from Team Rookie Monsters, and he's in there for the rest of the season, I'm pretty sure. They'll be really glad to have him on board, and Sobakis as well, who I don't believe is a regular Juices Motorsport Club driver, but he's also getting on board with that team alongside Toon Lauer as well, who's a very fast driver, as we know. But that's all over a battle for second place. Norbert Jakob is trying to get on terms with Reckers at the moment, but he seems to be, or have been, in there for quite some time now. Jakob, I can't really remember the last time he wasn't in that car. Maybe Martin Mergley got out, I don't know, about 3 hours ago, maybe 4.
Yeah, I spoke to... Oh, now hang on. I've just seen another car off. Who is that? Now, I've just seen a moment for DIS SR Lab, but there was another car that was that Juices had just passed a little bit earlier on. The biggest thing here is that who was that? I think that was the biggest thing here is that there are still mistakes happening, and with the bumps and the undulation here at Sebring through the force feedback, I was speaking to Tern Lauer and he said, yeah, you are literally having so much to cope with, because effectively when you're driving on a sim rig, the biggest thing that you're using apart from your core is all of your upper body muscles, so your shoulders, your trapezius muscles, forearms, triceps and biceps, and so basically also your we call the Latin is latissimus dorsi, so basically your back muscles as well, like the biggest thing is that these drivers are being put through the ringer. It was a lot easier at Indianapolis and also a lot easier in terms of force feedback at Silverstone. But here at Sebring, it has really been a bone shaker.
Yeah, it does. It will start to hurt if you do an excessive amount of driving in the 12-hour period, or just a long stint as well. It could start to, play on your mind a little bit, or I guess play on your bones as well. Literally. It can be quite tricky. It's one of those circuits, but it's one of the only ones on this calendar really where that's really going to be an issue. I guess 24-hour races, it can be a bit of a physical test anyway, because you just end up doing so much driving. If you think you're doing quite a lot now, you've got 3 drivers, maybe 4 hours in a 12-hour period. It's not that bad, but 8 hours in a 24-hour period, it could be 3 or 4 separate stints in the car. It does take its toll, especially if you've not got the quite experience that maybe you'd like in these particular endurance events. But most of these guys are fairly experienced and know what they're doing, I think it's fair to say. And so there shouldn't be too many issues of that particular kind. But we're deep into this race now. Concentration levels, I think, are more important in terms of what's kind of dropping at this stage. It's not really the physical condition of these guys, because it's not as physical as it would be in real life, let's say. But the mental concentration is so much higher. You're relying on your senses, the sight particularly, a lot more, because you can't quite feel what you would in a real car. You're using your sight quite a lot more, and I guess your ears as well. So you're mentally a lot more drained at this stage in the race than you would be nice and fresh earlier this morning.
Yes, indeed, but I've also noticed a slight development in LMP2. Keep your eyes on Matt Webb from E-Team Brit, as he is trying to close up on the 766 of Bo Christiansen at this particular moment in time, and that is for what is effectively 7th position. And Matt Webb trying to get round one of the GT cars, looks to be the Ferrari there. So I think now that Matt Webb, he's basically flashing at the Ferrari, just saying, look, please just get out of the way, you're slower traffic. And there was just a responding flash from the Ferrari saying, there you go, mate, no worries, job done. So the biggest thing is that Matt Webb has really got the hammer down, but Bo Christiansen had only just gotten out of the pit lane. So the battle for P7 in LMP2 is on quite clearly.
Yeah, it was Kim Pedersen who was in that car a little bit earlier on, I believe. Anyway, it was Kim Pedersen getting out of the car, and so Bo Christiansen getting in now, and immediately got some defending to do. Matt Webb was the one in the car, by the way, when the car ran out of fuel at the end of the first stint, by the way. It was coming out of turn 5, and they just went one lap too long in the end. Couldn't make it around for an extra one because there wasn't enough fuel left in the car. Ran out on the exit of turn 1, came to a stop just under the bridge at Big Bend, and then that was it, really. And their race was not ruined, I don't want to say, but really set back. But they've fought back to 8th place. This is a battle for 7th place in LMP2 without issues in front. This is the most they're going to get from it, but it's still a great effort from them for soldiering on at this point. And they could have easily just quit the race after an hour, thinking we're never going to get anything out of this because we're so far back. But credit to them, they decided to stay in, and it turned out to be a good decision. They're picking up good points now.
Yeah, they got the first official points back at Silverstone, home track for the team. There's been a slide from Matt Webb. Matt Webb going through T2 he's just got to hold it there. Wait for everyone to get past. Massive moment there for Matt Webb. Oh my goodness me. E-Team Brit were absolutely pushing like crazy. Matt Webb has been one of the standout drivers for the team so far this season. And now that work has just been quickly all undone. So that is going to be... Now, just have a look. We're on board with him at the moment. Back end steps out to the right. So I don't know what happened there, but whether he's turned in the car's decided to break traction at the rear, it's difficult to tell. But with these weather conditions, that could have played possibly some part in that.
Yeah, it could well have done. You're right. It's quite difficult for you to get out of that kind of position if you're in LMP2 as well. The turning circle's not great, but just looking at that again, I don't really know if that was to do with conditions or what that was to do with, really. As you say, did they just drop it? Did Matt Webb just drop it and on his own? Then obviously there wasn't any other car involved, but what it was down to, we can't be sure. Either way, it doesn't really matter. He's dropped a long way back now, and you just think about the amount of time he spent to recover there. It took a very long time. There were seemingly about 20 cars coming through. You can't pull out onto the circuit with that amount of cars in danger, and that would have caused a really big accident. So rather smartly, he pulled out of the way, reversed, and then got himself back around to and did the right thing in that respect. So credit to him for doing that. But it was very almost a desperate situation for them to get going again, and they've lost a lot of time in doing so.
Yeah, very much the case. One of the other things is we've had another penalty issued by Race Control. The car number 188, Teleforingen, unsafe driving considered by Race Control after spinning around. They now have a 60-second stop-go penalty. So, I think in some respects, Race Control have to look at both sides of every source of information that they receive from the people making the reports about what has happened. And one of the things is that if you do rejoin, you have to do it safely. You have to wait until everyone gets past and you know that you can have the opportunity of getting back out on the track itself and thereby progress forward. And that's the biggest thing here.
There's been a mistake for Fabio Liuzzi because he is now down behind Wojtek Polesny, who's been on an absolute charge in these recent moments. Juicy's Motorsport Club back up to second place for the first time, really, since João Barbosa had that incident at Sunset Bend with one of the LMP2 cars. Marco Ciccolini went for a spin, and unfortunately, João Barbosa hit the LMP2 and gave that car a little bit of damage, put them off strategy ever so slightly. It's been a recovery drive ever since. Wojtek Polesny has been doing a fantastic job. He's going to come over the line right now, a 2-minute 9.2. What's it going to be for the leader? A 2-minute 12.4. 3.2 seconds better for Wojtek Polesny. That just shows what a man on a mission he is right now. Fastest GT out on the circuit.
Yeah, the funny thing is that was the car that I've sort of like picked as my predicted winner of round 3, and what a fairy tale that would be, because obviously round 2 at Silverstone they weren't there. Round 1, Polesny started, then it was and then had the moment in the pit lane, and I discussed that at great length with Nick Newcomb, who we had quite and funnily enough, as I say that, Nick Newcomb picks a message and he said, good lad. Well, the thing was is that I'd like to see a different winner. I think at the end of the day, it keeps the championship rather interesting. So Polesny has an opportunity to close on Mizik in the 51 WOSR iZone performance car. These are both Porsches, and if Polesny can do a lot of damage now, I think WOSR have a big reason to be worried, especially if it gets into the dying stages. If the weather intensifies, who's going to cope better under the relevant conditions? We will find out. We don't know what's going to happen, but I'm sure we're going to be entertained every single second of the way until the checkered flag, Ewan.
Yeah, we are certainly. World of Sim Racing haven't actually managed to get a podium yet this season, so a win would also be equally massive for them. But let's not forget, Juice's Motorsport Club haven't really scored any points yet. They've scored 2. They got pole position at Indianapolis. They completed the race, which has given them 2. They got pole position as well for this particular event. So that means that they will be on 3 points as things stand right now. But yeah, you're right. They would absolutely love a win in this car. But Wojtek Polesny is their fastest driver. We've got 4 hours to go. He can't go to the end from here. He can't stay in that car until the very end. So who's going to have to get in there? Is it going to be Yuka Makiyuki? I don't know. Is it going to be João Barbosa? Don't know. Is Polesny going to be getting back in after this? I also don't know. We'll hopefully get a bit of insight into that from one of the Juice's Motorsport Club guys, or we'll just find out along with everybody else along the way. But yeah, it's been great driving from Polesny this weekend. To get a pole position for that team, his second of the season, basically single-handedly on his own, and then to be really putting great inroads into the leaders right now. Another 2.2 seconds on that lap. He's driving so well at the moment.
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, from my aspect, I mean, if he's being that quick, what else could I think at the end of the day, Polesny could be the dark horse here. And if I'm Nick Newcomb, the first thing I'd want to do is keep him in that car for as long as we can without compromising his total driver time. And that's one of the other things we've got to consider here. And effectively, you want to have your fastest driver in at the end of the race to really put the pressure on. And it's a bit like whenever Audi started and you had Tom Christensen, Alan McNish and Dindo Capello, who would be the driver that would always be put in first? Alan McNish, because the funny thing was that Alan would go full guns blazing, and that was his style. I've met Alan and interviewed him a couple of times personally. Great guy, working now with Ab Scheffler in Formula E. But when he was on his A game, Alan McNish was feared by everybody, and it didn't matter who it was in LMP1. He would go toe-to-toe with the very best of them, and he would give no quarter whatsoever.
Yeah, obviously, all these guys have their kind of their plan, and yeah, sticking to it is it always becomes recognisable to us as well, watching along, as you say. So yeah, we're looking out for those patterns, and we're starting to see them as we move on with the season. Meanwhile, Matt Webb has just got through on Bo Christensen down into turn 3. Down into the hairpin. He just got that move done, and it was a pretty easy one in the end. So 7th place now for E-Team Brit, and a good effort from them to recover so well. And Bo Christensen, absolutely no answer for them really at this point. Matt Webb's just going so much quicker at this point that yeah, there was almost no point in fighting it for Christensen there.
Oh, I've just seen another moment, I think, for the Teleforingen car coming out of Le Mans. So that's been really, really interesting. An interesting fact about Wojtek Polesny. He's in the GT Pro Series on R Factor 2, and they've just had their draft I was saying about Luca D'Amelio and Ferris Stanley, who we had with HM Engineering at the first round at Indianapolis. Well, Polesny is in that group of cars, group of drivers. So he's one of the very best on rFactor 2. And by being a very, very fast driver here, that shows how multifaceted drivers can be in sim racing. And Wojtek Polesny is one of those prime examples. And that just shows that's why Nick Newcomb has got him on his books for the 74 GTE.
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very capable GT driver, especially in endurance sprint racing as well. He's actually participated in the GT Challenge series in the past, in the last... I don't know if it's just last season or the season before as well, but either way, in the past he has done GT Challenge, and now he's in GT Pro for good, and so one of the very best, as you say, on rFactor 2 in a GT car, especially one of the best drivers in particular, and does a lot of driving with guys like João Barbosa, the Portuguese driver who we've spoken to a little bit earlier on. They're kind of very regular teammates. As Blues-Mesk, has gone out of the way. I'm sorry for butchering his name so much, but I can't do it. Either way, he's gone out of gone off the circuit, should I say, at the exit of Le Mans on that particular occasion, and he's being caught by Polesny more and more with each lap.
Yeah, it looks like Nick Newcomb's joined us again in the commentary box. Hi, Nick.
Hello. Hello.
So, Voice is looking pretty good at the moment, isn't he?
He's an official fast boy, as we say in Juices.
Yeah, I know, you messaged me that.
he's honestly, the guy is so fast, but you know what it is? He's an absolute... He's a scream. He enjoys what he does, and he has fun, and he's pretty serious when he's on track, but I've just been in and chatted with him, and we're just laughing. It's really good, because when you're relaxed, you're at your best. If you're tense and you're serious, you just can't get the job done, you know. And between the three of them, they've really... Juha's obviously his first race, and he's fully enjoyed it and loved the experience, and this is the squad going in for the rest of the season, so it's looking good. It's looking really good, and we've got some reserves under our sleeve ready for the 24-hour races as well. And can I just say, these guys are the two of them. You know who they are, Ewan. You know who they are. These guys are even faster than Wojtek. Or just as fast. One of them's just as fast. One of them's is just a demon behind the wheel. And I'm pleased he's coming back.
Aliens.
The official aliens, honestly. That's where I learned the word watching them drive. So for the final two races of the season, these fast boys are coming back in, because I will twist their arms and make them come in. They're on the team sheet if you want to go and check in preparation. But yeah, it's been a good day all round for Juices. Obviously the race has still got a long way to go, but at the minute it is a recovery drive after what happened with Zhao. It was just so unfortunate. I think it was basically on the same lap, one at the beginning and one near the end. Just could do nothing about it. The P2 struggled with the weather. It was really difficult. Obviously, as well for the rest of the teams, tyre choice, wing choice, everything. Like they say, be on the right tyre at the right time. It's been a struggle, but I think we're over it. I hope anyway, and we're going to push on. It'd be nice to get 2 podiums. We just don't know what position they're going to be in, but it would be lovely to get a double podium, especially for the 74 coming back from not being able to attend Silverstone. But we've got another great show on, so it's really pleasing. Really pleasing.
It's always good, Nick. It's always good when, you know, we were hoping that they'd be back for the round at Sebring, and obviously Indy. We've mentioned it a couple of times before, but you messaged me. You said, "Yeah, we deserve a win." Well, I think in some respects, I completely side with you on that. No negative bias whatsoever, because the main reason is how Johan and and Wojciech have done a really, really good, solid job. The whole crew in the 74 car have done a very, very solid job. And despite all the, the trials and tribulations, obviously there were a couple of spins a bit earlier on. But the thing is that they've dusted themselves and got themselves back out on the track, and they've said, look, we're going to take a look and keep on ticking and just go for it. And see what happens.
Yeah, but definitely. I think did they drop down to P5 or something, P4 or something, and just got their heads down. We stayed. There was question about whether he was going to go in the pits with the weather and that, and obviously that would have put them out of sequence within the team for the pit stop. So they had to grind out that last 30 minutes to stay within the sequence. So things like that can change the way a race ends up. You just have to take a gamble at times, especially if you're coming back. Would the decision been different if they were still up front? I don't know, but we had to make the team made the choice, and as it turns out, it looks like it's the right one. So we'll see what the last few hours can bring, but obviously Wojciech is our McNish, and he's going to have a break. I'm not going to give him a massage like they normally do behind the pit wall, but he's going to get something similar, probably a burger or something, and in a shower, and get back in the car later and finish it off for.
Okay, no worries. Well, thanks, Nick. Thanks for dropping back in. All the very best of luck to both crews as well. So, looks like we're going to now, after that interview with Nick Newcomb from Juices Motorsport, we're now going to head to a short commercial break here at GTR24H. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the second half of what is effectively hour 8 here. We're just under 3.5 hours left to go here at the third round of the GTR 24H 2021 season for the EEWC. Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary back again. Good to hear some nice comments there from Nick Newcomb from Juices Motorsport. And, you know, they're looking good for a double podium for the first time this season. Obviously, Juices have been getting quicker and quicker, and they seem to be a bit more cohesive this time around after the first 2 rounds of the season here, Ewan, after what's been a couple of difficult times for both crews.
Yeah, it's been a difficult, as you say, a difficult opening round, especially really the number 74 starting and not really getting anywhere. And the number 15 last week did a good job, but only came 9th at Indianapolis as well. So it's good that they're getting back on their feet now. And as Nick said, it would be great for those guys if they were to, if they're able to get 2 podiums out of this one. As Nick said, doesn't know which step of the podium that's going to be on just for the moment, and that's the beauty of the remainder of this race that we have in front of us right now. It's the fact we don't know very much that's going to happen. However, you know, it's looking good for Juices at the moment. But I'll tell you which other team has done a great job today, a great recovery drive. We've seen a few, but none more than Unison Racing in GT3, having been involved in a lap 1, turn 1 incident where they had damage. They had to come into the pit lane, lost a lap and a half in that altercation, and now I've noticed they're not that far behind. Now, let's see, I think they're about a lap and a half behind, or maybe 2 laps and a half behind One Move Esports, who are leading GT3 at the moment. So they haven't lost all that much time. They lost a little bit of time throughout this race, but they've been getting faster, I would say, and they're closing in on Glam Racing right now, which is what I was trying to get to. This is for P4, and it would give them an extra 2 points in the championship. It's all about damage limitation today for them, and another position right here would be great news for them.
Yeah, just having a look, and so that'll be Aston Martin versus Aston Martin. And behind the wheel of the number 404 at the moment is Henrik Hoyer in the Glam Racing car. Gap now coming down ever so slightly. It's around 2.5 seconds, but Alexander Sakirov behind the wheel of the 717. Unison Racing, as there's one of the... Oh, that's the 766. And it's to the 717 as well in the process, but they kept it together. And that was Donat Diesner in the 41 going up the inside of Alexander Sakirov. Very, very lucky indeed. Oh, my goodness me. The 766 nearly put paid to the recovering efforts from Unison Racing. I think Alexander Sakirov needs to calm his heart rate after that one.
Yeah, it will certainly be up. That was very, very close. I thought he was going to hit the LMP2 for sure in that one, but he ended up just about keeping it out of the side of that prototype, and he'll be very, very glad about it. So he did let Donat Diesner through, but that's only a position kind of on the circuit, really. It's not a position in real terms. Diesner's about half a lap maybe behind Thibaut Malbrun at the moment, and he's catching, I would say. I would certainly say that he's getting closer to the One Move Esports car if they're on the same lap. Oh, they're not even on the same lap, that'll be why. I think Mugen have made a pit stop, whereas One Move haven't, but either way, it doesn't matter. It's a big, big gap for Mugen Sim Racing at the moment. It doesn't look like they're going to get that win, but let's not forget, Unison and Mugen are those two who are top 2 in the championship coming into today, and One Move Esports, if they were able to get the win, would not actually get ahead of Mugen, but it would all close up very nicely indeed.
Right, just going to have a look at the replay that's just showing on the screens at this particular moment in time. So, yeah, the Glam Racing car was actually turned around the other way. So that was from a little bit earlier. Oh, my goodness me. It's all definitely not cricket right about now we're in Sebring. No one is given an opportunity to breathe whatsoever. And the biggest thing from my sort of side, my sort of look into this, is that you look at who's leading. One Move Esports not put a foot wrong in this race. Thibaut Malbrun is leading. I I think at the end of the day, I think a podium is more than likely on the cards for Unison Racing. Okay, they've had their dramas. Those dramas were happening in the beginning of the race.
So I've just sort of seen that incident. I didn't even notice that Glam Racing. I was too busy talking about something else. But Glam Racing were spun around there. You're right. So I didn't quite see that initially. But yeah, you say that One Move Esport don't put a foot wrong. I would have to say I agree. Apart from they did one thing wrong. However, it was turn 1, lap 1. They also went for a spin along with Unison Racing. They weren't connected actually. It was 2 separate spins, but it was quite bizarre in the way that it happened. However, there was one spin. However, it's important the fact that they made their one mistake this whole race in the first seconds of the race. So they have nearly 12 hours to recover from it, and they've more than done that. They've got it way ahead of Mugen Racing now. So despite the fact they have made one mistake here, you know, it's not cost them because it was so early on.
Yeah, very much the case. And just I'm still keeping my beady eye on this weather, Ewan. The thing is that the way things are going, these drivers are still being tested, and with these sort of inclemental conditions, they're still catching people out, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly. It's changing all the time, really. So you know, you can never seemingly never keep on top of it. And you know, they're doing their best to try and keep abreast of every single weather change that there is. But you know, it's changing in intensity. It's stopping and starting raining all the time. So you know, very, very changeable conditions. It's fair to say, and very, very tricky to manage. Meanwhile, in LMP2, we've got a battle for second going on. DAC Hackers versus Deuces Motorsport Club. Roland Zooks has recently got in to the 95 car, and now he was caught by 4.1 seconds a lap on that last lap anyway. So really being caught, and we could see a battle happening there soon.
Yeah, gap's now down to around about 7 seconds. So Mantas is quite clearly on a mission in the number 15, looking to get towards the second position on the podium after 12 hours of racing. So the hunt begins between these two. Who's going to be best of the rest? As Julie Toman still leads in the Vargas Sim Racing 117 car, which and there now they've just I've just clicked. I've just gone to the Eureka of Vargas Sim Racing, and there was that is possibly. I'm just wondering. That is Thibaut Malbrun that he's with right now, and Malbrun, I'm not too sure if there was a little bit of a touch between the pair of them. Not 100% sure, but it compromised Julie Toman in that car. And now the 117 from Vargas Sim Racing is trying to get past the GTE car. Will do so coming down the Ullman Straight. But that was definitely a compromise that Julie Toman, even with the 3-lap lead over Roland Zooks and number 95 from DEAC Hackers. That was rather close. That could have caused, you know, Varga have been in the wars today. They've had penalties issued. They've even had a slight clash with the wall when Daniel Wisner was behind the wheel. And now they don't need backmarker traffic holding them up. They want to get past them as quickly and as expediently as humanly possible.
Yes, I think at this point for Yuri Toman and for the Vargas Sim Racing team, I think it's just important for them to keep it clean at this point and make sure that they are just getting to the end of the race, because as you say, they've got a 3-lap lead, and you know, you're not going to lose that in 3 hours and 15 minutes very easily unless you have a big accident. So staying out of trouble is very, very important for those guys right now, and so expect them to take it a little bit easier throughout these next moments in the race, because otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. In GTE, as well as that battle in LMP2 that's kind of developing right now, with Rekas catching Roland Zooks, we have Fabio Liuzzi also catching Wojtek Polesny. We don't say that very often, but he is right now. 9/10 of a second took out of Deuces on that last lap, and so things getting rather close in GTE as well. That's the battle for second place. So instead of making inroads into World of Sim Racing, they're actually going backwards a little bit here. Deuces falling into the clutches of Musto ever so slightly, but you know, it's all very close at the moment. You know, the top 3 cars covered by about 45 seconds, if not less than that.
Well, another drama for 007. They've got a 30-second stop-go penalty this time around. And the thing was, they had been given a penalty, a drive-through penalty, around 40 minutes ago for a drive-through, and this is on car number 15, and that would have been, if memory serves me correctly, I'm trying to see that.
This is
that would be just
LMP2
Motorsport.
Yep.
So 30-second drive stop-and-go penalty for the 007 in for Pro Sim. And that means that keeps them in 9th position. So in LMP2, rather interesting how Pro Sim were at the sharper end of the grid, probably towards the top 5, and now they're coming under the real wrath of race control right now.
Yeah, they've had 2 penalties in the last 40 minutes, as you say, but they were on the fringes of the top 5 after the first few stints. They were doing really quite well, actually, had good pace in the car, had a number of issues since then, though. It's not been the best race for those guys. It's been a real shame to see them fall apart so much, I'm afraid, in all of this one. And for a team that came second here in GT3 last year at the Sebring 12 Hour, they're going to be very disappointed with how this weekend's gone, because it's not going to yield anything more than a 9th place for them today, I don't think. So, they'll have to regroup over the next 3 months, recover, and then go again at the Nürburgring 12 Hours after the 3-month break. But yeah, really mightily disappointing for those guys and for Pro Sim. Hopefully, though, they can recover and do well again next time out at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, very much the case. But Mantas Rikus actually has lost a bit more time to Roland Zooks. So the gap now up to around about 6.5 seconds. Changing all the time. Mantas was on a mission, as I mentioned earlier on, but Roland Zooks has started responding. The team have probably got in touch and said, right, Mantas Rikus is coming up and he's trying to close you down. And they'll probably have said to him on that lap where Mantas took over 4.1 seconds out of Roland Zooks. Zooks would have responded in kind, and that's exactly what he has done right now. I mean, to be honest with you, as well, now the McLaren 720S from DISSR Lab, the 46, just went off the track behind the number 15 of Mantas Rikus just a moment ago. So, yeah, I think people are starting to get tired. The Bone Shaker characteristic of this track is really, really showing how physically demanding it can be. And even though it is, okay, yes, people saying, yes, it's a sim race. But the thing is that these drivers are using, as I explained to Yusuf earlier on, they are using so many different muscles in their upper torso. And then also they're using their legs as well. So the whole body is being used. And that's also including the mental capacity that you've got to have, because you'll be calculating on the fly whilst people are giving you instructions on your headset saying, right, okay, he's closed in by 4.1 seconds last lap. Rikus has now got that gap to around 5 seconds and is trying to go quicker. It's now down to 4.5. The reason being he's just come down the Elman Straight and into Sunset Bend, and this is going to give the opportunities for Zooks to extend that gap ever so slightly. But my main query is, what is the lap time going to be for Mantas Rikus? That's the biggest thing. And if he's on par with Roland Zooks, or if he's slightly quicker, what can happen is that we know if Mantas Rikus got a faster lap that time around, he will be closing. And I just saw in the distance going through turn 2 was Roland Zooks. So Mantas Rikus is closing that gap. Incrementally, I might add, but he is still closing it.
Yeah, it's not coming down, massive amounts each lap. It is a slow burner in terms of a battle, this one, and he actually did lose a tenth that lap, but on the most part, he is gaining. That's the last lap, maybe not the best example of what we're trying to tell you here, but no, it's a good performance at the moment from Roland Zooks, just holding off Mantas Rikus. And don't forget, it's Rikus' first race for Duties Motorsport Club in the GTR 24H EEWC for 2021. He has raced here before. We've seen him in the Sprint Series in the past as well. I remember him making a fantastic overtake at Brands Hatch, I think round 2 or 3. He went round the outside at Hawthorns, I think it's called, the fast right-hander, as you go onto the GP circuit. And great move around the outside through that particular corner. So yeah, we know he's very good, and he's showing it to us right now. Interestingly, in GTE, Boya Milan is now into the world of sim racing car. He's another Spanish driver who is now partnering Jordi San Andres, Jose Beringauer and Blaise Mesk, who's been driving today. Boya Milan, normally a Wanaco driver, and he drove at Le Mans for Wanaco actually. Fastest team easily in GT3 at Le Mans, but they didn't end up winning the race. They had a number of issues. I believe that they ended up not winning, unfortunately for those guys. But Milan is now back in the EEWC driving a Porsche GTE on this particular occasion, although is he being caught by Wojtek Polesny on that last lap? Because it was a very good 2-minute 8.9 last time, but Polesny responds with an 8.5. Some real impressive lap times going on in GTE, and especially in LMP2 right now, as Montes Reckers continues to close the gap.
Yeah, I've just seen that Thibaut Malbrun from the number 26 One Move Esports Ferrari GT3 has just pitted. And at the moment, the closest GT3 car is the number 41 of Mugen Sim Racing's Donat Diesner, who currently at the moment is making his way through Le Mans and now down the Almond Straight. So this is where where things start to get really interesting. Malbrun's still in the pits, the 26 car, all 4 wheels on the tarmac from what I can see. And Diesner now making his way through Sunset Bend, but is a lap down, let's not forget. So in this particular instance, this will put Diesner onto the same lap as the GT3 leader. Game on this one with just over 3 hours, 11 minutes and 30 seconds still to go as Teleforingen now come out of the pits.
Yeah, so it's not over yet for Donat Diesner, and he's going to want to win the race, but I think Thibaut Malbrun's in control at the moment, and this will be his third to last pit stop, I do believe. He's going to be pitting pretty much on the hour for the rest of this race to make it to the end. He's worked that strategy out pretty well. Everyone at One Move Esports done a good job, and his team, I believe, I don't actually know this for sure, but family associated Cyril Malbrun as well as Ludovic Darcouille, who's also a driver in that car, but yeah, they've done a fantastic job here today. Not had the greatest season. They got a podium last time at Silverstone, but 5th in the first race, 3rd in the last race, and then is it going to be first in this one? It seems to be a nice progression for them if they were able to pull that one off, and that seems to be the way they're going right now. As you mentioned, they do have near enough a lap's lead.
Yeah, and it is now how Diesner responds and how Mugen Sim Racing respond to One Move Esports. So, yeah, I think realistically, that's going to be an interesting battle. But apart from that, Montes Reckers now is closing. I think Roland Zux can actually see his headlights from now. So this is going to be rather interesting. So Montes Reckers, and that's the 166 ID SimSport just in front that will look to get out of the way very quickly, or will Montes Reckers seize the day and get through around the outside? He does the latter. And now, look, DAC hackers, Roland Zux just up ahead. Oh, this is definitely getting to be a rather interesting battle between these two, and the gap now is less than a second and a half. Reckers can sense the potential fear trail that's being put out from behind, courtesy of Roland Zux, because Zux will now have to go into defensive mode as soon as Reckers gets that gap to within half a second in the next probably half a lap, maybe a lap or so, depending on how quick that car is. They're now going down. Yeah, look, he's got that gap down. It's well under. Look, I think Zux, he's gonna do one of two things: defend or play it safe and let Montes Reckers past. And the reason being is that if you do that without compromising yourself, you can then keep that opportunity. If you get into the tow behind, right, there we go. Rikas now getting up the inside of Zooks, going through Sunset Bend, now into T1. Side by side between the pair. DEAC Hackers still had the inside line. So Mantis Rikas stays behind, but that was a bit wide by Zooks coming out of the exit of turn number 1 into turn 2. And then it'll be the run through Gurney Bend, the sweeping right-hander very shortly after this triple apex. But Mantis Rikas definitely keeping Roland Zooks rather honest through Gurney Bend. Now towards hairpin turn, which then puts them onto the Fangio chicane. Mantis Rikas is not taking any prisoners, and one of them certainly will be Roland Zooks imminently.
Yeah, really getting a great slipstream now is Rekus in big slipstream. So Deuce's Motorsport Club right behind DEAC Hackers. This is the battle we've been watching for so long, and they've been just going at each other for a very, very long time now. And finally, we get to see the battle kind of recommence between the two. They've not been together as an on-track battle for really quite a long time now, but it really is starting to commence. What we often saw is Norbert Jakob closing up to the Deuce's car and then spinning off again and having to do the work all over again. That's what we saw a few hours ago, but it's now Roland Zooks driving that DEAC Hackers car, and so driving it pretty well at the moment. He's defending. Well, he hasn't had to make a big defence for the moment, but he's not mirror driving. He's not really slowing up his pace at all. I'm afraid his pace is just not quite as good as Mantis Rikas is at the moment in raw kind of pace. It's not because he's watching his mirrors too much or anything like that. Rikas is just faster as they head into Sunset Bend. This is where he got the big run coming out of the final corner last particular lap. He had the outside line going into turn 1, but he wasn't quite brave enough to go around the outside through there, and I've got to say, I can't blame him.
He's got to just have a bit of just keeping it. He's got to keep the car as damage free as humanly possible. That's the biggest thing here. So he's just going to wait until Roland Zooks makes an unforced error. They've just gone through T1 into turn 2. Now into this left complex before they go through the sweeping right-hander once again at Gurney Bend. Dan Gurney, who was the first, who was on the initial variation of Sebring, was actually the race lap record holder. And look, this is getting rather interesting. Oh, are you going to chance it around the outside there? Mantis Rikas nearly does so, but Roland Zooks keeps the position through Cunningham Corner. Now through into Collier, through into Tower, which will be the right-hander coming up. You can just see how much. And the thing is that what we're not seeing is frustration from Mantis Rikas. He's going to bide his time and wait to get past. That's the key point here. He's going to wait. Now the door starts to open a little bit for him, but Roland Zooks keeps the door closed. Now through into the next right-hander. They're now going down Flying Fortress straight through into the sweeping left at Bishop Bend, and they've got the Glam Racing 404 with Henrik Hoyer just in front, and they both managed to get through before Genderbeam Bend. So good spatial awareness. Oh, both the LMP2 cars run wide coming out of the exit of the corner and through into Lamar. So both of them, they had a moment, like literally, I think because of the amount of carrying speed that they had going through Genderbeam Bend, they came out of the back end of it, and both of them, Nyon went, literally, it was sympathy going off track as both of them now go through Sunset Bend. And Mantis Rikas now, I think, is a little bit closer this time to Roland Zooks as they now come out of Sunset Bend. And look at this. There's an absolute gaggle of cars. LMP2, GT3. Now this is the opportunity. Oh my goodness, Roland Zooks goes straight through the middle of 2 GT3s, one of which is a telephone. 128 goes around. That's Liam Rance from Satellite Racing. Oh my goodness me, but credit where credit is due there. Mantis Rikas, he just knew where to place that car and kept it so clean, he literally caught up to the back bumper of Roland Zooks with no effort whatsoever. This is far from over. We will go to a commercial break, but this battle needs to be concentrated on first. And you can see there's another car just up ahead. That's the 766 with Bo Christiansen behind the wheel. That will be the DSR. I think it's the DSR Dream Team, if memory serves me correctly, because the 777 is DSR Nightmare, if memory serves me correctly. I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong there. But this is getting rather racy rather quickly as Zook's up the inside of the 766. Gets the car between himself and Mantas Rikas. Rikas now gets through. That was a forceful get past, wasn't it, right there? Oh, my goodness me.
I'm coming through and there's nothing you can do about it, is probably what he was saying at that point. And very important for him to do so, because if he was stuck behind for the next 3 corners, then he wouldn't have had this kind of opportunity, which he's got right now, heading towards the Le Mans complex, the chicane, but no way through for the moment. This is where they both went off last lap. And there is a car. Oh,
he's got through.
Big off.
He's
and
got
now,
through.
Yeah.
Got through. Oh, my goodness me. Roland Zooks just did that unforced error. I talked about it.
And the big slide out of the corner as well. Big slide out of the corner from Roland Zooks. Not only has he lost the place, but he didn't even have the chance to reply, because coming out onto the Ulmer Straight, there was a big slide and a big loss of traction down into the next or down onto the next straight. And so that has really cemented the position now for Mantas Rekas. Through he goes, and second place is pretty much settled for them. But you can be sure the battle is going to change a little bit later on. In the background of that shot, by the way, Bo Christiansen in the Dream Team car went wildly off the circuit through Bishop and into Le Mans. Luckily, those two cars were far enough forward to not have been collected by that 766 car. But in the end, it was just going a little bit wide for Roland Zooks, allowed the opening down the inside for Mantas Rekas. He was more than happy to slip on into the gap and slip on by. So a nice, clean move in the end made by Mantas Rekas, and you'd expect him to now make some progress up the road.
Well, after that bombshell, well, it is not over yet. We've got just over 3 hours of the third round of the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship season for 2021. We're off to a commercial break. If that was anything to go by, you've not seen anything yet. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Sebring. We still have 3 hours remaining. It's really been flying by this race, but final quarter coming up for you right now. And 180 minutes of racing. We're massively looking forward to it, and we've been really enjoying the racing so far. It's been great fun. Well, as we return from this break, by the way, we're going to get straight into an interview because Yannick Gotthardsen in the number 45 DIS SR Lab car has just got into the green room, so we've brought him up now. Yannick, welcome to the broadcast. It's good to have you along. Your guys currently in P6 at the moment. Are you guys satisfied with how the race has gone so far? What are the kind of feelings within the team right now?
Hi, gents. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so it's tricky right now. To be honest, I just came out the car, and I feel like we should be better prepared, I suppose, because it's tricky out there, especially the bumpy. The bumpy brake zones and coming on powers is it's tricky. Luckily we got Andy in the car right now, and turns out things have switched, so the prey becomes the hunter, so our eyes are on Valenta, and hopefully Andy Henk he can do his work and get us back in there in top 5, which is our goal.
Yeah, I have to say, it does look very tricky out there right now, but I'd like to ask, because obviously we don't know who's driving in the car at any given time for you guys, but who was driving at the time when the first rain came, and then what was that kind of part of the race like for you guys?
Yeah, so of course it was Andy, the machine. We actually did. We have a hard switchover for a percentage of rain where we turned to wets, which aligned very well with our pit stops. And we turn on wets quite early. And Andy blasted out 10, 15, 20 very good laps, which was key to keeping us in the game. And then I came in the car and screwed everything up, but we don't talk about that.
It's been a good race for you guys so far. I mean, you said that your target for this race is P5. What do you think that's, I guess, a realistic target? What do you think it's going to take for you guys to beat Valente in this one? You're currently a little bit behind them, of course, but do you reckon you can catch them before the end of the race, maybe?
We got our hopes up, but the guys they're so fast. Looking at the times Wall of Sim Racing, Valente, and Musta has been turning out today is immense, and hats off to these guys because they're incredible drivers. But it's endurance racing. Everything can happen. So a bit of luck and Andy doing his job. I think we have a possibility, but it's for sure not going to be easy. Who do they have in the car right now? They have Paroli Honen in the car. He's a great driver as well, and 208s I believe right now. So we gotta drive faster than 211s. So we got our target set.
Yes, certainly, and looking forward to watching you chase down those Valente guys. Yannick, thanks very much for coming to talk to us on the broadcast. It's a pleasure to hear from you as always, and we wish you luck with the final 3 hours of this race.
Thank you, cheers, and great cast, guys.
There we go. Yannick Gotthardsen from the number 45 DIS SR Lab team. Good to hear from those guys once again. Still running around in P6. They're chasing down Pauli Ahonen Yusuf, one of our Finnish drivers, and the other one has got in to the Deuces Motorsport number 74. Juha Mäki-Jypi is now in the car. So we do have a little Finnish battle going on out there at the same time on the circuit.
We do. The Finnish battles have well and truly commenced. It's Star Wars Episode 9. It's actually good for once. It is the Finnish battle is out on circuit.
That's a controversial statement to some.
You know me. I'm full of controversy.
Well, I know.
Juha Mäki-Jypi. So my eyes are only going to be looking at the lap times. Juha Mäki-Jypi last time 226.6. So obviously that's not representative. And at the moment, Pauli Ahonen is putting in low 208s, kind of matching Giuseppe De Fuoco up ahead. There's about a minute separating the two of them at the moment.
Yeah, of course, Musto and World of Sim Racing still have to pit in this particular cycle, and they've still got 3 pit stops remaining, the both of them, but just not for the moment. Remember that BMW can go quite a long way on fuel, so we're and the World of Sim Racing car comes in about 15 minutes after Makiyupi because of the issues that Deuce has had earlier on in this particular race, which set them back a little bit, but they still didn't have to make an extra pit stop, which is really key for those guys. But in terms of close battles, I noticed one a little bit earlier on between it was between Glam Racing, Danish Racing League and Unison Racing. Now Danish Racing League have got back onto 3rd position in this race. Unison Racing not that far behind them, but Callum Wilson has just got into that Glam Racing car for Henrik Hoyer for the first time today. We've seen Callum Wilson into that car, which is good to see. But Danish Racing League recovering to it's a pretty hotly contested fight for 3rd at the moment, actually, between Sebastian Hope and Alexander Zakharov, but Sebastian Hope is a very fast driver in that Danish Racing League car, so he's just pulled away from Zakharov slightly for now.
I'm not sure actually if Sebastian Hove had overtaken Alexander Zakharov, because I took a look not too long ago. In fact, I'm riding on board with Alexander Zakharov at the moment as there's an incident on the exit of Le Mans. And well, that's Alexander Zakharov able to escape unfazed or unscathed, as does the Musto GTE car behind him. But that was a close shave. Alexander Zakharov currently 3.5 seconds behind Sebastian Hove, and we just saw Zol Prebeck diving on into the pits in the 41 car.
Zol Prebeck for the first time today we've seen from him. I haven't seen him driving yet so far. Donnet Dugzner was second driver in that car. Sorry, Martin Militite got in and then Donnet Dugzner, but they've used all 4 of their drivers here today. I've not seen very many teams doing that. World of Sim Racing have used 4 in their GTE effort, but other than that, I've not seen any other teams using 4 drivers in this one particular race. So yeah, a lot of different people for those guys. But yeah, looking really to see up and down where the battle's going to come from. I think we're waiting for some pit stops in GTE, which is slightly skewing what we might believe about the battles on the circuit, whether they are close or not. Makiyupi and Milan are quite close on the circuit. They're running nose to tail actually, but they're a lap apart just for the moment. So Juices are ahead of World of Sim Racing on the track, but not quite on the standings just for the moment. Makiyupi just a little bit slower than Liuzzi and Milan on that last particular lap. We're just finding his feet. I don't believe he's driven in the wet weather conditions just so far this race. Barbosa and Polesny have done most of the driving in the wet so far, so Yuka Makiyupi is having to get used to these conditions now.
Yeah, he will have to get used to these conditions. Just taking a look, Pauli Ahonen 210.6, Juha Makiyupi at 208.3. I'm sorry, Pauli Ahonen, the better Finnish driver is indeed Juha Makiyupi, and yeah, that's it. Contest now closed.
I'm saying he did a second better on that last lap, though, to be fair, from Pauli Ahonen. We'll see what Juha can do now, because he's coming over the line just right now. What's this lap time going to be? A 2-minute 8.0, which is almost exactly the same as Fabio Liuzzi, but not quite as good as Pauli Ahonen. So, yeah, improvement from Makiyupi, but still not as good as the Aston Martin driver for the moment. So, there you go. Ahonen's just prevailing as it stands.
Okay, so it's 2-1 to Pauli Ahonen. It's a comeback from Pauli. He lost round 1, he lost lap 1, and he's coming in back up big with the next 2 laps of being quick. We need a running tally of this, but
yeah, I'm not gonna keep count of this. It's gonna get too difficult for me. Once it gets above 2, I'll start to struggle with adding. We'll have to get someone else to do that. But no, it would be good to see them actually have a fight on track, in position, kind of a fight like that. And I'm sure we will throughout the season. But Pauli Ahonen's about 1 minute 30, maybe even 1 minute 40 behind Juices for the moment, because of the way it might actually be a lap and 1 minute 40. So yeah, we're kind of seeing 2 splits in the GTE class You think about the top three, Water Sim Racing, Musto and Juicy's kind of in a fight, and then you've got Musto, Volante and DIS also in a bit of a fight, I believe anyway. So yeah, it's all very close, all lots of battling going on, but yeah, just waiting for some more pit stops in GT and in LMP2 actually, because Zaba Kiss has now got back into that car for Mantis Rekkers in the Juicy's Motorsport Club car, but DAC Hackers, Roland Zooks hasn't been into the pit lane for their particular stop on this cycle yet, so we've got to just hold fire on that one for a moment, and then we can resume the fight in LMP2.
I'm just keeping an eye on the GT3 class. Sebastian Hove last time around 7/10 quicker than Zol Trebek. He is a lap down, but there's still time left in the race. 2 hours and 45 minutes, which is, or 2 hours 48 minutes, which is enough of time to see a lap go one way or the other, and we'll have to see how things do unfold. We have had 3 DNFs so far. Tony Janssen in the 334, the DSG car, Luca Furlich in the 67 Volante racing car, and Felipe Barreto in the 57 Ramada Motorsport cars. Those are our only DNFs so far of the race. We still have 26 runners out on circuit.
Yeah, it's a very good race so far, very good entry, and plenty of cars still out there running. Is to say that we've only actually seen 2 retirements since the rain fell. Quite remarkable, really. I was expecting quite a lot more, I have to say, in terms of retirements from these from this event. As, meanwhile, Boya Milan, driving World of Sim Racing GTE car, has just overtaken Yuhamaki Yupi. Just not that much faster than actually. They're pretty much trading lap times, but he was just behind and has just made that move on the Finnish driver. So now Milan is able to just run away a little bit. He's got a bit more clean air as well to maybe put some more time in between himself and Fabio Liuzzi. But I think Maki Yupi might only do this one stint, and they might get Polesny in for the final couple of hours. I don't know, because Polesny is definitely their fastest driver. That's what I would do anyway, but it's putting a lot of strain on the Czech driver to do an awful lot of driving so far in this race.
I tell you what, I'm looking at the weather forecast, and we are about to get right back on into the rain. We've just gone from the clear patch to the wet patch. If you do look at the weather forecast, you can see the pinkish colours, which is signal for storm. And we are just missing out on said storm, but we are definitely in for some rain to come through. How heavy it is, we'll have to wait and see. I think it might be the heaviest of what we've seen so far this race, and I'm just waiting. Oh, it is definitely raining now. I'm riding on board with Alexander Zakharov, and if you look on the left window, you can definitely see that the rain's falling down. That's a trick on R-Factor 2 to see if it's raining lightly. You don't look out at the front, you look on the side to see the spots hitting the windscreen.
I'm not seeing any wipers going actually in the World of Sim Racing car, as I'm just watching Boya Milan at the moment, so I'm not entirely sure how heavy this rain is at the moment. But I certainly expect it's very difficult to see, by the way, on R-Factor 2. You notice it driving, but it's not as obvious as it used to be. It used to be really quite obvious in R-Factor 2 whether it was raining or not. But at the moment, I'm looking at the circuit. It's very hard to tell, really, at this point. But there we go. These guys have got to do the driving a lot of, thankfully, because I can't tell what the conditions are doing at the moment. And as you say, it's all going to change very soon. We said that rainstorms appear and disappear very, very quickly here in Florida. We're seeing that right now. We're fully expecting some more rain a little bit later on, and it's looking stormy, as you say. So yeah, that's going to be bad news for some. But if you are enjoying the rain a little bit earlier on, then you're in luck.
We are going to have more rain, and yeah, it is really starting to come down now, and this is going to be the point then where we see how drivers perform in the wet conditions once again. And this is what could change everything around in the GTE class. Currently Fabio Liuzzi 49 seconds down the road from Boia Milan, and then it's a further 61 seconds to Juha Mäki-Upi and Giuseppe De Fuoco, a further 26 seconds behind. So all of this could now change in the upcoming minutes, and I'm going to assume that people are currently out on slick tyres, so we might be seeing them switch back on over to the wets momentarily.
Yeah, quite possibly. We'll wait and see, of course. But the lap times aren't quite. Well, they're going down. And Gabriel Hennessy, by the way, the fastest man of anybody out there on the circuit, 55.8 from him, which is still 9 seconds away from his best lap time of the day. Well, that car's best lap time of the day, shall I say. So we don't know quite what the conditions are doing and what tyres these guys are on at the moment, because it is very difficult to tell. But either way, dry or wet weather conditions, this part of the race is difficult because you can't see where you're going anyway. Concentration levels are starting to drop, fatigue is starting to increase massively, and so yeah, it's very, very difficult to concentrate at this particular moment. And yeah, it's enjoyable for us to watch, but a real nightmare for everybody driving.
Precisely so, and probably more of a nightmare for those in the pit wall who have no control. Is that someone completely spinning? That looks like the DSR Dream Team spinning on the exit of the turn 1. And there's no really good news for them. Michael Ciccolini at the wheel, currently running P9 in the LMP2 class, which is currently last actually, but it will be enough for points as I just see Alexander Zakharov making a mistake through turn 5. Also, it's been a good drive for Matt Webb in the E-Team Brit. They've made their way up to P7 now, 2 laps behind Gabo Hevesi. As B32 Racing, I think, are the first of the LMP2 cars to blink and jump on into the pits.
Yeah, they have indeed come in for the moment. 5th place for those guys so far today. That's another great drive at the moment. Their best finish so far this season, they finished both the races so far, which is an achievement, but their best finish is 9th. So if they were able to get a top 5 out of this one in LMP2, they would be more than delighted with how this particular race has gone for them. And yeah, I think they fully deserve it, especially for their pit wall. If you've never seen it, by the way, they deserve it purely for the pit wall that they have and the setup that they all go to. It's a very good one, so you should check it out. But yeah, they deserve it for that alone, almost. Monitoring the gaps at the moment between Saba Kiss and Ronan Zooks, and we saw it go the way of Juice's Motorsport Club not so long ago. Well, it seems like DEAC hackers are starting to have it their way now, because Ronan Zooks is starting to catch up ever so slightly to Saba Kiss. So it chops and changes again. There's a little bit of traffic for Kiss on that particular lap, but Zooks has been able to negotiate it without any problems, and so yeah, we could see a fight on between those two once again.
I'm just keeping an eye because the monster happened. Fabio Liuzzi is out of the pits, and I believe it is Juha Mäki-Upi who's not too far behind. Or is it Boia Milan actually? I think it's Boia Milan who's not too far away. So let's see how these gaps do change over the coming seconds, because this will give us a good indication as to whether the wet tyres have been the right choice for the Mosto GD Esports car.
Let's have a look then. Yeah, Fabio Liuzzi is still in that car at the moment, but he has come out ahead of Juha Mäki-Upi. The Juice's car, I believe, was in second place before his pit stop cycle, but has now dropped down to 3rd because of a good performance so far from the 54. Good recovery as well from the 53.
Oh no, he's DNF'd. What?
Oh no.
The 53 Musto car.
Championship leaders as well, let's not forget. Championship leaders DNF from the race at the moment. Let's hope they can get back in, but they're going to drop to at least 6th place, maybe even worse than that, maybe below Mathieu Ducrot, maybe below ID Simsport, depending on how long it takes them to get back.
Disaster for 53, usually happens to the 54. I'm going to ride on board with the 53 in just a second and see if we can identify what has happened to them.
No, could be engine failure, disconnection or anything. We'll find out for you, but any number of issues that can give you a DNF. Let's hope he was in contact with another car, an accident damage.
I'm riding aboard with them now.
Well, Yahanen's moved ahead of him, by the way, in the standings already. And DISS or Lap are going to do the same. Oh, it's disconnection.
Driving normally, and then all of a sudden they're in the pits. So that is very strange for Musto, and that is a huge blow for them.
Absolutely massive blow. Championship leaders, let's not forget, they were going to get 4th place out of this one, which would really help them, especially if World of Sim Racing are going to win this race. They were going to hold on to their championship lead, but now it looks like with a 6th place finish looking likely, or maybe even worse than that, they may well lose their championship lead to the World of Sim Racing. It look like they're going to jump from 5th place in the standings all the way straight to 1st with just 1 win.
It would be impressive to see, and well, it just shows how close the GTE class is right now. WOSR is, I believe WOSR is the team that I said at the start of the season would win the opening race, or would win the championship, and then after race 1 I was looking a bit sheepish, and now maybe I'm starting to look a little bit better. Let's see what Boya Milan can do in the final 2.5 hours of round 3 here at the Endurance E-Racing World Championship in Sebring.
I actually tipped World of Sim Racing for a victory at Indianapolis as well, and then they proceeded to have a terrible race. But you know, maybe us keeping quiet about them has done them some good, because they're having a fantastic race so far with their 4 drivers, mostly Spanish, of course, with the Polish edition of Balasis Mesk we've seen a little bit earlier on, but a very experienced GT team, do a lot of driving together in a lot of different places, endurance leagues, sports car leagues. They do many things of that kind as a team. So when you do know the people around you, it does give you that kind of confidence that you know, if you're racing with someone for the first time, you might think, oh, you might be on heightened kind of awareness because something might go wrong. You don't know quite what they're like, but they'll be very relaxed around each other. They'll probably know each other quite well and be able to relax quite a lot between the stints, and also they'll have the confidence in each other that when they return, you know, their car is not going to be sat in the pit lane with 10 minutes worth of damage.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you never really want to be sitting in the pits with any form of damage. Just keeping an eye right now on Gabor Hevesi, and he's currently 14 seconds behind B32 Racing, so slowly making inroads. This is a battle for P5 in the LMP2 class. Roland Zux 5.5 seconds behind Sabakis, and he's actually closing in by a vast of almost 3 seconds last time around. So not sure if Sabakis has made a mistake or has damage, but clearly struggling right now.
There might have been a little bit of traffic, just seeing him have to negotiate the Terraforming and the Newbin Sim Racing, Aston Martin and McLaren respectively. He's going through Le Mans at the moment, the 2 cars, but yeah, it's certainly good for us this, because the battle is just on the horizon and it's starting to close down a little bit with Deuces and DEAC, but we could also see a battle later on between the B32 and Mugen. As I say, Mugen took 3.5 seconds out of B32 on the last lap, so maybe there's a battle developing there as well. Runners lost actually 3 tenths on Zabakis on that last lap around, so we'll see if he can do anything better on this next attempt.
See when they do eventually cross the line, and Zabakis 3 tenths quicker than Roland Zux. We'll see how it updates next time around. B32 Racing starting to improve and putting in some quick sector times, their fastest of recent time, and able to actually pull a second to Gabor Hevesi in the opening sector alone.
That's very impressive from those guys, and if they can hold on to that P5, then they'll be very, very pleased indeed. In GTE, it looks like lap times are suddenly ballooning, by the way, as a side note. It's probably getting more difficult out there, but Johan Makiupi has just taken 1.5 seconds out of Fabio Liuzzi, so maybe that battle will develop in the next few moments as well. However, neither of them are as quick as Boya Milan, who's leading this race now by over a lap ahead of both Musto and Juices, so World of Sim Racing looking in a great place right now, but the battle for second is very much up for debate.
Also some news regarding Danish Racing League. They've had a DNF, so not sure what's happened with them, but they are in the pits, and that's their P3 that they were looking so stronger for down the drain, and it's really not been a lucky day for them. They've had bad pace. They arguably should have been towards the front of the GT3 standings, but instead they find themselves stuck in the pits, and they've dropped behind the 717 Unison Racing car. They're going to drop behind the 404 Glam Racing car as well, and maybe even behind DIS, but DIS are currently a further 4 laps down the road.
Yeah, indeed, it's really disappointing them. Just to show the competitiveness of GT3, they've not been disconnected or DNF'd for very long, but they're going to drop 2 overall spots here in the moment, because Liam Rance there's still a lap for them to catch up and go around and go and get, so they might be able to rejoin in time to get their 4th place still, but that's terrible news. More bad luck for Danish Racing. Can they buy any luck? Please somebody buy them some luck for one of these races, because they're just not having it right their own way right now. Came in with a 2nd place in Indianapolis. That heartbreak at Silverstone, it looks like it's going to be heartbreak at the end. Could be another 5th place for them. More points lost to Unison Racing at the end of the day. You know, they've been struggling with that Aston Martin all weekend, and Danish Racing League must have been rubbing their hands together seeing their championship rivals struggle so much, but in the end, on even a bad day for Unison Racing, it looks like they're going to lose points to Unison after all of this.
Now remember what I said, Unison Racing might have an outside chance of taking a win. It's going to be difficult. They're 3 laps down on Thibaut Malbrun, who is looking insanely fast for One Move Esports right now. And One Move Esports had that P5 in the opening round, then a P3, and they're looking to go 2 better tonight with their first win of the season. Giuseppe De Fuoco currently 11 seconds behind Mathieu Decroix, lapping at around about the same pace. Yuhamaki Yupi is a little bit quicker at the moment, or actually a little bit slower last time around than Fabio Liuzzi, and is dropping back. He's currently 4.5 seconds behind, but someone who is really closing in is Roland Zux. He is 2 seconds behind Zabakis, and on the last lap round he gained 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, man on a mission at the moment. Roland Zux is one of them coming into the pit. I hope that wasn't one of those cars. It was Zabakis. So that battle, unfortunately, has just been taken away from us because Juicy's Motorsport Club. I know. Every time we think we have a battle, we don't, because into the pit lane has come Juicy's Motorsport. We can't blame them really. They're going to run out of fuel in a minute. But Zabakis into the pit lane, and that gives us a good opportunity to go for a commercial break. We've got 2.5 hours to go from Sebring. On the other side of this break, we will be back with the 12-hour race. So stay tuned. Back in a moment. No commercial break apparently, because we can't. So we've got to keep talking. I'm sure we'll be informed of when we're allowed to go for one again, but not for the moment. We'll hold fire on that and get a message from our sponsors very shortly. But it means we can continue watching these gaps fluctuate around. A couple of ones in GTE to watch: whether Juha Makiupi can catch up to Fabio Luzzi, and whether Giuseppe De Fuoco can catch up to Mathieu Decroix. De Fuoco's gap, very, very important for Musto's championship. You have to say they need 2 more points. 7th place, 6th place better than 6th place. I'm trying. 6th place is better than 7th place. It's 2 points, but it's very, very important for them to get any points they can get right now.
We've also had some updates regarding Sebastian Hove. Alex Goldschmidt has found out from Danish Racing League that apparently they had a game crash which caused their DNF, and there's more bad news in the GT3 class as Callum Wilson in the 404 Glam Racing car has DNF'd as well. So I mean, was one driver's fortune, misfortune is another driver's fortune, and it means that Sebastian Hove and Danish Racing League will lose 1 less position from their DNF.
Yes, they will indeed, which is fortunate enough for those guys. So, yeah, that's just a real shame. And thanks to everyone in the YouTube chat, in the Danish Racing League, for informing us on various goings-on with their team, actually. They informed us of the crash that they had a little bit earlier on with Taylor Forringen, of which Gert Nielsen was very apologetic for, I think, from the 188 team. So yeah, it's good to see the respect between these guys, of course. But Giuseppe De Fuoco has been into the pit lane once again. Don't think that was a penalty. Just going to have a look. Nope, I can't see any penalty. We haven't had another penalty for nearly an hour, which is very good indeed. Well, that's a very good point. I might have just jinxed it by saying that. But no, De Foucault's been into the pit lane for a shortish stop, and then he might be making a couple more, unless he can go an hour and 15 on a stint, which would be quite remarkable. So I'm expecting a couple more stops, maybe for Giuseppe De Foucault. Either way, he's trying to close in on One Move Esports as quickly as possible.
Just trying to see whether there are any changes around Juha-Matti Juppi. 5.3 seconds behind Fabio Liuzzi right now, so the gap not really changing too much. If anything, Juha-Matti Juppi slowly falling back. Gabor Hevesi still lapping quicker than the B32 racing car, which is to be expected from the number 22 Mugen Sim racing car. And let's see whether that gap does drop below 10 seconds and whether Gabor Hevesi can have a go at B32 before either one of them makes an eventual pit stop.
Yusuf, I jinxed it. The number 1717 has crossed the track and hit two cars, apparently, and was given a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for it. So I apologise to Unison, because that was my fault.
I mean, at least if you're going to jinx it, Ewan, jinx it for, like, one of the leaders so that we get more entertaining battle for the top spots.
That would just be mean.
It wouldn't be mean if they still won.
Well,
you've got to make them work for their win. They can't just have an easy win, right?
Well, I suppose. I see what you're saying, but I think that some of these guys, I've had it hard enough. Do you mind?
They have had it hard enough, but none of the leaders have had it hard.
Well, yeah, some of the leaders have, I think it's fair to say. But anyway, I'm trying not to jinx anybody here, never mind choosing people to jinx. So we'll hold off on that for now. But 717 is going to have to come in and serve a stop-go penalty. I'm just going to check how many laps behind Danish Racing League are now, because that is the fight for the podium between Unison and Danish Racing League. And unfortunately for the Danes, they are 2 and most of a third lap away. So it's not going to affect too much, I don't expect.
Roland Zux just spun through Cunningham corner and he lost the back end. I think that's cost him about 5 seconds or so, that's not what he would have wanted to see at all, because of course he's looking for that overcut on Saba Kiss, and at the moment it doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull it off with that mistake, because there was only about 3-4 seconds between them before the pit stops.
Him just into the pit lane, by the way. The 007 car had a troubled day, fair to say, but they're still soldiering on for the moment. I'm currently watching Mugen Sim Racing now, because Gabor Hevesi is now driving that car. They've had all kinds of different drivers in this weekend, actually. All Hungarian team, by the way. But they've had people like Hevesi, they've had Vokani, Boda, Kienek, Kaloksai as well. All 5 of their drivers have driven this weekend. I've not seen Vokani so far in the race. I don't know about anybody else, whether they have or not. But we've seen most of the Mugen Sim Racing 22 drivers out there on the circuit. And I'm afraid there are more penalties because of what I said a little bit earlier on. Number 13 and 404 rejoin the service, so 3 laps penalties given for them, because that's just standards, by the way. That's come from the group chat, by the way. I know that's a new penalty, because 13 and 404 did just rejoin, and I saw it with my own eyes, so it's definitely true. We're all getting mixed up here. There's been so many. You know, when we get to a 12-hour race and we log all the penalties going down in one order, there's so many by the end of the day that we just get mixed up whether they've just been applied or not. But there you go. 13 and 404 just rejoined. I know. 13 and 404 just rejoined, so standard 3-lap penalty for those guys for getting a new car.
I wouldn't even call it a penalty. It's like we knew it was happening as soon as the DNF came through us. Oh no, Roland Zux is having a terrible lap in the 95 DEAC Hackers car. He's lost the back end once through the hairpin, and he's lost it again, and I think his rear end tapped the wall, so hopefully there's no damage to the car. But Roland Zux is in a very awkward position. He's almost certainly going to get undercut now by Saba Kiss with his stop, but Roland Zux should still be able to hold on to the P3 spot in the LMP2 class.
Well, you say that, but Saba Kiss seemingly lost a whole lap there in that pit stop. Now, I don't know if there was damage repairs to do there or what was going on, but yeah, that's a weird one for me. So you don't normally lose a lap in a pit stop, I wouldn't have said, but maybe you do in LMP2. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but maybe Nick Newcomb can tell us about whether there was damage to repair or something for the LMP2 that time. It just seems like a very large amount of time to lose to me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of time. Roland Zux and Zabakis were pretty much neck and neck before. Zabakis is now 108 seconds behind Roland Zux after Roland Zux's excursions on the previous lap. And he lost 7 seconds in the middle sector, as well as 3 seconds in the opening sector, so 10 seconds alone in just 2 sectors from Roland Zux. So Zabakis, let's see what he can pull through. Gabo Hevesi, 5.6 seconds behind the B32 racing car, and he gained 1.5 seconds on the last lap. He is closing in, and I think this is where we will be seeing our next battle on circuit.
Yeah, it would be a great recovery for these guys at Mugen to get a top 5 at the end of this one. Just negotiating Danish Racing League at the moment at Le Mans. A little bit squeaky, but they've all got there or got through there quite nicely. Mugen Sim Racing, the McLaren GT3 off the road ever so slightly there. But Zolt Prebeck is back on the road and trying to close in on Thibaut Maubren, who is about a lap and 2/3 maybe ahead of that Mugen car. But the two Mugen cars together there very briefly. Nice Photoshop opportunity. That's into, oh no, sorry, he's just taking a rather narrow line on the exit of that corner. Is the Mugen Sim Racing car as one of the LMP2s come out the pit lane right now. That's Pro Sim having had quite a long stop, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, we're watching Mugen right now. What was the gap last time round? They took 2.5 seconds out of B32. So this battle surely it's going to be on very soon. But yeah, I've been impressed with the recovery drive from Mugen Sim Racing today. They had good pace in qualifying. Unfortunately, they had that issue early on in the race with the default setup and then having a 3-lap penalty for getting a new car. But you know, it's been pretty good otherwise.
Yeah, it's been a solid performance. So going back to what you were saying about Mugen Sim Racing, I mean, they've had so much misfortune this race. They ended up starting the race with the default setup, had to come into the pits, get a new car so that they could put their actual setup on the car. Then they got a 3-lap penalty for having to do that, which was part of, you know, the kind of deal of if they wanted to get the actual setup back on their car. And then, I mean, and if you take off those 3 laps, there'd only be a couple of laps behind the 777 DSR Nightmare car. And then even with that, I think there was another 3-lap penalty that they ended up having. Either way, the Mugen Sim Racing car well and truly should have been in this battle with Roland Zux and Zabakis for P2 in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame to see that they are not, but either way, we'll keep monitoring this battle. We'll go to a commercial break now as well. We believe it's going to work. Hopefully it does, but if not, we'll keep on talking. Wouldn't worry about it. But either way, you're watching the 12 Hours of Sebring here on GTR 24H, and we'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 Hours of Sebring. It is the third round of the EEWC in 2021, and we are just over 2 hours and a quarter away from the end of this race, getting towards crunch time, and it is crunch time as well in this battle for 5th place in LMP2. B32 Racing versus Mugen Sim Racing. Gabor Hevesy has been destroying this gap between the two drivers, and as they head down towards Sunset Bend at the moment, it's on between these two now.
I do like how we've created a thing, Ewan, about gap destroyers.
Well, you did that.
How much we hate. I know. No, but we, because we were both part of it. Oh, this is a big move coming in from Gabor Hevesy. Oh, the back end, and somehow he does not collide with the B32 racing car. That was aggressive, very aggressive from the Mugen Sim Racing driver, but he keeps it on the circuit, and somehow both the drivers come out unscathed.
The rear end of that car had a mind of its own going through Sunset Bend through there. He oversteered into the wall and then nearly oversteered on correction into the B32 car. It was very good driving, good car control from Hevesy to manage to keep it out of everything, car and wall, both in equal measure. And now a bit of a mistake actually through turn 5 has ruined his run down towards the hairpin. He's going to try and get the Unison Racing car as well, and he does indeed, going down towards turn number 7. Good braking performance there from the GT3, a little bit wide for Hevesy, and the Unison Racing car able to do the cutback there a little bit, so Hevesy loses a bit of time. Just to update you, by the way, on something that's happened while we were looking the other way, Juha Mäki-Upi has been finding a little bit of pace, and Fabio Luzzi, I'm afraid, has made a mistake, a 2-minute 20 that time. So there's got to have been some kind of problem there, and Juice's Motorsport Club got up to 2nd place in GTE.
You have Mäki-Upi putting in some very quick lap times, and we saw a bit of a moment from Gabor Hevesy, and the issue was he tried to go down the inside into the hairpin, offline, a lot wetter, try to turn in with the same amount of speed as he would when he would be taking a racing line, back end just snaps out completely, and now he's got to close right back on into the B32 car, and I think he's actually just pulled off the move.
Well, B32 have just gone off at Tower, which is the main reason why that's happened. So,
yeah, how that happened.
Yeah, it happened all very quickly. But no, Hevesy didn't actually have to do any overtaking because B32 went off at Tower Corner, and that has put the Mugen car up into 5th place. So they can now try and chase down DSR Nightmare, but with 6 laps, or 5 or 6 laps to catch up, I find that exceedingly unlikely.
Fabio Liuzzi now 8 seconds behind Juha Mäki-Upi. 2.25 hours remaining here then for round 3 of Sebring as we approach the halfway mark in the championship. Not the halfway mark in terms of hours done, because of course we have a 24-hour race for Le Mans that will slightly skew the halfway point, and it will plant it firmly in the middle, or firmly somewhere in the Nürburgring race. That's all the way in June. Drivers do have a nicer 2 months break. So we have a nicer 2-month break as well to kind of gather our thoughts and collect our thoughts on the first opening 3 rounds of the season.
there's been a lot of racing early on here, as we mentioned throughout the weekend, really. This time last year, we hadn't done a single race by this point. It was the 12 Hours of Sebring to kick things off, but it wasn't the first weekend. It might have been the second or third weekend of March. Maybe second, I would say, from last season. But anyway, 36 hours of racing by the end of the first week of March. It's quite a lot, really, for an endurance series running through 2021. And so you're right in saying, though, that most of the hours come towards the end of the season. We've got nearly 3 months now until the 12 Hours of Nürburgring, which comes in late June, and then we've got the 24 Hours of Spa in August, and the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the weekend that the clocks go back or forwards or change in October, and hopefully that will be a LAN event. But that just the hours towards the end of the season. So by the end of round 4, we'll be halfway there in terms of the hours. Still many championship points have been gathered by quite a lot of these guys, and I'm sure a little bit later on we will do the maths on the championship order so that we can really figure out who is leading the championship. But one thing is for sure, Varga have been dominant again, and so have Drillers, and I want to say this as well, a big credit and a shout out to Drillers Esports driving their hypercar. They probably haven't had very much airtime today, so I'm going to go and let's put them let's give them some airtime, shall we, and put them on the screen, because they've probably not been on screen very much in their hypercar. But a massive shout out to all of those guys down at Drillers Esports for soldiering on in this race. They're the only team in the hypercar class. However, they've kept out there and shown that they just want to be out there, really, in amongst these guys in this series, and all credit to them as they go off. That's probably not the best time to show them on the screen, but credit to them for racing kind of against themselves in this particular category.
Yep. And, we saw they had those issues earlier on in the race with James Zuber at the wheel, and they sorted it out. They made an early pit stop, and since then they have been pretty much in the lead all race long. And, it always just seems to be a masterclass, really, from Pinsim and Drillers in the hypercar. Even if there is another team, and most likely if there was the likes of Omicron or Satellite racing here today, Pinsim Drillers probably still would have taken the win. But it would have been good to see a bit of pressure played on them. So if anyone is listening and thinks that they can put some challenge down onto Pinsim Drillers in the hypercar class, you're more than welcome to sign on up, and hopefully we can see you in the upcoming 3 races of the championship.
Yeah, still got a lot of racing to go. Now, in LMP2, there's been a bit of a problem for Juice's Motorsport Club, I'm afraid. Sauber has had to get out of the car because there was damage on that car. I do believe they may have been involved in a bit of an incident. So Roland Zooks now is comfortably in second place. Fortunately, Juices have got a good 4 laps behind them to DSR Nightmare, so it looks like they'll continue on in their podium and they will be okay with that. But damage, Sarvakis getting out of the car, and a little bit of disappointment for Juice's Motorsport Club. They might be tinged with disappointment here today after that particular performance and the fact that they got P3. They weren't able to really put up that challenge to get another P2 they weren't able to fight with another car for that P2 position and get their best result of the season. But Nick said it to us earlier, they're happy with the podium. They will be more than delighted if they got 2 podiums from both in LMP2 and in GTE as well.
Would be a good outing for them. Fabio Liuzzi currently 9 seconds behind Yuhamaki Yupi, who is in turn 40 seconds behind the WOSR Eisen performance car of Boya Milan. And last time around, Boya Milan putting in a 3-minute 20, so I think he's just come on out of the pits, if I'm not mistaken. Would explain that 62-second opening sector. So Yuhamaki Yupi 40 seconds behind. Let's see if he can close that gap down. Most likely he will have to do 1 more pit stop than Yuhamaki, than Boya Milan, or at the very least do a splash and dash right at the end of the race.
Yeah, that's interesting, really, because about 10 minutes before the top of the hour, they're into the pit lane, which suggests to me that they might only make 1 more stop this race, and Juices and Musto definitely have to make 2 more. So World of Sim Racing, even though Wojtek Polesny is going to get into the Juices car very shortly, I think World of Sim Racing are in a very good place right now because of the way the strategy is working out. But we've got to wait and see. Anything can happen still, of course, but Yeah, I think World of Sim Racing are in a great place. It might not look that great because they're 40 seconds only in the lead. However, I think they've got a leg up on everyone else. They've got a pit stop over everybody else, I think. And so that's going to lead them in a great place. Take the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, they could do with having some pressure relieved, and you're most likely going to be seeing that in your, particularly for your LMP2 and your hypercar class leaders of Varga Sim Racing and Pinsim Drillers Esports respectively. They're going to be having themselves a very, very comfortable margin at the top of the standings at the end of this race. You're talking about over a race win for the pair of them. Varga Sim Racing will be, well, I think Varga Sim Racing are going to have almost 50 points ahead, and Pinsim Drillers will be finding themselves about 45 points ahead.
Yeah, it's big margins at the front of those two particular championships, but GTE and GT3 are going to close up massively. It looks like as it stands, if World of Sim Racing were able to take the victory, I don't want to jinx them by saying this, but they would become the third different team to win so far this season. Just take a listen to these names, by the way, who are winning in GTE. HM Engineering, Musto GD Esports, World of Sim Racing. Three of the very best teams in sim racing. In R Factor 2, certainly, was maybe the best in GT racing here on R Factor 2, certainly. And so, you know, that just shows the quality of the championship here in 2021. It's been absolutely fantastic so far, but boy, Milan, goodness me, 2 minute 5.1, that's at least a second quicker than any other GTE car has gone so far in the last few moments. By the way, just to give you a bit of a weather update, it looks like it's going to stay dry for the remainder of this race, and we're seeing lap times come down a little bit closer now towards the best lap times of this entire event, which were set in the dry. So we might even get down to some 40s for the prototype cars a little bit later on, and we might even get below the 2 minute mark for the GTs before this race is done, if things dry up rapidly.
Yeah, and the other thing to remember is at this point, now that there is, no more rainfall, and you can see I'm riding on board with Fabio Liuzzi, you can't see any raindrops on the windows, you can't see any on the windshield, so it looks fairly dry in terms of rainfall, and you can see that as well on the top of the screen, that the current rainfall is 0 millimeters per hour. This is the point now where drivers can come alive. This is the point where drivers need to be pushing the track limits, and this is also the point where race engineers can become so important. Having your team telling you, okay, look, this guy is gaining this much time on you in sector 1, there is more time to be found in this sector, this is where you can push, this is probably where you don't want to push it. So this is a real crunch time for drivers. This is arguably the most important hour of racing, maybe even more important than the final hour.
Quite possibly, it's an important hour certainly, but they all are in the end. They're all the same in terms of well, I guess they're not all the same, but you know what I mean. They're all important, and you can't have you can't just go slow for a few hours if you want to win one of these races. You win it by relentless pace. Well, yeah, I suppose. But they still want to win overall, and they've got to at least keep some kind of pace up if they want to do that, because they've only got 2.5 lap lead for now. One issue, and they could lose that overall lead, so they do need to be a little bit careful, but I'm sure they're quite relaxed about things at the moment. It's going to be quite less relaxed in GTE though, because the battles are all really on. Battle mainly for want to monitor Musto 53 when they make their pit stop in a moment. Where do they come out in relation to Mathieu de Crop? That's going to be very important in the championship. And look at Juha Mäki-Upi versus Fabio Liuzzi is an interesting battle to watch. Liuzzi did lose half a second on that particular lap, but the gap between them is not massive, and so I think it could close before the end of this race, and they're on pretty much exactly the same strategy, these two. Maybe Liuzzi's going to have a slightly shorter final pit stop right at the end, but they've still both got 2 stops remaining, and it's going to be a real fight between those two. The P2 in GT, I think that's where the main primary entertainment is going to come from in this race.
Main entertainment of an endurance race being in the GT class. Well, I would never have thought of it. But Fabio Liuzzi looking to close right on in up to Juha Mäki-Upi, and let's see how the times change. It is currently sub at 3 seconds. Actually, right as I say that, he goes over 3 seconds as Fabio Liuzzi puts in a lap that is about half a second slower than Juha Mäki-Upi, and maybe the times will kind of stay around those 3 seconds for the foreseeable future. Morten Argesen, 26 seconds behind the DIS SR Lab car, and he actually gained 5 seconds on the last lap alone. So Morten Argesen is a man on a mission for the Danish Racing League. Remember, they had that issue where they had to disconnect or reconnected with the 3-lap penalty, and they are looking to climb back up the GT3 field, currently sitting in P5.
Yes, they are. They're in P5, and they are catching, actually. DIS SR Lab, in the number 46 car, had a fantastic performance there to get up into 4th place, because they finished 6th both of the races so far, and really haven't challenged for any position more than that throughout the whole of this season so far. They've just come into the pit lane, by the way, so we might be robbed of a little battle between those two, but Morten Argesen is going to really want 4th place in this one, because they've not had the best race so far, Danish Racing League, but they need points. 3rd in the championship, and came in 23 behind Unison Racing. If they're able to get this, then they're only going to lose 3, and they're going to limit the damage on that one. They're going to be disappointed that they lost points on the day, because they will have felt like they could have maybe put some points into their Aston Martin rivals. However, damage limitation, you need all the points that you can get.
Every point matters, and Sebring has really been around where drivers in teams are much higher up the order than we would have expected. It's been a real mixed bag in that sense, and you can see that pretty much everywhere, really. WOSI's and Performance are looking or staring down the barrel at their first win. You look in the LMP2 car, DSR, B32, all so much higher up the order than we would have usually seen. Even the DSR Dream Team are in the top 10, which is something that we don't usually see. Now, you have a very important job that's coming up, which is taking the final hour of the broadcast and seeing us to the checkered flag. So on that note, you're going to have to go and take a break. We're going to throw into a break ourselves, and we're going to be right back for the final 2 hours of the broadcast and of round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship in just a short bit. Stay tuned.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into the final 2 hours for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here from Sebring. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, joined by Alex Goldschmidt. And, well, apparently, Alex, you've brought the rain with you because it is now raining on the circuit for what I think is the third, maybe the fourth time of the day.
Yeah, thanks for that. Really, really good to hear that the old guy gets blamed for everything. Well, the thing is, I didn't mention it during the commercial break, did I, Yusuf? So, boot on the other foot, my good man.
I only mentioned it because I saw it was raining. What else am I supposed to do?
I know. Yeah, just a quick apology to those watching at the moment. We've had an issue with regards to one of our broadcasting PCs, so no overlays currently, but however, you can still see cars circulating on the track, and it looks like I've just been keeping an eye on Fabio Liuzzi, who's just had someone go steamrolling around the outside. I think that was the number 22 Mugen LMP2 car. As now the number 13 Danish Racing League car has just gone wide coming out of Genderbeen Bend. Yeah, the biggest battle that's really emerging here is between Juha Mäki-Juppi and in the 74 Juices Motorsport Porsche 911 GTE and the BMW M8 GTE of the number 54 of Fabio Liuzzi. So that's going to be rather interesting. We've just had another penalty issued by Race Control. Oh, now this spices things up in LMP2. The reason being, car number 15, the LMP2 Juices Motorsport car, has just got a stop go 30 for not giving enough respect to the number 54 Musto GD Esports, and as a result, the Juices Motorsport car gets hit with a 30-second stop go penalty. That could mean that maybe the 777, with Matthias Pedersen behind the wheel at the moment, that is the DSR Nightmare crew, might find themselves a little bit closer to Juices Motorsport towards the end of the race.
Precisely so, and well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this affects turn lower and the 15 car, and how it will where it will put them relative to the 95 of the DEAC hackers. This is the battle for the final 2 spots in the podium positions. Also, while we were gone, it seems that Gabo Hevesi has dropped behind the B32 racing car again. Now 12 seconds behind, but closing in at a vast rate of knots. And we also saw Morten Argesen has apparently jumped ahead of the DIS SR Lab car, and that is for P5 in the GT3 class.
Yeah, also another big development, the One Move Esports number 31 has got a DNF showing against its name. The car is currently in the pits, so I would imagine there is going to be and as I say that, Fabio Liuzzi was closing on Gert Nielsen in the 188 from Teleforingen going through towards Genderbeen Bend, and Fabio Liuzzi slammed on the brakes rather rapidly to not cause a potential incident for the pair of them. And Liuzzi has now got that gap down to just under 3.7 seconds between himself and Juha Mäki-Juppi in the 74 Porsche from Juices Motorsport. So, Yeah, I think Fabio Liuzzi was absolutely spot on with hitting the brakes at the right place at the right time and kept the BMW out of trouble.
Fantastic stuff from Fabio Liuzzi. We're getting into crunch time here at Sebring. The rain coming down for the final time of the day, or what we would expect to be the final time of the day, and I wonder if this means we're going to be seeing drivers switching back on over from slicks to wets. Honestly, I have no idea how many times drivers have switched from one tyre compound to the other. For all I know, they could have been on wets this entire time.
And then you factor in the LMP2s. Have they been on intermediates the whole time? Because they're the only class that can run them, Yusuf. So you have to factor that in as well. And from my sort of standpoint, it was more a case of, well, just got to see how things go. And I think as long as people keep their nose clean, we're going to see some drivers run to the fore more than others, and some that might falter in the dying stages, and we could have some fantastic battles in the last 30 minutes like we had at Silverstone a month ago, mate.
Speaking of battles, we might be getting one down in the GTE class. Tom Kapusta closing in onto Magnus Bergerin, and the gap currently between the two of them is just under 6 seconds, and this is the 128 of Satellite Racing closing in on the 166 of ID Simsport. Last time around, well, actually he was slower, but in the middle and final sector he was actually able to gain around almost a second and a half.
Whoa, that's a lot. That's not as much as what we've seen where some teams have been knocking shades out of the gaps in front, like the LMP2s, where we saw gaps being truncated by about 4.1 seconds on certain laps here at Sebring. But yeah, still 1.5 seconds headway on that particular last lap. Not a bad showing at all in trying to get up close and personal with the opponents. And Tom Kapusta looks to be dropping the hammer even still, because that gap is getting closer to being just under 7 seconds.
Yeah, Tom Kapusta apparently now within 4 seconds of Magnus Bergerin, and we'll see if he can close any further than that. Daniel Wisner still leading in the LMP2 class of 4 laps ahead of Roland Zux, who is a further lap ahead of Turnlower, who has served that penalty now for the Deuces Motorsport Club.
Yeah. And I still can't believe that we're over 10 hours into this race with just under 2 to go, Yusuf. I mean, this is, I think this so far has been one of the most defining races out of the 3 we've had so far for the EEWC in 2021. I think when things come back on the 24th to the 26th of June for the Nürburgring 12 hours, we're going to see an ultra competitive standpoint in all respective classes. Okay, some will have taken part in the 24 hours of the Nordschleife on the weekend of May 15th and 16th. However, the biggest thing is that will give them a bit of, well, I think the thing is it's meant to be one particular fun event, but the biggest thing in the meantime, I've just noticed that Fabio Liuzzi's just had an off-track excursion, and going past him is Martin Hemmington in the Soul Hypercar that is rip-roaring its way around the track and is on lap number 316. The drivers now will start to get tired. We're getting into that phase, the final 6th of the race. The drivers will start to fatigue, and it is down to a combination of multiple factors in many respects on how these, the thing is that one of the biggest things from my perspective is that the drivers that are well prepared for these races. Now, we've had 20 so far. Before we even gotten into this race today, we'd had 24 hours of racing. We're now into... Oh my goodness, I've just seen an LMP2 car go completely off, completely sideways, going through the exit of Sunset Bend. Not too sure who that was. Behind the Musto car of Fabio Liuzzi. So someone has had a major moment coming out of Sunset Bend. I'm not too sure who that is, but that was one that could be possibly that might have been the 766 of Kim Pedersen that had that almighty tank slapper. The car went veering to the right nearly hit the barriers on the left. That was a moment to definitely not want to remember for that particular driver.
And while that was happening, Magnus Berggren had a moment on the exit of a Sunset Bend as well. And that's allowed Tom Kapusta a way through. That was a battle for position in the GTE class. So that does mean that the 1 and 2A of Satellite Racing will move up a position. But I want to kind of go back to what you were talking about, which was how important this race at Sebring is, or how important it is turning out to be, because this is a race where teams that we wouldn't usually expect to be getting big points are getting big points. This is a race where, if you look in the LMP2 class, the likes of Mugen Sim Racing, Deuces Motorsports, and DAC Hackers, who are in P5, 6, and 8 respectively, will probably end up in P2, 3, and 4 at the end of the race. In the GTE class, we're going to see WOSR from P5 jumping all the way up to the top of the standings. And come the end of the season in October, I think this is going to be the race that quite a lot of teams will be looking back at and kicking the walls in frustration that they couldn't use this opportunity to gain more points.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, because every team they'll go through all the analytical side of what happened at particular times on the circuit. Could this incident have been avoided? How did that compromise our race? Where do we need to improve us all? There has been a moment coming out of Le Mans. It was Magnus Berggren in the 166 ID Simsport that was facing the wrong way out of Le Mans and has managed to rejoin. So that was more dramas for them. That's a real shame for the 166 new livery for round 3, and it looks like the WOSR car has just slingshotted its way up the inside through into Sunset Bend, but has got the tide to run on WOSR, who again, oh my, every time, this is one of the things that really frightens me about Sebring. We're going to see it, and I fear that it's going to happen in the next 90 minutes, in the last 90 minutes of this race. Sorry, I'm trying to get my words out right. Berggren again.
I just want to cut
sideways.
you off here, actually, Alex, because we've got a battle in the GTE class, and this is for P3, Pauli Ahonen and Wojtek Pelesny. And Wojtek Pelesny has squeezed Pauli Ahonen on the exit of a turn 5, and he has gained the position. He's got the Ferrari up ahead to put a bit of distance between himself and Pauli Ahonen, and Pauli has dropped really far back from that incident, and I'm just going to see if I can find a replay just to show everyone again what happened into turns of 4 and 5.
Yeah, I think I saw a moment between the 766 of DSR Dream Team and also E-Team Brit. They were battling away, and Donat Prodan has just confirmed there is some damage on the number 66 Aston Martin. So that could explain Pauli Ahonen's lack of pace in comparison to what we saw at Silverstone a month ago. And Walter Polesny knows that there is a distinct opportunity. And Polesny is, the funny thing is that Walter Polesny is now up the road, and that gap has increased. So whatever's happened between the pair of them, Polesny's gotten away with it in terms of damage, but it's completely compromised the number 66 Volante Aston Martin of Pauli Ahonen on this particular occasion.
I have the incident right here now, Alex. So you see Wojtek Pelesny, well, actually, it's Pauli Ahonen that makes a mistake, runs wide down into turn 3, and this allows Wojtek Pelesny to get his nose alongside. And to be fair, I think Pauli Ahonen should have known that he was there, and I think he could have left more room. We'll see what the stewards decide on that. To be honest, for me, that's a no further action from me.
So effectively a racing incident, so to speak. I mean, these things do happen. As I said, some of the drivers are absolutely pushing like crazy, and they'll leave no stone unturned. And, I think in many respects that's going to be one of those sort of cases. I mean, we'll see what happens, what race control decide. And I think, to be honest, I definitely want to have a good butchers at, maybe if we can grab a different angle of that happening. I think from my aspects, it'd be just quite interesting to see where the mistakes happened, how it came about, and that kind of thing as well, Yusuf, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm now looking actually slightly up the order, I guess, in one sense, because Prosim are closing in on to Kim Pedersen, and they're now 4.2 seconds behind. Just looking at anywhere else to see if there are battles, and I can't really see anything, but yeah, Pali Ahonen is really struggling now.
Yeah, so that sounds like, because, there's been a moment for somebody else. Prosim's off the track coming out of a Le Mans. Yeah, this is getting. I think this circuit has now taken its toll on a lot of drivers, and I think I did say this earlier on that this would be a race of attrition. Well, not a race of attrition, but a race of pure survival. And it's getting to that point now where the drivers know that there's an hour and 45 minutes still to go, but they know that they're not out of the woods yet. There is any possibility that something could happen to compromise somebody's race. And at Sebring, you make a big mistake right now, that is it. That is your race done. You could be out with the DNF completely.
Well, remember at Silverstone, it was Pauli Ahonen and Andy Kurtzen who had that battle towards the end. The two of them didn't make contact, but there was contact involving one of the other cars that was getting lapped, if I recall correctly. And it caused Andy Kurtzen to dive on into the pits and cost him the position and a potential P2 back at Silverstone, and now it's kind of going the other way potentially. And if Pauli Ahonen continues to be struggling for pace as he is right now, it does mean that DIS will be closing in. They're 85 seconds behind, but last lap they actually gained 5 seconds on Pauli Ahonen, and they could be closing that gap down at a very quick rate.
Yeah, and also talking about Bora Milan and also Fabio Liuzzi, who are the first and second place drivers respectively for WOSR, iZone Performance, and also Musto GD Esports. Nick Newcomb did say we're going to put Wojtek Polezny back in as the last driver. So Polezny could bring the fight to the top two. I know I've put Wojtek as my the 74 Juices Motorsport car as my pick for winning GTE. 1 hour 43 minutes doesn't sound like a lot of time. But that could just give the impetus that Wojtek Polezny needs to close in on Milan and Liuzzi.
You just need to tell him it's not possible to catch him in this amount of time, and then watch his eyes glow red as he will push like a maniac and find the time somehow and some way. Looking further down the order, GT3 class, Morten Agersen, 93 seconds behind DIS. And he might be able to catch that gap. We know how quick a Danish Racing League are. Callum Wilson, a further 10 seconds behind. They might be within a shout of taking a position from DIS as well.
Yeah, and GT3, I mean, it's looking pretty good for One Move Esports, really, to be honest, with Ludovic Darqui just behind the wheel. Looks like the 128 of Tom Kapusta has been off the track. Satellite Racing have just had an off-track excursion. E-Team Brit have now got Max Spooner behind the wheel of that car. So, got one of the one of the LMP2 cars ahead. I think that is Kim Pedersen in the 766 DSR Dream Team. And the thing is that Spooner is close to possibly putting another lap down, or putting Pedersen another lap down and the team another lap down there. So E-Team Brit currently P7. If memory serves me correctly, I think they were P8 at Silverstone, if memory serves me correctly. So this could be, they could be on course for their highest finish yet.
I've just jumped on board with Pauli Ahonen to see if there is damage, and I do think his car is pulling to the right ever so slightly. He is still struggling as Pauli Ahonen. Last time round, 7 seconds nearly slower than DIS, and actually nearly 10 seconds off the pace of Wojtek Polezny. And that is a big mistake. Well, not a huge mistake, but a mistake nonetheless from Pauli Ahonen, going down the inside of a GT3 car and outbrakes himself. And that's a WOSR iZone Performance car of Boya Milan, now lapping a Pauli Ahonen.
Well, hang on a second, I've just seen that Prosim were closing on the 766 of DSR Dream Team, and DSR I think now we're actually going to that. There is a replay being shown actually with Pauli Ahonen, and isn't that's the Danish Racing League car? And that's rather interesting what happened there. Seeing it from the onboard on Pauli Ahonen. That was on the cockpit, inside the driver's cockpit. But now hang on, someone's gone majorly off. Max Spooner has just gone off the track in 7th position. I think Nyon glanced the barriers. I'm just going to have a check. That car, I think he just got about away with that one just now. And also the LMP. Good spot by you and O'Leary on this one. Gabor Hevesi in the number 22 Mugen has also been off track. So things are not looking rosy in LMP2. These drivers have been put through the ringer for the last 10 hours and 20 minutes of this race.
And we talked about it as well before the show. We talked about it in practice, about how bumpy the circuit is and whether it would be affecting the LMP2, the prototype cars, more than the GT cars, which are effectively, at the end of the day, modified road cars, really. And it does certainly seem the case that the LMP2 cars are taking a bit more of a beating here at Sebring.
If I'm honest, I think that car from Max Spooner, that's been a bit on the wobbly side, let's say. No further action on the incident between Walter Polezny and Pauli Ahonen. That basically means it's been declared as a racing incident, according to race control. But yeah, I think there might be a little bit of damage that Max Spooner might have to drive around. In terms of keeping number 68, but that car looks like it's slowing down coming out of Sunset Bend. He's pulling that into the pit lane, but hopefully there's not too much damage on that Eureka 07 LMP2 with the Gibson V8 behind the driver, virtually speaking, of course. So the E-Team Brit car now pulls into the pit lane, but still, nevertheless, they've had dramas through every single round of the season so far, and it's not a case that they find trouble. Trouble tends to find them at E-Team Brit, doesn't it, at the minute?
Most certainly seems to be the case. I think every race they've had some kind of misfortune fall their way, and here at Sebring, we remember at the start of the race where they didn't have the fuel in the car, and they ran out of fuel literally on the exit of the final corner. Right after they crossed the start-finish line, as I'm just seeing Pauli Ahonen getting past one of the GT3 cars. And speaking of Pauli Ahonen, that pace has not really improved. He was able to do 1:2:08 lap time, but he's lost 5 seconds on the last lap to DIS, which I think equates to about 7 seconds to Wojtek Polezny. He's now 21 seconds behind Wojtek Polezny. Remember, he was ahead of Wojtek Polezny about 5 laps ago. DIS are now 78 seconds behind. They were nearly 90 behind not that long ago. I honestly think DIS will get the jump on Volante Racing here.
Yeah, I think you're right there. The thing is that car is well and truly wounded, that 66 Volante Aston Martin. Pauli Ahonen, I've just seen come out of T1, the back end stepping to the right hand side as he's trying to put down the power. That car is limping, and to be honest with you, I think Pauli Ahonen's just going to try and do the level best that he can at this particular moment in time.
I think that's all the team can really ask from him as well. Just bring the car home. Try not to make any mistakes, don't lose any more time than he has to, and hopefully in the next pit stop they can get whatever issue is with the car fixed to some degree, and then maybe be able to launch a challenge on DIS as well, they're 77 seconds behind, so if it's more than 77 seconds of repairs that are needed, then they'll need to launch a challenge, and if it's less, then they should be able to hold on to that P4 spot in the GTE class. Looking further down the order, Callum Wilson, 6 seconds, as oh no, another incident for Pauli Ahonen, and this time he's run wide. I'm not quite sure where that is. I think that is Cunningham Corner.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. That is going through Cunningham Corner, now through into Collier Curve. And yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for the 66 Volante crew. They were so competitive once again for the second race in succession here on the EEWC. And now he's just come through Genderbeen Bend and through Lamar. I've also seen that Max Spooner's had another off-track excursion. So the biggest thing now is what we have quite a lot of developments here, and we're that close to being within the next 7 or so minutes, getting into that crunch time where the drivers now need to work really hard, and plus also it's down to the teams to keep them motivated and keep them calm under these high pressure cooker situations.
And I'm surprised that Pauli Ahonen hasn't just dived on into the pits with the issues that he is suffering from, as apparently there were some issues for Morten Argesen. He's only 5 seconds ahead of Callum Wilson right now, and he lost 3 seconds on the last lap. So we might be seeing changes in the GT3 field.
Yeah, very much the case. Max Spooner has now pitted. And also Matthias Pedersen has been in the pits as well. So the thing is that I would imagine that Pauli Ahonen, and I have to completely agree with Ewan O'Leary, who's actually just given us this information, that Pauli Ahonen, he will push that car until he gets into the fuel window before he stops. There's been another off-track excursion for Max Spooner. And I think that E-Team Brit car does need to come into the pits, because if there is damage on that car, and if it's more significant than what we saw the absolute animalesque Daniel Visner do in the Vargas Sim Racing car, is again Spooner's off the track at Lamar. That car, that Erika 07 for E-Team Brit, is having massive problems. I don't think that car's even turning in properly. He probably tried to turn right, and that car might be tracking left.
I just looked at Pauli Ahanen's car as Max Spooner. Again, I think he's in the same kind of situation as Pauli Ahonen, trying to get it into the window so that they can just do one stop. Or for Pauli Ahonen, he wants to get into the window so he doesn't have to do any more stops. And probably for Max Spooner, he wants to get into the window so he only has to do one more stop. As I think the LMP2 cars can do about 45 minutes. Also further down the order, Callum Wilson has been able to find a way through on Morten Argesen, and he's now 3 seconds up the road. But Pauli Ahonen in sector 1 and 2 matching Wojtek Pelesny.
Spooner's off. Sorry to cut across you. Spooner's off. There is a distinct dry and wet line. It is catching drivers out. And I just saw that Spooner was trying to see if he could get past the likes of Mugen Sim Racing, who've got Zolt Pribeck, and he literally whacked the right front. And the thing is that as soon as you get out of that dry line and you are on slick tyres, that is going to be like being on an ice rink. And Max Spooner, I think the thing is we're under nightfall. Sometimes you're not going to know until you make that decision. Is that going to be a case of, am I still on the dry line? And the first thing you do, you go off the dry line, onto the wet line. The first thing that you react to try and do is try and slow the car down with the brakes, and literally, as soon as you put full pressure on the brakes, the car's going to lock all four wheels, and all the car is going to do is slide forwards. And that has caused, I think, more compromises for Max Spooner. So what he's got to do is just sort of calm down, settle down a little bit, and just keep on the dry line. He can't make audacious overtakes, especially if he's closing on GT3 cars. He's just going to have to bide his time. And I've just seen it. Yeah, like literally he's just gone onto a little bit of the wet line, and the back end snakes from left to right instantly. That's catching drivers out. So this is still rather precocious for all the teams, because if you start going to certain parts of the track and you try and make these audacious moves, he's closing up on Mugen Sim Racing and the 41 McLaren just up ahead, and then they've got WOSR iZone Performance. What Spooner's got to do is just hold fire a little bit. I know that they're wanting to try and close up on B32 Racing, but they're 4 laps ahead. As Spooner again, he goes one way, goes the other. The biggest thing here, he's on the dry line, but he's just got to just time things right. He can't make sudden mistakes, and he just powers past the WRSR iZone Performance car through into T1. He didn't make so much of a meal of it last time, because he tried to get, I think, a bit too committed on the wet line, and that caused him out.
Max Spooner really struggling in the Team Brit car. Again, still keeping an eye on the GTE battle. DIS now 69 seconds behind Paul Jahanen. Wojtek Polesny is absolutely flying right now. He's the fastest guy in the GT classes. Combined at 2:05.9 last time round. Nearly a second quicker than Fabio Liuzzi. Boia Milando at 2:06.3. He's able to pull the gap to Fabio Liuzzi at the moment. And at DIS also seemingly struggling to up the pace as the track is drying.
Sorry, B32 has just hit the wall coming out of the exit of Lamar, and Teleforingen and the 128 of Tom Kapusta from Satellite Racing. We're just going to go to a replay here, coming through the right-hander, and just just having a look at this at the moment, going through. Oh, he's had a tag from behind by Mugen Sim Racing in the 22, and it's shoved the number 32 of B32 Racing with Mads behind the wheel. Oh my God, that was Hevesy. I think I'm sad to say this, but I think 22 are going to get a definite investigation from Race Control about that one. And it's not getting any easier out there, because I think was that Hevesy. Well, Hevesy was close to another LMP2 car, but that was just really, really touch and go. But I feel so sorry for B32 Racing. They were just literally, I think Hevesy just got a good run coming out of the corner and just mistimed it.
Unfortunate mistake for Mugen Sim Racing, and this does mean that both Gabor Hevesy and B32 might be falling into the clutches of Max Spooner and E-Team Brit. Max Spooner just needs to keep it on circuit, not make any mistakes, and he has the possibility of being able to close in if there are some penalties coming the way. Maybe if there's a disconnect or a 3-lap penalty, Max Spooner will find himself right up there and right within striking distance of B32 and Gabor Hevesy for P5 and 6 in the LMP2 field.
Well, I've just been told by James Hall that Max Spooner is on slicks.
Okay.
So that's brave in these inclemental conditions. You would have thought the safer bet would have gone maybe to go on intermediates, but one of the biggest things with the dry line, that's going to burn the intermediate tyres up rather quickly. So that's why when Max Spooner went onto the wet line, I did say that if you're on slicks, that's like skating on an ice rink. If you whack the brakes and it locks up the tyres. Yeah. And that's exactly what Max Spooner has experienced. So I think at the end of the day, he's trying to do the old Jensen Button trick, but it's not quite working.
No, not quite working out for Max Spooner at the moment. We'll see whether those dries do come into their own in the upcoming few laps. We've seen some more pit stops coming in. I think it was David Greco who's now at the wheel of the Musto car. So I think Fabio Liuzzi just pitted and David Greco has jumped on in. Giordano Valeriano.
That's the 53 that David Greco's in. Fabio Liuzzi's still out, as Gabor Hevesy's, I think, was showing in the pits. But I think Turn Low has just come in the pits from P3 on LMP2. They're currently in the pits at the moment. So, things are looking rather interesting. And whilst I say that, Morten Egerson is trying to close on Callum Wilson. Gap now is down. It's getting a little bit closer between these two drivers at the moment. It's around about sort of 10 seconds, but Morten Egerson trying to do his level best. And I think it's going to be rather interesting for the next hour and 25 minutes, wouldn't you agree?
It's going to be very interesting, to say the least. We've still got this battle between Gabor Hevesy and the B32 racing car, and even if Gabor Hevesy does have a 30-second stop-go penalty, you would expect Mugen to be able to close that gap down, because they are the quicker team on paper, the quicker team from lap times they've put in as well. You only need to look at their best lap time, nearly 2.5 seconds quicker than B32 Racing, to realise that. And then still in the GTE class, we've got battles to come. Don't let the one lap between Boia Milan and Giordano Valeriano fool you, because Borja Milan still has a pit stop to do extra over the Musto Esports car.
Yeah, well, with just under an hour and 25 minutes still to go on this race, I'm wondering, Yusuf, shall we go to a commercial break very briefly before we catch up with all the action?
I think we should. I didn't even realise we're at 38. So on that note, we'll jump into a quick ad break and we'll catch everyone on the flip side.
the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at Sebring. We have now done 10.5 hours and there are 1.5 hours remaining. That's 90 minutes for those people who deal in minutes and not hours. I'm Sir Yusuf bin Sahel, still joined by Alex Goldschmidt. And, well, Alex, apparently I hear that there is no more rain to come, according to our production.
Thank goodness I won't get blamed for it again then, will I? But still, to see Pinsim Drillers Esports literally throwing that McLaren Senna GTR hypercar round this circuit, and now on lap number 331, there is no mechanical sympathy for this vehicle whatsoever. A 4-litre V8 turbocharged engine producing in the region of 800 brake horsepower, and Cynic's even got one wheel on the grass. He's just like literally going, I'm just going to bury the throttle and just mash it and see what happens and how many times I can lap the opposition. Well, the thing is that we've seen it before where Omicron Sim Racing, who were competing with them over the first 2 rounds of the championship, they were beating them rather handsomely. And this is just an outright alien-esque display of speed in this McLaren, which develops 1,000 kilos of downforce. It is literally the Leviathan of the sport.
Really is a very impressive display from Henry Cynic, and it's kind of become a almost like a test session for pin sim drillers. They're just pushing, just seeing what the limits of the car are, and I'm sure they'll be bringing that to the table once we make our way to the next round in Nürburgring in a few months' time. Pauli Ahonen made a mistake, and Pauli Ahonen has been absolutely flying. He's been going purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 3, absolutely flying. He's actually brought the gap to Wojtek Polesny down to sub 20 seconds before that mistake, and oh, there's another mistake coming through from Pauli Ahonen. He really is pushing, isn't he, the Finn?
Oh, he's not holding back. That was off at Sunset Bend, and that's been catching people left, right, and centre. Obviously, we've seen that Henry Sinnick has had his moments in the hypercar. He lost about 5 seconds on that particular incident going through Sunset Bend. But you know what Pauli Ahonen's like? He will just keep on pushing, and he'll just keep on trying to move the car forward. I think it's a tall order to see whether they're going to get into the top two, because obviously second place for Volante in the 66 last time out was rather interesting in terms of how the battle between him and Andy Kirsten, and the thing is that it's going to be pretty interesting if DIS can do anything to try and close in, but with an 84-second gap, that's going to be pretty much said and done for that particular position, which would be P4. And you can just see the view now on the hypercar going down the Ullman Straight, heading into what is going to be Sunset Bend, and look at how close they get towards the inside. And that was I think that was of Unison Racing, the 717. And Niels is flying the racing drone, which is just behind Henry Sinnick in the number 10 Pin Sim Drillers Esports hypercar. That's a crazy angle, isn't it?
Honestly, I'm really impressed with Niels. I honestly did not think it was possible to keep up with Henry Sinnick, but Niels is somehow doing it with his drone, so kudos to him for that one.
Yeah, I think Ewan's put in a very good comment in the chat quite just now. It just makes the car look ever so much longer than it is, which is pretty... I think the thing is, it looks like one of those old school sort of like video games back in the day where you... and this is... The thing is that some of the video games that I used to play as a kid, you used to have or it looked like a set of binoculars and you had to press the buttons on the top of it. It felt a bit like that from a long, long time ago. So yeah, that was when arcade games, video games were rather different to what we have now.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on an old game called Toka 2 and Grand Prix 2, the micropros. One of them had force feedback, so I'd race with the wheel. The other one was a good old keyboard. So I'm from the days of very terrible graphics. So when people say to me, "Oh, the graphics of this game are really good," I'm just like, who cares? Does it drive well? And on our Factor 2, it most certainly does drive well. And Pauli Ahonen has been experiencing that recently. Just taking a look to see if there are any other gaps around that we could potentially be seeing some spiciness emerge from. I'm seeing a lot of green and purple sector time starting to be set as the track is well and truly drying up here at Sebring.
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, it's looking rather barren in that aspect. And so, the funny thing is there has been right. You remember what I said about that incident involving Gabor Hevesi? Yeah. The 22 from Mugen. We just had a penalty through. Stop go for Gabor Hevesi. 60 seconds for the turnaround at Le Mans.
It's a big penalty.
That's not the first time that a 60-second... so we've had one to Teleforingen. They've had a 60-second stop-go penalty. It won't drop them a place. Mugen Sim Racing, number 41. So that's both Mugen Sim Racing cars in both LMP and GT3 that have had each have had a 60-second stop-go penalty. Would you have seen that both teams would have got both Mugen sim racing cars, or they're both, if you were to say, if that happens to Jesus Motorsport as well, you could say, well, actually, it's the same group of teams, but they're in two different categories and they've both got a penalty. We've had some 30-second stop-go penalties as well. Quite a few of them. So that's a couple of cars that have had the 60-second stop-go penalty thrown their way by race control.
I just saw Marcus Ster have a moment in the 166, lost the back end heading down into turn, I think it was 3 or 5, and just went completely sideways all the way into the wall. As apparently the Pro Sim 007 car has made a rejoin to the servers, so they will be having a 3-lap penalty added on. Does that affect anything? I do not think so. They're currently 2 laps behind Michael Ciccolini, who is running in P8.
Max Spooner again. Oh, he's trying to turn the car around off of T1. Spooner straight out of the pits. Is he back out? Because I'm wondering, has he changed tyres? And if he has he gone back on slicks? Because if he has, literally came out of T1, and I thought he was going to try and do some celebratory donuts there. And that he's trying to heat up those tyres. He's trying to unlock the performance in those tyres rather quickly.
Is he trying to heat up the tyres, or is he just losing the rear end every time he steps on the throttle?
Yeah, that depends on obviously if there's standing water. If he's on the wet line, that's going to spool the rear tyres up, and with the colder tyres coming out of the pit lane, that's going to be another 2 to 3 laps before that car maybe gets up to temperature on the tyres. And then also, one of the other things is that he locks up. He presses that brake pedal. Those brakes will lock up because they won't have heat in them as well. As soon as you've got a tyre change, straight away the first thing that happens, as soon as you've got something that's rapidly hot and cold air hits it, it cools. Chemistry 101 right there. And that's the biggest thing, because when the tyres heat up, it heats up the alloy wheel that it's bolted onto. But when you start braking as well, that also heats up the inside carcass of the alloy wheel and then give heat to the tyres. Right, okay. We just had another. I'm not too sure if this is previous. Oh, this is. Oh, now this is big for the number 53 Musto GDE sports car. Made a rejoin, 3-lap penalty. They did not inform race control, and as a result of that, what do they get hit with? A 60-second stop-go penalty, apparently. Shouldn't drop them a place, but that is the biggest penalty I think that we've had this evening. James Hall from E-Team Brit has just informed me that Max Spooner was on full wets on that LMP2 car.
What, right now?
Right now, he's on wets.
Why?
I'm going to ask him.
I'm looking at the lap times now. Daniel Wisner is currently 5 seconds off his personal best of the entire race, which, to me, if you're within 5 seconds of your PB at a 2-minute long circuit, tends to mean that the track is pretty much at the crossover point to slick. So you would have thought that if you're making a pit stop now, you'd put on the dries, waiting, or in the knowledge that the track will dry out further, unless maybe E-Team Brit think that there's going to be some rain, or some more rain I should say, on the way. We'll have to wait and see. I'm going to take a look at the weather forecast now. I mean, we're leaving the final patches of cloud, and maybe there's a very slight possibility, but it's highly, highly unlikely, I think.
Right, okay, James Hall has just answered me. I said, my actual question, and I quote, you're going to like this. I said, what? He said, yes, right now. I said, why do that? I said, Max was spinning more time, spinning around like Kylie Minogue, laugh out loud. That was the actual thing that they said. We wanted inters, he went full slick. They said inters, he went onto full wet. So they're always... The thing is, I'm just going to sort of like say this. I have to say this. I'm sort of like thinking he might be the one driving behind the wheel, but if someone says go on to inters, what do you not do?
This almost feels like a Mercedes 2.0. Bottas saying, right, put me on whatever Hamilton's not on, and then Mercedes just put Bottas on the same compound of tyres. It's the Mercedes pit crew from Bahrain 2020 all over again.
Yeah.
Deary me.
We do have to have a laugh at these kind of things. I mean, the thing is that the P2 cars are the only ones that have the affordability of using inters. And the thing is that in sports cars we do see a crossover between the intermediates. And to be honest with you, if I was in a P2 car and there was a wet line, I'd probably be sort of half and half thinking, I'm either going to go slicks or I'm going to go inters. That's just from my... But that depends on obviously what the car is doing underneath. And if Max Spooner feels a bit more confident with the wet tyres, that's his prerogative. Completely understand. But the other side of the coin is that if no rain comes and that dry line starts expanding, what's it going to do? Overcook the wet tyres that car currently has. So it is about risk versus reward a little bit here as well.
Yeah, as Max Boone has just run wide as he makes his way down into Bishop Corner, I believe. So Max Boone is currently on full wets or inters, did you say?
He's on wets.
He's on wets, okay. Well, he's only got one more pit stop to make with regards to fuel limitations, so... Ooh, this is spicy. Pauli Ahonen is 17 seconds behind of Vojta Polesny. Things are closing in, and actually, I think he's got the WOSR car right on his tail, and the WOSR car looks very eager to lap Pauli Ahonen.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, number 51, would you believe it? Out of all of the cars, okay, it is leading the GTE class, but have we had a GTE class car actually physically in the top 10 overall? I don't think we've had.
Not since last season, anyway.
Yeah. I think one of the other things, and you and O'Leary's got to get a good shout out for this one, Ahonen might be attempting to unlap himself. That could be rather interesting right now.
Well, last lap round, Pauli Ahonen went 3 and a bit seconds quicker than Boha Milan, and judging by the gap between them, that would suggest that Pauli Ahonen did unlap himself on that previous lap. So, I don't know if Boha Milan is struggling, maybe he has the wrong set of tyres on, but he's still pushing out there. The GT cars, if they do pit now, they will be able to make it to the end of the race. But Boha Milan does have a comfortable one-lap advantage to Giordano Valeriano, so the 51 of WOSR do have a lot of flexibility with their strategies and leniency with how far they can go on a set of tyres.
Yeah, and... I'm liking the livery on the Satellite Racing 128 Ferrari. That looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm seeing some nice HyperX logos around. Maybe we could get one of the Satellite Racing drivers to come and join us for an interview.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, fingers crossed that might happen. You never know. But good to see them competing in... they were in the hypercar class, but they've decided to go to GTE. So good to still see Satellite Racing. They picked up a second place, if memory serves me correctly, at Indianapolis when Omicron Sim Racing had that DNF. Literally, I think they had a couple of problems from a technical aspect, and then I think it was about 3 hours to go that Omicron just called time on the race and decided, no, we're going to call it. That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Pauli Ahonen has found wings. He's within 10 seconds of Vojta Polesny. He's gone 4 seconds quicker on that last lap. How has Pauli Ahonen gone from losing about 5 seconds a lap to Vojta Polesny to gaining 5 seconds a lap? Surely he had to be on a different compound of tyres.
Possibly. He might have just said to the rest of the team, just leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. And he's just literally got on with the job at hand.
It's raining again.
Yeah, no.
I'm looking through Pauli Ahanen's windshield and I'm seeing raindrops. He's not using his wipers. So is that just water that has been there since from before? And if that is the case...
Possibly that might have been thrown up by Henry Sinek that's just got past him, who in his own right is about to put another lap down on one of the LMP2 cars. So, yeah, the biggest thing here, I'm just going to have a look. I'm just looking on the roof cam on a few of the cars, see if any wipers. So Polesny's just got into the pits from third position in GTE. So this is going to be rather interesting. Now he's about to leave the pit lane.
Milan's pitted as well.
Yeah, I think now is the time to sort of really throw all your So that's the two Porsches. One in what is effectively fourth in GTE, and then the other car is the current leader. And is this going to give Musto GD Esports an opportunity to close? But the only thing that I say with that, Yusuf, is the fact that when will Valeriano bring the car in for the final pit stop here at Sebring in that BMW?
Well, it's going to be a splash and dash for sure for Valeriano, depending on how long he can take it. Callum Wilson is right on the tail of Matthias Blom, and he has actually found a way through, and he will move up one position in the GT3 class, and it doesn't seem that there is anything that Matthias Blom can do about it.
I think Wilson is actually just going to keep an eye. Looks like Wilson is actually still chasing. I'm going to go on board with him at the moment.
Matthias Blom just dived on into the pits. Pardon me.
Okay, so that puts Wilson up a place. He was about 10 or so seconds behind, but then as soon as Matthias Blom from Danish Racing League jumped into the pits, that gave the Glam Racing car the opportunity to move up a position, and then has Henry Sinek just closing down in on him at the moment. Pauli Ahonen, in the meantime, he is really on a charge, to be honest with you. He's been, I mean, if I'm honest with you here, Yusuf, I'm not at all surprised. I mean, now that he's ahead of Wojtek Polesny, the biggest thing is that now Pauli Ahonen has got nothing to lose but everything to gain right now. And they must have just sort of like said, well, Pauli, you need to do something. He said, yeah, just hang on, hold my beer, and I'm just going to go off and do some work right now, boys. I'll be right back. And that's what he's doing. He's just literally charging is the flying fin. Plenty of Finnish Cecil now being involved with that driving style right now, I bet.
I think from what I saw in the YouTube chat, I don't think it was hold my beer. I think it was more of a shut up, I know what I am doing kind of thing that came through from Pauli Ahonen. I think Donna Prodan saying that, yeah, we just don't say anything. We're the quiet guys. And Pauli Ahonen is thriving, really closing in. And as always, as we make our way into the final hour, things are getting tense in the GTE class. Pauli Ahonen flying, taking 5 seconds out of Giordano Valeriano on the last lap. And with that note, we're going to be throwing into a commercial break. And when we're back, we will be resuming the final hour of action here from round 3 at Sebring for the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Stay tuned for more.
Of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the final hour of the third round of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at GTR 24H as we conclude under the nighttime skies here at Sebring International Raceway in Florida. Alex Goldschmidt and the returning Ewan O'Leary back with you for the final 60 minutes. In the meantime, Pauli Ahonen has pitted from P3 in GTE, and that has allowed Wojtek Polesny from Juice's Motorsport to now take the final step on the rostrum at this particular moment in time. But we know how quick Pauli Ahonen can be, Ewan, and he has been lighting up the timesheets whenever he's gotten behind the wheel, despite that earlier incident in the previous hour.
Yeah, it was somewhat bizarre because after the incident, Pauli Ahonen was really struggling, going off the road a number of times. He was, up above 2-minute 10s, and that's not really where you want to be in a GTE car or in any of these cars, really. But he's really got that time down. He was doing 2:03s earlier on, which is very good for these kind of conditions. But the pit stop for Wojtek Polesny has really kind of helped his pace, because on the first full lap that he had out there on the circuit, he did a 2-minute 2.3. That's much more like it from Polesny. It's allowed him to pull out a little bit more of a gap, so he has got a bit of an undercut. He's going to the end of the race, so is Pauli Ahonen. It's going to be a straight fight between these two now for the bottom step of the podium. We're just waiting to see whether Ahonen can actually catch up to Polesny and maybe pass him as well, but he's got a big job in his hands right now because Polesny looks like he's found his feet and he's much more comfortable again.
Well, let's have a look at the standings going into the last part of this race here at Sebring. The sole remaining hypercar at this particular moment in time, but the only one that's actually decided to join the grid here, number 10 from PinSim Drillers Esports, still leading overall by a lap ahead of the LMP2 class leader, which has Daniel Wisner behind the wheel of the Varga Sim Racing LMP2 car, ahead of Roland Zooks from DEAC Hackers. Then you've also got Turn Lower in the number 15 Juices Motorsport, the 777 of DSR Nightmare, and then the number 22 of Mugen Sim Racing with Gabor Hevesi behind the wheel rounds out the top 5 in LMP2. Moving on to GTE on this particular occasion, it is looking pretty good at the moment for WOSR iZone performances. Blazej Mizik in the number 51 Porsche, who is quite a considerable distance ahead of Fabio Liuzzi in the number 54 Musto GD Esports BMW M8 GTE. And we've just mentioned it, that Wojtek Polesny in the number 74 Juices Motorsport Club Porsche 911 GTE rounds out the top 3 and is just around 9 or so, well, he's about 11 seconds ahead of Pauli Ahonen in the Volante Racing 66 Aston Martin racing car. In GT3, it is the number 26 Ferrari 488 of One Move Esports with Ludovic Darqui behind the wheel, a lap ahead of Zolt Pribek in the number 41 of Mugen Sim Racing. We thought that there was a possibility that it might be a bit of trouble here this round for the 717 of Unison Racing, but they currently sit in a very solid third place, which looks to be the case that if they stay like that, what will happen is that Unison Racing will continue to lead the championship. Into the wall. That was the Danish Racing League car, I believe, with Matthias Blom that just hit the outside wall coming out of Sunset Bend, whilst Wojtek Polesny went up the inside to get past. That was very, very close indeed.
Yeah, what I also saw, by the way, on that particular lap, Callum Wilson just up in front, got into 4th place, just overtaking the number 46 DIS SR Lab car himself. However, Callum Wilson has to stop. I'm not sure about the 46. They may have to stop as well, but I know that Matthias Blom can go to the end of the race from here. It remains to be seen about the 404 and the 46, but either way, Callum Wilson gets in front of that McLaren now, and he's up into 4th place. But you're right, Unison Racing, you mentioned it there. They're in 3rd place at the moment, done a fantastic recovery drive today. Max Bunovich, the Ukrainian driver on that team, is now driving. He hasn't done very much driving today, but he's out there right now putting in a very good performance indeed, and it's been good to watch him so far today. But great damage limitation. There's been so many actually great recovering teams, great damage limitation races. I'm thinking of guys like Mugen Sim Racing, E-Team Brit, who have done a fantastic job. Guys like Unison Racing as well. In GT, we haven't really seen that great recovery drives, but we've just seen relentless pace from everybody up front. But at least three I can mention, great recovery drives has been the story of the day. From a race of attrition at Sebring, it has to be said.
Yeah, another recovery drive is obviously Glam Racing. We always seem to end up mentioning them at some particular point in time. Callum Wilson behind the wheel of the 404. I've just been informed by James Hall, sporting manager at E-Team Brit, that Max Spooner's time in the car is done. They've now put Bradley Brocky's back in the vehicle to bring the car home. And if memory serves me correctly, they're currently P7 in LMP2. This would be their best recorded finish so far, if memory serves me correctly, from last time out. I know that they scored points at Silverstone at their home round, but I think this is going to be their best. This could be possibly more than likely their best finish yet.
I think I would agree with that, actually, because it was an 8th place in LMP2, or was it a 7th? It was an 8th place, so you're right. It was actually 10th overall, but 8th place in LMP2, so this is going to be their best overall and their best LMP2 placing as well. So provided they get to the finish in this particular position, it's going to be massive congratulations to those guys for that particular finishing position. Meanwhile, in GTE, there has been an issue on the last lap for Pauli Ahonen because a 2-minute 9.1 is not quite his pace. But Wojtek Lesny absolutely on fire. 2-minute 1.0, absolutely outrageous time to be doing at this stage in the race.
And has done personal bests in sectors 1 and 3 to boot. Tom Kapusta in the 1:28 Satellite Racing GTE Ferrari. I think if memory serves me correctly, I think you actually said that the Satellite Racing crew were actually 9th, I think, at Indianapolis, if memory serves me correctly. So
yeah, that's correct.
I think in some respects to see the likes of Tom Kapusta and Liam Rance in that car and doing their level best. I mean, it's been a good showing from them. This is 6th position that they're currently in, but I'm just keeping my eye on the gap between them and the 53 Musto GD Esports car with David Greco behind the wheel. The gap is around about 15 or so seconds between them. We'll make that round about 18 seconds. It's not been easy for the points leaders coming into this round, and this could actually see possibility of a new championship leader for the 3rd round in succession. HM Engineering after round 1 at Indianapolis, the 53 of Musto GD Esports, and I think, if memory serves me correctly, you stated that if the 51 of WOSR iZone Performance take the victory and they're a lap ahead of the 54 Musto GD Esports car, they take the provisional standings lead after the halfway point of the season.
As it stands, they will do so by 4 points here in the end. They started 8 points also behind DISSR Lab, but they're going to gain a good 15 on those guys, so they'll be 7 ahead of them as well. It's all going to close up, and it was already the closest championship we have out of the 4, and it's going to close up even more ridiculously, so it's going to be fantastic. The number 66 car is in 4th place at the moment. That's going to gain 12 points and lose 13 to the World of Sim Racing car, but only came in with 4 to the good. So they're going to be 9 points behind World of Sim Racing. So that's at least 4 cars I can think of within 10 points of new championship leaders, World of Sim Racing. Just crazy, crazy close in GTE. And we haven't even factored in Juice's Motorsport or the number 54 yet. They could recover yet in this season and get themselves back into the fray in terms of this championship. Just insane in that category.
Yeah, so far, the leaders at the moment, Pin Sim Drillers Esports with Henry Sinek behind the wheel. They've covered nearly 1,300 miles of this 3.7-mile circuit in the fearsome McLaren Senna GTR, the sole hypercar that has literally been running rings around the opposition and is just about to do exactly the same by putting another lap down on Wojtek Polezny going down the Almond Straight. Just really good to see that Pin Sim are definitely doing their level best to give us a bit of an entertaining show, and they have done that as well as the rest of the field. We have unfortunately had 3 cars retire from the race. The first one of which from the GTE group is the One Move Esports car in which had, at the time of its retirement, Mathieu Decaux. And then we had the number 57 LMP Ramada Motorsport car also retire. But the first one that really was the biggest casualty early on was the 67 Volante Aston Martin racing car. And they literally completed just over 200 laps before calling it a day, and it had Luca Furlich behind the wheel, the sister Volante car to the 66, currently piloted by Pauli Ahonen, who is trying to do his level best to try and close on Wojtek Polezny. But Polezny, as you mentioned earlier, he's running 1.2 seconds quicker a lap ahead of Pauli Ahonen, and that gap now is nearly 25 seconds. Oh, moment for Polezny. Oh, Polezny's had a massive 360, and that was right behind one of the LMP2 cars. He's gone onto the brakes. The back end stepped out to the right-hand side, and it spun him 360, but a safe rejoin from Wojtek Polezny. That was definitely a moment he did not want to happen right then. We're just going to go to an instant replay. So he just gets past by one of the cars, and look, he just literally hits the brakes, back end snakes to the left, then pings it to the right, and there was a full 360-degree rotation for Wojtek Polezny. That is definitely a Code Brown moment, and you don't want that with 47.5 minutes remaining.
No, certainly not. Just looking at it myself going down into Cunningham, I thought it was going to be a lap traffic moment, but it was actually just on the brakes, didn't it? It looked like it looks like when you're trying to set up your car for like kind of brake balance, and you're testing out how far back you can put the brakes to kind of alleviate some pressure on the fronts, which is what you can do sometimes if you're struggling for temperatures. But it just looked very weird. It looked like a far too rearward focused car, but obviously it's not, because they've been driving with 11 hours which is absolutely fine. So I don't know why that suddenly decided to snap out on him there, but it was very scary. When it went, it really went, and the LMP2 car that had just passed Polezny there would be very, very glad they were that far in front, because if not, then there could have been a bit of an accident there.
Yes, very, very true. And I'm sure, I mean, the thing is that you put the slightest increased effort onto that brake pedal, and let's say, for instance, I think you're probably right with regards to, like, maybe say the brake bias setup, because they'll be consistently adjusting it on the fly just to get the right sort of balance. And into certain parts of the circuit, they'll know to put whether it's going to be forward or whether it's going to be more towards the rear of the car. But with a car like the 911 GTE, the engine is put a bit more towards the rear on the vehicle, very much like the production car itself, which is more rear-engine, rear-wheel drive, and the RSR GTE is more mid-engine. But you still have that element of rear traction bias, and especially you hit the brake pedal too hard, the back end will step out, and that is just when it can all go south. And if Polezny hadn't done the correct adjustment before the corner, or hadn't had the ultimate compromise between front and rear brake bias, that's why the back end stepped out on him. Or maybe it just could have locked a brake caliper, and that's what can happen. I've seen it in real racing before, where someone's hit the brakes, one of the calipers has pushed the pads onto the disc, and it's stepped the back end out. And that can be rather a bit of a different story in real life motorsport. Thank God we're in the sim racing world right now. So is Wojciech Bolesny.
Well, thank God he didn't hit anything as well, nor a car, nor a wall, because that could have been really detrimental to their race. Paulie Ahonen would have gone through, and the DIS car, even though they're 2 laps back now from Paulie Ahonen, which surprises me a little bit, not quite able to get the result they wanted today. However, they did, I guess, set out for a top 5 sorry, they're 1 lap behind. However, they did want a top 5 finish today. That looking like what they're actually going to get in this one. They're a good 5 laps ahead of Satellite, so it looks like they are going to get a 5th place in all of this, and I'd be surprised if they don't. There's going to have to be a big problem, but yeah, Bolesny is able to carry on. I was just about to say that, and I think the thought might have jinxed him almost, but Bolesny, I was going to say, he's pulling away from Ahonen so much. You know, he took another 8 attempts out of him last lap. Maybe he could have a go at Fabio Liuzzi. The gap is quite big. To say that we've only got 45 minutes to go, the gap is quite big, but you never know. Bolesny's going to give it a go and try to catch up to Liuzzi, although as I say that, I've just realised he's actually a lap and that gap back to Liuzzi, isn't he? So that's a mammoth task. Oh no, he isn't. Sorry, I've refreshed my timing at the wrong moment. Sorry, yeah, so he's about 30 seconds just over behind Liuzzi. With 40 minutes to go, that's a tall order, but he's going to give it a go.
Well, if he can knock out a second out of that gap pretty much for the lap, we're going to now see another replay here, and this is from the 46 of DIS SR Lab. That's the McLaren 720. No, that was actually... Oh, no, that was Roland Zooks. Oh, so DAC...
Oh, no rear wing.
Yeah, so, Roland Zooks is running around with no downforce on the back end of that car. You know what this could mean? Depending on how big that damage is, that now gives Juice's Motorsport opportunity at P2.
And around has gone one of the Aston Martins there. It was Unison Racing, it was. And in the end, Danish Racing League were actually caught up in that one. So Unison Racing have gone around from 3rd place in GT3. I don't think they've got away, without damage. And they have got a good 5 or 6 laps to the next car behind them, Glam Racing. But they do not want that kind of problem right now.
No, not at all. That was very, very close indeed. I think that could be the possibility. I mean, looking at it from this standpoint, you know, Max Bunovic behind the wheel, even if they have to repair damage, they're still going to come out de facto P3 as Roland Zooks is now in the pits. This is one of the biggest things that we need to keep an eye on right now, because Turn Lower is behind the wheel of the number 15, and he's now coming through, so he's a couple of laps behind. Depending on how big the damage is on the back end of that DEAC Hackers 95 LMP2 Eureka will depend on how quickly. And now, Juices will know this. The first thing that will happen is Turn Lower will have people saying to him, right, Zooks is in the pits, go for it. Go, just literally go for broke. Just push like crazy. This is the opportunity. And when Nick Newcomb said earlier on the broadcast, he said, well, maybe we can get a double podium. Who's not to say that things might go their way, and what if it is a 2nd and a 3rd in LMP2 and GTE respectively? Now is the time for Turn Lower to shine.
Norbert Jakob has just informed me of how big the damage is for DAC Hackers. 115 seconds total pit time, so it's going to cost them a lap. However, as you say, there's 2 laps between them, so it's going to reduce that gap down from over 2 laps to just 1. But Toonlauer is going to be a little bit closer to that P2. I think it's still a tall order, and don't forget, that's going to be Roland Zook's final pit stop from now. He doesn't need to stop again. Toonlauer might do. He might need a little bit of fuel at the very least. So yeah, it's not the end of the world for DAC Hackers. However, they cannot afford to do it again.
No, definitely not, because if there's one, as I said, one small slip up towards the end of the race, that is it. There's no going back from that. So I'm just gonna keep with Turn Lower at the moment. I'm actually riding on board with him at the moment. He's absolutely pushing like crazy. Roland Zooks now leaving the pit lane. So that damage has now been sorted out, and this is where the battle for 2nd position, with just over, well, what is it, around about just under 40 minutes, still 38 minutes to go. around about the 38.5-minute mark. We've still got plenty of time. I think now Turnlower knows that there is a distinct possibility, and with every fibre in his being, he will push like nobody's business and try and close that gap. It's now about what happens, how Roland Zooks responds in kind.
Yeah, it's about how you respond to those issues, really, rather than the issue themselves. And so, you know, if Roland Zooks is really rattled by that and drives badly...
Massive moment. Hang on. I think I've just seen some... Thibaut Malbrun has just gone off the track whilst leading GT3. Oh, my goodness. Everything's happening now. It really is. Thibaut Malbrun, I'm just trying to see how much damage... There's no rear wing on that Ferrari.
Oh, my word.
There was a moment. Turnlow went out the inside of Thibaut Malbrun. Malbrun went off the track. I wasn't 100% sure if there was contact between the pair of them, but Malbrun went sideways into the wall. This now gives Zolt Pribek and the Mugen Sim. Off again goes Malbrun. He's turned around again. 360 back end hits the barriers. Thibaut Malbrun and the One Move Esports number 26's race has started falling apart in the last 37 minutes. Could you have written that into the script if they passed it to Hollywood?
Goodness me, that is a massive moment then for Thibaut Malbrun. The problem for him is that got a very long way to go now to try and get back to the pit lane. And he's still got about half a lap to go, just less than that now. But he's got to tiptoe around and hope that this pit stop is less than 2 minutes. If it's 3-4 minutes long, then we could well see a lead change here in the final hour of GT3. That's what we saw last year in the 12 Hours of Sebring. DAS, SR Lab and ProTim were battling it out in GT3. We had a lead change in the final hour after that battle. It may not be a battle this time, but it's certainly a lead change between One Move Esports and Mugen Sim Racing. Mugen must have thought they were out a few hours ago. They must have thought, oh, this is it. We're resigned to P2 now, but you never know what can happen. And it has just turned on its head here with Thibaut Malbrun's particular issue. He's had a bit of an incident again at Sunset Bend, trying to get back to the pit lane, desperately trying to get back. Now he's finally going to get into the pit lane in the next few moments, but this is going to cost him so much time.
Yeah, Zolt Pribek has just had a bit of an off-track excursion going through Genderbean Bend and then made it through into Le Mans and has just been passed by one of the LMP2 cars. He's now making his way down through Sunset Bend as Thibaut Malbrun now heads into pit lane. This will put Pribek on the same lap. So now, depending on how much damage is on the One Move Esports car, that could decide GT3 very, very abruptly with 35 minutes on the clock. And I'm wondering how long that Ferrari is going to be in the pits, Ewan.
I'm wondering as well. We're not going to get an answer to that until it leaves again, I'm afraid. So we're just going to have to hang on and bite our nails off, really, to wonder really what's going to happen. Meanwhile, just briefly in GTE, while that has gone on, Satellite Racing have come into the pit lane for their final scheduled pit stop. Tom Kapusta heads out again to finish the race. David Greco is now up to sixth place, in GTE. 2 more points for him, but I'm not sure if he has to make another stop. Our focus returns to One Move Esports and Mugen Sim Racing then, just waiting to see when is Thibaut Malbrun going to leave pit lane. How long is this pit stop going to be?
Well, it's not getting any easier at all. It's one of those things where you can't really anticipate what's going to be happening. The unpredictability has definitely sunk in. And I'm just switching between Thibaut Malbrun, who's still in the pit lane, Zolt Pribek now making his way down Flying Fortress towards the likes of Bishop Ben and Genderbean. That gap is coming down absolutely like wildfire. And now, Malbrun leaving the pits. Pribek is making his way through.
It's going to be close.
He's down into Le Mans. He's down the Almond Straight. Zolt Pribek now knows they have a true capability of winning GT3. And the biggest thing is, Thibaut Malbrun, if he's put all brand new 4 tyres on that car, that's going to take a couple of laps to come up to temperature. And you know what that means. Malbrun could be a sitting duck very, very shortly if Zolt Prubak has his way.
Well, he could be a little bit rattled by that one as well, let's not forget, because it's not particularly nice, really, for him. So, yeah, he's going to be a little bit shaken up, I would say, by that particular incident. And so we'll see how he responds to it. We mentioned earlier on, it's about how you respond to these incidents. Zolt Prubak on the last lap, a 2-minute 2.5. He was faster than Fabio Liuzzi on that last lap, and he's in a GTE car. Prubak is driving like a man possessed, like a man who knows he's got a GT3 win in his sights.
Yeah, they were denied by the double downshift back at Indianapolis, and is actually getting past one of the GTE cars. That's one of the Musto cars he's just tried to muscle his way past, and he's gone round the outside of it. Zolt Prubak, like a man possessed, is giving no quarter and taking no prisoners whatsoever. Also, Wojtek Polezny is 15 or so, well, he's about 18 seconds away from Fabio Liuzzi. So not only are we going to have a battle for the GT3 class lead, we're going to have a battle for second position in GTE overall. And yeah, Liuzzi is going to try and do his level best to hold off Wojtek Polezny, but Polezny was over 2 seconds quicker on the previous lap. EEWC and drama in the last half hour? Never.
No, that never happens. But we really have already had a lot of drama. Even if nothing else comes to fruition now, we've already had our fair share of drama. And so it's just all kicking off in Sebring right now. While we have a short quiet moment before things get really mad a little bit later on, because we know they're going to, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but don't you dare go anywhere. It's going to be fantastic. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment after this short break.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the concluding moments of round 3 of the GTR 24H EEWC for 2021. Alex Goldschmidt and Ewan O'Leary taking you to the checkered flag. It has been rather dramatic, all things considered, and things are heating up in both GT3 and GTE. But in the meantime, there has been a massive drama for E-Team Brit, who have just pulled the car behind the wall, rather than in the garage, as we would normally say. But here at Sebring, that meaning, as we discussed a little while ago in the preview show before this weekend, that means that when they rejoin, they will get a 3-lap penalty, and that will put them behind Michael Ciccolini in the 766 DSR Dream Team car, because they were pretty much on the same lap. But however, Ewan, GT3 and GTE has got rather spicy right now.
Yes, it has. There's a lot of battles or gaps closing right now. Fabio Liuzzi is being caught by Wojtek Polesny. His last lap was actually a bit of a poor one. Must have made a bit of a mistake on it. 2 minutes 6.4 from him on that occasion. Wojtek Polesny did a 2 minute 2.1. 4.3 seconds closer on that particular occasion. We're probably going to see a battle for second in GTE, but perhaps more interestingly, we're going to definitely see a battle in GT3 for the lead of this race between One Movie Sports and Mugen Sim Racing. Thibaut Malbrun is running away from Zolt Prebeck, not very successfully right now. He lost another couple of seconds on that last particular lap. His gap is down to about the length of the Ullman Straight before Sunset Bend. It is closing all the time as well. Nerves jangling everywhere right now, I can imagine.
Yes, I think that Thibaut Malbrun will be quaking in his boots right now. But the biggest thing now, oh my god, and I've just, oh my goodness me, I just had a massive drama, because Zolt Prebeck was nearly taken out apparently by Callum Wilson, and that could have been a bigger drama for what could be another twist in the tail. And I've just gone to Zolt Prebeck. He's just behind the number 404 that has got Callum Wilson behind the wheel. And then they've got one of the LMP2 cars just behind, which is going past. I think that is B32 Racing that has just got their way past us now. On this particular occasion, Zolt Prebeck has got past Callum Wilson in the 404 from Glam Racing. And if I'm...
Let's see what the time is here. Let's see what the time is, because Mugen, I can't imagine how much time they've lost. It's got to be quite a lot. Over the line goes Prebeck, and he has lost 4 seconds on that lap. To be fair to Thibaut Malbrun, that's an incredible lap time. It's faster than any GTE did on the last lap. That's how hard these guys are pushing. As there's a big problem. Oh, he is. Turn 1 into the barrier. Oh, that's a hard hit. That is a hard hit. Spins around. Surely that deprives us now of the battle in GT. Amazingly, he's got away pretty much unscathed visually. Let's hope he hasn't got any suspension damage, but that was a big hit.
That was huge. I mean, literally went straight on at T1. Gonna have a look at the replay, just like literally up to 5th gear, and I'm just gonna sort of grin and, well, I'm gonna brace myself because he loses the back end going through the apex of turn 1, and then straight away spears in front right first. I think that's possibly got some steering and suspension issues on the front right, the way that car impacted against the wall.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yes, it's right hand down at the moment, you're right. So I don't know whether front or rear, it looks like might be both. Front and rear suspension broken. Anyway, some kind of suspension is now broken on that McLaren, and from having a golden opportunity to win this race, it looks like Mugen are going to see the chance slip them by. They came into the day 17 points behind Unison. They will have fancied their chances of really closing that margin, but in the end, they might only close it to 14. One move might get themselves into the fray, though, getting 16 points behind Unison. So those three starting to kind of define themselves as the championship contenders, but Zolt Prebeck is going to be filthy with himself for that mistake.
Zolt Prebeck's he nearly went into the back. I think that was B30. That was one of the other cars that I think that possibly might have been 766. Like literally Zolt Pribek was closing and he tried to turn the car right. The car wanted to go left. That car is wounded. That car, I think that has blown every chance of what's going to happen. So he's going to close up. I think that was Mugen Sim Racing. I think in the 777 DSR Nightmare, he nearly went into the back of them on that particular occasion. That car, I think the only thing that they can do is now damage limitation. They've got to get that car in the pits. That car, with the way it's driving, if Zolt Pribek, is he in the pits? He is. He is in the pits right now. There was no other alternative. That is the golden goose opportunity for Zolt Pribek and the Mugen Sim Racing team after the drama for Thibaut Malbrun earlier on in the race. That has handed One Move Esports the victory.
They're going to be puffing out their cheeks like you would not believe down there at One Move right now. They've really dodged a bullet with that one. Absolutely fantastic in the end for them to hold on from the pressure that Thibaut Malbrun would have been under there. And now he can just relax a little bit. The smart thing to do, though, there for Zolt Pribek to just get in the pit lane and make sure you get P2. You know, they've got 3 or 4 laps over Max Bunovic in the Unison racing car. They can just, come in the pit lane, repair the car, finish in P2. There's no point trying to drive around with a broken car. You're not going to win that way. You might not win this way either, but you'll definitely secure P2. If you try and drive out there with a damaged car, you might damage it even more and damage your chances of getting a P2 in this one. So even with the damage that Pribek has, it was a good decision to come into the pit lane. Either way, though, a big moment. Just looked a little bit twitchy through turn 1. Tried to correct it one slide, but a little bit overcorrected in the end. Got offline, and when you offline like that, you're just not stopping. Hard hit into the wall, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this was, in some respects, okay, having the golden opportunity of a victory for Mugen Sim Racing was a fantastic opportunity for us to see a great battle for the lead in GT3, but disaster for both One Move Esports and for Mugen Sim Racing deprived us of what was going to be such a fantastic battle with about less than half an hour remaining. However, I'm just keeping an eye on what is happening a little bit further down the order. And obviously we were talking about Wojtek Polezny a little bit earlier on, and I'm just going to have a check on what is happening at this particular moment, because at the minute Blazej Muzik, I think is possibly still leading, if memory serves me correctly, Ewan, on GTE.
Yeah, correct.
Fabio Liuzzi second in the 54 Musto car, but the driver on the move at the minute, Wojtek Polezny, trying to close down at this particular moment in time, and according to what I'm seeing, Polezny isn't that far behind. I'm just trying to sort of gauge where Polezny and Liuzzi are both on the circuit.
Oh, heck.
And Liuzzi has just got past Callum Wilson in the... I'm just keeping an eye on where... I'm not too sure with regards to Polezny. I think the gap between them is not that far behind now. Okay, I've just had a penalty thrown into the chat courtesy of Race Control. E-Team Brit. Now, this is the second time that this has happened. Car 53 had this. 3-lap penalty. No information given to Race Control. Also, E-Team Brit get a 60-second stop-go penalty. That is still going to keep them where they are. They are still pretty much going to finish what will be P8. So equally the result from there. So I think it's just the case that it'll be another top 10 finish. It'll be another 4 points in the bag plus an additional point for completing the race. But E-Team Brit now, they've just got to bring it home. That's all they can do right now.
It would be good for them to get to the end of the race, and that's all they aim to do at this point, I think, but aiming to do far more than that at the moment. Juice's Motorsport, they're trying to chase down another place. 1.7 seconds taken out of Fabio Liuzzi on that last particular lap. That gap's got to be down to 3 or 4 seconds. Last time around it was about 5, now it's got to be down towards 3, and I think we are going to see a late, maybe maybe a late lunge from Polesny. Definitely a late battle because there's still nearly 20 minutes to go here, and I think Polesny is catching at such a rate where he'll be there in a couple of laps, maybe with 10 minutes to go, and he's going to have roughly 5 laps to size up his prey and then hopefully go in for the kill, hopefully for his sake. Anyway, Musto are going to be running away with a little bit of fear and looking over their shoulders right now. Meanwhile, the other Musto car, by the way, has been in for their final pit stop. They look like they're going to finish 7th today unless Satellite Racing have some other kind of problem, but not a good day for them. It's been a decent, okay day for Liuzzi and the 54 car so far, but Polesny could ruin it and get himself up into 2nd place maybe.
Yeah, that would mean that there'd be a double podium delight for Deuces Motorsport Club. 17 minutes and 43 seconds still on the clock to go. Polesny chasing down Liuzzi, gap now under 3.9 seconds, and I'm actually riding on board from the roof cam. He's trying to close on Callum Wilson in the 404, and I think I've just spotted the Musto car just up ahead. They're now going down the Almond Straight, having exited Le Mans. So this is where things are rapidly going to intensify in the battle for what is going to be 2nd on the podium in GTE. For those watching at the moment, who's your bets on and how quickly, Ewan? The big question is, will Wojtek Polesny get past Callum Wilson? Well, that has happened right now, because I think if Callum Wilson has just entered into the pit lane, that looks to be a splash and dash for the 404. But now the chase really begins, because there looks to be a possibility of clean air between Fabio Liuzzi and Wojtek Polesny in the battle for P2 in GTE.
Yeah, another 1.4 seconds now taken out from Polesny on that particular occasion, so he's driving very well at the moment. He's got that BMW in his sights, so he'll be able to see it just down the road. He'll be able to see those tail lights of the big BMW in front going down, especially towards the hairpin here, where you can just see him in the background of this shot right now, and just turning through the corner. Maybe he's still a little bit out of sight, but certainly not out of mind for the moment. Well and truly in the forefront of Polesny's mind, so he will do his utmost as it stands. Callum Wilson, you're right, has been in for that splash and dash. He's got out in 4th place and looks pretty solid in there. In GT3, the last remaining battle really is between Matthias Blom and the 46 DAS SR Lab car. That could be a fight, and it could be one that Matthias Blom really needs to get it upwards in the championship. If he were to get that, then he would sort of keep himself in contention, but we're starting to see One Move, Unison and Mugen pull away from DRL just a little bit because of their issues in the last few races. You have to say down to bad luck more than anything else, but you know, it's still taken points away from them, and they're starting to slip away in that championship a little bit.
Yeah, like how Bart Slobodsian has started cheering on the number 74 of Deuces Motorsport, even though that car is ahead of Pauli Ahan to the tune of around quite a few seconds, probably in the region of maybe about 33 seconds plus. But now, this is where it's going to get interesting. Gap now down to around 3.2 seconds. Polesny is just going to push like crazy and then bide his time, but make the decisive move when it suits him, not when it suits Fabio Liuzzi. Liuzzi will be on defensive mode rather eagerly when Polesny gets to within half a second. And that's where Musto GD Esports must hold on. And look, I've just seen a couple of LMP2 cars have got past Fabio Liuzzi going through into turn 2. And now Wojtek Polesny has clean air between him and the target up front.
Yeah, absolutely. He can definitely see him now. Very good lap times coming in from both of them, by the way. You can see how motivated they are to beat each other in this one. It was down to just 0.4 of a second in terms of the gain that Polesny was getting. You know, he was getting 1.5 seconds in the last few laps, but now the gap has gone down, really starting to push. I actually thought that Deuces were the one who might be a little bit tight on fuel, but it seems that neither of them really are. They're just ringing the next lead cards right at the end. Exactly not what what they want to be doing after 12 hours of driving completely straight. It's been a very strenuous day on these cars, let's not forget, but a very strenuous day on these drivers as well, not least Wojciech Polesny, who's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that Juicy's car. Not that the other drivers have been slow. João Barbosa and Yuki Maki Yupi has been slow by any stretch of the imagination. However, he has been the fastest driver in that car, been driving very well. Fabio Liuzzi also as well has only been doing this with one teammate, Giordano Valeriano, because Daniele Primavera has been ill for this one, I'm afraid, so he wasn't able to drive, and so Fabio Liuzzi's also been doing quite a lot of driving. These two will be quite tired and won't really want a high intensity battle quite like this to end their race.
That's why Wojciech Polesny is quite clearly fired up. That gap has now dropped to around the 2-second mark. Both cars now making their way through Sunset Bend. Polesny now gets an idea of where his opponent is now going to start positioning that car. Oh, Polesny! The barriers coming out of Sunset Bend. Oh my goodness me. As if we have one battle coming to the fore, and then all of a sudden it gets taken away like the carpet from underneath our feet. But Polesny still kept that throttle pinned, and he's still trying to keep pace with Fabio Liuzzi. Can Polesny, despite having a slightly damaged Porsche, beat the BMW from Musto GD Esports? That's the $64,000 question right about now.
If you wanted an illustration about how hard Wojciech Polesny is pushing right now, then that is exactly it. Just pushing it right out to the wall, beyond the limit through there. That wall sometimes can grab you and spit you back out onto the circuit. Luckily for him, and it really damages your car as well, by the way, luckily for him, that did not actually happen, and he's able to carry on. It remains to be seen whether he's actually damaged by that. I don't believe so. But if he isn't, then he's got away with it a little bit, it has to be said. Just scraping the wall ever so slightly there. He seems to be doing a decent pace still, and even gained 1.3 seconds on that lap despite having a terrible run onto the front straight, it has to be said. Polesny is driving very, very well at the moment, catching Liuzzi. He doesn't look like that scrape on the wall has held him back either.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the lap time last time around. I mean, Polesny, yeah, that was a 2-minute 2.5, and that was, yeah, like you say, 1.3 seconds. That gap's fluctuating around the 2-second mark between Polesny and Liuzzi. And now, one thing that we know that Polesny will not do, he will not make the same mistake twice. And this is where it now becomes crucial, because Sunset Bend, we know it's difficult, but it is about mastering their way around the circuit. He's got to take a tighter line, not let the car drift out too wide like he did last time. That particular occasion, a lot neater from Polesny, and the gap now, oh, he's just taken another 0.8 out, gap down to just under 1.6 seconds. Polesny knows that this is game on, and we've got about 10 3/4 minutes left of this 12 hours of Sebring. My oh my. And Butzer says, I like watching a battle to the finish, just like the battle for second place in GTE a month ago. Yes, but with two completely different competitors. So we've got Fabio Liuzzi from Musto GD Esports, and then also Wojciech Polesny in the Juices Motorsport car. Looks like the one of the LMP2 cars looking to get past. I think that is ProSim in the 007 just getting their way past, but this is hopefully not going to impede what has happened there. So in many respects, this is going to be a rather interesting dynamic in terms of what happens between Liuzzi and Polesny. And I think that Polesny, he's going to now fight tooth and nail for this victory with under 10 minutes. Oh,
no!
Back and hits the barriers! Oh, Polesny was pushing so hard, the back end of that Porsche went, I'm sorry, you've run out of grip, and basically slid sideways. Polesny's run at second is over.
Oh, you have to think that it is over after all of this one, I'm afraid. A real big moment there for Wojciech Polesny, just